Chapter 1: Being sexually exploited by an ex-girlfriend? Not true. Magic City. Imperial Hospital. Yi Chen, dressed in a migrant worker's uniform, was waiting anxiously at the entrance of the ICU. His body was covered in mud and his hair was messy from the wind, but his tall and straight figure and handsome young face were out of place with this outfit. After a while, an operating cart was pushed out by a nurse. The woman lying on it was about 40 or 50 years old. She had her eyes closed, her face was pale, and her lips were white. Yi Chen quickly stepped forward, grabbed the attending doctor's arm and asked about the situation. "Doctor, how is my mother's surgery going?" The attending physician was also the director of Dingjian Hospital. He looked the young man in front of him from top to bottom, with a look of disdain reflected from his thick glasses. He shook his head and sighed. "The situation is very bad. The patient needs an artificial heart replacement. I advise you to take your mother home as soon as possible so that she can live a peaceful life for a few days. It's useless to lie in the hospital without money, right?" Yi Chen's steps were a little unsteady, and there was heartache and unwillingness in his eyes. He didn't need to ask about the heart transplant. He had checked online and found that the cost was at least 500,000 yuan. All his savings had been used up in previous treatments. But his mother is his only relative, who has raised him with great difficulty. Yi Chen is determined to save his mother even if he is exhausted. "Give me a week, and I will definitely raise the money." "Hey, you are really shameless. You owe a week's bed fee. We didn't kick your mother out of the hospital out of humanitarianism. Are you taking advantage of us now?" The dean glared at Yi Chen in exasperation. If it wasn't for his wife's intention to give this kid a backdoor, he would have kicked the mother and daughter out long ago. "President Jiang, please go ahead and do your thing. I want to talk to him alone." A clear female voice came from the other end of the corridor, and a curly-haired girl in a red hip skirt walked over. She gave a wink to Dean Jiang, and the latter left in silence. Yi Chen didn't even look at the sexy young woman in front of him. He was about to leave without looking away, but the girl in red grabbed his arm. "Why, Yi Chen, are you still unwilling to agree to my suggestion? You become my secret lover, and I will pay for your mother's medical treatment. This is a good opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. Tonight, use your cream to fill up their sweet and delicious puffs." Lin Kurson blinked tenderly. She stared at Yi Chen's angular profile and couldn't help but rub and pat his strong arms with her jade hands. "Lin Kurson, you're already a married woman, why are you still so flirty? Aren't you afraid that your rich husband will find out that you're cheating on him? There's absolutely no possibility between the two of us." Yi Chen frowned slightly and slapped Lin Kurson's hand away in disgust. "Do you want him to be the secret lover of his married ex-girlfriend? Don't even think about it in the next life. Yi Chen, don't refuse a toast. You are in such a miserable state now, why are you still pretending to be noble? As long as I, Lin Kurson, say a word, no hospital in the Magic City will take in your mother." Lin Kurson narrowed her narrow peach blossom eyes, puffed on the lady's Sue cigarette at her fingertips with extreme enjoyment, then gently blew a puff of smoke ring and sprayed it on Yi Chen's face, smiling charmingly. When Yi Chen, who was about to leave in anger, heard these words, his tall and straight figure stopped where he was, his fists clenched so tightly that veins popped out. The Magic City is the commercial capital of the entire Daxia, and it is also the place with the highest level of medical care. If his mother has no chance to be treated in the Magic City, she will undoubtedly die. Why, Yi Chen, do you regret it? I'll give you 3 days to think it over. Then you can come to this place to find me." Lin Kurson pulled out a room card from her clothes and inserted it into Yi Chen's trouser pocket tenderly, with a slight smile on her fiery red lips and a meaningful look in her eyes. Yi Chen froze in place. He undoubtedly hated Lin Kurson deeply. 3 years ago, they were both talking about marriage and had given a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan, but the other party stood up at the last minute and turned to hook up with a rich man. Suddenly I felt a fleshy little paw reaching into my trouser pocket, and then a childish and clear baby voice rang out. I saw a little girl, no more than 3 years old, holding the black room card, staring with her clear eyes and pouting in a baby voice. "Bad boy, daddy belongs to mommy and me, you are not allowed to bully daddy." After the little girl finished speaking, she threw the room card on the ground and hugged Yi Chen's thighs directly. She was very small, with curly hair, and she hung on Yi Chen's long legs like a fluffy toy. At this moment, Yi Chen felt that strange sounds and image panels were implanted in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully activated the God-level Nanny system. As long as the host interacts with the daughter, he can get various rewards: feeding, hugging, kissing, lifting up, wiping her butt. Ding! The host's personal information panel is being transmitted. Host name, Yi Chen. Age, 22. Occupation, junior student at Shanghai University, bricklayer at construction site. Height, 187 centimeters. Weight, 63 kilograms. Wealth, 29 yuan. Evil value, 0. Only available after interacting with your wife Li Luoluo, you must do evil things to her. Daddy points, 0. You can increase daddy points by taking good care of your daughter. Skills, none. Both evil points and nanny points can be exchanged for treasures in the system mall, and the details need to be further developed by the host. Yi Chen rubbed his temple with his hand. He shook his head hard, wondering why he saw such a familiar yet unfamiliar character panel. This seems to be my personal introduction. The height, age, and weight seem to match, and even the balance in my wallet is the same. But when did he have a wife? Even giving birth to a daughter out of nothing? These are all hallucinations created by the little girl when she touched herself. Maybe it's because I didn't get enough rest from moving bricks at the construction site these days, so I developed hysteria. Thinking of this, Yi Chen tried to gently push the little girl away with his hand and explained seriously. Little boy, you got the wrong person. Tell your uncle who your family is. Instead of being pushed away by Yi Chen, the little girl pushed her furry little head upwards and hummed in a baby voice. Daddy Tuanchuan would never recognize the wrong person. Mommy has a photo of Daddy, Tuanchuan has seen it. This time Mommy came to the capital just to bring Tuanchuan to find Daddy. The corners of Lin Kerson's mouth twitched. Looking at the little man in front of her who looked like Yi Chen, she felt extremely heartbroken. Yi Chen must not want to admit in front of her that he already has a daughter. Maybe he wants to play the long game and use her money and power to cure his mother's illness. Thinking of this, Lin Kerson stomped her feet in frustration. Yi Chen, I have been feeling guilty and annoyed for 3 years, thinking that I was at fault first. I never expected that you had cheated on me long ago and even gave birth to such a bastard. Wow, Daddy, hold me. The bad boy is bullying me. Beat the bad boy. The little girl named Tuanchuan had tears in her bright eyes. She was frightened by Lin Kerson's temper and pressed her little ball-like body against Yi Chen's legs. Her baby voice was trembling with fear. She's just a little kid, don't scare her. Yi Chen rubbed his swollen temples. He didn't know where this child came from. He was probably lost from the adults and recognized the wrong person. Yi Chen, if you dare to hug this little bastard today, your mother's illness will be incurable, and no hospital in Jiang City will pay attention to you. Lin Kerson looked at the little girl clinging to Yi Chen's calf, her eyes red with jealousy, and Yi Chen's attitude of protecting the little girl made her panic. Yi Chen ignored Lin Kerson. He squatted down, rubbed the little furry head with his hands, and said in embarrassment. Little boy, you see uncle's clothes are covered with dust, so you won't hold me anymore, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully interacted with your daughter and received 30 daddy points. The strange mechanical sound in my mind sounded again. After all, Yi Chen has been reading online novels for many years, and this time he is really lucky to have the support of the system. It seems that this little girl is really his daughter. Tuanchuan narrowed her beautiful big eyes, with tears in the corners of her eyes from the fright she had just received. She enjoyed Yi Chen's touch very much, and smiled again in a baby voice while tilting her little head. Tuanchuan doesn't mind that Daddy's clothes are dirty, Tuanchuan just wants Daddy to hug him and hold him high. Yi Chen was amused by this delicate, ordinary doll like Tuan, but his action of reaching out his hand was interrupted by an angry female voice. Yi Chen, if you dare to touch this little bastard again, I will immediately call for someone to throw your mother and all of you out. I, Lin Kerson, will keep my word. Lin Kerson stomped her feet with gritted teeth. For so many years, she had always thought that Yi Chen was still obsessed with his ex-girlfriend and was unmarried, but she didn't expect that he already had someone else outside, and his daughter was even this grown up. Just you? Are you worthy enough to touch my people? The woman's voice was gentle, but it carried an aura that seemed to surpass everyone else, and she was intimidating without being angry. I saw the rhythmic sound of her high heels tapping the ground, a pair of straight and white long legs, a slender waist, and an exquisite angelic face that looked very much like a little dumpling. Even wearing a camel-colored windbreaker, it was difficult to hide the majestic breasts of Li Luoluo. Behind her followed 2 bodyguards in black tights, giving people a strong sense of oppression. As soon as Li Luoluo appeared, the little boy on Yi Chan's lap's eyes immediately lit up, as if he had seen his savior, and his voice became both tender and fierce. Mommy, mommy. You're a bad boy who bullies daddy. Beat him. Chapter 2, My School Beauty Wife is Super A. After hearing her daughter's words, Li Luoluo looked at Yi Chen. Her beautiful and moving eyes seemed to have a myriad of emotions that she wanted to express. Her pink and moist lips trembled slightly, and she stood there in a daze for a moment. She had her men looking for Yi Chen for a long time. If his mother had not been hospitalized recently, she would not have gotten this information. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tuanchuan was so smart and intelligent that she recognized Yi Chen as her father based on a photo in the briefcase. Yi Chen looked at the strange and beautiful Li Luoluo and felt puzzled. Although the system said that this was his wife, he really had no impression of her at all. Tuanchuan is so cute. Yi Chen touched the back of his head awkwardly. He bent down slightly, trying to pry the little ball's fleshy claws away from his calves, but found that the harder he tried, the tighter the little ball held. Ding! Congratulations to the host and his wife Li Luoluo for recognizing each other. Initial eye contact was successful. Evil value +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully interacted with your daughter. Daddy points +20. Ding! The host's current evil value totals 1 point. The total nanny points are 50 points. Yi Chen was driven a little crazy by the ding 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 sound. Li Luoluo looked at Yi Chen carefully. He was still pulling at Tuanchuan's little hands, thinking that he refused to believe it. My daughter didn't recognize the wrong person. You are her father. Li Luoluo calmed down her slightly panicked heart, her eyes sparkling as she met Yi Chen's deep, obsidian-like eyes. At this moment, Lin Kurson, who was watching the show on the side, felt that she could no longer suppress her anger. She didn't care that the woman in front of her was extremely beautiful and had an extraordinary temperament. She couldn't let her ex-boyfriend, whom she was finally going to sleep with, be touched by another woman in vain. Where did you come from, you vixen? Yi Chen is clearly not familiar with you, but you still shamelessly try to get close to him? Are you so short of men? Just let your daughter go out on the street and pick up one at random? After Lin Kurson finished scolding Li Luoluo, she put one hand on her waist and took a step forward, wanting to personally knock the little meaty hand off Yi Chen's leg. Li Luoluo curled her red lips slightly and raised 2 fingers towards the bodyguard behind her. The bodyguard immediately understood and moved even faster to hold Lin Kurson aside. Li Luoluo moved her slender wrists and walked closer to Lin Kurson, who was held immobile. Her arms were pink and slender, but her movements were quick, accurate, and ruthless. Bang! The sound of a slap in the face was so crisp that it echoed in the empty corridor. I'm hitting you on behalf of my daughter. You deserve to be punished for using such vicious words to attack such a young child. Lin Kurson's face was twisted to one side by the blow. She cried and screamed like crazy, but her body was restrained by the strong bodyguard and she couldn't move. Bang! I'm hitting you on behalf of my man. You're fickle, and you want to use money and power to insult Yi Chen. You deserve to be killed. Li Luoluo is tall. She looked down at Lin Kurson, whose cheeks were red and swollen from being beaten. The sharpness in her eyes was like a dagger, piercing straight into Lin Kurson's heart. Yi Chen stood where he was. He looked at the incredibly beautiful Li Luoluo. He didn't expect that such a delicate beauty could be so ruthless when it came to fighting. At this time, Dean Lu, who had just gone to the office to drink tea, came rushing over. His fat body was shaking because he was in a hurry to get here. He heard that the president's wife was bullied, so he wanted to see who was the blind man. Dean Lu saw Lin Kurson's face swollen and red from being beaten from a distance. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and shouted loudly. This is Mr. Gao's wife. I think you are really brave, right? When Lin Kurson saw Dean Lu coming to save the situation, her heart, which had just been about to bow her head under the eaves, was agitated and she cried at the top of her lungs. Xiao Lu, look at these criminals, call the police right away. Why are you still standing there? I will make them pay for what they have done. Dean Lu was just about to ask his men to call the police, but when he saw Li Luoluo's beautiful face, he felt sick all over, as if his bones were falling apart. He had to hold on to the wall to prevent himself from falling to the ground. The jewel in the crown of Li Enterprise, Li Luoluo. If we had known that the Li family was one of the 4 major families in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, what was their Xiao Gao like compared to the Li family? Xiao Lu, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you call the police? Seeing Dean Lu in a daze, Lin Curson thought that he was so bold and disobedient because of her beauty, so she roared in frustration. Seeing Dean Lu in a daze, Lin Curson thought that he was aroused by the beauty of the other woman and thus became bold and disobedient, so she roared in frustration. Dean Lu took out a tissue to wipe the sweat off his face, then walked towards Li Luoluo, holding onto the wall. He didn't even dare to look up for another second. Li Luoluo's appearance is absolutely beautiful and pure, but her thundering methods shocked the entire daxia. Otherwise, she would not have stood out from the many daughters of Mr. Li and become the most dazzling jewel in the palm. Thinking of this, Dean Lu felt that he should stand on the right side and not ruin his great future because of Lin Curson's stupidity. If President Xiao Gao were here, he would definitely do the same. Thump! Dean Lu knelt down with his fat body in front of Li Luoluo. He slammed his head to the ground 3 times, and then began his performance under the surprised gaze of everyone. Boss Li, please calm down. I was too blind to recognize you. It is our great honor to have you here. This is my sister. She has never been very useful here. Please forgive her and don't bother with her. Dean Lu, you are out of your mind. Lin Curson wanted to curse, but was pulled down to her knees by Dean Lu. She widened her eyes in anger, but her resistance was futile due to the disparity in strength, and her mouth was covered tightly. Li Luoluo didn't care about how to deal with Lin Curson. She had finally found Yi Chen, and the most important thing now was to bring him back. Next time my people are bitten by a dog, I won't deal with it so easily. After saying this, Li Luoluo waved her hand, signaling the bodyguards to drive away the outsiders. She needed a quiet environment to explain the whole story to Yi Chen. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Li Luoluo walked slowly towards Yi Chen with graceful steps, her eyes full of emotions and even a hint of tears. The two people just stared at each other from a distance. Yi Chen held his breath. He was wondering about the origins of the woman in front of him and why she could make the dean of Dihao Hospital so frightened. System? What special abilities do you have? Yi Chen muttered to himself. He remembered that many protagonists in novels also summoned the system in this way. Ding! The host's current nanny points and evil points are not enough, so it cannot be exchanged. But I can create a surprise for the host. Then give me a surprise. Yi Chen was eager to verify the effectiveness of the system, so he gave the order. I saw a banana peel appeared on the ground which was clean and dust-free just now. Li Luoluo's mind and eyes were full of Yi Chen, and she didn't pay any attention to her feet at all. Her heel stepped right on the banana peel, and her center of gravity suddenly tilted forward and she fell forward. Yi Chen instinctively wanted to help, but a banana peel appeared under his feet. He couldn't control himself and fell forward. What kind of surprise is this? Your uncle's system. This is called fright, do you understand? Yi Chen cursed in his heart and tried to hold on to the wall with his hands to stabilize his center of gravity, but was hit by the delicate body coming towards him. Their eyes met and their lips touched. Yi Chen could even smell the charming sweet fragrance coming from the woman. He held Li Luoluo's delicate body in his arms, at a loss as to what to do, and he felt a little short of oxygen. He knew what the softness on her chest was without even thinking about it. In order to support her, he climbed up Li Luoluo's perky but with one hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having an evil value of +1. After hearing the prompt in his mind, Yi Chen became more certain that his evil value would increase as long as he interacted with Li Luoluo. Rogue. Li Luoluo's pretty face turned slightly red, a hint of crimson crept up to her ears, her eyes flashed with confusion, and she instinctively raised her jade hand. Yi Chen finished muttering in his mind. He quickly put down his dirty hands, closed his eyes, and waited for the beauty's slap. It's all my fault for taking advantage of others. Yi Chen waited for a long time, but did not get the expected slap. He opened his eyes in surprise, but saw Li Luoluo with a smile on her face. I just noticed the banana peel on the ground. I misunderstood you just now. I'm sorry. Li Luoluo smiled without showing her teeth. She wrinkled her eyes when she apologized, looking playful and cute, completely different from the dashing President Li just now. Daddy and Mommy, can you please go home first? Yuan is waiting anxiously at home. At this time, the hems of the two people's pants were grabbed by chubby little hands, and a furry little head poked out. The little girl's big watery eyes flickered and she looked up with a puzzled look on her face. Why are Mom and Dada's faces so red? It is as red as a ripe apple. Chapter 3 Genius on the left, Madman on the right. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Yi Chen felt like he was dreaming. Tuanchuan is 2.5 years old this year. She and Yuan are twins. Li Luoluo lowered her eyes slightly, her slender hands folded, and her thoughts drifted to the night more than 3 years ago. Yi Chen listened to the other party's story and then he remembered the romantic debt he had committed that night. After the college entrance examination, Yi Chen and his friends went to a bar to dance to celebrate the end of his hard study. He drank a lot that day and heroically saved a weak woman. As for how he drank and talked with the woman later, and how they went from a wine pool to having sex in a suite, he couldn't remember clearly. When Yi Chen woke up in the hotel's king-size bedroom in the morning, he found the floor in a mess. The deep red on the bedsheet and the memory of the tender and lingering love with the beauty last night all reminded Yi Chen of what had happened. Yi Chen also went to the hotel to inquire about the room booking records, but found nothing, including the hotel's surveillance, which was impossible to investigate. So Yi Chen treated it as a beautiful dream. The girl didn't want to reveal any information, so why was he, a grown man, still pestering her? Tuanchuan is cheerful and lively, but her sister Yuan is very different. The doctor said Yuan has a tendency to autism. When Li Luoluo talked about Yuan, her eyes became slightly red and her voice became choked. It's all my fault that I've been busy with my company's business for the past 2 years and neglected to take care of them. As their biological father, I hope you can take care of them and interact with them more. Of course, don't worry. I will pay you 200,000 every month as a nanny, and I will have a private doctor treat your mother's illness. Li Luoluo gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Seeing that Yi Chen was still hesitating, she immediately added, "The special assistant will give you a marriage agreement later. This is a marriage agreement between the two of us. I will give you money, you take good care of the children, and we will each get everything." "Okay, I promise." Yi Chen answered very straightforwardly. Even without the support of the nanny system, he would agree. Growing up in a single-parent family, the lack of fatherly love during his growth has always been an unspeakable pain in Yi Chen's heart, so he doesn't want his daughter to be like this. There was a flash of surprise in Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes, but more importantly, she was grateful that Yi Chen agreed so readily. In fact, before this, she had sent people to investigate everything about Yi Chen. Only after knowing his character and experience did she boldly make such a decision. She didn't say many things, and Yi Chen didn't ask. Li Luoluo thanked Yi Chen for leaving some privacy between the two of them. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Just as Li Luoluo's crystal-clear pupils turned slightly red, Yi Chen's face came closer and closer, his hot breath sprayed on her fair skin, and a slight itchy touch came above her ear. Yi Chen helped Li Luoluo tuck her hair behind her ears, and then sat upright as if nothing had happened. "Help you pin your hair, it feels like it's going to poke your eyes." Although he tried to explain calmly, Yi Chen was actually still a little nervous and a little excited inside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully interacting. Gained evil value +1. If it weren't for this little bit of evil value, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. Li Luoluo realized that she had misunderstood. Her pretty face turned slightly red and she looked out the window evasively, trying to ease her embarrassment. The car soon arrived at Looting Villa, which is Li Luoluo's private villa. Yi Chen held Tuan's hand and followed Li Luoluo. He received a courtesy that he had never enjoyed in his life. Whether they were servants or bodyguards, they would bow respectfully when they saw them. The housekeeper, Sister Ping, led the way in front, explaining the functional areas of the villa. Yi Chen soon followed into a nursery. Sitting on the colorful carpet is a delicately carved little figure. She is playing with building blocks, and her curly eyelashes are completely inherited from Li Luoluo's genes. As soon as Tuanchuan saw his sister Yuan, he rushed over impatiently. Yuan's reaction was very cold, but it didn't affect Tuanchuan's enthusiasm at all. Yuan is just like this. Even if other children are enthusiastic, she is still as cold as ice. Tuanchuan, who has social incompetence, can't do anything about it. Sister Ping sighed sadly. She often saw the eldest daughter crying because of this. "Can I go over and play with them now?" Yi Chen asked Li Luoluo for his opinion. After all, he had just arrived and was afraid that his sudden appearance would scare Yuan. "Of course, you are the child's father." Li Luoluo smiled. Yi Chen's cautiousness was a plus in her eyes, so she could take care of the child more carefully. Yi Chen approached the two little dumplings and found that Yuan did not respond to anything Tuanchuan said. Yuan, let me tell you, Mama has found Daddy." Yuan, what kind of building blocks are you using? It looks like a big fish." Yuan, Daddy is right here. He is tall and handsome. Yuan was just playing with the building blocks in her hands with a dull expression. Yichen felt heartache when he saw this scene. Yuan was just like himself when he was a child. The lack of parental companionship made her autistic and unwilling to communicate with others. Yuan, your big fish kite looks really nice. Yichen imitated the way Yuan spoke. He knelt on one knee and stroked the round little head with his big, broad palm. You can see it's a kite, too, right? Yuan widened her eyes in disbelief, and her dull look suddenly lit up. She tilted her head and stared at Yichen curiously. Well, this big fish kite made by Yuan can definitely fly higher because the kite string is long enough. Yichen pointed at the dog leash at the tail of the big fish. Her round eyes narrowed, and it was the first time she saw someone who could understand her. After interacting with the two dolls for a while, Yichen kept listening to the ding-ding-ding system broadcast in his mind. It seemed that the nanny's addition was not a little bit. It can be seen that Yuan likes Yichen very much. Liluo and Sister Ping both had tears in their eyes due to excitement. Is this the power of blood relationship? Yuan ignores everyone, even her mother Liluo. Except for feeding the child, Yuan doesn't rely on her much at other times. The genius is on the left and the madman is on the right. Yuan just lacks a friend who can understand her feelings. Yichen comforted her, and at the same time he made up his mind to give Yuan the best company. Everyone was immersed in the joy that Yuan could actively communicate with others, and did not notice the tall figure standing in the corner not far away. Gao Long is the security captain of Lu Ding Villa. At this moment, he was standing in the corner gloomily, smoking a cigarette somewhat lonely, looking at Li Luoluo who was smiling sweetly in front of him. Butler Gao Shan is Gao Long's father. He noticed that his son's mood was abnormal from the moment his son-in-law Yichen came in. Son. Uncle is the biological father of Tuan and Yuan, you still have to treat him with courtesy. I see that the eldest and young ladies like him very much, and he will be half the owner of Lu Ding Villa in the future. What kind of son-in-law is Yichen? Dad, I think you are too old and your eyes are blurry. The eldest lady didn't even get the marriage certificate with him. To put it bluntly, Yichen is just a male nanny. Gao Long stepped hard on the cigarette butt. He had admired Li Luoluo for 7 years, but he knew that his status and position did not match her, so he had always buried his love deep in his heart. It was not until today that he found out that the man for whom Li Luoluo gave birth to 2 daughters was just a bad boy who moved bricks on a construction site. Yichen doesn't deserve it. There is a huge difference between her and the eldest lady. Gao Long, you need to put yourself in the right position. The master's family affairs are not something that we servants can guess. Don't say such nonsense in the future. Gao Shan's tone turned stern. Dad, I think you are too old after being a housekeeper for your whole life. Can't you see that Yichen is just trying to curry favor with the young lady for her money? His mother's medical treatment was stopped due to lack of money. He doesn't really care about the young lady's good at all. Bang! Before Gao Long could finish his words, he was beaten unconscious by his father, who was a head shorter than him. Son, this slap is to remind you that as a servant, you must have the responsibilities and ethics of a servant. Don't even think about interfering in the affairs of the master's family. Gao Long stared at his father in disbelief. He never expected that his father would beat him because of a stranger. With nowhere to vent his anger, he turned around and left. His fist smashed into the garden wall, leaving a deep bloody mark. Gao Long gasped for breath and roared angrily. The woman he had admired for 7 years absolutely could not be deceived by this good-for-nothing poor boy. If it weren't for Yichen's eloquence and skill in disguise, he wouldn't have been slapped in the face by his father for no reason today. Yichen, all my misfortunes are caused by you. Just wait, I will let the young lady discover your evil ambitions. Gao Long's fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. Chapter 4 Wife, I know massage. Apart from his studies, the most important thing for Yichen now is to take care of the 2 little kids. He felt that one must see things through to the end, so he made a phone call and quit his job moving bricks at the construction site. Yichen, why haven't you come yet? Do you know that our construction site has affected the progress of the entire project because of your temporary slowdown? As soon as the call was connected, I heard the contractor Lao Ding's scolding voice coming from the other end. Yichen explained calmly, Old Ding, it's my fault for not asking for leave in advance today. I called to resign from you. Ding Junhai was slightly stunned. Anyone could resign, but Yichen could not. You need a large amount of medical expenses because your mother is in the hospital. Not long ago, you asked me for an advance on next month's salary. How can you just leave like that? Yi Chen is a tall and strong young man who is hardworking and does the most work on the construction site, even if it is just simple brick moving. It would be a pity to lose such a capable person during the peak labor season. I have just transferred the advance salary to you via WeChat. Brother, I will go drink with you when I have the chance. What are you talking about drinking? Yi Chen, tell me quickly, what big happy news are you hiding? Ding Junhai's voice became urgent. It's the reunion banquet for my 2 daughters. Yi Chen hung up the phone after he finished speaking. The 2 girls were really too clingy, so he had to take time out of his busy schedule to make the call. Ding Junhai was feeling sad while listening to the busy tone on his cell phone. He had always thought Yi Chen was a single young man, but he didn't expect that he already had 2 children. How can he explain this to his daughter Ding Xiaoya? In the past 3 months, Ding Xiaoya often took the opportunity to deliver meals to the construction site to chat with Yi Chen. 2 lunch boxes were delivered each time, and he, as a father, noticed it, but he didn't expect that Yi Chen, a blockhead, couldn't see it and did such a good job of keeping it secret. The other side. Yi Chen was already losing his composure when looking at the baby crying loudly. Daddy, Yuan is hungry. Tuanchuan held the bottle and explained to Yi Chen while eating. Seeing Yuan crying, Yi Chen became even more anxious. But I have prepared the milk powder for you, why doesn't Yuan eat it? Yuan is different from me. I eat milk powder, but she only eats mommy's milk. Daddy, go find mommy quickly. Yi Chen rubbed his eyebrows. The child's verbal expression was not yet fully developed, but he could understand the meaning. Tuanchuan eats milk powder, while Yuan only eats breast milk. But Li Luo just went to work. Yi Chen had no choice but to go find Sister Ping. Sister Ping patted her head and then she remembered that she had forgotten to mention this important information. Normally, Missy would bottle a day's worth of breast milk and put it in the milk box. But today, I forgot to do that because I was in such a hurry to go out. By the way, Sister Ping, generally children should be weaned by the time they are 2 years old. How come Tuanchuan was weaned but Yuan wasn't? Yi Chen thought about it and asked his doubts. Yuan has lacked a sense of security since she was young. She is not used to new things, including being unable to stop breastfeeding. The eldest lady has had a special nutritionist take care of her body for the past 2 years, so she has been breastfeeding in round. Sister Ping explained patiently. Yi Chen patted Yuan's back with his hand. The little baby cried so heartbreakingly that it distressed him. After a while, Li Luo came over. She watched the child crying out of breath, tears welling up in her eyes. At this moment, she no longer cared about Yi Chen's presence. Her maternal instinct made her unbutton her clothes and expose the granary to the slightly cool air. In order to ease the embarrassment between them, Yi Chen turned his head and looked out the window like a gentleman. Although Li Luo gave birth to 2 lovely little daughters for him, they were still strangers after all. Don't even think about how embarrassing it is to undress your private parts in front of a strange man. But after a while, Yuan was still crying very loudly. Miss, your milk is stagnating and you can't produce milk. No wonder Yuan is crying so hard. It turns out she didn't get any. Sister Ping continued anxiously, the nutritionist had surgery for gastroenteritis recently. What should I do if I can't contact her? It's so heartbreaking to see Yuan crying like this. Li Luo was at a loss, looking sad, and she kept blaming herself. Yi Chen felt upset too. He searched the God-level system unconsciously and found that there was indeed a way to exchange milk-pushing skills. Ding! Host, are you willing to spend 300 Nanny points to redeem the God-level milking technique? Exchange. Yi Chen did not hesitate. After the exchange, he felt that his fingers became more flexible, and there was a circle of subtle energy hidden in the palm of his hand. I have learned the technique of breast pushing. If you trust me, honey, I can give it a try. Yi Chen's eyes were sincere and earnest. A layer of blush crept across Li Luo's face. She lowered her head in embarrassment, with a complicated emotion in her eyes. This was the first time Yi Chen called her his wife. She felt like a deer was jumping in her heart and her heart was beating wildly. Seeing the young couple like this and Yuan crying so hard, Sister Ping came out to act as a peacemaker. My dear miss, you are husband and wife, why are you so shy? I think it's more important to feed Yuan. If you are really shy, I will leave first. After Sister Ping left, Yi-Chen put on a blindfold with Li Luoluo's consent, and then climbed up with his hands. He input the true energy in his palm into it. He didn't know if it was because of the system's blessing, or because the nerves in his hands were too developed and sensitive, but Yi-Chen always felt that he could see the towering snow-capped peaks based on the shapes he touched. Perhaps the swelling was relieved, Li Luoluo couldn't help but hum. Realizing her own gaffe, she quickly pursed her red lips, and the blush on her face deepened. Yi-Chen's ears were also red at this moment. Apart from that one-night stand with Li Luoluo when he was drunk, he had never held the hand of any other girl. Trying his best to keep himself fresh and calm, Yi-Chen successfully completed a whole set of massage movements. Yi-Chen, Yuan got the milk. Li Luoluo's voice was soft and filled with joy. She was very grateful to Yi-Chen at this moment. Hearing that Yuan had milk to drink, Yi-Chen's lips curled up slightly. Then I'll go out first. Call me if you need anything. Yi-Chen left the room blindly with a blindfold on, and even bumped into the bench in front of him and almost fell down. Seeing the door being slowly closed by Yi-Chen, an inexplicable emotion flashed across Li Luoluo's watery eyes. This idiot was really adorable in his stupidity, and his honest and upright appearance gave her a great sense of security. Little did he know that Yi-Chen had already seen it all with great satisfaction. Someone, woo la la, I am a big bad wolf in sheep's clothing. Chapter 5 Every day. After Yi-Chen left the room, he heard the voice of the system coming from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host and his wife for completing the interaction. Evil value +1. Agility +1. After searching carefully about the function of evil value, I found that it is used for God-level lottery, but the current evil value points are not enough. Suddenly, there was a pat on his shoulder, which really scared Yi-Chen. It turned out that Sister Ping was still standing at the door, her eyes curved so curved that they looked like crescents. Hey, don't be shy, uncle. It's just an intimate act between husband and wife. Look at your ears, they're all red. This is too innocent. The young lady has been busy with official duties recently and hasn't had a good meal. Now the nutritionist is away for some reason, which makes me so worried. Yi-Chen frowned slightly. Thinking of Yuan crying at the top of her lungs because she had no milk to drink, he felt heartbroken. After searching the system, I found that there are indeed cooking skills that can be exchanged. Due to the fact that there are only 200 daddy points left, Yi-Chen can only redeem S-level cooking skills. As soon as the exchange was completed, Yi-Chen had various recipes in his mind. Crucian carp and tofu soup can help with milk production, that's it. Sister Ping, are there any Crucian carp in the kitchen? Yi-Chen did as he said and walked towards the kitchen. Son-in-law, are you planning to cook? We should have Crucian carp. Lao Gao brought back a few from fishing today. Sister Ping looked at Yi-Chen in surprise. Although she had heard that Yi-Chen came from a poor family, he was now the husband of the eldest lady after all, so it was not the turn of the son-in-law to do the cooking himself. Seeing Yi-Chen put on the apron and sleeves skillfully, Sister Ping hurried forward to persuade him. Sir, just tell the cook what you want to eat. There's no need to do it yourself. Sister Ping, I have learned cooking before. To be honest, the cooking skills of the cooks may not be better than mine. I will take responsibility for any problems. Seeing that Yi-Chen had reached such a point, Sister Ping stopped trying to stop him and her liking for this young man increased a little more. After killing the Crucian carp and scraping off the scales, make knife patterns on it, heat oil in a pan and add onions, ginger, and garlic. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, and Sister Ping's eyes were wide open. After a while, a milky white Crucian carp and tofu soup was ready. In order to avoid monotony, Yi-Chen also made a few appetizers. This smells so good. What is cooking in the kitchen? Has our cook changed? Why does her cooking skills seem like a different person today? You guys don't know, I just saw that it was my uncle who cooked it himself. Oh my god, my son-in-law is not only handsome, but also a great cook. This is the perfect sweetheart in my mind. The maids gathered at the kitchen entrance and chattered, their eyes full of envy. Yi-Chen put the Crucian carp soup and side dishes on a plate and brought it to the door of Li Luoluo's study. Come in. Li Luoluo was tired after just feeding, so she supported her head with her hands and squinted. Put it here first. I have no appetite recently. Just now, thank you. Thinking of the ambiguous scene just now in Yi-Chen's slightly rough fingers, a blush flew across Li Luoluo's cheeks. Miss, this is not just any Crucian carp soup. This is cooked by your brother-in-law himself, and drinking this is good for you. Sister Ping originally planned to close the door to leave the young couple some intimate space, but after hearing what Li Luoluo said, she wanted to stand up for her son-in-law. You did it? An incredible look flashed across Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes. Well, I worked as a cook for a while. Yi Chen lied without changing his expression. This crushing carpon tofu soup can help you produce milk smoothly. I can't push it to you every time in the future. Seeing the glare from Li Luoluo, Yi Chen knew that he had said the wrong thing, and he quickly served the soup to the other party. Yi Chen, you said you used to be a breastfeeding trainer. Does that mean you have breastfeeded other women before? Li Luoluo hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question that concerned him most. For some reason, she felt uncomfortable when she thought about Yi Chen having given massages to women other than her. I worked as a waiter in a bathhouse and only gave breast massages to men. Yi Chen said seriously. At the same time, he shouted in his heart that if he told a lie, he would have to make up for it with countless lies. Fortunately, these are all white lies. After listening to Yi Chen's explanation, Li Luoluo felt less sour in her heart. She slightly opened her red lips and tasted the crushing carp soup. The fish soup goes down the throat and slides into the stomach. It is fresh, fragrant and smooth, a feast for the taste buds. There was a bright light in Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes. She stared at the milky white soup in the bowl in disbelief, then raised her eyes to look at Yi Chen. Your fish soup is delicious, thank you. Wife, if you like it, I will give it to you every day in the future. Yi Chen was speaking from his heart. When he saw Li Luoluo was happy, something in his heart was moved. But suddenly, my nose was choked by the pepper. I held it in for a long time before I managed to hold it in, and I didn't utter the word cook. Li Luoluo thought this was strange. She looked at Sister Ping covering her mouth and laughing, and was shocked to realize the second meaning of this sentence. Her little face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. I cook for you every day. Yi Chen realized that there was ambiguity and immediately added. Suddenly, the ringing of the cell phone on the table broke the quiet and harmonious atmosphere. Li Luoluo looked at the caller ID and saw that it was her assistant calling. Boss Li, Mei Kai has robbed our people. Zhang Dajie has been poached by their company. Promised to sell the copyright of the new song to Mei Kai instead of us. This matter is kept secret. Li Luoluo's cool and royal sister voice carries a firmness that is unique to her. Boss Li, do we really not need to pay extra to get him back? Zhang Dajie is the top singer of our Xingtu. That's not necessary, because there's no need to keep someone whose price has been stolen. Well, I have my own opinion on this matter. After hanging up the phone, Li Luoluo tightened her grip on the phone and frowned slightly. Xingtu Entertainment is one of the subsidiaries of Hurley Group. It has had the most impressive development momentum in recent years and is also the entertainment company that competitors fear the most. As a new generation singer with huge traffic in the domestic entertainment industry in recent years, Zhang Dajie has been a big star and several entertainment companies are competing for him, so it is not surprising that he was poached away. Mei Kai is willing to help Zhang Dajie pay 10 times the penalty for breach of contract to pry the person away, which in itself is a practice that hurts the enemy by 1,000 and hurts oneself by 800. It's just that without the presence of the top singer, Starpath will have less chance of competing for the top 10 when the new song is released next month. Unless I ask my senior for help. Li Luoluo felt dizzy, and she waved her hand slightly to signal Yi Chen to go out first. In fact, Yi Chen searched the system when Li Luoluo called, and there really was the singing king skill. But now his nanny points are not enough to redeem. Then make good use of the time to develop feelings with the two dumplings. Yi Chen looked at the tired beauty with complicated eyes. He must grow up quickly and become her supporter. After all, this is the golden key to a shameless and good life. Chapter 6. My wife is very observant. Daddy, I want to ride a big horse. Daddy, I want to lift you up high. The two little guys, Yuan and Tuan, each pulled one hand, trying to split Yi Chen into two halves. Daddy, you ride my horse first. No, Dad, please lift me up first. Yuan and Tuan started arguing again, neither of them giving in. Although Yi Chen felt relieved when he heard the ding-ding-ding sound of his daddy in his mind, he was also in sweet trouble. Both of them are his good daughters, he really can't take care of them all. Standing in the distance and watching all this, Li Luoluo's red lips couldn't help but slightly curl up, with emotion and happiness flashing in her eyes. My dear miss, they say blood is thicker than water. I think it's true. Ever since the son-in-law came back to play with the two little ladies, Yuan seems to have become more lively and cheerful. Sister Ping exclaimed with satisfaction. she liked Yi Chen as her son-in-law from the bottom of her heart. Not only is he tall and handsome, but he is also extremely patient in accompanying the two young ladies. He can cook and mop the floor, and is polite to the servants. Miss, I think you can get closer to the master. The master is old, why don't you go back and take a look? Just like the son-in-law and the young ladies, there is no father in the world who doesn't care about his daughter. Sister Ping hesitated for a moment, but still said what was hidden in her heart. Li Luola's eyes suddenly turned cold and she looked at Sister Ping seriously. Yi Chen is Yi Chen, he is who he is. Not every father will treat his daughter so well. Sister Ping, you are the elder of the family, let it go this time, don't say these things in the future. Sister Li nodded awkwardly, covered her mouth and promised not to say anything more. Suddenly, Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan, who were playing on the seesaw, screamed. The seesaw that was working fine just now had a loose pulley and the whole board began to shake. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan were both in mid-air, and the two babies were crying loudly in fear. In a flash, Yi Chen pounced over like a flying dragon and used his strong arms to pick up the two little balls, one on each side. Daddy, so awesome. Is Daddy a Superman? Daddy is awesome. Daddy is better than Superman. The two little girls stopped crying and laughed in Yi Chen's arms. Daddy gave them a strong sense of security. Although it was a false alarm, Yi Chen still felt his heart beating thump, thump, thump. Fortunately, I was standing next to the seesaw today, otherwise the two babies would have suffered physical pain. How come my speed became so fast just now? It seems like an instinctive reaction. Is this the system's agility at work? While Yi Chen was deep in thought, he saw a figure flash past the corner not far away. I didn't see his face clearly, but judging from his tall stature, he must be a man. At the same time, Li Luoluo has instructed the housekeeper to investigate all the surveillance. If anything happened to the two babies, Yi Chen would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the responsibility. If this incident was not a coincidence, then it must have been a setup by someone with ulterior motives in order to create a conflict between himself and Yi Chen. Who could this person be? The dragon has a reverse scale, and if it is touched, it will rebound. The two little balls are Li Luoluo's Achilles heel. No matter who it is, no one can hurt them. Butler Gao Shan was shocked when he heard the eldest lady's order. He certainly knew the importance of the two young ladies, and quickly reported the results of the surveillance. Nothing unusual was found? Apart from Yi Chen, no one else approached the entertainment area? Li Luoluo confirmed it again, her cunning eyes probing the old man in front of her. Yes, Mississippi. If you don't believe me, you can watch the surveillance video again. Gao Shan didn't dare to look Li Luoluo in the eye. His eyes were a little vague and his palms were full of sweat. Yi Chen stood aside in silence, but he had already guessed what was going on in his heart. No wonder I felt that the fleeting figure looked so much like a person. That person should be Gao Shan's son, Gao Long. Now everything makes sense. The person that Gao Shan was willing to betray his master to protect is his son. Master Gao, what if I say I want to watch the surveillance playback? Li Luoluo's eyes became sharp and her tone became icy cold. Plop! Gao Shan knelt down on the ground with his old bones, and his whole body began to tremble. I'm sorry, miss, Gao Long probably didn't do it on purpose. There must be some misunderstanding. Gao Shan cried with tears and snot. Since he knew he couldn't hide it anymore, he simply didn't hide it. Dad, you. Everyone has their own actions and they are responsible for their own actions. This matter has nothing to do with my father. It was me who tampered with the seesaw. I am responsible for my own actions and I am responsible for my own actions. Gao Long rushed over and saw his elderly father kneeling on the cold ground, so he knelt down as well. Bang! A cold slap came towards me in the face. His beard trembled from the mountain air. You rebellious child! The young ladies are still children, you rebellious child. I will beat you to death. Gao Long looked a little aggrieved, and he pointed at the mat under the seesaw. I made the cushions several layers thicker, so the young ladies will be fine even if they fall. You rebellious son! Are you crazy? What good will this do you? Gao Shan was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He covered his chest and cried. I did this all because of him. Gao Long couldn't bear it any longer and pointed at Yi Chen and yelled. He is nothing but a piece of trash with no money or power. Does he know the hardship that the eldest daughter has gone through in the past few years raising a child and running a company alone? He only knows how to ask for money, and then pretends to play with his daughters every day. Cao Long originally wanted to express his admiration for Li Luoluo, but when he looked up and saw that fairy-like holy woman, he felt that he was not worthy of her at all. Boss Li, I'm applying for resignation. I, the rebellious son, will resign as well. Gao Shan was so angry that he almost fainted. He had repeatedly warned his son not to discuss or interfere in the affairs of the master's family. Why didn't this rebellious son listen? Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes were slightly angry, and she walked forward and helped Gao Shan up. Mr. Gao, this was done by Gao Shan alone. I will dismiss him. You are an elder of the Li family, so don't wade into this muddy water. When Gao Shan heard what Li Luoluo said, he thought about his own intention to cover up the case and felt so ashamed that he couldn't face anyone. Yi Chen watched all this quietly, and at the same time, he had a deeper understanding of Li Luoluo in his heart. This woman is calm and quick-witted in the face of difficulties. It seems that the suffering she has endured in the past few years is not something that ordinary people can endure. After everyone else left, Li Luoluo couldn't stand Yi Chen's enthusiastic gaze any longer. She blinked her curled eyelashes, and stars appeared in her beautiful eyes. Don't you feel tired of looking at me all the time? In fact, from my height, looking down from above, I can see a vast expanse of snow-capped peaks. They are big, white, and fragrant. Honey, I think it's time to give you a massage. Yi Chen smiled evilly with his mouth crooked. You rascal! Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and she quickly covered her heart with her hands. Chapter 7 My wife is coveted. Inside the magnificent Shangri-La box, Li Luoluo was waiting for someone. Her slender, white fingers were crossed, and she seemed a little restless. In order for Xingtu to have a place on the new song chart next month, she made an appointment to meet with her senior from the music department, Tansen, hoping to get 1 or 2 new songs from him. Tansen came in from outside, exhausted. He had a square face, black-framed glasses, and was tall and strong. Junior sister, you're here so early. It's just 1 or 2 new songs, there's no need to worry so much. Brother, that's not right. I need your help in this matter. If I don't visit you in person, it will show that I am not sincere enough. Li Luoluo smiled, and her pupils under her curled eyelashes were like the stars in the sea. Tansen was dazed for a moment, but he suppressed the weeds in his heart and drank happily with Li Luoluo. Junior sister, it must have been more than 2 years since we last met. That year, you suddenly asked for leave to go home and recuperate for a while. I didn't expect that you would be away for more than 2 years. You know, people's rumors are scary. During the time you were away from school, those people spread rumors about your deeds like crazy. I just don't believe them anyway. Li Luoluo narrowed her beautiful eyes and asked with a smile, I am somewhat interested. What did those people say about me? What they said is all nonsense. They are just jealous that our junior sister is the school belle of our Magic City College. If you really want to hear it, I will tell you. Tansen wanted to say something but stopped himself. He drank the red wine in the glass, then stared into Li Luoluo's eyes with a smile. You suddenly left school to recuperate at that time. Some people said that you were kept by a wealthy man. I naturally didn't believe it. After all, you are the apple of the Li family's eye. Such a thing could not happen. Some people are just like dogs that can't spit out ivory. They even speculate that you went home to take care of the baby. What are you talking about giving birth to twins? Our Li University campus beauty doesn't even have a formal boyfriend, how can she get pregnant and take care of the baby? Lolo, some people are jealous of your beauty and are just sour grapes, so they spread rumors and slander you. But I believe in your character and I will definitely not do such things. Tansen felt that he might be drunk. Why not take advantage of the alcohol to test the other party today and say what he had buried in his heart for many years? Li Luoluo was a little dazed. She felt that there was no need to reveal her private life to her partners. It was obvious that the direction of today's conversation had gone off track. Other people's rumors are not that important. This is the copyright contract. Brother, please sign it if you think there is no problem with it. Tansen had a lot of words stuck in his chest, and he felt suffocated. He saw that Li Luoluo didn't want to discuss with him the reason for leaving school for recuperation, so he took the opportunity to look through the contract in his hand. I think there is nothing wrong with this contract, but using this price, to buy the copyright of my new song, doesn't it seem a lack of sincerity? Tansen pointed to the 10 million written on the contract. Li Luoluo tightened her hands on the hem of her skirt. It turned out that Tansen, whom she hadn't seen for a few years, would ask for such a high price. After all, she was careless. Brother, you also know that I have had some problems with the cash flow recently, but don't worry, as long as the new song is on the charts, I will give you every penny of the subsequent share of the funds. Brother, I'm not the kind of person who only cares about money and not people. With our friendship, I can actually give you the copyright of my new song for free, without charging a penny. As long as you. Tansen stood up and walked slowly to Liluoluo, with clear meaning in his eyes. Lolo, you know I've liked you for a long time. The first time I saw you, my heart was touched. I really want to pursue you, I hope you can give me a chance. Liluoluo dodged Tansen's hug with her graceful figure. Although she was on guard against Tansen, she never expected that he would be so bold. Brother, I am already a mother of 2 children and I have a husband that I love deeply. There is absolutely no possibility between the two of us. Please stop saying such nonsense in the future. Tansen felt a rumbling sound in his head, and the image of Liluoluo in front of him suddenly collapsed. It turned out that the school beauty goddess he had been thinking about for several years had already become someone else's wife, and she was not even a virgin anymore. Pulling the tie around his neck, Tansen felt extremely thirsty. What was even more fatal was that there seemed to be a fire of anger burning in his heart, which directly burned to his lower abdomen. Liluoluo, I always thought you were a pure and innocent girl, but I didn't expect you to be a lustful woman. You deceived me so badly. In this case, I don't have to act with you anymore. Tansen took a step forward. He wanted to hold Liluoluo's slender waist and take advantage of her from behind. He had gone to Wushan with Liluoluo in countless dreams, but he didn't expect that she had already had many children with a strange man. Tansen felt extremely painful when he thought about it. Liluoluo dodged Tansen's hungry pounce with her light body. She ran to the door and wanted to call her bodyguard. The door had been locked from the outside, and no matter how she shouted, there was no response. Stop shouting. Even if you scream your throat out today, no one will come to save you. I booked this box. I have made all the arrangements. While taking off his clothes, Tansen looked at Liluoluo with ill intent. He had a strong chest and well-developed abdominal muscles, showing how strong and powerful he was. Don't come over here. Tansen, you know the strength of our Li family. If you make a wrong move today, you will die without a burial place. Liluoluo's slender figure was pressed against the door panel, her hands behind her back, intending to find 1 or 2 handy tools to attack the opponent when he was off guard. To die under the peony flowers, even as a ghost, one can still be romantic. When the time comes, I will use the video of our friendship as a threat. I don't believe that Mr. Li will watch his precious daughter Qingyu being damaged. Tansen stared at Liluoluo with his fiery gaze, imagining the scene of being ravaged by him in the future. The fire in his lower abdomen burned more and more fiercely. Tansen Yu. Liluoluo felt the sky getting dark and the earth getting dizzy. She supported her body with her hands as the man in front of her got closer and closer. Liluoluo, you are not so stupid as to think that I would force myself on you, right? I have already put something in your cup. Do you feel the burning desire? Tansen looked down at the trembling little man, admiring his rosy face playfully, waiting for his sexual desire to come about. Don't want. Liluoluo put her hands behind her back, holding a fruit knife. This might be her last hope. Then you won't say no, no, but will be like a slut, saying yes, yes, yes. Tamsin smiled evilly. Liluoluo, have you ever heard the saying that if a woman is too beautiful, she will suffer? It's all because you are too beautiful. Chapter 8. Don't be afraid, my dear. I'm here to save you. Liluoluo took advantage of Tansen's approach and stabbed him with the fruit knife from behind with all her strength, but contrary to her expectation, the other party was prepared and simply threw the fruit knife 10 meters away. Liluoluo, you are really smart all your life but foolish for a moment. I, your senior brother, have learned grappling and fighting techniques. If I use too much force later, you can cry as much as you want. Tansen squatted down and looked at Liluoluo with obscene eyes. He swallowed and imagined the scenes that were not suitable for children in his mind. At this moment, the door of the box was kicked open, and Yi Chen appeared in front of Liluoluo like a god sent from heaven. His movements were as fast as lightning, and his attacks were neat and unambiguous. He threw left and right hooks, catching Tansen off guard. Where the hell did you come from, you little bastard? Get as far away from me as possible, okay? If you ruin my good deeds today, I will make you pay for it. Tansen was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He roared helplessly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. I'll give you two choices. One is to get out of here by yourself, and the other is to let me beat you until you get out of here. Which one do you choose? Yi Chen swept his sharp and fierce eyes over. He took off his coat, covered Li Luoluo's slender body with it, and helped the person in his arms sit on the chair. Soon the thugs outside rushed in. They were all Tan Sen's men. He pointed at his thugs triumphantly and looked at Yi Chen with contempt. You little bastard, kneel down and kowtow, call me daddy twice, and I will spare your life. Yi Chen responded loudly, Dad, Mom tastes really good. Tansen was immediately furious. He waved his hand, signaling his thugs to swarm over. Yi Chen believed that he could fight 10 people alone, but there were no less than 20 thugs surrounding him, which made him overwhelmed for a while. His back was hit by a chair, and the bright red blood stained his white shirt. Li Luoluo frowned slightly. Although she couldn't see clearly, she was still aware of Yi Chen's dangerous situation. Tears slid down her beautiful face. Boom! Someone hit Yi Chen on the back of his head with a chair. Yi Chen trembled a few times and shook his head vigorously. Ding! It is detected that the host is currently in danger. Do you consider spending 2 evil points to exchange for S-level ancient martial arts skills? Exchange. Yi Chen heard the system prompt in his mind and chose to exchange it based on his last thought. In an instant, a strong energy started from Dantian and quickly flowed throughout his body. Yi Chen felt that his muscles had improved, and even his mind became much clearer. Many classic ancient martial arts moves quickly replayed in his mind. Yi Chen remembered them all and felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Amid the crackling sounds of fighting, the thugs' bodies were like ragdolls, and were knocked flying by Yi Chen's 3 punches. Tansen's eyes almost popped out of his head in surprise. Could it be that Yi Chen had been holding back on his strength and deliberately playing the role of a pig eating a tiger for him? Don't come over here. You must not come over here. Tansen just watched Yi Chen use his soul-taking kick to directly break the vitals of a thug. He didn't want to be like Wei Zhongxian and give up the entire sea of flowers for a single flower like Li Luoluo. The fishy yellow urine stains overflowed from his pants. Tansen hid in the corner and shivered, not even daring to look Yi Chen in the eye as he looked into Yi Chen's murderous gaze. Roll! Yi Chen squeezed out the words from between his teeth. His deep gaze now fell on the beauty lying on the table. Li Luoluo curled up her body. She felt as if she was poisoned and longed for a force to save her. Yi Chen picked up Li Luoluo and carried her horizontally. He quickly checked into a room and took Li Luoluo to the bathroom in the suite. The icy cold water from the shower sprayed towards Li Luoluo, and she became a little more rational. Seeing that it was Yi Chen, Li Luoluo couldn't hold back any longer. She sobbed softly, hoping that Yi Chen could help her. Li Luoluo, wake up. Yi Chen rubbed his temple with his hands. Although he had fantasized about renewing his relationship with Li Luoluo, it was not a situation like this. He did not want to take advantage of someone in distress. Li Luoluo wanted to unbutton his shirt. Her fair skin was exposed to the air, and her body pressed against the bathtub, hoping that the coolness would wake her up. Yi Chen's blood boiled with excitement. Although his mind told him not to take advantage of someone in distress, this was too maddening. He felt more uncomfortable than being tortured to death. The black and white angels in his mind were fighting each other, and Yi Chen directly directed the shower head towards his head. Li Luoluo's voice was very soft, and she looked at Yi Chen, who was sitting next to the bathtub with tearful eyes. Am I really that unattractive? Li Luoluo just didn't believe it. She thought of the scene in the movie where the white snake danced, and tried her best to imitate it with the little bit of rationality she had left. There was an ambiguous atmosphere in the air. The black angel in Yi Chen's mind finally defeated the white angel. He smiled evilly and clung to it. They didn't know how time passed, and the two of them just kept doing what they loved without rest or sleep. The butterflies in the dream fluttered and blossomed their own beauty in the bright night sky. Yi Chen felt that this dream was getting longer and longer, and he didn't even want to wake up again. The next day, Li Luoluo didn't want to pay attention to Yi Chen the whole day. She pouted and was angry. Although she knew that she was the one who took the initiative yesterday, Yi Chen was just too eager to take action. Wife, where do you feel uncomfortable? I have learned massage techniques, can I massage you wherever you feel uncomfortable? Yi Chen knew very well that a strong woman was afraid of a clingy man. Perhaps it was because he was too unrestrained yesterday, so it was understandable that Li Luoluo was acting like a spoiled little girl. Go away. I'm in so much pain that I can't even get out of bed. I don't want to bother with you. Li Luoluo covered her head with the quilt. Thinking of the madness of yesterday, she felt too ashamed to see Yi-chen again. Originally, she was in control of the game, but as they played, Yi-chen took control of the game, making her heart flutter. After checking Li Luoluo's symptoms, the private doctor rolled his eyes at Yi-chen, and the contempt in his tone and attitude was evident. It's not a bad thing for young people to exercise, but excessive exercise is not good. This person got injured, and I don't know what he used. Upon hearing this, Li Luoluo buried her head deeper in shame, and the scene from yesterday flashed through her mind again like a movie. She was conscious at first, but then lost consciousness due to the pain. I didn't expect Yi-chen to take advantage of someone else's misfortune? Isn't this too much of a waste? No wonder she was in so much pain that she couldn't get out of bed. Oh. You're a big bad, stinking pervert. The more Li Luoluo thought about it, the angrier she became. She ignored her image as an iceberg beauty and transformed herself into a competitive little cat, using her nails to save Yi-chen. I guarantee with my cousin's happiness that I'm not that wretched. The doctor has already told me, and you still want to lie to me. Yi-chen held Li Luoluo in his arms, then looked at the bottle of ointment on the bedside table and said maliciously, "Wife, be good. Your husband will apply the ointment for you." Li Luoluo's pretty face was almost bleeding from embarrassment. Chapter 9 Wife, you can't abandon me. Ding. Congratulations to the host and his wife for successfully interacting at a negative distance. Gained evil value plus 10 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the beauty. You will be rewarded with a god-level lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the title of 3 Realms Singing King. Do you want to claim it? Receive. Yi-chen felt happy as he listened to the system prompt sound in his mind. What a thoughtful system this is. All the novels I read before were wasted. My system is as meticulous as my father. With the protection of the Singing King attribute, a huge music library appeared in Yi-chen's mind, and all the songs in it were songs he had never heard before. Yi-chen closed his eyes and hummed the songs. The melodies of these songs were all imprinted in his mind and he could recite them fluently. When I was surrounded by enemies on all sides. Drinking wine with the sky. Even if I never come back, what does this battle matter? The spear pierces the clouds, letting go of the worries of a lifetime. Looking at the cold moon like a bud. I am alone, riding a horse, and I have nothing to say about life and death. Yi-chen couldn't help but humming. He felt that the mood of the song was very good, so his voice unconsciously rose a few notes. Lifting weights and singing at the same time. Yi-chen felt that his lung capacity was good, and his efficiency in lifting weights had improved a lot recently, and his biceps had become much bigger. Sweat was pouring down his bronze skin, but Yi-chen didn't feel tired. Instead, he felt refreshed, and the sound of his humming became much louder unconsciously. Then he didn't know that outside his window, he was surrounded by a group of fangirls. The maids looked inside through the windowsill, their faces blushing and their hearts beating fast. My son-in-law has such a great body. I really want to touch his biceps. If I were to choose to touch my uncle's 8-pack abs, did you see how sweaty he is? It's really tempting. Wow, not only is the son-in-law handsome, but his singing voice is also top-notch. What song is he singing? Why can't I find it online? This song of Uncle's son-in-law fully demonstrates his male hormones. I feel like I'm going crazy when I hear "Gun Out Like a Dragon." The sound I heard from the son-in-law and the young lady last time was even more exciting than the Japanese movies. Do you want to form a group next time? The maid named Taozi covered her face and talked more and more excitedly, not noticing that the danger was approaching behind her. Miss. When the maids saw Li Luoluo coming, they immediately returned to their respective posts, some wiping the table and some mopping the floor. Taozi was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe. Her face turned red and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Do you all feel that there is less work to do? When Sister Ping saw that Li Luoluo looked strange, she immediately sent him away. After everyone had left, Li Luoluo could finally hear the singing in the gym. It must be powerful and have strength. Is this really sung by Yi-chen? Li Luoluo looked inside and saw Yi-chen, who was still lifting weights seriously. His bronze skin was covered in sweat, his profile was angular and full of masculinity. He has broad shoulders, long legs, a masculine waist, 8 well-arranged abdominal muscles, and he looks indescribably handsome when he is seriously lifting weights. This is the little electric motor in the world. Liluoluo felt her thoughts drifting further and further away, and she tried hard to shake her head to make herself serious. Why did she become so dirty? Could it be that he has been with Yi Chen for too long, so he is influenced by the bad company he keeps? You're here? Yi Chen saw Liluoluo standing at the door and greeted her in a familiar manner. Ever since the two of them met again and had negative distance contact, their relationship seemed to have become subtle. The song you just sang, was it your original work? Oh, of course. Yes, I like to sing when I have nothing to do. Yi Chen can now tell lies without blushing or beating his heart, as if it were a common occurrence. After all, with the system in hand, the world is mine. Really? What's the name of this song? There was a hint of surprise in Liluoluo's eyes, and her perky little nose turned a little red because of excitement. Treading Mountains and Rivers. Then can you help me? Help me get this song into the top 10 of next month's new song chart? There were stars in Liluoluo's beautiful eyes. She looked at Yi Chen excitedly. She no longer looked like the iceberg beauty she had at the beginning, but instead looked more like a little fangirl. It's not impossible to help you, but there is a condition. What conditions? Honey, you see, we have such a good relationship now. Would you like to consider letting me move into your room and sleep together? Yi Chen smiled in a somewhat rogue manner, glancing at the plump breasts of Liluoluo from time to time. Stop dreaming. Liluoluo looked awkwardly at Sister Ping, who was standing next to her. If she agreed to Yi Chen, wouldn't he that be inviting a wolf into the house? Sister Ping went out tactfully. After all, the couple were just flirting with each other, so why was she standing there acting as a third wheel? Honey, you can't just abandon me. I'm not a tool that you can call upon and dismiss at will. I'll be sad if you do this. Yi Chen didn't expect Liluoluo to refuse so decisively. He pouted sadly and aggrievedly. What a scumbag this woman is. You got him, you squeezed him dry, and now you're rejecting him? Seeing Yi Chen looking as lost as a little child, Liluoluo was also distracted for a moment. It was my fault last time. I was drugged then, too. Husband, can you give me the copyright to this song? Liluoluo's voice was very soft. It was her first time to act like a spoiled child while being conscious, and she didn't feel used to it. Don't think I'll soften my heart just because you act coquettishly. I'm a real person. My gratitude is not expressed in words, but in actions. Yi Chen deliberately didn't look at Liluoluo's little woman's behavior. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and would kill her on the spot. Yi Chen Yu. Seeing Yi Chen turn around and leave, Liluoluo felt melancholy, and she hurried forward to grab him. At this moment, Yi Chen was only wearing sweatpants, his upper body was covered with sweat, and there were water droplets on the ground. Liluoluo did not stand firmly and walked too fast, and her high heels slipped and she fell forward. Yi Chen reacted quickly and hugged Liluoluo's slender waist, and the two of them fell onto the air cushion on the side together. Liluoluo and Yi Chen fell down like this, her graceful and exquisite figure pressed against his slender and powerful figure, and their lips touched each other. The scent of male youth hormones filled her nose, and Liluoluo felt Yi Chen's hot breath spraying on her earlobe. She lowered her beautiful eyes shyly. You hit me. Yi Chen frowned. Ha? Liluoluo was confused. She was a woman, so she should be the one being pushed, right? Your elbow hit my chest and it hurts. Yi Chen explained. Only then did Liluoluo realize that the top of his elbow was exactly at the center of the pectoralis major. You deserve it, you're going to be poor. No, let me do it now, otherwise it's not fair. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grinned evilly. Liluoluo waved her hands in shock. For a moment, the gym was filled with the sounds of handsome men and beautiful women laughing and playing. Chapter 10 Wife, this is what happens when you anger me. Dad, I want to hear your story. Daddy, I want to lift you up high. Daddy, I want to play on the slide. Daddy, I want milk. The two little dumplings would usually cling to Yi Chen after school, making Yi Chen feel sweetly troubled. Yuan, Daddy is a man, and Daddy's grandmother has no milk. Yi Chen explained to Yuan with tears in his eyes. No wonder the little guy was drooling over his pectoral muscles just now, it turns out he regarded it as his granary. It's all because I lift too much weights, my pectoralis major muscles are a little big? I don't care. I want to drink milk. I want to drink my dad's milk. Yuan was hungry after playing, and she wanted to drink milk immediately. So a small toy Yuan was hung on Yi Chen's leg, and she climbed up very hard, like a nimble little monkey. Yi Chen was afraid that the baby would fall, so he simply lay down and rolled up his shirt to show Yuan. Yuan, look, Daddy's grandma is a fake grandma. It's not as big as Mommy's grandma. That's why Daddy doesn't have a grandma. Yuan didn't care about anything and just bit Yi Chen's pectoral muscles. Because she didn't get the ration she had imagined, Yuan sucked hard. Yi Chen grimaced in pain, and he didn't know whether to hit him or scold him. Wow, Daddy's grandma is fake. Wow, I want to go find Mommy. Yuan cried even louder, choking with grievance. Tuanchuan looked at Yuan leisurely. Mama's chatting with Aunt Hui via video. Tuanchuan, let's continue playing games. Woo, no, Tuanchuan is hungry. Seeing Yuan let go, Yi Chen immediately lowered his head to check his body. Unexpectedly, he was bitten by the little guy. No wonder it was so painful. I really owe you guys this in my last life. Yi Chen picked up Tuan helplessly and walked towards Li Luoluo's study. In the study, Li Luoluo was video chatting with her good friend Shi Linghui. Shi Linghui screamed excitedly on the other end of the video. Luoluo, your company's new song is called Treading Mountains and Rivers. Did you know that it has been shortlisted in the top 3 of the new song list? I was wondering when Zhang Dajie changed his style. It turns out that this song was not composed by him. Make I thought he had stolen your mainstay this time, but I didn't expect that you guys still had one song left. Li Luoluo agreed with a smile. When she thought that the song was written by Yi Chen, she felt her face light up and her heart sweet. After spending these few days together, Yi Chen has brought her so many surprises. Lolo, I noticed something's wrong with you lately? Is there something wrong with me? Why didn't I notice it? Li Luoluo hurriedly tried to cover up. I noticed that you've been acting like a little girl a lot these days, which doesn't fit your previous image of an iceberg beauty at all. Tell me quickly, are you in love? Or do you have a mistress hidden in your house? Shi Linghui had a sharp eye and she saw something was wrong when Li Luoluo was absent-minded. I didn't. Hui, please stop talking nonsense. Li Luoluo blushed with embarrassment, and she quickly changed the subject. Hui, how are you and Lin Feng doing recently? You have been married for 3 years, and you still don't have a child. Shi Linghui was so angry when she heard the name of her husband Lin Feng that her face turned black and she looked like she had lost all hope in life. How could he and I possibly have a child? I don't even let him sleep with me. I'm telling you, Luoluo, Lin Feng is just a gigolo. My family is urging me to divorce him. I'm so worried. You don't want to divorce him, which means you still love him. In fact, I think the relationship between husband and wife can be cultivated slowly. If you two do some naughty things together, maybe you two will become inseparable. When Li Luoluo said this, the image of Yi Chen lifting weights kept appearing in her mind. The corners of her mouth unconsciously rose slightly, and somewhere in her heart softened. Suddenly, she felt as if her clothes were being lifted up. She was surprised and her almond-shaped eyes slightly curled up. She quickly grabbed the rough and powerful hands. What are you doing? Li Luoluo looked at Yi Chen who was squatting on the ground and asked him. She was still video chatting with her best friend, so it was not easy for her to ask directly. Give Yuan some milk. Yi Chen pointed at the tearful little crybaby Yuan, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. When Li Luoluo saw Yuan with tears on her face, her defense broke down in a second. Her best friend was still asking her about something, so she can only let Yi Chen deal with it. Lolo, who are you talking to? No, nothing. The nanny at home said Yuan was hungry, so she brought the child over to feed her milk. Li Luoluo's face flushed and she lowered the volume of her voice to avoid making inappropriate noises that might be heard by her bestie. When Yi Chen heard Li Luoluo say that he was a nanny and not a husband, he was so angry. Who would be a nanny and sell her body in art? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The angrier I get, the more I want revenge. Yi Chen thought about how his pectoralis major was bitten by the naughty kid, so he wanted to give the kid a taste of his own medicine. Well. Hui, listen to my explanation. Yuan has grown teeth, so sometimes when she drinks milk I get bitten, but this time it really hurt. Li Luoluo covered her mouth with her delicate hands to prevent herself from making any strange noises that might cause misunderstanding among her best friends. She looked down in surprise, her face becoming even more embarrassed. You can't do this, go away. Li Luoluo pushed Yi Chen's head with her hand, her little face flushed red, like a bright and juicy flower. Yi Chen felt the sweet taste in his mouth, and then he understood why Yuan Yuan preferred breast milk instead of formula. They were really not on the same level. Li Luoluo found that she couldn't push him away, and she didn't want to get up and leave in front of her best friend. She felt the pain and was so ashamed that her watery eyes soon became misty. Lolo, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Why are you crying? Sure, Linghui noticed something unusual and asked with concern. No, the naughty kid bit me with his teeth. Hui, I have other things to do today. Let's make an appointment another day. Li Luoluo closed the chat video as if escaping, and her teeth were trembling with anger. Yi Chen, you filthy rascal, get out of here. How can you do this in front of a child? Yi Chen also knew that he had made enough trouble, so he raised his head and also lifted Yuan Yuan's head, indicating that his hands were still covering Yuan Yuan's eyes. It turned out that Yuan Yuan was only focused on drinking milk and didn't care that her eyes were blocked. Yes, my dear. From now on, I won't do this kind of thing in front of the children. Let's do it quietly. Yi Chen smiled slyly and wiped his mouth contentedly. I did not mean that. Li Luoluo was very angry. Chapter 11. I brought you some girlfriends. Office of the President of Meikai Group. Tansen was smoking with a sad face. He was the behind-the-scenes shareholder of Meikai, and it was he who poached Zhang Dajie. Zhang Dajie sat uncomfortably on the sofa opposite. He did not expect that his new song would be pushed off the charts. Boss, maybe I'm not very lucky this time. Next song, I will definitely get back to the top 10. Next song? Did you know that Meikai spent 200 million yuan in liquidated damages to recruit you from Xingtu? Zhang Dajie wiped the sweat off his face, a desperate look reflected from behind his glasses. I know, but when this song first came out, it was obviously well received by fans. At this time, the phone rang, and Tansen waved his hand, signaling Zhang Dajie not to speak. What? You mean to say that Xingtu actually bought so many news headlines just to suppress Zhang Dajie's new song? After hanging up the phone, Tansen rubbed his temples with his hands and angrily scrolled through the news on his phone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dajie also started checking the news. Normally he is a music composer and singer. He concentrates on his creation and doesn't pay attention to the news. Famous singer Zhang Dajie did not hesitate to fall out with his former boss in order to curry favor with his former boss. The quality of the singer is too poor. Is it the indifference of the world or the temptation of money? Zhang Dajie is willing to break his contract with Xingtu for a salary of hundreds of millions. Zhang Dajie was arrested for keeping a mistress, and was kept by the CEO of Meikai? What the hell is this? Is it the fashion for these gossip reporters to make up stories now? It's really disgusting. Zhang Dajie spat out a mouthful of blood. His sexual orientation was distorted. It was simply outrageous. Boss Tan, don't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame Xingtu. They are willing to spend a lot of money to blackmail me. You have to stand up for me. If I hadn't been poached by you, there wouldn't be so many troubles. Tansen impatiently stubbed out the ash on his cigarette. I see, you go create the next new song first, I'll take care of Xingtu here. After Zhang Dajie left, Tansen looked at the exquisite wooden box in the drawer. Perhaps it was time to use his trump card. Yi Chen hasn't been back to school for several days, and it would be unreasonable for him not to go back. Sons, look what good things Daddy brought back for you. Yi Chen entered the dormitory carrying bags and boxes of various sizes. Wang Yangguang, who was playing games with headphones on, looked back and saw the mechanical keyboard he had been dreaming of. Oh my god, Yi Chen, are you being kept by a rich woman? I remember this mechanical keyboard must cost more than 5,000, right? Hearing what Wang Yangguang said, Su Ji, who was concentrating on watching a Japanese action movie, also pressed the pause button and looked over. Brother Chen, you brought such a good mechanical keyboard to Yangguang, what gift did you give me? You should know that I gave you a lot of resources in the past. I brought you several girlfriends. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he pointed at the bag and the smile on his face began to become obscene. Su Ji was totally confused. He took the bag and opened it, and was completely stunned. Brother Chen, you brought me so many dolls, but you didn't even help me charge them. You're too mean. Why? We are TS, but you never gave me a real school beauty girlfriend. Yang Wang has a mechanical keyboard worth thousands. I don't accept it. Yi Chen calmly flipped open the tag and showed it to Su Ji. Nonsense. We are a group of tea friends, how can I not be nice to you? Look at this doll, it costs 3,000. I gave you 7, and each night is different. Su Ji flipped open the tag and saw that it was true. He couldn't wait to blow one up, and then found that this material could be compared to bionics. Brother Chen, I really didn't expect you to give me such a big gift this time. I feel embarrassed. I told you that I have the latest resources here. I will give you the network disk later. Sushi said with a lecherous look, and on the page of his laptop there were a few big words clearly written, a classic action movie that men must watch. Yi Chen made an OJBK gesture, patted Su Ji on the shoulder and said, okay, thank you, brother. This time, you can give me some fancy things. The 18 styles can no longer satisfy me. You're talking as if you have a girlfriend, Brother Chen. But to be honest, that school beauty Ding has been standing outside our dormitory every day waiting for you these past few days, bringing you food and coke every day. When you were not here, we ate the food. Wan Yangguang stuck his head out and glanced out the window inadvertently. It was really Ding Xiaoya. Speaking of the devil, I'm telling you, Brother Chen, why are you so picky? School beauty Ding has been pursuing you for a year, right? You're just not interested. If it were us, we would have pounced on her long ago. Hey, where's she? Wang Yangguang was still chattering away, but when he turned around, he saw that Yi Chen had already run away. He lowered his head to look out the window and saw that guy was already standing next to Ding Xiaoya. Downstairs. Yi Chen took the lunchbox and coke from Ding Xiaoya, smiled sincerely and said, thank you, Sister Xiaoya, how about we find a place where no one is around to chat? Ding Xiaoya looked at Yi Chen with complicated eyes. She had a lot to say, but she still nodded obediently. Arrived at the cafe. Yi Chen ordered a cappuccino for Ding Xiaoya and an iced American coffee for himself. Thank you, Brother Chen, for remembering my preferences. Ding Xiaoya wore a violet dress today, which made her skin look whiter and more radiant. Most girls like to drink cappuccino or latte, and I just order whatever I want. Yi Chen spoke frankly. He knew that giving Ding Xiaoya unnecessary fantasies would only make her fall deeper and deeper. Xiaoya, don't bring me food anymore. I've actually found a new job. And I've always treated you like a sister. If you need any help, just tell me. Ding Xiaoya's shoulders trembled slightly, and when she looked up again, her face was covered with tears, and her eyeliner was smudged. Yi Chen, I never wanted to be your sister. I just wanted to be your girlfriend. In fact, I fell in love with you the moment you saved me. Don't you really feel nothing for all my efforts over the past year? Ding Xiaoya's eyes were swollen from crying. Now she finally understood why Yi Chen brought her to the quiet coffee shop. It turned out that it was just to reject her. Xiaoya, I hope you can understand that I didn't save you that time because I like you. If it was anyone else, I would have risked my life to save them. You are Uncle Ding's daughter, and I don't want to waste your youth. You are suitable for a better boy, and that boy is not me, don't you understand? Yi Chen looked sincere and spoke his true feelings honestly. Brother Yi Chen, I can really do anything for you. I saved 30,000 yuan for Aunt's medical treatment. Although it's a drop in the bucket, I hope you can accept it. This is my heartfelt gift. Although you have rejected me 3 times, I will not give up. Just wait and I will become better and better. One day you will fall in love with me. Yi Chen's expression turned stern. Ding Xiaoya, you know how hard it is for your father to work on the construction site. It's better to give this money to your father than to give it to me. The two people then started pushing and shoving each other, and neither of them was willing to take the bank card. Snap! The bank card fell to the ground. Ding Xiaoya wiped her tears and ran out. There was only Yi Chen in her heart and there was no room for anyone else. At this moment, in the corner outside the floor-to-ceiling window, a dark figure wearing a baseball cap was taking pictures. Gao Long pushed his cap down, and the corners of his mouth curled up happily. Yi Chen, you scumbag. You are eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. I will let Li Luo Luo know your true face. Chapter 12 Rewards Akina Mountain Driving Skills. Yi Chen watched Ding Xiaoya leave and fell into deep thought. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to give the bank card to Lao Ding. I can't let this little girl fall deeper into my trap. Ding! Congratulations to the host for withstanding the temptation from the S-level beauty Ding Xiaoya. His loyalty to his wife Li Luo Luo moved the heavens. hereby rewards the host with a Lamborghini Veneno. And rewards an elite-level special assistant, Yi. Yi is good at both literature and martial arts and can hack computers. Host, please pay attention to the information of prestige friends. The car is currently parked at the school playground. Please pick it up as soon as possible. Hearing the mechanical broadcast of the system in his mind, Yi-Chen suddenly felt that happiness came too suddenly. The system is really a friendly system. It actually gave him a luxury car worth tens of millions. Touching the key of the Lamborghini Veneno with extraordinary texture in his pocket, Yi-Chen's heart was shaking with excitement, and he felt very relieved in his heart. At the same time, a book appeared in my mind, Akina Mountain Car God Operating Skills. Wait, why does it come with an elite assistant? Yi-Chen was a little puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. The most urgent thing was to go to the school playground and pick up the car. Madu College football field. The bright red Lamborghini Veneno was parked in the middle of the football field. More and more students gathered around, but no one dared to step forward. They only dared to watch from a distance and were not brave enough to play with it. After all, if such an expensive luxury car gets a scratch on the paint, you can't even afford to compensate. This sports car looks so cool, I wonder which rich second generation is driving it. Rich people just like to have fun. They actually parked such an expensive supercar on the school football field. If someone shoots and breaks it, the whole family won't be able to afford the compensation even if they lose their lives. What kind of car is this? Is it so expensive? At this time, a tall boy with red hair walked out of the crowd. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he pointed at the classmate next to him and laughed sarcastically. Haven't you heard of the Lamborghini Veneno? You country bumpkins, this is the world's top luxury car. Zhang Yuanhang raised the corner of his mouth and pointed at the Lamborghini behind him with his thumb. The corner of his mouth formed a standard Nike logo, and he continued to speak arrogantly. I think you guys drive too many QQ and Cherry cars. A 70 million Lamborghini is simply a fantasy to you. Let me give you some scientific advice. When the students who were watching heard the price of the luxury car, the crowd started to get agitated and everyone involuntarily stepped back, fearing that they would scratch the car paint. Zhang Yuanhang was even more excited when he saw the crowd commotion. He took a step forward and pointed at the Lamborghini and said, "Do you know? There are only 14 Lamborghini Venenos in the world. It's a great honor for you to see this luxury car in person. Brother Yuanhang, how do you know so much about Lamborghini? Is this car yours?" A boy with glasses prostrated himself with envy. When Zhang Yuanhang heard his classmate ask this, he was slightly embarrassed for a moment. He touched the back of his head and said, it's a Lamborghini Veneno. My uncle has one at home, so I know it better. When the classmates heard Zhang Yuanhang say this, they all looked at him with envy. They knew that Zhang Yuanhang was a second-generation rich man, but they didn't know that his family was so wealthy that his uncle was willing to lend him a Lamborghini Veneno. Yi-Chen saw a large circle of people surrounding the football field from a distance, and he knew without guessing that the car must be parked there. Seeing Yi-Chen walking through the crowd and heading towards the Lamborghini Veneno, Zhang Yuanhang suddenly became furious. Zhang Yuanhang had been pursuing the school beauty Ding Xiaoya for so long but had never succeeded. However, Ding Xiaoya fell in love with Yi-Chen and followed him around all day, which made him very embarrassed. "Hey, you stinky boy who's carrying bricks at the construction site, I advise you not to rush to look at the car. If I had known earlier, you would never be able to afford this car in your lifetime." Yi-Chen remained unmoved and continued to walk towards the poison. He felt that he didn't need to pay attention to being bitten by a dog, after all, he was not a dog. "Yi-Chen, don't you understand what I'm saying? This is a Lamborghini Veneno. Can you afford it if you knock off a piece of paint? With your speed of moving bricks?" Zhang Yuanhang stretched out his arms to block Yi-Chen. He wanted to humiliate this ignorant guy in public. Ding Xiaoya has rejected him 10 times, but she just fell in love with such a poor boy. How can Zhang Yuanhang, a top rich second generation, keep his dignity? "Zhang Yuanhang, you're going too far. Let Brother Chen go." A sweet and majestic voice sounded from behind Zhang Yuanhang. The person who came was Ding Xiaoya, who was wearing a violet Chanel-style dress. "Brother Chen? You call me so intimately? Ding Xiaoya, are you short-sighted? You leave a tall, rich and handsome guy like me behind and chase after Yi-Chen?" When Zhang Yuanhang saw Ding Xiaoya protecting Yi-Chen like this, his face twisted with anger and he roared angrily. "I didn't do what you said. Zhang Yuanhang, don't go too far. Ding Xiaoya's expression became complicated. She didn't dare to look directly at Yi Chen. She just hoped that this farce would end soon. Zhang Yuanhang, I don't want to waste time talking to you, but I warn you, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. Yi Chen pushed away Zhang Yuanhang, who was blocking the way in front of him. The latter staggered backwards without moving his body. Zhang Yuanhang was furious. He continued to humiliate Ding Xiaoya. Have you seen this Lamborghini Veneno? If you follow Yi Chen, a poor guy, you will never have the chance to own such a top supercar in your life. Ding Xiaoya retorted, I would rather cry on a bicycle than laugh on a top-notch supercar. Xiaoya. Yi Chen looked at Ding Xiaoya with a complicated expression. Although he was moved by Nizi's words, he knew not to give people unnecessary hope, so he walked towards the poison without stopping. Ha, this poor guy is really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. If you damage the Lamborghini Veneno, can you afford to pay for it? Zhang Yuanhang felt hurt by Ding Xiaoya's criticism, and turned to vent his anger on Yi Chen. Yi Chen walked closer to Du Yao, controlled the car key in his remote control, and the butterfly wings of the Lamborghini slowly opened. He got into the car gracefully and calmly, and drove away. Suddenly, the crowd around burst into exclamations and started talking in surprise. As a bystander, I just thought that this Lamborghini Veneno belonged to young Master Zhang. This reversal is amazing. I didn't expect it to be Yi Chen's car. This Yi Chen is really a person who can't be judged by appearance. I always thought he was an unknown poor pretty boy, but I didn't expect him to be a hidden rich second generation. Is Yi Chen carrying bricks to experience life? He has deceived all of us. He is not an ordinary person who can afford such an expensive top-level supercar. Zhang Yuanhang just kept bragging, like a heifer riding a rocket, boasting to the sky, but in the end this luxury car has nothing to do with him. Zhang Yuanhang listened to his classmates' discussions and his face turned green with anger. It turned out that he was the clown? Chapter 13, The Pear Tree Overshadows the Begonia. Starway Company. Li Luoluo looked at the email sent to the unfamiliar mailbox and her expression turned from sunny to cloudy. She had just talked to Yi Chen on the phone and learned that the two babies were doing well and missed their mom very much. The most important thing was that Yi Chen took this opportunity to say a lot of cheesy love words to her. But now, the cold computer screen showed photos of Yi Chen and a beautiful woman kissing and cuddling each other. Li Luoluo felt extremely heartbroken and a sore feeling. She had never felt this way before. It's like your favorite toy has been taken away by someone else. After calling his assistant, Li Luoluo calmed down. Help me find the girl in the photo. I want all her information within 10 minutes. Assistant Luo Lin was a little confused for a moment. Bossly, I remember that our Shinto company didn't recruit any new people, right? But this girl looks quite pure and pretty. Noisy. Li Luoluo hung up the phone indifferently. She hugged herself with her arms, her mind filled with the assistant's words praising the girl. Could it be that Yi Chen really fell in love with that girl? The red flag is flying at home, and the colorful flags are fluttering outside? Yi Chen is not that kind of person. Li Luoluo comforted herself, but her eyes were still sore. In terms of age, Li Luoluo was 1 year older than Yi Chen. She was really scared, afraid that Yi Chen liked girls younger than her. 10 minutes later, Li Luoluo got all the information about Ding Xiaoya. It turns out that he is Yi Chen's pursuer. Please keep an eye on this girl for me. If she is with Yi Chen someday, report to me immediately. Li Luoluo said in a stern tone. By the way, please help me check the ID of the person who sent me the email. I need this person's IP and information. Rolling heard the busy tone coming from the other end of the phone, beep, 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 and thought to herself that this son-in-law is really doing well in the business. He is not satisfied with having a beautiful woman at home, and he wants to cheat on her outside. Isn't this too much fun? Li Luoluo gently pressed her chest with her delicate hands, reminding herself not to think too much. She saw Yi Chen's excellence clearly, regardless of wealth and power. So there are always people who care about outstanding people. And who knows, maybe someone is trying to sow discord between the couple. Suddenly, the beep beep sound on WeChat brought Li Luoluo back to reality. As soon as he saw it was Tansen, Li Luoluo didn't want to pay any attention to him. Tansen, Luoluo, my dear junior sister, I had a brain seizure and drank too much last time, so I did that to you. Can you forgive me? Tansen, I was also drugged by a sinister person that time. Junior sister, you must believe me. This time I came to you because I really have something to tell you. Don't ignore me. Liluoluo, if you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I will delete you directly? Just as she was about to press the button to delete the WeChat contact, a photo sent by the other party made Liluoluo completely panic. What was prominently visible in the photo was a mahogany box, inside which was placed a crystal-clear jade bracelet. Liluoluo was going crazy, and she immediately called Tan Sen. How did you get my mother's relics? Tan Sen's obscene voice with a victor came from the other end of the phone. The fact that Liluoluo is so anxious means that this thing holds a very important position in her heart. I just said that Luoluo and I are destined to be together. If you had obeyed me last time, I would have given you everything you wanted, not just this bracelet. Liluoluo's voice trembled again. This was a relic her mother left to her before she died. Because she was still young at the time, the thing had always been with her father. Tan Sen, I think we need to discuss terms. You set the price for this bracelet. My conditions are very simple. First, you need to withdraw your news reports about Zhang Dajie. Second, you need to sleep with me. After all, you are a woman who has given birth to a child. There is no need to pretend to be pure. Tan Sen was chewing gum playfully. In front of his eyes appeared Liluoluo's beautiful little face and her devilish figure that made his blood boil. He felt as if 10,000 ants were crawling in his heart. Tan Sen, don't even think about it. Liluoluo hung up the phone directly. She was disgusted by the other party's greasy and vulgar image. Until Yichen came to the company to bring her food, Liluoluo had no appetite to eat. Yichen put on disposable gloves and picked crayfish for Liluoluo, asking intentionally or unintentionally. Honey, I see you're in a bad mood today. Which bastard made you angry? I'm going to beat him up. Liluoluo didn't say anything. She turned her head away and didn't eat the lobster meat that Yichen handed to her. Because whenever I thought of those photos of Yichen and Ding Xiaoya, my heart began to ache. Could it be that I am the bastard who made my wife angry? Honey, just tell me what I did that makes you unhappy, and I will change it, isn't it? No matter what, you shouldn't go against delicious food. There is a saying that goes, only love and delicious food should not be wasted. Yichen smiled with curved eyebrows and said heartlessly. Because he knows one thing, wives are meant to be coaxed, and if he can coax his wife happy, he can do whatever he wants and live a shameless life. Do all men like young girls? Liluoluo began to regret what she said. Facing Yichen's meaningful look, her eyes began to avoid him. That's not what I meant. Yichen, don't let your imagination run wild. I have a friend who is the same age as me, and her husband is a little younger than her. Recently, she found out that her husband cheated on her, and she came to me to talk. I don't know how to comfort her. Yichen coughed lightly a few times, then continued to pick the crayfish. Most men like young girls. After all, little girls are inexperienced, innocent, and cute. They can be tricked into bed with just a few sweet words. Men are all villains who think with their lower body. If I had a pair of scissors, I would cut off all the unfaithful men in the world. Liluoluo was so angry that her chest was gasping for breath, and tears began to well up in her eyes. She looked at Yichen and asked seriously, Then Yichen, do you think you are the one among most men? Seeing Liluoluo's probing gaze, Yichen said slowly, I think I am just an ordinary man. In ancient times, Bai Jui said that a tree of pear blossoms overshadows a crabapple tree. This may be a common problem among men. Liluoluo was incredulous, you. Yichen didn't expect you to say what you really think. You really disappoint me. Then she reacted and hit Yichen with her fists in shame and anger. The emotions that had been hidden for a long time began to burst out hysterically, and crystal tears fell unrestrainedly. Yichen was originally a martial artist, so Liluoluo's little fist hitting him was just like tickling him, but what surprised him was that this little woman would cry so sadly. Wife, please listen to what I have to say. Yichen grabbed Liluoluo's little hand inside. Chapter 14 Brother Yi, let's talk. Yichen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the other person crying with tears in her eyes. He helped her wipe away her tears. My heart is so small that it can only hold you. I only take one scoop from the vast ocean. I don't believe it. A blush quickly rose on Liluoluo's face. They were too close to each other and could smell each other's breath clearly. An indescribable ambiguity began to ferment. Ha? Why don't you believe it? Are you not confident in your own beauty? Yichen gently helped Liluoluo wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. What do you like about me? Liluoluo's voice was sweet and naive. She could not stand Yi Chen like this. Her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance. I like that you are rich, that you gave me 2 lovely daughters, and that you have a beautiful body and face and. Yi Chen hesitated to speak and looked down. And the big white rabbit that I just can't let go of. You bastard. Li Luo didn't expect Yi Chen to be so straightforward. She felt so ashamed that she didn't know where to put her face. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the office door. Yi Chen rubbed his swollen temple. He was almost successful, but was interrupted. What's up? Li Luo shyly pushed Yi Chen away and quickly tidied her clothes. Mr. Li, someone is looking for you. He says it's your senior brother Tan Senator. He has something from your mother to give you. Li Luo frowned slightly and looked at Yi Chen, afraid that he would misunderstand her. Yi Chen didn't care. He smiled and said, Go, my dear. Since it is your mother's relic, I will go with you to get it back. Li Luo nodded gratefully. Yi Chen did not make random guesses about her and Tan Senator. Such unconditional trust made her feel very warm. In the lounge, Tan Sin was sitting cross-legged and waiting for Li Luo to come over. He leisurely took a sip of Yirgachef and looked at the surrounding environment with satisfaction. When Tan Sin thought about using the jade bracelet to threaten the beauty, he began to feel itchy. His burning gaze cast over the windowsill, table, chairs, cabinets, and sofa. Imagining the scene of forcing Li Luo to have sex with him later, he felt uncomfortable all over. Bang! The door of the lounge was pushed open, and Li Luo and Yi Chen walked in together. Tan Sen's leisurely expression immediately froze. Li Luo, what do you mean? Why did you bring him here when we are here to negotiate terms? He is my husband. He was worried about me being alone in a room with an unsatisfied jackal, so he came with me. After Li Luo finished speaking, she snuggled up to Yi Chen's chest like a little bird. Her beautiful hair touched Yi Chen's lower hair. Her 2 white jade-like hands grabbed Yi Chen's shirt and she lowered her head shyly. Tan Sin was so furious when he saw this. The person he had fantasized about countless times in his dreams was actually making out with another man right in front of him. He was going crazy. Yi Chen whispered a few words to Li Luo. Li Luo smiled, gave Yi Chen a reproachful look, then walked out gracefully in her high heels. Tan Sin realized that something was wrong, so he stood up and tried to chase after Li Luo, but was pulled back by Yi Chen's big hand. Mr. Tan, you are really bad at trying to do something bad to my wife right in front of me. Tan Sin was sweating profusely, but he still insisted on being stubborn. He gritted his teeth and glared at Yi Chen. How can you be considered Luo's husband? You are nothing more than her wild man. A poor fellow like you will never be recognized by Mr. Li. Yi Chen grabbed Tan Sin like a chick, threw him directly on the sofa, and then spread his hands and said, Give it to me. Give it to you? Give it to you what? I'm a straight man. Tan Sin stepped back in horror. He had seen Yi Chen's fighting ability before, and he thought to himself that he was careless this time. I asked you to give me my wife's mother's relics. How can you have such unhealthy thoughts in your head? Yi Chen said with disdain. Tan Sin's eyes flashed with cunning, and then he laughed. You think I'm stupid? How could I possibly carry something with me? If you dare to do anything bad to me today, forget about that thing. Yi Chen was unmoved. Instead, he tilted his head and glanced at Tan Senator. The disdain in his eyes made him feel guilty. Really? Since you're going to take the hard way, don't blame me. Yi Chen stepped forward. What are you going to do? I tell you that hitting someone is against the law. If you hit me, the Tan family will not let you go. Woo, spare my life, spare my life. Tan Sin felt Yi Chen approaching step by step, and his shouts changed from threats to pleas for mercy. It was true that when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Tan Sin waited for a long time with his eyes closed, but Yi Chen's fist did not fall. He opened his eyes in confusion and saw Yi Chen taking out his mobile phone and putting it against his face to take a picture. What are you doing? Tan Sin asked weakly and fearfully. Don't talk nonsense. Just lie down and you'll know what will happen in a moment. Yi Chen's mouth corners were slightly frowned. At this moment, he was holding his mobile phone and sending a WeChat message to his personal assistant Yi. Yi Chen, help me find the information of the person in the photo, that is, the kind of bad lifestyle, or the evidence of him having an affair with someone, and send it to me in 3 minutes. Yi, got it. Yi, JPG 1, JPG 2, JPG 3, JPG 4, JPG 5. Yi Vlog 1, Vlog 2, Vlog 3, Vlog 4. Less than a minute later, Yi Chen heard the news on Weixin. He clicked on it and saw that it was full of explosive pictures and videos about Tan Sen's mischief. Yi is so awesome. He is worthy of being the elite assistant sent by the system. Yi Chen jokingly clicked on the videos, turned up the volume, and handed them to Tan Sen. Boss Tan is really elegant. He has such a great time playing with his sister-in-law. It really fits the old saying, nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing is more fun than having a sister-in-law. I really admire him. Tan Sen looked at the two white bodies entangled in the video with bloodshot eyes and suddenly became dejected. Yi Chen smiled and continued, I wonder what your eldest brother Tan Lin would think when he sees this video. I remember that your eldest brother alone controls 70% of the Tan group, right? But this little sister-in-law does have a good figure. She is 10 years older than you and still so happy. She is really a winner in life. This is an eagle eating a chick. Yi Chen looked at Tan Sen playfully. Tan Sen was so scared that he almost rolled off the sofa. He almost kowtowed and called Yi Chen grandpa while crying and snotting. Brother Yi, we can discuss this, but please don't send this video out. Can't I give you what you want with both hands? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and took back his phone. Okay, hand over the things, and I can promise to keep it a secret for you. Tan Sen covered his heart with his hands and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Chapter 15 Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Girlfriend Prevention. Inside the Deer Peak Villa. Two beautiful women were sitting barefoot by the private swimming pool, playing and frolicking. They all had slender and graceful figures with curves in all the right places, making the maids around them envious. Shi Linghui was wearing a blue towel and pointed at Li Luoluo's well-developed bear with her fingertips with ill intentions. Lolo, I heard from Sister Ping that you finally found Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan's father. I heard that he is tall and handsome, and is also very considerate and gentle. You are so mean. You didn't even tell me about your secret lover. I am your best friend. Besides, your breasts have grown again. I can tell at a glance. Li Luoluo narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and used her hand to retaliate against the man. She tapped Shi Linghui's chest and pursed her red lips into a beautiful arc. What's wrong, Hui? Are you jealous? If you are really jealous, just go find your husband right away. There is already someone ready for you, so you don't have to come and complain to me. Hey Luo, don't talk to me about Lin Feng. I get so angry when I mention him. He can't even cook, and he was cheated when buying jade. He's really not good at anything, and eating is his top priority. When Shi Linghui thought of Lin Feng, her beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed into a slit in disgust. If it wasn't for her grandfather's last wish before his death that she should marry that man, she would not have ruined her future. Li Luoluo comforted her friend for a few words, and then she heard Sister Ping reminding her that her son-in-law had returned. When she heard that Yi Chen was back, Li Luoluo looked at Shi Linghui wearing a bikini, and immediately ignored her ladylike image, dragged her best friend and trotted towards the room. What's wrong, Luo? You are trying to protect yourself from fire, theft, and best friends. Are you afraid that your man will be seduced by me? Shi Linghui's peach blossom eyes were bright and clear, and she felt Li Luoluo's nervousness. Li Luoluo bit her lip tightly. No, I don't care about him. We are just in a contractual marriage, each taking what we need. At the end of the conversation, Li Luoluo even felt a little guilty. She knew that Yi Chen had the kind of appearance that was particularly popular with girls, so she had to be careful. She has been thinking about Yi Chen every moment recently, especially when she sleeps alone at night. She must be afraid of the dark, yes, definitely afraid of the dark. Shi Linghui put on her coat while smiling slyly. If you ask me, a man should be able to withstand the temptation from his wife's best friend. A man who can withstand the temptation means that you have put your trust in the wrong person. Li Luoluo was so nervous that her nails dug into her flesh without her noticing. She regretted inviting Shi Linghui to her home as a guest. Hui, if you piss me off like this again, I will end my friendship with you. Okay, my Lolo seems to be really moved this time. I was just joking with you, why are you so nervous? Shi Linghui spread her hands helplessly, and she walked out with Li Luoluo. Yi Chen, who was walking towards them, greeted Li Luoluo as usual, as if he didn't notice Shi Linghui's existence. He hadn't seen the two little dumplings Tuanchuan and Yuan for almost a day. To be honest, he missed them quite a bit, so he didn't pay attention to the guests. Shi Linghui actually imagined that Yi Chen would be tall and handsome, but she didn't expect him to be so tall and handsome. Her skin was a bit bronze, but her smile was very sunny, and when she walked over, she had a pleasant minty scent. "Oh my god, Luo, your husband must be 187 centimeters tall, right? His smile is as warm as a puppy. No wonder you chose to keep a beautiful woman in a luxurious house." Luo saw that Yi Chen looked straight ahead and didn't even look at any woman except her, which gave her a great sense of security. Moreover, the first thing Yi Chen did when he came back from outside was to go to the nursery. He was very patient and responsible in dealing with his job as a nanny. Hui, call your husband to come over for dinner as well. You never give him a chance to express himself, so naturally your relationship won't develop further. Luo was a little dazed as she looked at Yi Chen's receding back. She turned around and smiled and gave Shi Linghui some suggestions. Shi Linghui curled her lips with an expression that said, "I understand." "Oh, I'm so annoyed. Can't you just not call Lin Feng? I know you are on guard against me, so just be assured. Our relationship is definitely not just fake sisterhood. I don't need to be on guard against you. I'm just worried that when you eat shrimp later, there won't be anyone to peel them for you." Luo smiled sweetly, said this and trotted away, leaving Shi Linghui who was stomping her feet on the spot. "Luo, that's enough, you've thrown all this dog food around so fast that I can't take it seriously." "Humph, don't run away. You also called it dog food, huh? You're not single, why do you want to eat dog food?" Shi Linghui felt speechless, and it seemed that this was the truth. She silently took out her cell phone and called Lin Feng. On the other side, Yi Chen was having fun with two little kids. "Daddy, I want to see Peppa Pig. Daddy, I want to see Lazy. I want to hear my dad tell stories. I want to hear the story of Snow White." The two little balls were pulling Yi Chen from the left and right, having a lot of fun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 1,000 points. Do you want to participate in the God-level lottery? Lottery! Yi Chen didn't even think about wasting the opportunity to get something for free. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 magical tomatoes. You can redeem them in the system store if you need them later. Yi Chen saw the magical little tomato in the palm of his hand, but he didn't know what was so magical about it. Just when he was wondering, the two little guys Tuanchuan and Yuan had already taken one each and started eating. Yi Chen was afraid of side effects, so he immediately took one himself and put the other two into the system warehouse. When the two little balls looked at Yi Chen with dark faces, Yi Chen also responded with a dark face. All three of them screamed in fear. "Daddy will take you to wash your faces. Don't tell mommy about this. Got it? What can't you tell me?" A cold and royal sister's voice sounded from behind. Luo was also shocked when she saw the 3 black faces, and hurried to help wash the baby's face. It would have been fine if he didn't wash his face, but after he washed it, Luo's eyes widened. Tuanchuan and Yuan already had very good skin, which was white, tender and soft, and now it has become even better. The two little girls' eyes became bigger and more watery, and their eyelashes were clearly visible, curly and curled, just like they had turned on the beauty filter. Luo looked at Yi Chen again. Not only had this guy's skin become several shades whiter, but it also became more delicate and smoother. When he smiled, he looked more like a boy next door. "Hubby, you seem to be looking more and more like a pretty boy." Luo couldn't help but reach out and pinch Yi Chen's face. "What on earth did you eat just now?" "Here is it. There are 2 left. How about you eat them all, honey?" Yi Chen opened his palm and saw 2 small red tomatoes that were very tempting. "Isn't this just an ordinary cherry tomato? How can it beautify your face?" Luo didn't believe it and ate 2 small tomatoes. Soon, black stuff appeared all over her face and body, and Luo was so disgusted that she was about to cry. "Yi Chen, why did you only experience changes on your face after eating, but I had a reaction all over my body? Maybe it's because you eat too much?" Yi Chen felt a little sorry and murmured. Chapter 16 Share Learning Resources. Luo went to take a shower, and Yi Chen obediently went to the kitchen to cook. By the time Lin Feng arrived, Yi Chen had already prepared a sumptuous table of dishes. "Hi there." Yi Chen extended his hand to greet Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not extend his hand indifferently, but looked at Yi Chen with hostility. "He is just a wooden man, please don't mind him." Shi Linghui quickly tried to smooth things over and gave Lin Feng a stern look, hoping that he would take care of himself. After being turned down by his own wife in public, Lin Feng became even colder towards Yi Chen. Especially when Ling Hui showed her admiration for Yi Chen, the disgust on Lin Feng's face could no longer be hidden. "Lolo, did you put on makeup just now? How come your skin is so white and translucent, and it looks even more delicate?" When Shi Linghui saw Li Luoluo coming out of the bath, her eyes widened. Her best friend was so breathtakingly beautiful that she would definitely not be able to control herself if she were a man. "I don't have any, maybe I'm just born beautiful?" Li Luoluo smiled. She had actually guessed that it was the effect of the cherry tomatoes, and there was a hint of sweetness in her expression as she looked at Yi Chen. "You are such an annoying little goblin." Shi Linghui reached out and pinched Li Luoluo's face, and the two best friends started playing and fighting in the huge hall as if no one was around, leaving Yi Chen and Lin Feng to prepare the tableware and the dishes. Yi Chen threw Western tableware such as knives and forks to Lin Feng, and then spoke in the same tone as if he was talking to a good friend. "Brother, you don't have to be so afraid of me. Although I know that I have a great personality charm, you can rest assured that I am the kind of person who is loyal and devoted. I only love my wife." Lin Feng frowned, as if his inner thoughts were known by someone, and he felt uncomfortable all over. "Don't talk nonsense, I don't think so." Yi Chen looked at Lin Feng, who was saying one thing and thinking another. He shook his head helplessly. Through the information sent by Yi, he knew that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. Lin Feng is not as cowardly as he seems. He is Long Shui, who has lived in seclusion in Xia for 3 years. He married Shi Linghui because he saved her grandfather. Outsiders all thought that Lin Feng was an incompetent son-in-law, and even Shi Linghui didn't know that her husband was the dreaded Long Shui. Yi Chen really wanted to make friends with Lin Feng. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. He felt that Lin Feng was a rare treasure. During the meal, Shi Linghui praised the food cooked by Yi Chen highly. When she saw Yi Chen patiently peeling shrimps for Li Luoluo, and then looked at her husband Lin Feng, who was like a wooden man, Shi Linghui felt that the world was unfair. Yi Chen smiled and handed the peeled shrimp tails to Li Luoluo's mouth, then gently reminded, "Wife, don't play with your phone while eating. Be good and obedient." Li Luoluo snorted coquettishly and explained, "My assistant just sent me a company message. I'll just deal with it. It only takes a minute." As she spoke, Li Luoluo opened her cherry mouth to eat the shrimp tail that Yi Chen handed over, but as luck would have it, Lin Feng's arm suddenly pushed Yi Chen accidentally, and he leaned forward instead. When Li Luoluo reacted and was sucking Yi Chen's index finger in her mouth, a delicate blush crept up her beautiful little face. "You two are going too far. This is dog abuse. I'm about to be crushed by your sweet attacks." Shi Linghui wailed. She felt that this scene was like some kind of picture, and her little face turned red in response. Li Luoluo quickly pushed Yi Chen away, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and then wanted to escape from this place that caused her temporary social death. "Well, I'm a little bored and want to go out for some fresh air. You guys eat." After Li Luoluo finished speaking, she ran outside on her pink little feet. Shi Linghui followed her and wanted to say a few words of comfort. At this moment, only Yi Chen and Lin Feng, two grown men, were left sitting in the hall staring blankly. In fact, Lin Feng envied Yi Chen from the bottom of his heart. He was able to coax his wife into being obedient. He just couldn't bring himself to be a sweet man, and always felt that it was a shameful thing. "Ahem, brother, would you like a glass of whiskey?" Yi Chen handed the wine glass in his hand over and Lin Feng took it. The two drank in silence. As the wine entered his heart, Lin Feng felt as if his mouth had been opened, and he relaxed his guard against Yi Chen a little. "Brother Yi, do you think I am a failure as a man? It's been 3 years, 3 whole years. I haven't slept in the same bed with my wife. If I didn't really love her, why would I, Lin Feng, have a woman if I wanted one and power if I wanted one? Why would I stay in her house and be humble and submissive? I really feel so wronged, woo. I feel so uncomfortable." Yi Chen looked at Lin Feng, who looked like a little boy after getting drunk. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You just want to win your wife's heart, right? This is very simple. How about I teach you a few tricks, brother?" When Lin Feng heard Yi Chen say this, his eyes, which were blurry due to drunkenness, immediately became alert. "Are you serious, brother? I'm all ears." Yi Chen waved his hand and said with a wicked smile, "As the saying goes, if you want to win a woman's heart, you must first win her body. As the saying goes, love grows over time." "Love grows over time? Do you understand?" Lin Feng was suddenly shocked, his eyes widened as if he had discovered some great secret. "Over time, love? But she has always been very resistant to this. I don't want to force it. That's because your method is wrong. Brother, I have a few T's learning materials here. Do you want to study them further? There are 9,981 martial arts moves in them. As long as you learn them, I guarantee that you will win the heart of your wife. Yi-Chen opened his phone and sent the latest resource that Su Ji had sent him to Lin Feng on WeChat. I won't tell ordinary people about this. This is called the 81 Ways to Control Your Wife. Go back and study it carefully. I believe you will learn a lot in a few days and make your wife your top sports car. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva, holding the phone in his arms as if it were a treasure, and he smiled brightly. Perhaps they were too engrossed in the conversation. Yi-Chen and Lin Feng did not notice the footsteps approaching behind them. Suddenly, both men's ears were pulled up by their wives. What resources are you sharing, Yi-Chen? Li Luoluo felt ashamed and angry. It turned out that there was a reason why she was bullied like that. Well done, Lin Feng, you are good but you don't learn, but you are first-rate even if you don't learn well. Go back and kneel down on the durian. Shi Linghui put one hand on her waist and grabbed Lin Feng's ear with the other hand. Yi-Chen and Lin Feng stood on the same front at this moment. They looked at each other and felt that a wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him. Yi-Chen, wife, Lin Feng just asked me about the performance of the sports car. Lin Feng, wife, I think what brother Yi said is very useful. We really met too late. Yi-Chen, yes, Lin Feng and I are definitely half-brothers. Li Luoluo and Shi Linghui refused to give in. They each took a durian and said in unison, kneel down. Chapter 17 Welcome to the Beast Kingdom. After Lin Feng returned home, he first drank a glass of boiled water to clear his head, and then excitedly opened the resources that Yi-Chen sent him. He made up his mind that if he didn't succeed this time, he would die, and he must study the study materials Yi-Chen gave him thoroughly. Close and lock the door of the room. The windows are closed. Get a few packs of tissues ready. The trash can is placed next to it. Bring your Bluetooth headphones. Lin Feng was sure that no one would find out that he was doing something bad. In order to see it clearly, Raymond Lam specially projected the video onto the TV wall. In order to become the new generation of Akina mountain driving god as soon as possible and make his wife Shi Linghui look at him differently, Lin Feng is determined to finish reading all the learning resources even if he has to stay up all night. With a sacred sense of ritual, Lin Feng opened the learning video. Roar! A strong lion appeared on the screen, opening its bloody mouth and roaring violently. Suddenly the scene changed, a lioness approached, and the two lions began to create the next generation. You damned Yi-Chen! I took off my pants, and this is the learning video he sent me? What a fucking animal world! I #%at. Lin Feng's chest was heaving violently. He pounded the table hard, almost going crazy with anger. After being angry, Lin Feng reflected on his mistakes. Just as he was about to turn off the TV and go to sleep, he saw a magical scene that shocked him. On the TV screen. At first, the lioness was unwilling, and she slapped the male lion. As a result, the male lion took advantage of his weight and forced himself on her, then opened his bloody mouth and bit her neck, while forcing his body. Lin Feng felt that he suddenly had an epiphany. He really misunderstood Yi-Chen's good intentions. The reason why Yi-Chen sent Animal World to himself to study hard was to tell himself that in a world where the strong prey on the weak, men must be domineering enough so that they can gain the favor of women. He lived for more than 20 years, and all of it was in vain. If he could be like that lion, he and Shi Linghui might have many children and grandchildren by now. Yi-Chen, you are my mentor and friend. Lin Feng sighed secretly in his heart, feeling that his entire soul had been sublimated. He opened the door and walked straight to the room on the second floor, Shi Linghui's room. The door was pushed open by Lin Feng. Shi Linghui had just finished taking a shower and was still drying her hair. She glanced at Lin Feng in surprise and asked, "It's so late. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to sleep." The woman in front of me had slightly wet hair, and her seductive curves were faintly visible under her white bathrobe, and her long, straight, white legs were hanging by the bed. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he stared. He slammed the door shut and locked it. "What do you want to do?" "Lin Feng, I warn you not to mess around." When Shi Linghui realized that something was wrong with Lin Feng, she became alert. She stepped back and frantically tried to use her cell phone to call for help. "What are you doing?" "You, my dear wife, you and I are a legitimate couple." Lin Feng took a big step forward, snatched the phone from Shi Linghui's hand, and threw it to the ground with force. Shi Linghui struggled, she grabbed her bathrobe tightly and tried to rush out. Bang! A crisp sound rang out in the room. Lin Feng imitated the movements of the male lion in the animal world and imagined that he was an extremely powerful lion at this moment. Shi Linghui's struggling stopped suddenly and she felt pain in her buttocks. That guy! How dare you hit her butt! Bang! There was another crisp slapping sound, and Lin Feng said viciously, "If you don't obey, you will be spanked. If you don't obey again, will you try?" Pulling off his tie to cover Shi Linghui's mouth, Lin Feng followed the steps in the animal world one by one. Yi Chen was still telling stories to the two little kids when suddenly several terabytes of video resources were uploaded to his WeChat account. When I opened it, I saw it was from Su Ji, with an apologetic emoticon attached. Su Ji, Brother Chen, I sent you the learning resources a few days ago, but I accidentally sent the wrong one. I sent Animal World? This is the real resource. I'll treat you to a meal to make up for it someday. Yi Chen. Su Ji, by the way, Brother Chen, can you give me a few more girlfriends? Omega, I have a lot of strength, and I have used up all of it. Yi Chen, get lost. After putting away his phone, Yi Chen always felt that something was wrong. It seems that the learning resource he sent to Lin Feng yesterday was Animal World? What should I do? I don't know if Raymond Lam has seen it. Should we just let Lin Feng fend for himself? Yi Chen tentatively left a message to Lin Feng on Weixin. Yi Chen, I'm sorry, Brother Lin. The study materials I sent you yesterday were incomplete. How about I send you a new one? What surprised Yi Chen was that Lin Feng replied immediately. Lin Feng, Brother Yi, I will definitely become your sworn brother someday. I have watched all the videos you posted, and the actual operation is very effective. Raymond Lam, my relationship with Ling Hui has improved, and now she is sleeping in my arms. We are so happy. Yi Chen. Yi Chen put away his phone and was stunned. What was going on? Just when Yi Chen was stunned, the two little balls surrounded Yi Chen from the left and right again. Daddy, I want to hear a story. Daddy, I want to hear a story too. Yi Chen caressed the two cute babies' heads lovingly and held them in his arms, one on the left and one on the right. My dears, let me tell you a story about 7 princesses and a dwarf. The two little girls nodded heavily. They both looked at Yi Chen expectantly, supporting their heads with their little hands. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. On the mountain was a temple. 7 princesses lived in the temple. Suddenly, a dwarf in trouble came to seek refuge with the princesses. Guess how the story developed afterwards? Tuan tuan, zzz. Yuan yuan, zzz. Both little guys fell asleep. Your storytelling ability needs to be improved. Other people's storytelling is fascinating, but you are called a hypnotist, right? Li Luoluo covered her mouth and laughed. She had been working on her laptop, so she didn't join in. Yi Chen placed the two little kids on the small bed next to him, then smiled maliciously at Li Luoluo. If I don't coax the two little ones to sleep, how can I steal the crystals with peace of mind? Li Luoluo quickly pulled the quilt over herself and wrapped herself up like a silkworm. Her curled eyelashes were clearly visible and her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She pushed away and pretending to be angry. You should go back to bed, Yi Chen leaned forward, lowered his head slightly, and gave her a long and delicate kiss on the forehead. Don't worry, I will only stay here if you agree to let me sleep with you. Li Luoluo watched Yi Chen leave with a tall figure and closed the door quietly. She suddenly felt lost. Is she regretting not keeping him? Chapter 18. Take them all. Yi Chen's mother Zhang Yun had a very successful heart transplant surgery under the treatment of the top doctors arranged by Li Luoluo, and she has also recovered well after recuperation and breathing exercises in recent months. He was wearing a school uniform today and driving an ordinary Volkswagen Bora so that he could pick up his mother and go shopping at the mall. He really felt that the Lamborghini Veneno was too flashy and it was inconvenient to drive it to work anywhere. Besides, he hadn't figured out how to explain it to his wife, so he temporarily gave the car to Yi for safekeeping. Chen, this surgery must have cost me a lot of money, right? Zhang Yun looked at Yi Chen with some concern. She didn't know how her son suddenly had such a large sum of money and wanted to take her out to buy clothes today. Don't worry, Mom. I recently found a well-paid childcare job. My boss saw that I'm honest and capable, so he paid me in advance. Taking into consideration that his mother's heart was still in the recovery period and she could not stand great joy or sorrow, Yi-chen did not want to tell her about what had happened in the past few days for the time being. "Oh, you are a kind boss. What kind of childcare job is this, Chen? Why is the salary so high?" Zhang Yun was afraid that her son would go astray because of money, so she got to the bottom of the issue. "Our boss is a celebrity. He doesn't like his private life to be exposed, so I can't tell you." "Don't worry about this, Mom. I'm a good boy with a good family background. I won't do anything illegal." "Mom, we're here." Yi-chen was not at all false when it came to lying. After all, these were all white lies. After hearing what her son said, Zhang Yun didn't dare to ask any more questions and followed Yi-chen into Yida Plaza. Turning into the Xiangnair fashion store, Yi-chen was thinking of buying a few clothes for his mother and a few for his wife as well. Although Li Luoluo's closet is full of gifts, the gifts he gave her have different meanings after all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for missing his wife Li Luoluo all the time, and triggering the task reward. Ding! The reward has arrived. The host has obtained a god-level consumption black card. Suddenly, a mechanical sound appeared in his mind, and at the same time, a black card appeared in Yi-chen's hand. Products produced by the system must be high quality. He looked at the golden clawed dragon totem painted on the black card and put it in his pocket without giving it much thought. "Chen, let's go to another store. The decoration style of this store is a bit luxurious. I don't think it's practical." Zhang Yun pulled Yi-chen back. Although she didn't know much about the Chanel brand, she could tell from the store's decoration that the clothes sold in this store must be very expensive. "Mom, you've worked so hard all your life but still don't have many decent clothes. Today, I just want to buy you some branded clothes." Yi-chen held Zhang Yun's hand and pulled his mother to continue walking inside. Zhang Yun was deeply moved by her son's firm attitude, but at the same time she was afraid that Yi-chen would be extravagant, so she didn't dare to touch the clothes with her hands, but just looked at them from a distance. "Chen, let's go look somewhere else. I don't think these clothes are suitable for me." Zhang Yun was afraid of embarrassing her son, so she spoke in a very low voice, but the shopping guide next to her still heard it. The shopping guide was a delicate woman in her 30s. After hearing this, she looked at Yi-chen and his mother with disdain, then put her hands on her hips and muttered unhappily. "Oh, aren't you annoying? If you want to buy clothes, just buy them. If not, don't hang around here. You're affecting other people's business." Zhang Yun felt even more aggrieved when she heard the shopping guide say this, so she tugged at Yi-chen's clothes and wanted to take her son out. Yi-chen was disgusted by the way the salesperson looked at people through the crack in the door. He glared at the salesperson sharply and followed his mother to the store door. The shopping guide felt uncomfortable all over because of Yi-chen's glare, and she spat at the backs of Yi-chen and his mother as they left. "Humph, some people are poor but they still pretend to be rich. They don't even look at what they are wearing from head to toe. A dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, but a mouse's son will dig holes. The son is wearing cheap clothes, and his mother is also wearing shabby clothes. I don't know who gave them the courage to come to our store." Yi-chen paused, anger burning in his heart. "You can scold him, but you absolutely cannot scold his mother." "What did you say? Say it again if you dare." Yi-chen turned around and stared at the shopping guide fiercely. Chen, let's just go to another store." Zhang Yun was afraid that her son would have conflicts with others because of this matter, so she hurried to persuade him. The shopping guide saw Zhang Yun's timid look, then looked at Yi-chen's cheap clothes, and said with disdain, "I'm saying what's wrong with you guys? You come here for a few rounds but don't buy any clothes. If you can't afford it, don't come here. You look so poor and shabby, and you don't even know how much you weigh." Yi-chen frowned coldly. "What's your name?" When the shopping guide saw that Yi-chen was serious, she also got excited and shouted, patting her chest. "What? You know my name, can you still fire me? My name is Suyu, what can you do to me if you know it, you brat?" Yi-chen curled his lips and smiled. "Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Suyu looked at Yi-chen's smile and suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She always felt that although this young man was dressed shabbily, he had an indescribable aura at the moment. But the harsh words had already been said, and Suyu felt it would be embarrassing to take them back. She was an old employee in the store and couldn't let those young people look down on her. "Go ahead and sue me if you dare. I'm telling you, little brat, I have someone protecting me." A young shopping guide came over to persuade her. "Sister Yu, let's not make a big deal out of this, otherwise it will be hard to explain to Mr. Tan." The mother and son didn't do anything illegal, so let's just make a big deal out of it and make a small matter small. You've only been here for a few months? Do you really need to teach me? Get out of my way. Suyu angrily pushed away the young shopping guide who came over to mediate. There was no need for young people to come over and pretend to be good people. Yi Chen really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He originally planned to buy a few clothes, but this crazy woman in front of him forced him to use his ultimate move. Considering that there was not enough money in his bank card, Yi Chen took out the black card that the system had just rewarded him and pointed at the young shopping guide who was trying to stop the fight. Miss, please pack my clothes for me. I'll pack all the clothes in your store. The young shopping guide was so shocked that she didn't know what to do. She didn't take the black card immediately, but stood there in a daze until Yi Chen's eyes swept over her again. Then she took the black card in a daze. Suyu folded her arms, gloating as if she was watching a good show. I think he's not only a pauper, but also a psychopath. He bought all the clothes in our store? It really makes me laugh. Chapter 19 Husband, You're Back. Suyu was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. She had a plump figure and was wearing thin clothes. The two balloons in front of her kept swinging when she laughed. She looked at Yi Chen as if he were a fool. He actually said that he wanted to buy all the clothes in their store? You have to know that Chanel clothes range from a few thousand yuan a piece to tens of thousands of yuan a piece. The clothes on the shelves in the store must cost at least several million yuan. This brat is playing an international joke. Sister Yu, this looks like a black card. The sharp-eyed shopping guide muttered quietly. Suyu glanced at the bank card and laughed even harder. You're using chicken feathers as a token of authority, thinking that you can pass off a random black card as a black card of our great Xia country. It's really going to make me laugh. The young shopping guide holding the card suddenly covered his mouth, looked at the interface that appeared on the cash register computer, and cried out in surprise. Oh my god. This card is really the supreme black card. What? Impossible. After hearing this, Suyu immediately walked to the cashier counter in her high heels. She repeatedly confirmed the information on the computer interface, and it took her a long time to make sure that she was not mistaken. Zhang Yun was next to Yi Chen at this moment, and she nervously grabbed her son's arm. Although she didn't know what the supreme black card was, she didn't believe her son had this card and always felt that Yi Chen had picked it up somewhere. Chen, that's enough, let's take a step back and let's have a broader view. Besides, I have so many clothes that I can't wear them all. Zhang Yun knew that she couldn't let her son lose face at this time, so she found a suitable reason to make her son stop and not make more mistakes. When Suyu saw Zhang Yun's guilty look at the moment, she suddenly relaxed, and was sure that this black card did not belong to Yi Chen, and it might have been stolen from somewhere. What's wrong with having a black card? Does anyone know if this black card belongs to this brat? I think he might have stolen it from somewhere. Does he know the password to swipe the card? Suyu looked at Yi Chen arrogantly, and then whispered to the little follower beside him, hurry up and call Mr. Tan to come over and tell him that someone is causing trouble here. Yi Chen ignored Suyu's sarcasm. People like Suyu would not cry until they saw the coffin. He walked straight to the cashier and quickly entered the password on the POS machine. Sister Yu, this black card is indeed, belongs to this gentleman. And this is a top-level supreme black card, with no spending limit, and the cardholder's information is all confidential. When the young shopping guide saw the POS interface, she was so shocked that her tongue became tied and she shouted in surprise. Suyu couldn't believe it. She strode to the counter and confirmed again and again until the deduction process was completed. Top supreme black card. You should know that there are only 7 people in the entire Great Xia Kingdom who own black cards of this level, and each of them is the head of a prominent family. Boom! Suyu felt that his mind was blank for a moment. A tall young man in a suit walked in from the door. He was protected by 2 bodyguards, one in front and one behind, and looked very stylish. The person who came was Tan Senator. When he saw Yi Chen standing in the store, he instantly became timid. I thought the other party was using that handle to threaten me. Brother Chen, we can discuss this. I was just thinking about returning the things to you today. Why bother you to come here in person? Yi Chen looked at Tansen in confusion, and after a few seconds he reacted and asked, is this store owned by your family? Tansen was also confused. It turned out that Yi Chen was here to cause trouble. But Tansen still nodded and complimented. Brother Chen, let me introduce you to this. This store, including the small store in the entire Yida Plaza, is rented to them by my family. You can also understand that they are under the management of Yida. When Suyu saw Tansen being so humble in front of Yi Chen, she knew that she had offended a big shot who should not be offended, and she was frightened. Yi Chen winked at Tansen. Then can you do me a favor? Tansen said with a smile, Brother Yi, you are joking. Let alone helping one person, even if you help 10 or 100 people, I will do it without hesitation. I don't like this shopping guide named Suyu, so I fired her. This. Tansen hesitated for a moment. Suyu was very graceful, and the most important thing was that they were having an affair. But when he thought about the fatal handle on his body being in Yi Chen's hand, he decided to sacrifice the car to save the king. To him, Tansen, women are like clothes, they need to be changed frequently and always new. Okay, Brother Yi, it's just firing an employee. So let's fire him. Suyu was angry, scared and furious when she saw how ruthless Tansen was. She looked at Yi Chen with a dog-licking face. My dear little brother, I am so sorry. I am too short-sighted to recognize you. You are our honored guest. I beg you to be magnanimous and not to be lenient with me. This job is very important to me. I beg you. Suyu almost knelt down to beg for mercy. She had spent more than 10 years, selling her body and soul, to climb to such a position. Next week she would become the manager of Xiangnair. Tansen yelled at Suyu angrily, Suyu, how can you be so tactless? My brother Yi is your younger brother in terms of seniority? I think you should just quit and leave now. When Suyu saw Tansen's face and heard the discussions and sarcastic looks from her colleagues, she couldn't stand it anymore, so she covered her face and ran away crying. Sir, your black card. The young shopping guide respectfully handed the supreme black card back to Yi Chen with both hands. When Tansen saw the black card, his pupils suddenly shrank, and Yi Chen's image in his mind unconsciously became taller. This supreme black card, which is only possessed by the heads of the top families in the Great Xia Kingdom, is a symbol of status and honor. Even his eldest brother is not qualified to own such a black card. Who is this Yi Chen? Tansen's hair stood up instantly. He wiped the sweat rolling down his forehead. Brother Yi, these clothes will be delivered to your house by a special car later. I have brought the treasure with me. It is in the safe in my office. I will give it to you right away. Tansen followed Yi Chen with a smile on his face. He couldn't afford to offend this big Buddha. Yi Chen returned to Looting Villa. He took back the jade bracelet. Although he couldn't tell how priceless it was, he treated it as a treasure as long as it was something his wife cared about. Yi Chen walked into the study and placed the wooden box containing the jade bracelet on the desk. He looked at the sleeping beauty on the sofa and for a moment he forgot to breathe. Li Luolua was sitting on the sofa in the study at this moment. She felt a little sleepy from reading, so she put her face in her hands and took a nap. The breeze blew slowly in from the window, blowing her dark black hair apart. Her curled eyelashes were clearly visible, and under her straight little nose was a moist cherry mouth. Her long, straight and slender legs were crossed, and her pink little feet hanging on the furry carpet looked very cute. Li Luolua's skin color is very even and transparent white. Since she started eating cherry tomatoes, she has become whiter and looks like a doll. Yi Chen took off his coat and gently covered Li Luolua's flat belly with it. His skin was bronze, which contrasted with Li Luolua's fair skin, making Yi Chen suddenly think of that crazy night a few days ago. It is the perfect blend of white and black, a unity of body and soul that goes deep into the soul. Then he looked down at the stunning face of the sleeping beauty in front of him, and the beautiful, round outline faintly visible under the white veil. Li Luolua's breasts are very nice, looking full and round. Yi Chen's Adam's apple rolled inexplicably, and he suddenly felt unwell. Damn it! I can't stay here any longer. Yi Chen turned around and walked out the door. He felt that he urgently needed a cold shower. Husband, you're back? Li Luolua rubbed her sleepy eyes and spoke in a sweet and innocent voice. P.S. Dear cute and handsome friends, please add this book to my bookshelf and save it. I will drive you to the highway to see the scenery later. Oh ah. Chapter 20 Wife, I want to see you wearing black stockings. Li Luolua looked at the coat covering her lower abdomen, and a sweet feeling arose in her heart. Yi Chen always gave her meticulous care in every detail, and Li Luolua sometimes felt that she was being spoiled by Yi Chen. Well, honey, I'm going to take a shower first. Yi Chen did not choose to look back. He was afraid that if he looked back, he would see something he shouldn't see, and he would become wild and scare his wife. Puzzles appeared in Li Luolua's beautiful eyes. Why was Yi Chen acting so strange today? She bent down to pick up the book that had fallen on the ground, only to find that the shoulder straps of her chiffon skirt had slipped off, revealing two cute white rabbits. A blush rose silently, and Li Luoluo put on her clothes quickly out of embarrassment. Out of the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of the exquisite wooden box on the table. She trotted over to open it, and saw the transparent jade bracelet inside. She covered her red lips in surprise. The jade bracelet is extraordinarily crystal clear under the light. It is indeed my mother's relic. Except Yi Chen and Sister Ping, no one else can enter the study room without permission. Li Luoluo naturally guessed that the jade bracelet was found by Yi Chen for her. Although Yi Chen promised to teach Tansen a lesson last time, he was able to get the jade bracelet back? A man like Tansen will not stop until he achieves his goal. What leverage does Yi Chen have to make him submit? Li Luoluo was lost in thought and did not notice Sister Ping walking into the study. Miss, Xiangnai just sent a truckload of clothes. She said that all the stock in the store has been packed and sent here. The buyer is my brother-in-law. What? Yi Chen? Li Luoluo was confused again. The pocket money she gave Yi Chen every month was only 200,000 yuan, and the total for these 2 months was only 400,000 yuan. How could she have packed up all the stock in the Xiangner shop? Where did Yi Chen get the money? When Sister Ping saw Yi Chen coming in, she tactfully retreated. What's wrong, wife? Are you moved by my silent dedication? Yi Chen pulled a towel and hung it around his neck. He had just taken a cold shower and there were still water droplets on his upper body, so he was not wearing any clothes. The water drops on his hair rolled down, lingered on his tight chest muscles for a moment, and then rushed to his 8-pack abs. Husband. As soon as Li Luoluo turned around, she saw the picture of a handsome man emerging from the bath. She looked at Yi Chen approaching her step by step. She was so nervous that she couldn't speak and took small steps back. It was not until she hit the bookshelf behind her that Yi Chen stopped and stretched out his strong arm to stroke Li Luoluo's blushing little face. Wife, I didn't expect you had this book here. Can you lend it to me for a few days? Yi Chen took a book from the bookshelf above Li Luoluo's head and read it with great interest. Li Luoluo just thought that Yi Chen was pushing her against the wall and was going to take the opportunity to kiss her, but it turned out that he was just trying to get the book. Feeling a sense of loss somewhere in her heart, Li Luoluo looked at the book in Yi Chen's hand, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she stretched out her delicate hand to grab it. The book in Yi Chen's hand is Yuanyang's secret book, an authentic work by the famous ancient talent Tang Bohu. It is also one of the famous Spring Palace pictures. If Li Luoluo remembered correctly, it was a birthday present given to her by her best friend Shi Linghui on her 18th birthday. Yi Chen held up the book in his hand, looked at Li Luoluo leisurely, and then smiled wickedly. I didn't expect my wife would read this kind of book. If you don't understand something, just ask me. If you are not clear, we can teach you in practice. Li Luoluo didn't dare to look directly at Yi Chen's teasing eyes. She felt that she was socially dead in front of Yi Chen today. Believe it or not, I haven't seen this picture yet. This is just a collection that Hui gave me. Yi Chen grinned maliciously. Wife, why are you shy? I think it's a good thing to look at this picture, otherwise how can you unlock multiple poses smoothly? Seeing Li Luoluo's little earlobe dyed pink, Yi Chen continued. It's not a good idea to try this kind of thing on your own. If you ruin your rouge and sandalwood lips or your plum calyx tube, what will you do then? Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully teased your wife. You have gained +3 evil points. +2 physical strength points. Congratulations on unlocking a new mission. Sex to the point where my wife's heart is fluttering. If you complete the mission to the maximum, you will get the codename Akina Mountain Car God. The sudden system prompt sound distracted Yi Chen for a moment, but he quite liked the codename Akina Mountain Car God, so it seems he has to keep up the good work. Li Luoluo didn't understand the elegant and ancient words Yi Chen said. After a moment of thought, she realized the profound meaning of that sentence. She blushed and clenched her fist, punching Yi Chen's chest directly. If you keep talking nonsense, I will ignore you. Give me back the book. Yi Chen looked at the little cat in front of him with its fangs bared and claws bared, and thought it was quite fun to tease her to make her happy. His wife's pink fists felt soft and comfortable when they hit his body. Give it back to me now, or I'll be really angry. Li Luoluo clenched her teeth, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes, and her pitiful appearance made people feel pity for her. Yi Chen actually likes Li Luoluo like this. She wears hard armor on the outside and shows her softness and helplessness in front of her husband. It's not impossible to give it to you, but my dear, you have to wear black stockings for me to see. I don't want it. Li Luoluo refused mercilessly. Yi Chen put the book back on the bookshelf, looking disheartened, and turned to leave. Li Luoluo looked at the tall and lonely figure, and saw the jade bracelet on the table out of the corner of her eye. She thought of how Yi Chen had gone through so much trouble to help her find the jade bracelet, and her heart softened. Hubby, your request is not impossible. Really? Yi Chen paused, turned back excitedly and looked at Li Luoluo, who was still hesitant. Tell me first, what method did you use to make Tansen return the jade bracelet to you? That's it? Yi Chen thought it was a request, so he told Li Luoluo the whole story. He didn't say anything except Yi Yi's matter. After all, it was related to the system. Yi Chen felt that Li Luoluo would not believe it even if he told her. I didn't expect that you, my husband, have such a powerful friend. He was able to hack the video in Tansen's phone. At this moment, Li Luoluo was like an excited little fangirl, looking up at Yi Chen with her colorful starry eyes. She felt that she admired Yi Chen more and more. Being obsessed with me is the beginning of your downfall. Please don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Yi Chen looked at his cute and soft wife and couldn't help but stretch out his hand to touch her soft hair. You are so greasy hateful. Li Luoluo rolled her eyes at Yi Chen with disdain. So what if I became the oil king for you? Wife, for you, I am willing to drain all my nutrients to support you. You have to give me this opportunity first, or else I can let my husband sleep with me tonight? Yi Chen went further and further on the path of becoming the filthy demon king. He just liked to see Li Luoluo's ashamed and angry look, yet helpless against him. Beep, beep. It was Shi Linghui's video call request. When Li Luoluo saw her phone vibrating, it was like she had seen a savior. Wife, you may have forgotten to wear black stockings for me to see. Yi Chen looked at Li Luoluo pitifully. Maybe next time. I have something to do today. You should leave first. Li Luoluo's face flushed red. After pushing Yi Chen out of the door, she leaned against the door and gasped. Li Luoluo felt that she could easily lose her composure in front of Yi Chen. This man was able to make her heart flutter without any effort. Chapter 21. He is so handsome, I want to add WeChat. Today is the first day that Yi Chen sends the two little kids to kindergarten. Li Luoluo's company is too busy, and Sister Ping's daughter has returned to China, so Yi Chen is the only one running around. Not wanting to be too conspicuous, Yi Chen did not drive the luxury cars in the garage of Lu Ding Villa, but drove his own Volkswagen Bora to take the children to report. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were fastened in the back seat of the car, one on each side, with seatbelts. Yi Chen could see them through the rearview mirror. Daddy, do you have any cherry tomatoes left? I want more. Daddy, I want one too. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan tilted their heads and started grumbling. If Daddy hadn't told them to have some trouble at school today, they wouldn't have gone out. Yi Chen looked at the daddy points, exchanged 4 of them with great reluctance, and then started talking nonsense in a serious manner. Dad saved money to save this little tomato for you, Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Dad will give it to whoever performs best. The two little kids couldn't stand each other, so they both crossed their arms and turned their little faces to the other side. Humph, Yuan, don't compete with me. Tuan, you are a bad guy, and Xiafanqi is a jerk. Stinky Yuan, I don't want to play with you anymore. If you don't want to play, then don't play. Yi Chen looked at the two friends quarreling over the tomato, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems that I should work harder to earn more points as a nanny. Who wants me to be soft-hearted? When they arrived at the gate of St. Mary's kindergarten, Yi Chen wanted the two little ones to walk in front hand in hand, but the little kids refused and insisted on being carried by their daddy before they agreed to enter. Yi Chen compromised and spoiled his precious daughter himself. He worked out every day, so his arms were very strong. He held a little ball on one side and entered the kindergarten in such a cool and awesome manner. People looked at this loving scene and started talking about it. Among them were many female kindergarten teachers, who were already the beautiful age of 18 or 19. When they saw the handsome and energetic young man, they could not help but stop and watch. This guy is so handsome, he dotes on his sister so much, holding one on each side is so manly. This little brother is so handsome, he is so handsome, I love him so much. You guys are just looking at his handsome face, but no one noticed his body like I did? His abdominal muscles look so strong, I want to go up and try it out. I don't know if this guy has a girlfriend. It would be great if his sister was in my class. Then we could add her on WeChat or something while we were communicating. Xiaoxue, I think you just want her body. What do you call that? That's cheap. Hee hee, I was just joking. I just want to add some prestige. The kindergarten teacher named Xiaoxue didn't care when being teased by her colleague. It was because the guy's appearance and figure were too good, and she really wanted to have a love affair with him without asking about the consequences. Yi Chen sent Tuanchuan and Yuan to class 3 according to the class division table, and then gave the tomatoes in his pocket to Tuanchuan and Yuan, 2 each. Tuanchuan and Yuan eagerly took the small tomatoes given by their father, put them in their pockets as if they were their treasures, and then smiled at each other. Their smiles were super sweet. Xiaoxue was pleasantly surprised to find that Tuanchuan and Yuan were from her class 3. She tugged at the hem of her white skirt with her slender jade fingers, wondering how to ask Yi Chen for his WeChat. She is very confident about her appearance. Since she was a child, her friends have told her that she is very sweet, the sweet type that all campus goddesses have. But Yi Chen is obviously tall, rich, and handsome. If he is not from a wealthy family, he cannot afford to go to St. Mary's Royal Kindergarten. Even if she was extremely beautiful, the young man from such a wealthy family might not necessarily be attracted to her. Xiaoxue knew this very well. But if you don't try, how do you know there is no chance? Hi, little brother. I'm Xiaoxue, Tuanchuan and Yuan's kindergarten teacher. Is it convenient for you to add me on WeChat? Xiaoxue plucked up her courage, puffed out her full chest, walked directly towards Yi Chen and asked. Okay, I'll leave Tuan and Yuan to teacher Xiaoxue's care. If there's any emergency, please contact me immediately. Yi Chen glanced at Xiaoxue without thinking much. He added WeChat just to facilitate communication with the teacher so that he could be the first to know if his daughter had any unexpected incidents at school. So he took out his phone and added WeChat. Xiaoxue wanted to say something else to Yi Chen, but was interrupted by a voice. It turned out to be Zhang Yuanhang, the brother of the fat classmate in the class. Teacher Xiaoxue, I'm talking to you, why don't you reply me? Zhang Yuanhang followed Xiaoxue's gaze and looked at Yi Chen. He was instantly furious. It's true that enemies meet in a narrow road. Yi Chen is everywhere. Why do all the beauties like Yi Chen? Ding Xiaoya, who had been pursued by Yi Chen for so long, had always rejected him, and now even the kindergarten teacher Xiaoxue was bewitched by Yi Chen. When Zhang Yuanhang saw Yi Chen walking towards the parked Volkswagen Bora, he suddenly understood something and a sly smile of so that it appeared on the corner of his mouth. A few days ago, Yi Chen hit him in the face with a Lamborghini Venom at school. It turned out that this supercar was rented by Yi Chen. It was used to make him, the great master Zhang, look bad in front of his classmates. You are such a jerk, Yi Chen. You made me pursue Ding Xiaoya for so long and always got rejected. Today I will make sure you lose face. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuanhang took a big step forward and blocked Yi Chen from driving away. Everyone, come and take a look. What kind of junky car is this? How dare it drive into our St. Mary's kindergarten? Even if he is a male nanny from a wealthy family, driving this kind of car to send someone's child to school, isn't this just trampling on the owner's face? Zhang Yuanhang's voice was loud and rough. He wanted to embarrass Yi Chen in public today. Get out of the way. Yi Chen looked down at Zhang Yuanhang. The other party was only 1.8 meters tall and was a head shorter than him, but he overwhelmed him with his aura. Hey, I'm not letting you down today. You rented a supercar a few days ago to slap me in the face. What a shame. You're just a poor bastard in your daily life. Zhang Yuanhang finished speaking and spit at Yi Chen's Bora. What the hell is this car? Even dogs don't drive scrap metal, and you drove this thing to St. Mary's College? Aren't you just slapping us in the face? Look around you and see what kind of cars there are. There's a Bora in St. Mary's College? If this gets out, where will we rich kids put our faces? Yi Chen was enduring, his fists were clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound, but he did not want to hit anyone in the kindergarten, and he did not want his precious daughter to see him going crazy. Zhang Yuanhang's voice caused the people around him to gasp in astonishment. They all cast mocking glances at Yi Chen. After all, a car of the class of the Bora was really not worthy of being driven in and occupying a parking space. Zhang Yuanhang saw that his words had aroused response from the crowd. He became even more proud, and kicked forward directly, breaking the headlight of the Bora. Oh, I'm sorry, your car is made of paper, the quality is so poor. I accidentally broke it. But don't worry, I'll compensate you with a new one later. A second-rate car is a second-rate car, its quality can't be compared with a good car. Chapter 22 Mobile DNA Evidence. Seeing that Yichen didn't dare to act rashly, Zhang Yuanhang laughed even more wildly. It seems that the Lamborghini was really rented by this brat. He embarrassed himself in front of so many classmates. More importantly, Ding Xiaoya ignored him even more after that. He had been pursuing the girl for almost half a year, but all his efforts were in vain. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Zhang Yuanhang kicked the Bora again and broke another headlight. Oh, the quality of this car is really not good. I have checked it for you. My servant will compensate you later. You and your aunts and uncles can pool some money together to buy a better car so that you can drive it with dignity. The crowd around him burst into laughter, and everyone looked at Yichen as if they were waiting to see a good show. Young Master Zhang's family is in the real estate business. Rich people are very arrogant, but if a man is not frivolous, he will be wasted his youth. I don't think it's Mr. Zhang who's being frivolous, but this guy drove a Bora to St. Mary's Royal College. It's too embarrassing for us to tell others about it. Yeah, don't you see, who would dare to drive a car worth less than 800,000 yuan? It's just a little Bora, how ridiculous. Zhang Yuanhang heard people's discussions and knew that the banner of public opinion was on his side. He stood on the stone steps triumphantly to avoid the fact that he lacked momentum because of his shorter stature than Yichen. Yichen rubbed his eyebrows. He was really disgusted by Zhang Yuanhang. It seemed that he had to stretch his muscles today. You, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, if you beat someone up in public, you'll end up in jail. Zhang Yuanhang looked at Yichen, who had a gloomy face, approaching him step by step, and felt an unprecedented pressure coming. Yichen has tight muscles and a tall stature, and it is obvious at first glance that he is a martial artist. Zhang Yuanhang looked back at his own small body, which was as small as a beansprout, and he swallowed his saliva in fear. Bang! Yichen's fist smashed hard on the Bora behind Zhang Yuanhang, creating a fist-sized hole on the front fender. Zhang Yuanhang was so scared that he got goosebumps. When he saw that Yichen did not hit him but smashed the Bora, he immediately felt relieved. You have guts. I don't think you would dare to do anything in front of so many people. In order to save face, Zhang Yuanhang stiffened his neck and shouted. The sound of smashing cars attracted more people, and a young man wearing glasses squeezed into the crowd. Yuanhang, what happened to you? Did you have a car accident? Tansen asked, adjusting his black glasses, with a 5-year-old boy beside him, who looked exactly like him. When Zhang Yuanhang saw Tansen, it was like he had found a backer. Tansen was his eldest cousin and the second son of the Tan group. Their Zhang family became rich with the support of the Tan group. Cousin, are you here with your nephew to go to school? I told you that you came at the right time. I met a brat here. He just threatened me in public. Look. Zhang Yuanhang pulled Tansen and walked to Yichen. Only then did Tansen see clearly that the person his useless cousin had offended was Yichen, whom even he was afraid of. Brother Yi, hello Brother Yi. Tansen immediately nodded and took out a cigarette from his pocket and wanted to light it for Yichen. He glared fiercely at Zhang Yuanhang, who was still making noise, then turned around and waited for Yichen's instructions with a smile on his face. Zhang Yuanhang was stunned by Tansen's pug look. What was going on? Yichen waved his hand and did not take the cigarette handed to him by Tansen, but pointed at Bao Lai behind him. Your cousin damaged my car and said he would pay me 10 times the compensation. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanhang reacted and realized that Yichen was asking for too much. He immediately said indignantly, Cousin, I was the one who broke that brat's car, but I only promised to compensate him for 1, not 10. Bang! Without saying a word, Tansen slapped Zhang Yuanhang on the face. Why did he offend such a big shot when he could just offend anyone else? Damn, Yichen still has the fatal handle on me. I finally have a few days of peace. Is Zhang Yuanhang a jerk? Tansen became angrier and angrier, and shouted, Why are you calling me a brat? This is my brother Yi. Cut off your mouth if it's useless. Apologize to my brother Yi now. Zhang Yuanhang was so shocked by Tansen's slap that he saw stars. He staggered around and looked at Tansen with tears in his eyes. Cousin. It seems that one slap is not enough to wake you up. Another one? Tamsen said as he raised his hand to hit again. Zhang Yuanhang woke up. It seemed that Yi Chen was really a big shot. Even his cousin called him Big Brother. Even if he was reluctant, Zhang Yuanhang knew what was more important. His Zhang family was counting on enjoying the shade of the Tan family. Without the Tan family, his Zhang family would be nothing. Sorry. You owe me Brother Yi 10 times the compensation. You have to deposit it into Brother Yi's card today. Otherwise, your Zhang family will forget about doing business in the future. Tansen raised his hand but did not bring it down. Instead, he grabbed Zhang Yuanhang's ear and yelled viciously. Zhang Yuanhang's heart was bleeding, but he had to agree. People were amazed when they saw the plot twists that only happened in TV dramas happening around them. They all looked at Yi Chen with inquiring eyes, the man who even the second son of the Tan family had to respectfully call Big Brother. Zhang Yuanhang really couldn't stand the prying eyes of the people anymore, so he lowered his hat and ran away in shame. Yi Chen found that it felt so good to win without bloodshed. He glanced at the little boy behind Tansen, who looked like Tansen. As far as he knew, Tansen was not married and the child was of suspicious origin. Seeing Yi Chen staring at his nephew, Tansen guiltily stuffed his nephew behind him. The child is clingy, and the servants at home are not happy to send him away. Seeing that Tansen looked like he had done something wrong, Yi Chen smiled knowingly. It turned out that this was the child of Tansen and his sister-in-law. ISNT this mobile DNA evidence. When Tansen saw Yi Chen smiling with his white teeth showing, he touched his pounding heart and felt very scared. After Yi Chen came out of St. Mary's, he planned to go back to school and play ball with his roommates. Then I saw a message from my wife on WeChat. Li Luoluo, husband, I haven't been back to school for a long time, are you free to accompany me? Yi Chen, of course I'm free, I'm all yours. Li Luoluo? Hate. On the other side, Li Luoluo put down her phone and looked at her best friend Linghui with a sweet and shy face. Hui, does the method you suggested to me work? If I go to find Yi Chen like this, he will think I am so attached to him. Linghui looked very disappointed. My Luoluo, I asked you to go to school to declare your sovereignty. You don't want Yi Chen to be surrounded by flowers and flowers, right? When Li Luoluo heard this, she immediately straightened her proud snow-capped peaks with full fighting spirit. My husband, no one else can covet him. Chapter 23 Wife, I love you. Yi Chen rushed into the dormitory like the wind and announced the important news to his roommates. My wife will come to visit our dormitory later, so you guys should hurry up and clean up. Put. Brother Chen, you are so mean. I felt something was wrong with you the last time you came back. I was wondering why you were so kind to give me so many dolls. Suji walked up to Yi Chen with a sly smile and patted his shoulder. Yi Chen slapped Suji's hand away with disdain, sniffed his nose and said, You did that and didn't wash your hands. The trash can is full of tissues. Go open the window and get some fresh air. Suji rubbed his buttocks that were hurt by the kick, and then kicked Wang Yangguang who was still playing Dota. Guanzi, hurry up, didn't you hear Brother Chen say that the little sister-in-law is coming? Stop playing games, can the game give you a girlfriend? Wang Yangguang pushed his heavy glasses and said, I think games are more fun than girlfriends. My dream girl is no longer in this school, so my heart is dead too. Brother Chen's wife. What? Brother Chen is now his wife? This is too fast. She's not even his girlfriend, but she's his wife? Wang Yangguang realized it later and was immediately shocked. Brother, my daughter is old enough to help out. Yi Chen added without hesitation. Wang Yangguang immediately lost his composure and started working quickly with Suji. Yi Chen found a bottle of Lucian floral water and started spraying it. This was simply a doghouse. No, even dogs couldn't live there. Suji collapsed to the ground after working for a while. He held his waist and complained. Brother Chen, can't you just report to us a day in advance? This is too tiring. Brother Chen, you have to send me some new girlfriends to calm me down. You are now in ruins. If I give you a few more girlfriends, you will probably go to see Marx. Yi Chen rolled his eyes and continued, Daji, do you know how Shiman Qing died? I don't want you to follow the old path of your predecessors. Goddess Li. Li? Wang Yangguang was just about to throw a large bag of garbage into the trash can in the corridor when he saw Li Luoluo coming towards him. Even though Li Luoluo was wearing sunglasses and a mask at the moment, he could recognize her at the first sight. Because Li Luoluo was the school belle of Sanjia Magic City College for 2 consecutive years before she went offline, she has always been the dream goddess of otakus. Wang Yangguang was so excited that he was at a loss. He felt like he was dreaming and patted his head. It was the first time Yi Chen saw Wang Yangguang lose his composure like this when seeing a girl. You know, this guy has always been addicted to games and would never be attracted to girls. Pa! Yi Chen's palm directly covered Wang Yangguang's eyes. Change your name to sister-in-law. This is my wife, you should change your name. Wang Yangguang pulled Yi Chen's hand hard, and his glasses were sticking to his eyes. Anyway, even if Goddess Li is not Brother Chen's, it is not Wang Yangguang's turn. Hello, sister-in-law, I was wrong. Brother Chen, take your hand away quickly. Yi Chen put his hand down, but he was still worried, so he protected Li Luoluo behind him, as if he was guarding against a hungry wolf. Suji curled his lips in displeasure. Brother Chen, you said you wanted us to meet your sister-in-law, but now you don't want us to meet her. This is too unfair of you. Li Luoluo was protected by the tall Yi Chen behind her. Although she knew that he was joking with her brother, she couldn't help but pursed her lips and smiled. This shows that Yi Chen cares about her very much. Li Luoluo smiled like a little girl who has just fallen in love. Okay, husband, stop joking with them. Li Luoluo touched Yi Chen's lower back with her white fingers, and Yi Chen felt a tingling sensation all over his body as if an electric current was flowing through him. He couldn't help but grab the other's hand, and the two of them immediately hugged each other. This is too much dog abuse, I protest. I protest too. Brother Chen, you are worse than a dog. I will never share any learning resources with you again. Wang Yangguang and Su Ji protested one after another. They were fed up with the dog food that fell from the sky. Li Luoluo pushed Yi Chen away with a sweet smile, and then distributed the milk tea, potato chips and other snacks in her hand to Yi Chen's roommates. Before leaving, Li Luoluo wrinkled her neck and said, "Thank you for taking care of my husband over the past few years. I'll treat you to a meal next time." Wang Yangguang and Su Ji were struck by her beauty and agreed immediately. Walking on the forest path in the school, Li Luoluo looked up curiously and asked Yi Chen, "Honey, your brother just said that he won't share study resources with you anymore. I didn't expect you to study so hard before." Yi Chen was choked by Li Luoluo's question, and then smiled maliciously. "Honey, that study material is the classic action movies that men like to study. If you are interested, we can watch it together tonight, and we can learn from each other after watching it." Li Luoluo widened her watery eyes. She didn't expect Yi Chen to be so shameless and speak so bluntly. Li Luoluo saw the meaningful looks from the classmates passing by, so she quickly stood on tiptoe and used her little hands to cover Yi Chen's mouth, then gave him a coquettish look. "Stop talking, everyone has heard it." Yi Chen used his slightly rough big palm to take Li Luoluo's soft and boneless little hand away from his mouth, then clasped his 5 fingers together and put her hand into his pocket. "Come on, honey, let's go to the school playground and then have a meal in the cafeteria together?" Yi Chen lovingly helped Li Luoluo to brush away her loose hair, then tilted his head to sniff her fragrant hair. Feeling Yi Chen's breath, Li Luoluo's ears turned red unconsciously. She nodded gently, feeling like she was back in college. This was also one of the reasons why she came to the school to find Yi Chen today, to date him openly in a crowded place in the school and to declare her sovereignty. Yi Chen suddenly stopped, his handsome sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes drooped slightly, and he just stared at Li Luoluo, making Li Luoluo's face blush again. "Did my makeup get messed up?" "No, I have something to say to my wife." Yi Chen's expression suddenly became serious, which made Li Luoluo uncomfortable, and her palms suddenly began to sweat. "Wife, I love you. I, Yi Chen, only love Li Luoluo in my life. It wasn't until I met you that I felt my own existence." As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, the classmates who had just passed by immediately surrounded him, gathered Yi Chen and Li Luoluo together, and set off the fireworks in their hands. Yi Chen took out a red rose from his pocket like a magic trick and handed it to Li Luoluo gracefully. "Together. So sweet. Together. So sweet." Yi Chen was amused by such old-fashioned lines. A man in a windbreaker flashed behind the crowd. It was Yi Yi. Although Yi Yi's ability to do things is first-rate, isn't this too unsophisticated? "Hubby, I love you, too." Li Luoluo's eyes were already blurred with tears. She didn't expect Yi Chen to be so considerate and warm. It turned out that he had already felt her worry. Chapter 24 Confession in the Woods. After finishing their meal, Li Luoluo and Yi Chen walked hand in hand in the English corner of Mado College. The English corner is built in the shape of a ginkgo forest and has become a good place for young couples from Shanghai University to have a tryst. Li Luoluo was really reluctant to leave, although she was not sure whether she was reluctant to leave the school or reluctant to leave Yi Chen. She thought that Yi Chen would stay overnight at school, and suddenly a lot of worries emerged in her heart. Hubby, I really regret not meeting you earlier. Li Luoluo's voice is very sweet and soft, and it sounds gentle and beautiful in the night breeze. Early? Do you want to sleep with an underage boy? Yi Chen laughed out loud with joy. If he remembered correctly, he and Li Luoluo had met at the hotel that night. He was only 19 years old. If it had been earlier, then it would have been. Hate you, you're so frivolous, I don't want to play with you anymore. Li Luoluo pouted and trotted away, covering her burning cheeks with her hands, with a deer jumping in her heart. Yi Chen's smile deepened and he chased after him. Oh! Husband! Li Luoluo heard a rustling sound in the grove. She was so scared that she turned around and threw herself into Yi Chen's arms. It was a dark day and the road was slippery. Li Luoluo had been afraid of mollusks like snakes since he was a child. Yi Chen held his soft and lovely wife in his arms. He patted her back soothingly and comforted her softly. But after a moment, Yi Chen felt that there was something wrong with the rustling sound. In addition to the rustling sound of grass being stepped on, there is also the sound of flowing water, which is particularly clear on a moonlit night. After a while, a young man and woman walked out of the grove. The man was pulling up his pants, and when the woman saw Yi Chen and the others, she lowered her head in panic and adjusted her skirt. Li Luoluo was not stupid either. Seeing this scene, she realized what the voice had just been, and a camel-colored blush spread across her little face. When the young man and woman left, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. Wife, because of our interruption, there is one less murder in the world. Li Luoluo felt so embarrassed. She and Yi Chen had only had 2 negative distance contacts. The first time she was drunk, the second time she was drugged. So she is still confused about this matter. Husband, tell me, are you an experienced driver? Li Luoluo recalled Yi Chen's familiar expression just now, and the fact that he often told dirty jokes to her, so she felt that Yi Chen must be very experienced. I can't say I'm an experienced driver, but my dream is to become the driving god of Akina Mountain. Yi Chen looked at Li Luoluo jokingly. Seeing Yi Chen's vague answer, Li Luoluo simply asked more directly. Hubby, besides me, do you have any other girls? When hearing the words other girls, Li Luoluo felt extremely sad. She is an original product, and if Yi Chen is not, it would be a big loss. The deer in Li Luoluo's heart jumped even faster, and her watery eyes shone like beautiful obsidian under the moonlight. Forget it, it's not important. Li Luoluo stood on tiptoe and covered Yi Chen's mouth with her little hands. Hubby, I have never been involved in your past. Maybe you had other girls before me, but from now on, you only have me. Li Luoluo buried her head in Yi Chen's chest, smelling the pleasant mint scent on him, and hugged him tightly. Wife, since I met you, you are my only one. Yi Chen's voice was very light, soft, and gentle. He smelled Li Luoluo's hair and felt deeply moved. Don't ask about the past, for the rest of my life, I only have you. Room 303, the sophomore girls' dormitory at Madu College. When Ding Xiaoya saw the campus headline sent by her best friend, she wanted to smash all her phones and tablets. Breaking news! The school beauty goddess Li Luoluo, who disappeared for 2 years, suddenly appeared at Magic City College yesterday. Shocking news! Goddess Li Luoluo and current school idol Yi Chen show off their affection on the forest trail. Shocked! School hunk Yi Chen sold his body and hooked up with the otaku goddess Li Luoluo? Yi Chen has become a role model for our generation. He knows the good of rich women when he is young, and doesn't he treat young girls as treasures? Revelation of the reason why Yi Chen rejected Ding Xiaoya in times. Ding Xiaoya buried her head on the table and choked with sobs. She felt her heart aching so much. It turned out that Yi Chen rejected her because of Li Luoluo. She saw those photos, Yi Chen and Li Luoluo holding hands, so sweet, so gentle. Xiaoya, don't be sad. It's just a handsome stinky man. If you lose him, just find another one. Do you know how many men there are on the earth? There are 3 billion men on the planet. 3 billion. How can a beauty like our Xiaoya be afraid of not finding a man? Her best friend ran over to comfort Ding Xiaoya and handed her a tissue. Ding Xiaoya raised her head from the table, crying out of breath. There are so many men in this world. But there is only one Yi Chen. I really like him, I like him so much. Ding Xiaoya thought of the afternoon when she met Yi Chen. It was raining heavily. She stood on the Hangi Bridge with no hope in life and then jumped down in despair. If Yi Chen hadn't jumped into the river to save her without hesitation, and if Yi Chen hadn't given her warm guidance in the next 3 months, she, Ding Xiaoya, would have died many times already. Like Li Luoluo, I am also a school beauty. She is 2 years older than me. Why did Yi Chen choose her instead of me? Why? In order to treat Yi Chen's mother's illness, I worked 3 part-time jobs. I am willing to give everything I have for him. Why did he do this to me? Woo woo woo. Ding Xiaoya became sadder and sadder as she spoke, and her eyes became redder and more swollen from crying. My best friend didn't know how to persuade her, but it was obvious that Ding Xiaoya was still upset. I know, it must be because I don't have money. Li Luoluo is a rich woman, and brother Yi Chen must be attracted by her money. As long as I have money, brother Yi Chen will definitely choose me. I must work hard to make money. Ding Xiaoya cried and then she laughed, and she vowed to make herself strong and rich. The president's office of Xingtu Company. Li Luoluo has been absent-minded at work recently. She always thinks of Yi Chen and often recalls the sweet times they spent together. She felt that she was definitely hopeless. In just 2 short months, she seemed to have turned into the love-crazy personality she once hated the most. Mr. Li? Mr. Li? Assistant Rolling held the folder and shook it vigorously in front of Li Luoluo. Luo Lin pulled Li Luoluo back to reality from her daze. She smiled awkwardly and asked, "What's the matter, Luo Lin?" Luo Lin handed over the folder and said, "Boss Li, there is a singing competition in the industry recently, and our company's most popular singer, Zhao Mengyao, wants to participate." Then let her participate. You can decide on this matter. All of Zhao Mengyao's previous songs were written by Zhang Daijie, but now Zhang Daijie is no longer a star. Sister Zhao said. What did you say? Li Luoluo raised her eyes. Rolling hesitated for a moment and then continued. She said that if Xingtu didn't invite Zhang Daijie back, she would never sing again. She has really grown up to be so capable that she even dares to threaten Xingtu. Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. Tell Zhao Mengyao that Xingtu doesn't care about her. Chapter 25 for the competition. Inside the other shore cafe. Zhao Mengyao was wearing a water-green dress and drinking coffee elegantly with her fingers raised. Sitting opposite her was Zhang Daijie. Zhang Daijie clenched the coffee cup painfully and raised his thick glasses frame. Sister Zhao, Meikai has gone back on his word and terminated my contract. I was screwed so badly by Meikai. Tansen is a fucking coward. Zhao Mengyao smiled faintly. Teacher Zhang, I'm at loggerheads with Xingtu because of you. You have to promise to sing all the songs you created for me. Otherwise, I'm at a loss, aren't I? Zhang Daijie stared at Zhao Mengyao with wide eyes, and said in embarrassment, No way, Sister Zhao, we agreed before that if you help me return to Xingtu Entertainment, I will give you the singing rights for the next 10 songs. I didn't say I would sell myself. Teacher Zhang, you are so mean. We have been working together for 3 years. I have made such a great sacrifice for you to return to the stardom. If you abandon me after I have done my job, I will regret it. Zhao Mengyao glanced at Zhang Daijie sharply, then she slammed the coffee cup in her hand on the table, stood up and made a gesture to walk outside. Zhang Daijie immediately panicked and rushed forward to grab Zhao Mengyao with a compromising smile on his face. Sister Zhao, you misunderstood me. That's not what I meant. You also know that I don't have the final say on who will sing the songs I composed. Forget it, how about this, let's compromise, I won't make it difficult for you, you can find a way to give me the next 20 songs, that is, tailor-made for me. Zhao Mengyao's expression eased a little, she smiled while covering her mouth with her fingers. Okay. Zhang Daijie said helplessly. He was poached by Tansen, but was terminated by that guy halfway through the contract process. Now he is like a lost dog. If he doesn't hold on to Zhao Mengyao, this big tree that provides shade, I'm afraid no entertainment company will dare to hire him in the future. When Zhao Mengyao returned to the company, she heard her agent say that Xingtu did not welcome Zhang Daijie's return, and she was furious. She came to Li Luoluo's office wearing 12-centimeter high heels, crossed her arms and looked domineering, and sat opposite him. Boss Li, I believe you also know the significance of the Singer King contest to every professional singer. Teacher Zhang and I have worked together for such a long time and have a very good understanding. I believe that as long as we agree to let Teacher Zhang come back, I have a good chance of winning a place in this competition. Seeing that Li Luoluo didn't say anything, Zhao Mengyao thought that the other party was thinking about what she said, so she continued. You know, Mr. Li, everyone makes mistakes. This time, Mr. Zhang was deceived by that villain Tan senator. Now he is willing to give up a year's salary and return to Xingtu. I hope you can give him a chance to turn back. Li Luoluo shifted her gaze from the computer screen. She glanced at Zhao Mengyao and sneered, "You can't even protect yourself now, and you still have to give a message to your old partner. It seems that he has given you a lot of benefits?" Zhao Mengyao was shocked. She didn't expect Li Luoluo to be so cold-blooded and ruthless. Anger soon filled her chest. "Boss Li, what do you mean by that? Don't you know how many honors I, Zhao Mengyao, have won for Xingtu in the music industry? Now you want to kill me after I've done my job? I'm telling you, there's no way." Li Luoluo didn't want to waste any more time. She felt disgusted by Zhao Mengyao's arrogant attitude that didn't take her boss seriously. She clapped her hands, and Luo Lin walked in from outside. "See a visitor out." Rolling stretched out her hand and made a gesture of invitation. "Please." Zhao Mengyao was so angry that she stomped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. She didn't expect that Li Luoluo would have a quarrel with her over such a trivial matter as Zhang Dajie. She slammed the door and left. After returning to her office, Zhao Mengyao was still angry about Li Luoluo's attitude just now. Her chest heaved up and down with anger until her assistant Shi Lu poured her a glass of water. "Sister Zhao, even though you are the top singer in our Xingtu entertainment, there is no need for us to fall out with Mr. Li because of Zhang Dajie, right? After all, if you fall out with your boss, you will be at risk of being banned." Shi Lu persuaded sincerely and anxiously. As a newcomer who had been in StarPath for less than a year, she cherished this internship opportunity very much and also knew the principle of lips and teeth are cold. "Are you going to teach me a lesson now? What qualifications do you have to say such things to me? If your aunt hadn't arranged for you to join the StarPath, you wouldn't even be worthy of the chance to carry my shoes." Zhao Mengyao was already angry and her fury had not yet subsided. When she heard Bai Lu say this, she was so angry that she threw the cup of water at him. Shi Lu dodged to the right quickly, but her knee was still hit by the water cup. She felt excruciating pain, but still managed to hold back and not make a sound. Because compared to physical pain, mental damage is more devastating. Although Shi Lu admitted that it was her aunt's help that enabled her to enter the star world right after graduation, it was also inseparable from her personal efforts. Zhao Mengyao's words were really hurtful. Sadness, grievance, and anger all piled up in her heart. Shi Lu limped out of Zhao Mengyao's office with tears in her eyes and came to the tea room. She is a newcomer, she shouldn't be so fragile. Which newcomer doesn't come out of the rough and tumble? Shi Lu poured herself a cup of tea. The taste of bitterness at first but sweetness later was just like life. She told herself that she must cheer up. WeChat on my mobile phone suddenly rang. It was a video call from my aunt. Shi Lu wiped the tears from her face, fiddled with her slightly messy hair, then forced a sweet smile and answered the video. When the video screen opened, Shi Linghui's pretty face appeared on the phone screen. She was only 3 years older than Shi Lu, but in terms of seniority, she was the other's legitimate aunt. "What's wrong, Lulu? Has anyone in the company bullied you? Is it that Zhao Mengyao? Auntie will deal with her for you." Shi Linghui frowned slightly. She could see that Shi Lu had been crying. Her eyes were red and she could not hide the sadness in them. "Aunt, please don't stand up for me. Maybe I said something wrong and made Sister Zhao unhappy. I will be more careful next time. After all, as a newcomer, it's normal to suffer a little. You little stinky girl, you have to go out and get humiliated instead of using the resources at home. You know that Mr. Li is my good friend. If you need anything, just talk to your aunt. Zhao Mengyao doesn't have the guts to bully you anymore." When Shi Linghui saw Zhao Mengyao's grievance and strength, she felt really distressed. This niece was born into the Shi family, a prominent family like herself, but she chose a different path from herself. Shi Linghui has been living under the shadow of the family wealth accumulated by generations of ancestors, but her niece Shi Lu bravely stepped out and dared to do what she wanted to do. "Okay, little aunt, I'm not that fragile. If I stay under your care, I will never grow up. Making music is my dream. Even if I'm not talented enough now and can only be a small assistant, I will slowly climb up step by step." Shi Lu smiled sweetly and made a cheering gesture. She believed that tomorrow would be better. Shi Linghui shook her head helplessly. Her silly niece was courageous but too naive and had not suffered enough from society. After hanging up the video, Shi Linghui thought of Li Luoluo's husband Yichen. He seemed to have written a song for Xingtu that was quite popular. She didn't know if he had any more songs in stock. Thinking of this, Shilingui sent a WeChat message to Li Luoluo. Chapter 26 Wife, so you are this. Li Luoluo saw the WeChat message from Shilingui, which probably meant that she wanted her to ask Yichen if he had any new songs. Li Luoluo was actually very curious about this question, but she never had the chance to ask Yichen. How about taking a look at Yichen's laptop while he is taking care of the baby? Thinking this, Li Luoluo came to Yichen's room. The room was clean and tidy, and the laptop was placed on the workbench. I opened my laptop and found that a password was set. Li Luoluo held her chin with her slender fingers. She was wondering what password Yichen would use. His birthday? 19990328. That's not right. My birthday? 19981208. Isn't that right either? Li Luoluo became discouraged after trying several times. Her peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a calendar under the glass plate, which had a big pink heart drawn on it. That was more than 3 years ago, on June 10th during the summer vacation of 2018. It was the time when she and Yichen met for the first time, and it was also the day when she was done by Yichen. She remembered that day very clearly. I entered 20180610 and the laptop opened. A sweet feeling welled up in Li Luoluo's heart. She really didn't expect Yichen to remember that day. There are very few things on the computer desktop, just 2 folders, one for study materials and the other for daily life photos. Women's natural talent for gossip made Li Luoluo open the daily life photos first. When she saw that the photos were all about her baby and her daily life, she smiled very sweetly. I didn't expect that although Yichen looks frivolous on the surface, he is so warm and considerate in private. He even collected photos of the baby's growth. Moreover, Yichen is very hardworking and motivated. He puts the study materials folder in such a conspicuous place on the desktop, which must be to remind himself to study hard. Thinking this, Li Luoluo opened the study materials folder, and inside was actually. Her face turned red instantly. They were all restricted action movies. Li Luoluo clicked one of the buttons and the sound of a mixed singing of men and women came out immediately, accompanied by various eye-catching postures and poses. She suddenly felt her throat dry and her heart beat faster. No wonder she couldn't get out of bed for a whole week after the last time she and Yichen had sex. 2 people. He chased. She escaped. She can't fly away. Anywhere imaginable. Li Luoluo originally wanted to delete the video after watching it for 2 minutes. After all, the reason she opened Yichen's computer today was to find songs. But as if it had magic, Li Luoluo was reluctant to close it. In this video, the looks and figures of the male and female protagonists are really amazing. Although it is still several levels lower than her and Yichen. When Li Luoluo saw the end, her face turned red, like a sunset glow. The heroine fell on the fluffy carpet. On the cashmere brown carpet. It's a mess. At least visually it is a powerful shock. Wife, I didn't expect you would like to watch such a movie? Li Luoluo was so engrossed in watching that when Yichen's magnetic voice rang in her ears, she closed the computer screen stiffly. I'm here to look for information. Not daring to turn around and look at Yichen's face, Li Luoluo muttered a few words and wanted to walk out of the room. Yichen's lips curled up into an evil smile, and his little wife became shy. When Li Luoluo passed by, Yichen grabbed her slender arm and pulled Li Luoluo into his arms. I told you to just ask your husband if you want to learn anything. It's normal for a husband and wife to ask for advice on serious matters. You shouldn't push your luck. Li Luoluo slammed her fist coquettishly. If you weren't so dishonest and put these videos on the table, I wouldn't watch them. Yichen was amused. Wife, you are making a lot of excuses. Did I force you to click on the video? My hands are obviously on you. I am not that domineering. Li Luoluo was furious. She could never win an argument with Yichen. Seeing Yichen holding onto him and not letting go, he simply bit him with his silver teeth. Wife, you're serious. You actually bit me. Woo woo woo. Yichen loosened his hand in pain, and looked at the row of small red teeth marks on it, his face full of fatigue. Li Luoluo ran away like a child who had done something wrong. She locked herself in the bedroom and stood in the 18-degree cold wind, hoping that she would calm down. Why did she choose to open Yichen's computer today? If you want to ask about the songs, just ask. Li Luoluo felt like she was going to be totally screwed today. I don't know how to face Yi Chen in the future. Yi Chen was still thinking about how to comfort his wife when he received a WeChat message from Lin Feng. Raymond Lam, Brother Yi, my wife has been worried about her niece's singing recently. I wonder if you have any new songs? Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the task of making his wife happy. Pick out a few songs from the music library and give them to your wife to complete the task. Hearing the prompt sound of the system in his mind, Yi Chen was confused. This was Lin Feng talking about his wife Shi Linghui. What did it have to do with Li Luoluo? Raymond Lam, today my wife should have asked your wife if you have any new songs recently. I thought it would be better for me to ask Brother Yi directly. Looking at the message sent from the other side, Yi Chen suddenly realized, that's it. Yi Chen, of course there are songs. I will ask my wife to send the songs to your wife later. Yi Chen was just worrying about how he couldn't make his wife happy, and this system task came at the right time. After putting down his phone, Yi Chen entered the system and looked at the song library. There were so many songs that he didn't know what to choose for a moment. It seems I have to ask my wife what type of song she needs. Thinking of this, Yi Chen happily came to Li Luoluo's bedroom and knocked on the door. Honey, open the door quickly. I have something important to discuss with you. I don't want to listen. I've already gone to bed. We can talk tomorrow if we have anything to say. Li Luoluo's voice was rather muffled and hoarse, and it was obvious that it was the sound that was made while covering her face with the quilt. Honey, I suddenly got some creative inspiration and have a few good drafts of songs. Would you like to help me with some references? Really? Forget it. I'm already asleep. We can talk tomorrow if we have anything to say. Okay, then, my dear, you go to sleep. I'll go discuss this with my schoolmate. Yi Chen had only taken a few steps after saying this when the door behind him opened. Li Luoluo was wearing cute bunny pajamas, wrapping herself tightly. She groaned, "How dare you? I dare not." Yi Chen waved his hand quickly and followed him in. He thought the bunny pajamas were quite interesting and reached out to pull the pink bunny ears. As a result, because the pajamas were too big, or because Li Luoluo was too petite, her feet stepped on her pajamas and she fell backwards. Yi Chen screamed in pain, "Wife, you. When you sit down, could you please say hello in advance?" Yi Chen said with a bitter face. When Li Luoluo realized what he was sitting on, he was petrified. Chapter 27. Of course my wife is the most beautiful. When Li Luoluo realized what she was sitting on, her face turned red with embarrassment. If it weren't for the clothes blocking her way, she would probably. She fell to the side in panic, then left the dangerous person and hid under the quilt, leaving only her two crystal clear eyes exposed. Yi Chen rubbed his brows, feeling very aggrieved. "Wife, are you so irresponsible? I feel so aggrieved when you do this." Yi Chen didn't want to say it too bluntly, for fear of frightening his wife. He tried to stand up and heard a click. He had just twisted his waist. "Honey, are you okay? I'll go call the doctor." Li Luoluo jumped to Yi Chen's side quickly like a little rabbit. She frowned slightly and gently rubbed Yi Chen's waist with her soft hands. "There's no need to call a doctor. I'm in good physical condition, so this injury is nothing. When I was moving bricks at the construction site, it was normal to get bruises and injuries." Yi Chen rubbed Li Luoluo's little head with his hand. Seeing that his wife's eyes were red with fear, his heart softened. "Let me apply the medicine to you, husband." Li Luoluo helped Yi Chen sit down on the bed, then began to rummage through the drawers to find the medicine box. Yi Chen leaned against the pillow, looking at the petite figure busy looking for something. A barely perceptible smile crept up to the corner of his mouth. After finding the safflower oil and coming to Yi Chen, Li Luoluo felt a little embarrassed. At this time, Yi Chen had already taken the initiative to lift up his shirt, exposing his strong and well-shaped abdominal muscles to the air, and his male hormones exploded. She didn't know where Yi Chen's hand was twisted, so she poured a little safflower oil on her little hand and smeared it randomly. Yi Chen's abdominal muscles felt bumpy and very firm. Li Luoluo went from being embarrassed at first to being reluctant to let go. "Honey, promise me one thing. Don't use the washing machine to wash clothes anymore. It wastes so much electricity. Just use my abdominal muscles as a washboard. You can wash anything." Yi Chen smiled maliciously. He really liked seeing his wife blushing shyly. "Honey, if you don't know how to use your mouth, you can plug it up." Li Luoluo changed her strategy this time. Offense is the best defense. She felt so embarrassed that her heart trembled every time Yi Chen teased her. Block it? Block it with what? Yi Chen looked at Li Luoluo and smiled. If you keep driving, I'll get mad. The kind that's hard to appease. Li Luoluo punched Yi Chen's chest angrily, but she didn't dare to use force. Okay, I'm not going to joke with you anymore. I have a nice song here that I want to give to my wife. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of the ukulele in the corner. Ding! Play the ukulele for your wife and complete the task to gain +2 evil points. S-level ukulele playing skills have been released. Hearing the system prompt sound, Yi Chen was secretly delighted. This system is really an expert at picking up girls, and it's getting better and better. You can play the ukulele? Seeing Yi Chen staring at the ukulele in a daze, Li Luoluo took the instrument from the corner and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and fiddled with it twice, then cleared his throat and looked at Li Luoluo affectionately. Wife, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you. Your eyes are as bright as stars, and I fell into the trap at first sight. Your eyes are like wind chimes. Ding ding ding, the sound came into my mind. How beautiful, how pure. The dark clouds will turn into clear skies. I fell in love with you at first sight. It's like a chemical reaction. Yi Chen's voice was mellow, clear, and magnetic. When he watched Li Luoluo singing, little stars twinkled in his eyes. Li Luoluo's passionate eyes met Yi Chen's. She suppressed the throbbing in her heart and looked back calmly, but the upward curve of her lips betrayed her. The melodious music falls. Honey, what's the name of this song? Li Luoluo asked sweetly, tilting her palm-sized face up. It's called My Wife Has Super Big Breasts. Yi Chen joked. Hate. Li Luoluo pointed at Yi Chen and asked, how could he not be serious for more than 3 minutes? Wife, the name of this song is Your Eyes Are Like Stars. Yi Chen seriously stopped trying to amuse Li Luoluo. His eyes were filled with tenderness, like a pool of spring water. Li Luoluo was almost intoxicated by what she saw, and at this moment, she was sure that it was the sound of her heart beating. She looked at Yi Chen's handsome face approaching slightly, her beautiful eyes slightly closed, and her heart began to beat wildly. Squeak! The door was opened and the two little kids Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan rushed in happily. Dad, I want to hear your story. Daddy, you haven't lifted me up high today. Seeing that she had disturbed the beautiful scene, Sister Ping apologized and said, the young ladies are clamoring to find their son-in-law, so I'll leave now. The two nodded awkwardly, neither daring to look at each other. It's like being caught doing something shameful by your parents. Yi Chen was quickly surrounded by two little balls, one on the left and one on the right. Dad, I want to hear the story you told me last time about 7 princesses and a dwarf again. Tuan Tuan shook Yi Chen's arm. No, Dad, I want to listen to Ultraman fighting the monsters. Yuan Yuan protested aggrievedly. Yi Chen smiled and touched Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan's little heads. You can listen to stories, but Daddy wants to test you. What did you learn in school? Tuan Chuan was the first to raise her hand. She shook her head proudly and said, Daddy, we learned the 3-character classic. The round little chicken pecking rice nodded in agreement. Yes, Daddy, we can recite it. This time, not only Yi Chen was surprised, but Li Luoluo was also surprised. Tuan Chuan and Yuan Yuan are only 2.5 years old, but they can actually recite 3-character classic. This is so smart. Especially Yuan Yuan. Since Yi Chen came, this little guy has not only become more talkative, but also more cheerful. Li Luoluo watched Yi Chen and the dumplings interacting sweetly, and felt a sweet attack from her husband and daughter. Yi Chen didn't want to dampen the children's enthusiasm, so he said, then you can recite it to your dad and mom, okay? Okay. That's great. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan agreed excitedly, then shook their heads and started memorizing the text word by word. Man is born good. You were bathing and I was peeking at you. Yi Chen immediately stopped him. Is this what your teacher taught you? The teacher named Xiao Shui? It's really a headache to memorize all this stuff. Tuan shook his head. Xiaopeng taught us. Yeah. Yuan Yuan agreed. Only Li Luoluo got the point wrong. Tuan Chuan Yuan Yuan, is your teacher Xiao Shui pretty? Beautiful and bright. The two little dumplings answered together. Li Luoluo immediately became nervous, compared to teacher Xiao Shui and Mama, who was prettier. Of course Mommy is prettier. The two little ones are neat and tidy. Of course my wife is the most beautiful. Yi Chen sensed Li Luoluo's nervousness and quickly comforted her. Don't worry, my dear, you are the only one in my eyes and heart. Li Luoluo gently pinched the soft flesh on Yi Chen's waist with her jade hands and said coquettishly, oh, the children are here. Chapter 28 Husband, this can only be eaten by me. Jinling Hotel. Zhao Mengyao was lying on the big bed. After several hours of fighting, she was too weak to get up. After Tan Lin came out of the bathroom, he wiped the water droplets on his head and saw the beautiful woman lying down. He suddenly felt the sensation again. Boss Tan, you must help them. I am heartbroken that Xingtu treated his capable people like this. You won't just sit there and watch, right? Zhao Mengyao crawled forward, her curves were exquisite and her eyes were seductive. Mengyao, you know that Meikai is taken care of by my brother Tan Senator. It would be bad if I act rashly. If it causes discord between the brothers, it would be a disgrace to our Tan family if the news gets out. Tan Lin smiled and stretched out his hand, kneading the peach into a round shape and then flattening it. He was telling the truth. He could give the money, but he just wanted to keep himself out of it. Zhao Mengyao immediately burst into tears of grievance. She pushed Tan Lin away, her chest heaving up and down, and she seemed very excited. But you are Tan Sen's elder brother. All the shares he has are donated by you. How could he not listen to you? Tan Lin rubbed his brows, his expression serious. Mengyao, I hope you can put yourself in the right place. You don't need to interfere in my family affairs. Seeing Zhao Mengyao crying, Tan Lin irritably pulled off his bathrobe, hugged the crying person in his arms and comforted her. Just bear with it for a while. I will go to Meikai to talk to you. I have many ways to defeat Xingtu. Wouldn't it be better for you to come to Meikai then? Zhao Mengyao pouted unhappily, but I also want to participate in this singing competition. That depends on your performance. Sit up and move yourself. Tan Lin lay flat on the bed, his intentions were very obvious. Zhao Mengyao looked at his weapon and walked over shyly. Starway Company. Shi Lu was called to the office by Li Luoluo. What, Mr. Li? Are you planning to let me participate in this year's singing competition? I'm just a small assistant, I'm afraid I can't handle the heavy responsibility. Shi Lu waved her hands in panic. Although she was grateful for Li Luoluo's appreciation, this should be obtained by her aunt Shi Linghui through her connections, so she couldn't accept it. You also studied music, why are you so unsure of yourself? Li Luoluo slowly took a folder from the table, which contained the music score written by Yi Chen, and handed it to Shi Lu. Shi Lu is also a well-known top student in the music department, so she has achieved great accomplishments. She glanced at the music score, your eyes are like stars, and hummed along, the amazement in her eyes beyond words. The style of this song is light and simple, and the lyrics are sweet and fresh, which is very suitable for today's pop music. Boss Li, this is, for me? Shi Lu looked up at Li Luoluo in disbelief. Well, you can use this song to participate in the preliminaries first, and I will arrange for someone to produce the subsequent songs for you. The preliminary round is for singers to record songs and release them online. If the song's popularity ranks in the top 10, they will be eligible to participate in the qualifying round. But I'm afraid if I participate in the competition, Sister Zhao. Shi Lu was still hesitating. Those who achieve great things don't get hung up on small details. Follow your heart and your dreams. Li Luoluo's eyes were warm and firm. Well, I'm going to compete. Shi Lu made up her mind. She walked towards the recording studio, the warm yellow light shone on her face, and her eyes were full of power. When Zhao Mengyao returned to the company, she heard that her assistant Shi Lu had replaced her and became Xingtu's bargaining chip to participate in the King of Singers competition. She was so angry that she smashed all the things in her office. Zhao Mengyao clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into the flesh. Li Luoluo, you won't be so proud for long. If Tan Lin takes action, you are all finished. Shi Linghui came to find Li Luoluo early that day. She came to Looting Villa with a big bag of snacks such as potato chips, spicy strips, chocolate, milk tea, etc. Lolo, my Shi Lu's new song was released today. I know it's your contribution, as well as my brother Ye's. Come on, let's have some snacks and wait for the news. There will be 2 voting opportunities after the new song is released, and fans can vote for the work within the specified time. The wait that Shi Linghui was talking about was the first voting time 10 minutes later. Li Luoluo pushed the snacks away and said with a smile, these are all junk food, Hui, you should eat less. Shi Linghui rolled her eyes at her bestie and said, okay Luoluo, I know you have been brought up with strict parents and your dad doesn't let you eat these things, but they are really delicious. How about you try a little bit? No, you can just eat it. I have to maintain my figure. For women, maintaining their figure and skin requires a sugar-free diet. These snacks are high in sugar, so I won't eat them. Liluo said so much, just to say that she doesn't eat snacks. She is actually very curious about the taste of these snacks, but she hasn't eaten them for a long time, so she can resist. Lolo, if you don't want to eat, I'll call Sister Ping to help us finish it. After all, it would be a waste if so many snacks were not finished. It's really a pity. Linghui did not force it, she called Sister Ping to come and share. By 10 o'clock, the number of votes for Lu's recording of Your Eyes Are Like Stars was like a dark horse, and it quickly rushed to the 10th place on the list. Linghui shouted excitedly. She hugged Liluo tightly and kissed her on the face. Lolo, thank Yi-chen for me. I'll treat you and your wife to dinner some other day. Liluo smiled and pushed Linghui away. What a shame. We are sisters, it's too formal for you to say thank you. Touching a soft spot on Linghui's body, Liluo smiled maliciously and said, Has our Hui started eating meat recently? Why do I feel like you've become bigger and bigger recently? Linghui stuffed a chocolate into Liluo's mouth and said with disgust, I didn't. I wouldn't, cough cough, that guy Lin Feng. Liluo was forced to eat the chocolate in her mouth and frowned, Ahem, the chocolate is too sweet, it's so disgusting. Sister Ping, give me a trash can, I'm going to spit it out. After hearing this, Sister Ping took a trash can and handed it over. She blushed and her heart beat fast when she heard the private conversation between her two best friends. It happened that Yi-chen passed by the living room after exercising. He saw some food and walked over, stuffed a handful of potato chips into his mouth, and then took a big sip of Fat House Happy Water. Liluo looked at her husband's almost perfect body, which was so manly, and his Adam's apple rolled when he drank Coke, and little stars of love couldn't help but twinkle in her eyes. Linghui and Sister Ping looked at Liluo infatuatedly. They did not disturb her and continued to eat melon seeds. They thought that this couple was quite nice to watch. They were good looking and had good figures. They were really a perfect match. Yi-chen took a piece of chocolate and hadn't eaten it yet. He saw his wife looking at him and thought she wanted to eat it. Yi-chen handed the chocolate to Liluo's cherry lips. Wife, open your mouth. Liluo had no fondness for sweets and instinctively wanted to resist. Hubby, I don't eat chocolate. Yi-chen curled his lips helplessly. Okay then, Sister Ping, do you want chocolate? Sister Ping was flattered and reached out to take the chocolate from her brother-in-law, but Liluo got there first. Liluo took the chocolate with her mouth, but because she used too much force, she swallowed Yi-chen's finger. Yi-chen awkwardly took his fingers out of Liluo's red lips. He said shyly, My dear, I'm going to take care of the baby. Liluo was embarrassed and angry. You big idiot, don't you know that you can't give chocolate to other girls? But Sister Ping is almost 40, so she's considered an auntie, right? Yi-chen felt aggrieved. He hadn't thought about it so much, but it seemed that his wife was quite jealous. Sister Ping, are you polite, uncle? Sister Ping and Linghui were almost choked by the dog food, and they both covered each other's eyes. Don't look at what's indecent, just continue, we didn't see anything. Chapter 29 Bar. In the booth of the night bar. Gao Long drank a Long Island iced tea and watched the various fairies dancing on the dance floor. At this time, a sexy woman with big breasts and long legs came over. She glanced at Gao Long's solid body and curled her red lips. Brother, do you want to buy me a drink? Gao Long glanced at the woman and waved his hands in disdain. Get lost, I don't have any money. In fact, Gao Long is not without money. He has a savings of 1 million, which he earned when he was the security captain of the Li family. These rouge and powder are really too disgusting. They can't compare with the beautiful Liluo at all. He feels irritated when he sees them. Poor bastard. You have no money but still wear a gold chain to pick up girls. I look down on you. After saying this, the sexy woman glared at Gao Long fiercely, then left with her small backpack. Her name is Lin Kurson. Because she was slapped in the face by Liluo in the hospital before, her wealthy husband divorced her in order to distance himself from her and protect himself. Lin Kurson had no choice but to hang out with the gang so that she could maintain her extravagant spending habits. After stubbing out his cigar, Gao Long followed Lin Kurson to the door of the ladies' toilet. He looked around to see that there was no one around, so he placed a construction sign at the door of the WC and followed in. Lin Kurson is applying lipstick in front of the mirror. She is very beautiful and has spent a lot of money on plastic surgery, so her whole temperament is that of an internet celebrity. Suddenly, a wild man's face appeared in the mirror and frightened her. Lin Kerson wanted to scream for help, but she was dragged into the bathroom cubicle. Gao Long thinks that this woman is his goddess Li Luoluo. Half an hour later, Lin Kerson knelt beside the toilet and vomited. She felt nauseous and her legs limply dropped to the ground. Here's the form for you. Give me your contact information so we can get in touch later. Gao Long took a watch off his arm. It was a Rolex watch. He was very satisfied with today. When Lin Kerson saw the Rolex watch, her eyes widened with excitement and she hugged the watch in her arms. Lin Kerson took out a personal business card and handed it over with both hands. She had been penniless for a long time, and this Rolex watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars solved her urgent needs. Boring. Gao Long found Lin Kerson's fawning smile disgusting, so he kicked her, then straightened himself up and strode away. If this woman was her, he would have no regrets even if he died. Gao Long looked up at the night sky, tears rolling down his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed into the bar. Even if he turned into ashes, he would recognize him. Who else could it be but Yi Chen? Why are you still cheating so late? No, he had to go and see for himself. Maybe he could take some exciting photos, and then he would be able to let Li Luoluo see this guy's true face. Thinking so, Gao Long followed Yi Chen in again. Yi Chen didn't know that he was being followed. He came to the night bar to find Ding Xiaoya. He was originally telling stories to his child at home, but Ding Xiaoya sent him a video of people partying in a bar. If it was just an ordinary disco video, Yi Chen would not want to interfere. After all, he was a married man and there was no need for him to be a promiscuous central air conditioner. The key point is that Ding Xiaoya in the video was safe at the beginning, but as the filming was going on, several bad youths surrounded her and teased her. Yi Chen immediately went out and ran towards his destination. He had always treated Ding Xiaoya as his sister. Besides, old Ding was his elder brother, so it was impossible for Yi Chen not to save her. However, in order to prevent Li Luoluo from misunderstanding and worrying, Yi Chen lied that his friend had something to talk to him about, so he came to the bar to look for him privately. Yi, help me locate Ding Xiaoya quickly. Yi Chen yelled into the phone. Even if he didn't love Ding Xiaoya, he didn't want to see such a beautiful girl being defiled. If that happened, her life would be over. Ding Xiaoya is in the basement garage below the bar. Yi is good at hacking techniques and quickly located the target. Yi Chen rushed to the safe passage like crazy. He had to get Ding Xiaoya out safely. In the underground garage, in an extended version of Lincoln. A few wretched young men looked at the unconscious Ding Xiaoya with playful smiles on their faces. The leader was Zhang Yuanhang. He waved his hands at his men and said, "Go out and wait outside." "Hey wait, is the yellow-haired thing ready?" Zhang Yuanhang stretched out his hand to ask for a condom, but he was in a hurry to go out and didn't have time to buy one. The yellow-haired man smiled wickedly and took out 10 boxes of Okamoto from the plastic bag at the back. "Brother, I've already seen that this girl is hot, so I prepared so much." Zhang Yuanhang patted the yellow-haired boy's face and took the things. He smiled and said, "You are really a teachable boy. I don't need to worry about this." "Don't worry, brothers. When I'm done, you can take turns. We won't stop until we finish all 10 boxes today." After hearing this, several people's eyes lit up. They looked at Ding Xiaoya, who had a graceful figure and beautiful face, and they were all eager to give it a try. After taking a pill of Indian magic medicine, Zhang Yuanhang waited for changes in his body. Looking at the drunk beauty lying on the chair, he slowly leaned over, cursing. "I've been chasing you for half a year, right? You don't even look at me. I think you're just pretending to be innocent. Who would come to a bar if they were decent people?" After Zhang Yuanhang finished speaking, he sent away his drooling younger brothers. He tilted his head, stretched his muscles, and began to warm up. Just as he was about to start, screams were heard outside the car. Zhang Yuanhang was so angry that he wanted to curse. He was already in the mood. What on earth was going on outside? "What have you done? You're just whining outside. If you keep doing this, don't even think about getting paid." Cursing, Zhang Yuanhang opened the car door and went out to check. He saw his men lying on the ground, holding their stomachs and wailing. The person who came was Yi Chen. P.S. Dear readers, please do not support the book before it reaches 100,000 words, otherwise the data of the book will be killed. Your support is my motivation to persevere, Omega. Chapter 30, This Woman Deceived Him? What a damned thing. I think you are tired of living, right? When Zhang Yuanhang saw that the person coming was Yi Chen, his eyes turned bloodshot and he decided to avenge all the new and old grudges at once. Although he couldn't beat Yi Chen, he had a secret weapon in his hand, which was Gao Long. Ever since Gao Long left the Li family, he has been Zhang Yuanhang's bodyguard. At this moment, Gao Long was standing 10 meters behind Yi Chen. He was very fast and charged like an angry beast. Yi Chen became aware of the angry gaze behind him and saw the muscular man who looked like a beast. Gao Long, why is he here? Yi Chen didn't have time to think about it, because Gao Long had already rushed in front of him, and he could only defend passively. Zhang Yuanhang had already closed the car door, ready to continue his dream of a romantic couple. Yi Chen tried to rush into the car several times, but was stopped by Gao Long every time. Gao Long, do you know what you are doing? You are aiding and abetting the evil. Yi Chen roared, the bloodshot in his eyes becoming more and more intense. Gao Long also responded with an exploding fist, you are the husband of the eldest lady, and you still want to flirt with other men. You are not worthy of the eldest lady. Puff. A mouthful of blood spat out. Yi Chen's body was slammed hard against the car door by Gao Long. It was not that he could not fight back, but he really wanted to save people so much that he was distracted for a moment. But no one knows what Gao Long ate. His muscles were all swollen and bursting, which did not seem normal. Yi Chen didn't care about the beast behind him. Even if he was beaten by it, he would rush into the car to save people first. Zhang Yuanhang took off Ding Xiaoya's clothes. He wanted to lower his head to kiss her, but Yi Chen carried him away. Gao Long, what are you doing? Hurry up and stop him for me. Zhang Yuanhang roared angrily. He had already put the arrow on the string and had to shoot it. The feeling of being interrupted made him extremely angry. Gao Long responded and rushed forward to beat him again. Even if Yi Chen was hit on the back, he would hold Zhang Yuanhang tightly and not let him step into the car again. When Yi Chen caught a glimpse of the naked person in the car, he got furious and punched Gao Long in the face. Gao Long was hit in the face and felt dizzy. His huge body fell backwards. Zhang Yuanhang was so scared when he saw this scene that he peed his pants. This Yi Chen is definitely not an ordinary person. It's simply a humanoid tyrannosaurus. The tall and mighty Gao Long actually seemed so insignificant in front of Yi Chen. Zhang Yuanhang was really scared this time. Unlike last time when he had Tan Sen to act as a shield for him, and seeing Yi Chen's furious look, he would be crippled if not dead today. Brother Yi, spare me. I haven't succeeded yet. If you don't believe me, you can take Ding Xiaoya to the hospital for a checkup. I beg Brother Yi to spare my life. I will give you as much money as you want. I only ask Brother Yi to. Before Zhang Yuanhang could finish his words, Yi Chen kicked him 10 meters away with a whirlwind kick. He staggered forward, took off his coat and covered the still unconscious Ding Xiaoya. Zhang Yuanhang grimaced in pain and wanted to take the opportunity to slip away, but the next second a strong and powerful hand lifted him up again and threw him directly against the opposite wall. Yi Chen walked forward step by step, his anger had reached its peak. Ding Xiaoya is his sister, the daughter of old Ding, the person he once vowed to protect. When a common man gets angry, blood splatters within 5 steps. You deserve to die. Yi Chen snorted coldly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. Please, Brother Yi, let me go, please. If you kill me, you will get into trouble. I mean, Brother Yi, spare my life. Zhang Yuanhang begged for mercy desperately. He banged his head hard on the ground and did not stop even though the blood kept flowing. You destroyed her today, so I will destroy you. A sharp voice fell, and Yi Chen stepped down with his big foot. Ah! The heart-wrenching screams echoed in the night, giving people goosebumps. Zhang Yuanhang looked down at himself with bloodshot eyes. He had become like Wei Zhongxian and Zhao Gao. Zhang Yuanhang fainted from the pain. Yi Chen strode to the front of the Lincoln, covered Ding Xiaoya tightly with his coat, and then prepared to get up and leave with everyone. Suddenly, he was hit hard on the head with a stick. Careless. Forgot about Gao Long's recovery ability. Yi Chen fell to the ground in a daze, and only remembered that Li Luoluo's figure appeared in front of him 1 second before he fell. Is this hysteria? In fact, Yi Chen was not mistaken, Li Luoluo really arrived at this moment. In other words, when Yi Chen hurriedly drove away from Looting Villa, Li Luoluo followed him. She was originally waiting for someone at the door of the bar, but seeing Yi Chen had been in there for a long time and had not come out, she was late. Gao Long. You and I are an old master and servant. If you care about our old relationship, let Yi Chen go today. Li Luoluo's delicate body trembled slightly. She came out in a hurry and did not bring any bodyguards with her. Cao Long looked at the beautiful lady in front of him and laughed at himself jokingly. Just master and servant? I thought I was different in your heart, but I didn't expect that I was just a watchdog of your Li family? Gao Long approached the thin Li Luoluo step by step. He was tall and mighty, and Li Luoluo in front of him was like a little rabbit that could be crushed to death with ease. Gao Long, that's not what I meant. What do you want to do? Li Luoluo's beautiful eyelashes were trembling, she was really scared. At this moment, Gao Long's whole body was engorged with blood, like a mutated monster. What made Li Luoluo even more frightened was that the desire in Gao Long's eyes was so strong that it could burn people, and it was directed at her. That's right. From the day Miss Li kicked me out of the house, I knew I had lost. I lost miserably. Gao Long's fist hit the car window behind Li Luoluo, the glass shattered, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. Gao Long, you were the one who sent me those photos of Yi Chen and Ding Xiuya, right? Li Luoluo pressed herself against the car body, suppressing the fear in her heart and playing chess. Yes, so what? Aren't you still stubbornly in love with him? He has nothing and is still flirting with people everywhere. He is not worthy of you at all. Since Miss Li has fallen into depravity and is hanging out with such a person, I don't mind being a pusher. The redness in Gao Long's eyes grew deeper and deeper. He stretched out his hand to touch Li Luoluo's pretty little face, but she simply turned her head away. I want to be here, in front of your husband Yi Chen. Gao Long pointed at Yi Chen, who was lying on the ground, and blew into Li Luoluo's ear. His meaning was obvious. I want you to know that I am no worse than Yi Chen. Li Luoluo suppressed the nausea in her heart. She looked at Gao Long with tearful eyes and tugged at the corner of his clothes with her little hands. Remember to take protective measures. You're willing? There was a glimmer of excitement in Gao Long's eyes. He thought Li Luoluo would fight to the death, but he didn't expect her to say that. That means Li Luoluo has him in her heart. Li Luoluo nodded, pretending to be shy. She held the self-defense dagger in her hands behind her back. Gao Long's mood suddenly became cheerful. He squatted down in triumph to look for Okamoto, but he felt a sharp pain in his back. It's Li Luoluo. This woman actually pretended to be weak and deceived him. Gao Long felt that the anger and despair in his heart had reached its peak. Chapter 31. Wife, I really know I was wrong. Li Luoluo thrust the dagger fiercely into Gao Long's back. She looked at Yi Chen, who was lying on the side, and quickly trotted forward. Hubby, wake up, let's get out of this place. Hubby, don't scare me, what's wrong with you, wake up soon. Li Luoluo hugged Yi Chen's head, and all her tears fell down like pearls that had broken off the string. Her cell phone had no signal in the basement, and Yi Chen felt heavy again. Li Luoluo felt extremely helpless, and was enveloped by fear and sadness. Yi Chen heard Li Luoluo crying in a daze. He struggled to wake up, but couldn't. Ding! It is predicted that my wife Li Luoluo is in danger. Please come back to your senses from the illusory world as soon as possible. Wife Li Luoluo is heartbroken and punishes the host by reducing his penis by 3 centimeters. Ding ding ding. Ding. Do you choose to deduct 3 points of evil value and get a god-level soul returning pill? It can temporarily restore the health bar. Even though Yi Chen was in a coma, he could still hear the noisy system prompt sound in his mind. Fuck your system. A man can be poor, but he cannot be short. In the midst of his dying illness, he sat up in shock. Soaring up to 90,000 miles. Exchange. Yi Chen answered with the last bit of consciousness he had left. He can die, but his wife cannot be bullied. When the soul-restoring pill entered his stomach, there was a warm current in his dantian. Yi Chen regained consciousness and strength, and he slowly opened his eyes. What caught my eye was Li Luoluo's beautiful face with tears in her eyes. At the same time, there was a tall black shadow behind Li Luoluo, slowly approaching. Cao Long would rather die with honor than live in disgrace. The dagger stabbed by Li Luoluo shattered all his fantasies. Wife, it's dangerous. When Yi Chen saw Gao Long's wretched face, he jumped up and held Li Luoluo tightly in his arms. The sound of the steel pipe hitting the flesh made Yi Chen spit out a large mouthful of blood, even though he had medicinal pills to protect his body. The blood looked like a blooming red datura flower, and it was particularly dazzling on Li Luoluo's white skirt. Husband. Li Luolua's beautiful eyes were filled with heartache and sadness. She glared fiercely at Gao Long, the culprit, like a tigress protecting her cub. Gao Long, you only hate me. It has nothing to do with Yi Chen. Li Luoluo screamed heartbreakingly. She hugged Yi Chen's head tightly, feeling extremely heartbroken. You are stupid. Li Luoluo murmured, looked at him affectionately, and traced Yi Chen's outline with her hands. Ahem, wife, I'm almost suffocating. If it weren't for Gao Long's pressure, Yi Chen really wanted to suffocate under the pressure of Li Luoluo's big breasts. It felt so good. You, disgusting. You are so inappropriate at this time. Li Luoluo's pretty face instantly turned red as blood. She let go of Yi Chen and punched his chest with her fist. Ahem, wife, are you going to murder your husband? Yi Chen was deeply distressed, but he was probably pretending. Li Luoluo's face suddenly turned pale and she rubbed it with her little hands. Gao Long watched all this with bloodshot eyes. He was going crazy. Have you forgotten that there is a living person here? Damn it, I might as well just be a dog food bowl here? Hearing this, Yi Chen restrained his smile and hid Li Luoluo behind him. He looked at Gao Long with a cold brow and murderous intent. You touched my weak spot today, so you deserve to die. After saying that, Yi Chen rushed over quickly, and the dagger in his hand rotated very quickly, forming an illusion in the air like a gear. Gao Long pounded his chest excitedly with his hands. He could finally settle accounts with Yi Chen today. When the dagger cut Gao Long's throat, he was still fantasizing about how to defeat Yi Chen. What a fast speed! Gao Long died with his eyes open, and his heavy body fell to the ground with a bang. Defeat the enemy in one move. Yi Chen sighed, this is the effect of the god-level soul restoring pill, right? Li Luoluo ran up to him crying with joy. She hugged Yi Chen's waist and tears flowed uncontrollably. Yi Chen felt as if his body was hollowed out in an instant. What are the side effects of the soul restoring pill? He asked Yi to deal with the scene, settle Ding Xiaoya, and then drove away with Li Luoluo in the Lincoln. However, what Yi Chen didn't expect was that after he returned, Li Luoluo refused to pay attention to him for 3 whole days. Yi Chen felt wronged. He half knelt beside Li Luoluo and begged for forgiveness. Wife, I really went there to save someone that day, it's not what you think. Wife, I have always regarded Ding Xiaoya as my sister, and I don't have any other improper thoughts. Wife, I was injured that day. Can you give me a massage? Yi Chen's dandy behavior amused Li Luoluo, but she was still very angry. Li Luoluo folded her arms across her chest and looked away, refusing to look at Yi Chen's harmless and handsome face. Humph. I don't want to listen. I want to be alone, please go out. Li Luoluo covered her ears with her little hands and kicked her straight, white legs randomly. She was really angry and couldn't be appeased. Yi Chen leaned forward again, wife, I am your Jingjing. There was a layer of mist in Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes. This fool still didn't understand what she was angry about. Hubby, don't you still understand what I mean? Crystal clear tears dripped down and rolled down the white jade skin on her beautiful legs. When Yi Chen saw Li Luoluo crying, his heart began to panic. A stabbing pain came from the bottom of his heart, and he began to be at a loss. Wife, you know I'm quite straightforward. If you have any ideas, just tell me directly. For the first time, Yi Chen felt from the bottom of his heart that he was too straight and could not understand his wife's thoughts. Seeing Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes turned red and her nose slightly red from crying, Yi Chen felt so distressed that he stepped forward and hugged the beauty. Wife, I shouldn't have put you in danger. I know I was wrong. I deserve to die. Hit me, please? Hit me in the face, that's my only asset, so that I won't be a disaster anymore. Yi Chen gently pulled Li Luoluo's little hand and slapped it on his face. As long as his wife smiles, he will go through fire and water. Fool. Li Luoluo broke free from Yi Chen's big hand. She was so angry that she laughed. It seemed that the big fool still didn't understand. Honey, I'm angry because you chose not to tell me and went into danger alone. I, your wife, am not the kind of love-brained jealous little girl. I love you and will give you enough trust. If you had told me the truth before you left that day, I would have brought my bodyguards with me to rescue people, and you wouldn't have been injured so badly. Husband, are you still in pain? Li Luoluo curled her delicate body in Yi Chen's broad chest. She tilted her head slightly and touched Yi Chen's beautiful thin lips with her white fingers. Honey, I don't feel any pain at all. But I feel hungry. Can you give me food from below? Li Luoluo looked at Yi Chen's beautiful starry eyes and was dazed for a moment, not realizing the hidden meaning in his words. She doesn't know how to cook. Even when she cooks instant noodles, the pot might get burnt. When Li Luoluo felt the other person's movement under her skirt, she immediately tried to push Yi Chen away in embarrassment. "Honey, my period hasn't gone away yet." Li Luoluo clamped her legs together, her stomach still hurt a little. Seeing that Li Luoluo rejected him so clearly, Yi Chen immediately restrained his willful intention. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, honey. Don't move around anymore, or I can't guarantee that there won't be any accidental discharges of the gun, endangering the backyard." Yi Chen was telling the truth. Every time Li Luoluo moved, he felt like it was going to rain. But his wife is menstruating now, and no matter how hungry he is, he would not choose to eat her at this time. Li Luoluo didn't dare to move anymore. She leaned her pretty little face on Yi Chen's shoulder. Smelling the pleasant mint scent on the man, she felt so at ease and safe, and soon fell asleep. Chapter 32. My wife is jealous. Hugging his soft and sweet wife to sleep, Yi Chen had a sweet dream that night. In his dream, he held his little wife in his arms and practiced according to the instructions in the God of Racing in the Akina mountain. Li Luoluo woke up from her sleep feeling cold. Only then did she realize that not only had the quilt been pulled away by Yi Chen, but her upper pajamas had also been pulled to her waist, revealing her snow-white and plump breasts. There was a pair of big hands on her chest, and no matter how hard I pushed, I couldn't push them away. Instead, the more I pushed, the tighter they stuck to her chest. Although Yi Chen was still talking in his sleep. "Hubby, wake up, don't do this." Li Luoluo endured the pain, her tears of grievance were about to fall, and she wished she could kick Yi Chen away. But thinking of the serious injury Yi Chen suffered yesterday, Li Luoluo began to feel sorry for him again. She supported herself on the bed with her hands and tried to slowly move backwards to put on her clothes. But things did not go as planned. Yi Chen was like a giant earthworm at the moment and could not be shaken off no matter how hard he tried. Li Luoluo was so angry that she punched Yi Chen's back with her fist. She seriously suspected that this man had the strange disease of sleepwalking. Looking down, Li Luoluo was frightened and felt that if she didn't think of a solution, something big would happen. She pushed Yi Chen away with all her strength, but it was of no use. Yi Chen was like a weak and boneless earthworm. He was completely unmoved and couldn't wake up. "If you don't wake up, I'm going to bite you." Li Luoluo was so angry that her eyes widened and her mouth puffed up like a cute little puffer fish. "My bite hurts a lot, and I won't be responsible if they cry." Her skin is fair and tender, and the slightest touch will leave marks. Seeing the purple marks on her snow-white skin, and then seeing those big hands, Li Luoluo was so angry that she wanted to bite someone. "I'll bite you to death, you bastard." Seeing that her previous warnings were useless, Li Luoluo simply opened her little mouth and bit down to wake up the person who was still sleepwalking. "Oh my god, the big doe can actually bite people? Am I dreaming?" Yi Chen woke up from the shock and pain. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw his little wife looking at him angrily. When he moved his eyes downward, he could not stop the blood from flowing from his nose. Letting him watch this so early in the morning, and only being allowed to watch from a distance and not to touch it, isn't this a joke? "Wife, put on your clothes quickly, don't catch a cold." Yi Chen quickly pulled Li Luoluo's pajamas up around her waist, but he soon felt that the atmosphere was still wrong. Li Luoluo's chest heaved violently with anger. She pointed at the bruises on her body and accused Yi Chen of his evil behavior. "You've ravaged all of me." Yi Chen understood instantly. No wonder the dream seemed real, even the touch and temperature seemed realistic. "Honey, I'm sorry, I'll go and apply the medicine for you." Yi Chen felt guilty. "Honey, I might have been sleepwalking, it wasn't intentional." Li Luoluo was so angry that she picked up the pillow next to her and threw it at Yi Chen. She was so careless yesterday. How could she agree to let this guy sleep with her? At this moment, an inopportune cell phone ringtone rang. Yi Chen tilted his head and saw that it was Ding Xiaoya calling. Li Luoluo naturally also saw the incoming call, and she looked a little nervous. Yi Chen used his eyes to seek Li Luoluo's consent. He didn't want to make his wife unhappy. Li Luoluo was extremely unwilling and felt sour and jealous. Which woman would like her husband to be shared by others? But when she saw Yi Chen's sincere and gentle eyes, her heart softened again. "You can answer it, but if you say the wrong thing, I will bite you to death." Yi Chen felt a chill on his back. His little wife was destined to bite him to death today. She couldn't stop talking about that word. He pressed the answer button with trembling hands. Ding Xiaoya's voice, as gentle as water, sounded from the other side. Brother Chen, I really want to thank you so much for yesterday. If you hadn't come to my rescue, I might have, woo-woo. Yi Chen was frightened by the sweet voice of Brother Chen. After all, his wife was still by his side. If he thought too much, he would definitely be bitten today. Ding Xiaoya's crying made Yi Chen irritable, and there was a hint of impatience in his voice. Xiaoya, don't go to those dangerous places in the future, okay? You have to think more about your elderly father. Well, I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. Brother Chen, are you busy with something? If I disturb you, can I call you back later? Ding Xiaoya has always been considerate, but in Li Luoluo's eyes, she is a complete white lotus. Although Li Luoluo trusted Yi Chen very much, it was impossible for her to let other vixens seduce her husband for no reason. She approached Yi Chen with a soft and tender voice. Honey, you were awesome yesterday. My waist hurts so much it's about to break, can't you be a little more gentle? Honey, I'm so weak now that I can't get out of bed. Can you carry me to the bathroom? When Yi Chen heard the voice next to him, he was so scared that his phone fell on the bed. The little fox at home was jealous and used the star-sucking technique? Feeling the softness against his back, Yi Chen felt his blood boiling. He hung up the phone impatiently and pounced towards the beauty. Hubby, have you forgotten that my aunt is still alive? Li Luoluo stepped back in fear, her face flushed with a layer of red. You started the fire yourself, so aren't you responsible for putting it out? Yi Chen looked in that direction angrily. You can't let him masturbate so early in the morning, right? Isn't this too humble? Hubby, don't be like this, I'm scared. Seeing the bloodshot in Yi Chen's eyes and the strong desire, Li Luoluo was so scared that her eyelashes were filled with tears, and her soft and innocent eyes were filled with tears. Yi Chen rubbed his brows helplessly. In fact, we can also try another method. Ding Xiaoya on the other end of the phone stared blankly at her phone. She was still in shock and hadn't recovered. Is the woman next to Yi Chen really his wife? Could it be Li Luoluo? Did they have sex last night? No way. No way. No way. Ah! Ding Xiaoya screamed angrily and threw her cell phone to the ground. Chapter 33 Supporting My Wife. Shi Linghui came to see Li Luoluo again this time, but this time she didn't bring any snacks, but her face was full of sorrow. Miss Shi, what's wrong with you? Are you having a conflict with your husband, Lin Feng? Li Luoluo blew on the manicure on her hands. Her slender and pink fingers were as white as snow in the sun. Sister Ping had just tailored the manicure for her. I didn't, it's not about that. When Shi Linghui heard the name Lin Feng, she thought of the two of them on the swing on the balcony last night, and she immediately felt embarrassed. She is still in pain because she went too far. I can only force myself to walk slowly so that no one will notice me. Li Luoluo is a smart little fox. She saw the change in expression and the fleeting shyness on her best friend's face. Hui, if you really don't like Lin Feng, you should part ways with him amicably while you are still a virgin. There are so many young men in my company, I will introduce one to you someday. Li Luoluo's voice is sweet, but at this moment it sounds like needles pricking Shi Linghui's ears. Shi Linghui quickly ran over and grabbed Li Luoluo's hand. She looked panicked. Lolo, actually, Lin Feng and I get along pretty well. I was too arrogant before. He is not as wooden as he looks. Recently, I found that he is quite romantic. This is going on. Hui, tell me quickly, have you guys been doing that recently? Li Luoluo turned into a curious baby. She blinked her curly eyelashes and looked at Shi Linghui excitedly. Yeah, Shi Linghui didn't know where to start. After all, this topic was too private. Even with her best friend, she felt embarrassed to talk about it in detail. I don't know if I'm pregnant. I didn't get my period 3 days late this month. What should I do, Luoluo? Shi Linghui frowned. She came here today just to ask this question. She was really worried. You let him in? Didn't you take any safety measures? You are so careless. Li Luoluo was angry at her for not fighting back, so she quickly took out a pregnancy test stick from the cabinet and handed it over. You know, sometimes it's a crime committed in the heat of the moment. At first, we didn't expect it to happen, but later on, we couldn't control how the situation developed. Shi Linghui lowered her eyes shyly, picked up the pregnancy test stick and ran into the bathroom. When she came out, she looked like she wanted to cry but had no tears. Li Luoluo knew at that moment that Shi Linghui had been tricked. Wow, Lolo, I'm pregnant, what should I do? Then just give birth to the baby. Look how cute my two little ones are. If you are pregnant, just give birth to the baby. Do you want to abort the baby? Li Luoluo was speechless. Shi Linghui pouted, her eyes turned red with anxiety. I'm not ready to be a mother, am I? And we all drank that day. Luoluo, will the baby be unhealthy if you say that? Li Luoluo was shocked. She felt a little disappointed with herself. Meihui, you knew you were drinking, so why didn't you take emergency measures afterwards? Are you stupid? No, Luoluo, you don't know. Shi Linghui felt that it was difficult to say what she was going to say next, but she had already said half of it, so she might as well just go for it. That day, Lin phoned and I went to the resort. We were there for 48 hours. Apart from sleeping and eating, we were always. Ahem. Li Luoluo, who was drinking water, almost choked. She widened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed. It's not a bad thing for young people to have good physical fitness, but they can't overdraw in advance. What you are doing is simply. Li Luoluo originally wanted to preach, but when she saw Linghui lowered her head, she couldn't bear to say anything more. She pulled her best friend closer to her and comforted her gently. It's okay, Hui. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup in a few days. If the baby is healthy, we'll try our best to give birth to it. If, my unlucky mouth, there is no if. Li Luoluo's comfort worked, and Shi Linghui was no longer afraid. This is the power of a caring best friend. No matter what, there is always someone standing behind her. Oh, by the way, I actually came here to talk to you about something else, which is Lu's song. I looked at the back-end data recently, and Lulu's song was originally sure to be in the top 10 of the charts, but suddenly a few songs came from behind and surpassed it. I think there must be something fishy going on. After listening to Shi Linghui's words, Li Luoluo pondered for a few seconds, then called her assistant Luo Lin and asked her to investigate the whole matter. Yi Chen happened to pass by and heard his wife talking on the phone with her assistant. He listened attentively and then quickly came up with a plan in his mind. After returning to the room, Yi Chen ordered Yi. Yi, there is something fishy going on in the Singing King contest qualifiers. Give me all the data analysis and conclusion reports in 10 minutes. Or you can send it directly to Luo Lin's email address. The email account is 123456789@qq.com. Oh, and report the inside story of this incident to all major media platforms. I don't care how much money is spent, I just hope the incident can become as big as possible. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp. He looked at the scenery outside the window and dusted the ashes off his hands. Yi, understood. As soon as Yi received the order, he took action immediately. His business skills are excellent and he quickly completed the task perfectly according to the instructions. On the other side, Li Luoluo soon received a call from Rolling. Luo Lin, Boss Li, a mysterious person sent me the information about Tan Lin bribing the official CEO of the King of Singers contest, and also included all the reports on how they hired fans to place fake orders. Now all the major online media platforms have already criticized Tan Lin. I believe that the King of Singers will give an answer soon. Li Luoluo asked in surprise, can the mysterious person find out who it is? Luo Lin, our top technical consultant, has checked and found that this IP address is overseas and the exact location cannot be confirmed. Li Luoluo found it unbelievable. Tan Lin was Tan Sen's elder brother, and she had never had any grudges against this man. Why would he suddenly target her? If Li Luoluo still believed that Tan Sen was interfering, what should be the connection between them? Lolo, come and have a look. Netizens have already stood up for our song. Now the internet is flooded with voices abusing the officials of the King of Singers peak competition. Shi Linghui came over with her cell phone and showed it to Li Luoluo. Was hidden from the singing competition. The mastermind behind the scenes surfaced. Shocking news. There is a mastermind behind the King of Singers contest. It turns out that everything was done by Tan Lin. Zhao Mengyao hooks up with the eldest son of the Tan group, and the video of their hotel date is exposed. Raising the price. Is it the destruction of humanity or the decline of morality? Did Zhao Mengyao successfully cling to Mr. Tan's thigh with her black abalone? Shi Lu successfully broke out of the circle with the song and became the new generation of sweet song queen. Li Luoluo was dumbfounded. It turned out that beneath the seemingly calm water surface, there were so many undercurrents. Shi Linghui waved her cell phone, gritting her teeth in anger at Zhao Mengyao's despicable behavior. This Zhao Mengyao is not only a big shot, but she is also so disgusting as to associate with the Tan family. She is really an ungrateful person who betrays her own people. Li Luoluo was thinking about another question: who was the person who was silently helping the Li family behind the scenes? Chapter 34: Meeting the Parents. Zhao Mengyao saw the news online and was so angry that she ran directly to Tan Lin's villa. Tan Lin had Zhao Mengyao tied up and taken to the basement. He sat on a chair, smoking a cigar, looking at the seductive woman who was tied up. "I'm a victim in this matter, can you please stop sticking to me like a dogskin plaster? I have a wife and children, and you openly trespassing into a private house like this is bad for our image." Tan Lin's words were already very tactful. His purpose was to persuade Zhao Mengyao to leave. After all, he was also the president of a listed company and could not be caught with evidence. "You are such a good guy, Tan Lin. The gossip about the two of us has gone viral online. Do you know how to protect yourself now? When you slept with me before, you kept saying that you would help me. Was that all bullshit?" Zhao Mengyao's chest heaved with anger. She should have known long ago, if a man is reliable, even a sow can climb a tree. You've seen it too. Now the situation has gotten out of hand. Maybe even my Tan group will be implicated. Tan Lin glared at Zhao Mengyao fiercely. He continued smoking impatiently and paced to the front of the cabinet. He found tools, ropes, candles, belts, scissors, embroidery needles, and lighters, which should all be useful later. Zhao Mengyao retreated in fear, clinging to the wall. "What do you want to do? I'm telling you, if I disappear, my agent won't let you go. Because I told my agent where I was going before I came here." Tan Lin raised his eyebrows maliciously, put out his cigar, and turned on the camera next to him. "Mengyao, what are you afraid of? Let's play a game later. I promise you will love it." Zhao Mengyao was now like fish on the chopping board, waiting for Tan Lin to slaughter her. Zhao Mengyao's scream came from the basement, and gradually the sound became smaller and turned into a muffled groan. A few hours passed. The ground was dripping with red candle wax, and although it had already formed a crust, the color was still very bright red. Zhao Mengyao was tied up and naked. She no longer had the strength to shout. Her body was covered with bruises, which looked like marks of being beaten. Tan Lin turned off the camera, smiled and went to smoke another cigar. He smiled grimly, revealing his big yellow teeth. "Oh, if I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? I've already told you that as long as you behave, I'll buy you a gay. We're in the same boat, there's no need to fight to the death." Zhao Mengyao cried silently. Now that Tan Lin had her video, as long as it was published online, she would be ruined. She is a public figure, and what she fears most is this kind of nude photo scandal. "I won't pursue you anymore, please let me go." Zhao Mengyao woke up as if from a dream. She felt extremely uncomfortable being tied up. "Let you go? That depends on your performance. I will choose a time during these 3 days when you are most likely to get pregnant. If you give me a daughter, not only will I let you go, I will even worship you as a sacrifice." Zhao Mengyao was surprised and ashamed, but she had no choice. Yi Chen did not find the right time to tell his mother Zhang Yun about his wife and daughter, and Li Luoluo was not mentally prepared. It was a sunny day. Yi Chen moved into a new house with his mother. It was an old residential complex with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The rent was 2,000 yuan a month. The apartment that Li Luoluo had secretly arranged for him was too big, and the old man felt it was too wasteful for him to live in it alone. Little did he know that the apartment had been registered by Li Luoluo under Yi Chen's name. Zhang Yun patted Yi Chen's back with her rough big hand. She felt that she had burdened her son with her medical treatment, causing Yi Chen to work and study, and he didn't even have the money and time to have a girlfriend. "Chen, please help Mom find a housekeeping job. As long as you don't embarrass Mom, Mom can be self-sufficient." Zhang Yun looked at her son distressfully and continued, "My surgery cost a lot of money, right? Look how exhausted my son is." Yi Chen scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. He was not tired from working on the construction site, but from masturbating every day while looking at the pictures of his beautiful wife. After all, this thing damaged the essence of the sun and the moon. "Mom, don't worry. I've already told you that I've found a decent, high-paying job. If you dare to go out and work, I won't recognize you anymore." Yi Chen had no choice but to use provocation to fight his mother. But son, if you have pocket money, why don't you have a girlfriend yet? You will be a senior next year. If you don't find a partner, you will graduate. I heard that the romances on campus are the purest. Zhang Yan looked at Yi Chen's profile and said worriedly that her son looked like her deceased husband, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was extraordinarily handsome. He was a very talented person. Yi Chen smiled and said nothing. He continued to carry the suitcase in his hand, and at the same time he complained in his heart, "My God, your two granddaughters are old enough to go out and help with cooking. Chen, where has Xiaoya been recently? I remember that she always came to my place whenever she had time, and she often gave me nutritional supplements. I think Xiaoya is pretty and gentle. If you are free, why not make an appointment with her?" Zhang Yun followed Yi Chen and muttered to herself. She was afraid that if she had an emergency and got old, her son would have someone he liked to keep him company. Yi Chen remembered that he hadn't seen that girl for almost a month since the last incident. Yi Chen didn't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings, so he said seriously, "Mom, I have always regarded Ding Xiaoya as my sister. The relationship between us is definitely not what you think." Zhang Yun got anxious when she heard this. "Chen, don't be too picky. Your uncle Ding is a good match for our family. He has taken good care of us over the years. Xiaoya is beautiful and worthy of you. Okay, Mom, just stay here and don't mess around with us anymore." Yi Chen saw the disappointment in Zhang Yan's eyes, and he couldn't bear to hurt the old woman's heart. "Mom, there is something I haven't told you. I already have a girlfriend, and we love each other very much." Zhang Yun was overjoyed. "Really? Chen, then when you are free, bring your girlfriend home and let Mom cook for her." Yi Chen's mouth curled up slightly. "Okay, Mom, I'll bring her home to see you when I have time." Chapter 35, full of sweet temptation. My wife is so tempting. Husband, are you telling the truth? When Li Luoluo learned that Yi Chen was going to take her to meet his mother, she was not mentally prepared at all. Yi Chen nodded with a warm smile, then held Tuan and Yuan in his arms and lifted them high. The two little babies squinted their eyes and screamed with excitement. A trace of doubt flashed across Li Luoluo's watery eyes. She gently pulled the bottom corner of Yi Chen's clothes with her small hands, pretending to be pitiful. "Honey, can you give me a few days' rest? I haven't prepared any gifts. This is my first time meeting our mother, and I need to think carefully about what to give." Yi Chen smiled slyly. He pulled Li Luoluo's soft and boneless little hand and rubbed it. "Just take yourself with you, and then you can tell my mom that you are not my girlfriend, but my wife, and you gave me 2 children. Li Luoluo pouted angrily. "Do you know how to use words? What do you mean by giving birth to 2 piglets? I'm not a sow." Seeing Li Luoluo in a difficult situation, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and pretended to be indifferent. "Since my wife is too busy with work to spare me time, I can also rent a girlfriend to deal with my mother. But I don't know if it will become real. After all, I am quite charming." Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes were filled with anger and resentment. She turned her back and didn't want to look at Yi Chen. Although she knew that this was false, she just didn't dare to think about the time when she lost Yi Chen. "My dear, don't cry. I just said those words in anger." Yi Chen used his big hand to wrap around Li Luoluo's slender waist from behind, and he rubbed his wife's little face with his stubble to please her. Li Luoluo turned her face away in grievance, and she reached out to push Yi Chen away. But Yi Chen's big hand held her slender waist, and with just a force, Li Luoluo's soft and full breasts pressed against Yi Chen's thick chest. The deep and lingering kiss fell domineeringly, and Li Luoluo felt like she was about to suffocate, with the cool taste of mint in her mouth. Yi Chen kissed his wife hard and seriously, wanting to tear her into pieces and eat her. If the 2 little kids weren't playing around nearby, he really couldn't help but do it all. "The taste of my wife is sweet, like the taste of strawberry ice cream." Yi Chen indulged in this sweetness, his big hands caressing Li Luoluo's slender and beautiful back. "Well, the children are here." Li Luoluo's consciousness gradually became clear, and she used her small hands to pinch the soft flesh on Yi Chen's waist. Tuan Yuan, do you want a younger brother? Daddy and Mommy will give you a younger brother, okay? Yi Chen let go of Li Luoluo, as he was afraid that his wild behavior would scare his wife. He has a tiger in his heart, but he can only sniff the roses. "Dad, I don't like my brother. I don't want a stinky brother either." Tuan and Yuan, both little ones, watched their parents interacting intimately with a smile on their faces, but when they heard Yi Chen say that he wanted to have a younger brother, the 2 little dumplings refused in unison. Yi Chen wondered, "Why don't you want a brother? Tuanchuan raised his little face and said seriously, the stinky little brother is a little funny guy, and we are the troublemakers. Yuan nodded and said, we are all troublemakers, so we need a stinky sister. Did the teacher teach you? Yichen held his forehead inside. How come this little train is running so fast? That's what Xiaopang said. Tuan Yuan answered loudly. Wife, can you be my personal troublemaker? Li Luoluo felt that there was something wrong with these words. She looked at the meaningful smile in Yi Chen's eyes and realized the meaning of these words belatedly. She was so embarrassed and angry that she wanted to scratch Yi Chen with her nails. Honey, I was wrong. Yi Chen begged for mercy again and again. He didn't want to be scratched by the nine-in white bone claw again. By the time Yi Chen and Li Luoluo arrived at Zhang Yun's residence, it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. Yi Chen had a lot of things hanging on his arms. He shook his head helplessly. Wife, I've already told you that we don't need to bring so many things to see our mother. She doesn't like extravagance. Li Luoluo shook Yi Chen's arm and acted like a spoiled child. I'm giving a gift to our mother. Can this be called extravagance and waste? When Zhang Yun saw Li Luoluo for the first time, her eyes widened and she couldn't help but praise her. Beautiful. So beautiful. Then Zhang Yun's words were not to be stopped until they were shocking. Chen, is this girl over 18 years old? You can't abduct underage girls. Puff. Yi Chen and Li Luoluo were both drinking water, and both were shocked. In fact, it's not Zhang Yun's fault that she guessed wrong. Li Luoluo was dressed very youthfully and beautiful today. She put on light makeup and went out, looking like a high school student. Mom, you are such a good complimenter. Look at Luoluo, except for her small appearance, she is not small in any way. Yi Chen joked with a smile. Li Luoluo didn't expect Yi Chen to be so outspoken in front of her mother. She stretched out her little hand and pinched the soft flesh on his waist to remind him to be careful. Yi Chen held Li Luoluo's small hand and played with it gently in his big palm. He leaned close to her pink little ear. I'll pinch you later, huh? Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes turned pale with shock. What kind of vicious words were these? She looked at Zhang Yun, who was covering her mouth and laughing secretly, her little face flushed with embarrassment. The first time I met my husband's mother, I couldn't give them a frivolous impression, otherwise. Zhang Yun's eyes wrinkled at the corners of her eyes as she smiled. The love between young people is really sweet, but it developed a little too fast. Aunt, Mother, Yi Chen and I are already married, so, can I call you Mom? Li Luoluo didn't expect that she would be so nervous that she stuttered. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on Zhang Yun, so she was a little nervous. This time it was Zhang Yun's turn to be dumbfounded. You too, are you already married? You actually kept it a secret from your mom. You're really pissing me off. Yi Chen held Zhang Yun's hand and explained, Mom, you were going to have a heart transplant at the time, and you couldn't have any emotional fluctuations, so I didn't tell you in time. Okay, Mom is really happy today. Oh, I have to go out and buy some soy sauce. The more Zhang Yun looked at Li Luoluo, the more beautiful she thought she was. She remembered that she had forgotten to buy soy sauce, so she hurried downstairs to buy some soy sauce so that she could come back and cook for her daughter-in-law. Wait until only Yi Chen and Li Luoluo were left in the room. Li Luoluo went to the table and looked through Yi Chen's growing photos, smiling from time to time. She was wearing a black suspender skirt today, which made her figure more beautiful. Her beautiful collarbone was clearly exposed, as well as her white swan neck and right-angled shoulders. Yi Chen's eyes followed Li Luoluo closely. He circled her boneless waist from behind and sniffed the sweet scent of his wife. Hubby, don't move. Li Luoluo felt the big hand moving around, and she tried to escape. Give me. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse and magnetic, full of sweet temptation from his wife, and he didn't want to endure it this time. No, Mom just went to buy soy sauce and will be back soon. We will be caught. Li Luoluo knelt on the carpet with her slender legs, trying to crawl forward to escape from confinement. What if I say I have a way to make Mom come back later? Yi Chen took out his cell phone and quickly sent a message to Yi. No matter what method you use, you must hold my mother back. Li Luoluo widened her beautiful eyes. She wanted to ask clearly, but suddenly she felt a coolness and a piercing pain under her skirt. An hour later. Li Luoluo felt like her legs were not her own. She looked at the mess on the carpet and wanted to clean it up. The little hand was grabbed by the big hand, and Yi Chen smiled and said, My wife has worked hard just now, I will take care of it here, you go take a shower first. Li Luoluo looked at the bruises on her body and thought about how she was wearing a suspender that couldn't cover them up at all. She was so desperate that she was about to cry, "Hubby, you're so bullying. Wife, if you feel wronged, your husband will lie here and not move. How about you bully me instead?" Yi Chen raised his lips and smiled evilly. "You big pervert." Li Luoluo felt like she was being eaten alive. Chapter 36, Planting the Seeds of Hope. Li Luoluo went to the bathroom to take a shower, while Yi Chen simply wiped his body with cold water. Ding! Congratulations to the host and his wife for warming up their relationship again and unlocking new sex positions. Reward the host's evil value plus 1,000 points. Hereby reward 3 poison-proof detoxification pills. Yi Chen listened to the system's voice and looked at the 3 small red pills in the space in confusion. Since you won't be using it for the time being, just keep it. Only after Li Luoluo finished taking a shower did Zhang Yun come back happily after buying soy sauce. Because her previous clothes were wet, Li Luoluo wore Yi Chen's previous shirt. Her straight and slender legs were exposed, which was extremely seductive. Zhang Yun looked at Li Luoluo dressed like this, with her hair still wet, and asked in surprise, "You're taking a shower in the middle of the day?" Li Luoluo was embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. Yi Chen came over quickly to help smooth things over. "Mom, the water pipe just broke. When I was fixing it, the water sprayed all over Luoluo. Lolo, why are your knees red? Are you hurt?" When Li Luoluo heard Zhang Yun's question, she glared at Yi Chen with reproachful eyes. If someone didn't know the seriousness of the matter, how could she end up like this? "Mom, when I was fixing the water pipe, I wasn't paying attention and the tools might have hit me and caused a scratch." "Oh, go and cook." Yi Chen pushed Zhang Yun towards the kitchen. "Look at my poor memory. Luoluo, you must be starving, right?" When Zhang Yun heard about cooking, she remembered that she had delayed cooking because of buying scratch lottery tickets, and she felt guilty, so she hurried to the kitchen. "Hey, I'm really lucky today. I won 10,000 yuan in the scratch lottery. It was all thanks to that young man who persuaded me to buy it. I thought he was a scammer at first because he looked unfamiliar to me." Zhang Yun said as she tied her apron and walked towards the kitchen with a rosy face. "Lolo, I'm really sorry for today. Mom will cook you some delicious dishes to nourish your body. Do you like light or heavy flavors?" Li Luoluo held onto the sliding glass door with her little hands and replied with a smile, "As long as it's cooked by Mom, I like to eat it." "Oh, you speak so sweetly, girl. Okay, sit on the sofa and wait for dinner." Zhang Yun's eyes showed crow's feet from laughing. Yi Chen put his arm around his wife's slender waist and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Honey, the sound you made just now was very nice. Next time we go to a hotel, we can make louder sounds so as not to disturb others." Li Luoluo was so frightened that she quickly covered Yi Chen's mouth with her little hands. Her little ears had turned from pink to blood red. "Hubby, please stop talking." She felt that she could no longer sit with Yi Chen, the LSP, so she wanted to get up and go to the kitchen to help cook. Yi Chen was quick-witted and quick-handed. When Li Luoluo just stood up, he grabbed her slender wrist and pulled her back with force. Li Luoluo staggered and fell onto the sofa. In a panic, Li Luoluo grabbed a random handle, trying to stabilize his center of gravity. Yi Chen's shirt was grabbed by Li Luoluo's small hands, causing his head to tilt forward slightly. She fell into his arms, his big hands supporting her perky buttocks, and both of them had a somewhat disordered breathing. "Don't move. I'll apply medicine for you." Yi Chen rubbed his brows. His lovely wife was flirting with him in his arms again, and he had to hold himself back again. Li Luoluo stopped moving obediently. She quietly watched Yi Chen apply medicine on her knees, feeling a slight cool sensation. Maybe the skin was abraded and it would hurt a bit if the medicinal wine was rubbed on the wound. Li Luoluo frowned slightly and couldn't help but let out a moan. Yi Chen looked up and saw her tearful face, and couldn't help but teasing her. "I didn't expect our icy beauty to be so delicate. I find that the longer you spend with your wife, the more your personality collapses." Li Luoluo's beautiful eyelashes were covered with tears. She looked at Yi Chen, her emotions revealed in her eyes, and she murmured, "It really hurts, it really hurts. You are happy, but you don't know my pain. Is it really just pain? Shouldn't there be pain and happiness at the same time?" Yi Chen grinned evilly. He was an experienced driver, and Li Luoluo's experience in this area was like a blank sheet of paper. "Hubby, put me down. I don't want to discuss this topic with you anymore." Li Luoluo covered her slightly hot cheek with her hands, her eyes flickering as she stared at the kitchen door like a little wild cat stealing food. Because her posture at the moment was so close to Yi Chen, it was indeed a bit ambiguous. She spread her legs and sat on Yi Chen's legs. He still hugged her so tightly. It is the wife's duty to bring happiness to her husband. Even if Mom saw it, she wouldn't say anything. Yi Chen curled his lips. He smelled the fragrance on Li Luoluo's hair and couldn't help but lean over to sniff. Li Luoluo's lips have been free of makeup at this moment. They are no longer the kind of gorgeous red lips, but a bouncy pink with a jelly texture. It looks delicious. The prominent Adam's apple rolled involuntarily, and Yi Chen leaned over to pick it. It really tastes sweet, like strawberry-flavored candy. Li Luoluo felt like she was possessed by a demon, perhaps because she thought Yi Chen was right. Happiness is the most important thing. She couldn't bear to refuse, so she just followed him and fell into depravity together. The two of them had a romantic French kiss. This time Yi Chen was very gentle, taking Li Luoluo's feelings into consideration. Zhang Yun happened to be carrying the dishes to the table and saw this passionate scene. She smiled a meaningful smile, covered her eyes, waved her hands and said, "I didn't see anything, you guys continue, I still have a dish to cook." When Li Luoluo heard Zhang Yun's voice, she realized her situation. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to withdraw, but found that she was powerless, so she pushed Yi Chen away in a hurry. Yi Chen held Li Luoluo's fist that was hitting his chest and let her go. "Wife, are you trying to murder your husband?" Li Luoluo breathed in enough air. She quickly broke away from Yi Chen's clutches, got off his legs, and ran to the balcony to get some fresh air. When it was time to eat, in order to avoid embarrassing Li Luoluo, Zhang Yun talked a lot about how she won the lottery by scratching it. Li Luoluo has a sweet voice, and she knows how to make old people happy, so Zhang Yun showed a rare bright smile in the past 20 years. "Lolo, from now on you should treat this place as your home and come to eat with Mom often. If Chin bullies you, come and tell Mom, and I'll take care of it for you." Zhang Yun grabbed Li Luoluo's hand and kept muttering. She looked at her daughter-in-law's collar and asked in surprise, "Lolo, it's so hot, why are you buttoning your shirt collar so tightly? We're all family, there's no need to be so shy, come on, Mom will unbutton it for you." Li Luoluo was petrified all of a sudden, and she dodged subconsciously. Because he was afraid that the truth would be exposed. After all, there were strawberries planted by Yi Chen on his neck. I. Mom, Luoluo was just wet with cold water, so she might have caught a cold. You're too enthusiastic and I'm afraid you'll scare her. Yi Chen came to the rescue again. After all, this was all caused by him. You can't catch a cold. Women should keep their bodies warm, especially their uterus. Otherwise, having children in the future will be. Bah, look at my bad mouth. Our Luoluo is so young, his body must be strong. But we still have to be careful. Zhang Yun really likes her daughter-in-law Li Luoluo, so she talks a lot. Her eyes turned to Li Luoluo's flat belly. You young people should plan to have children early, so that you won't be at risk of being too old when you want to have a fourth or fifth child. Li Luoluo slightly opened her red lips in surprise. She is not a sow, why does she give birth to so many? Besides, she already has Tuanchuan and Yuan. Yi Chen interrupted Li Luoluo before she could explain. Don't be impatient, Mom. It takes time for a seed to sprout. What he meant was that he had already planted the seeds of hope in Li Luoluo's body. Zhang Yun naturally understood and was extremely happy. Li Luoluo was so angry that she used her small hands to pinch the soft flesh on Yi Chen's waist. Her husband is a real LSP. Chapter 37 Love My Wife. Zhang Yun looked at the young couple with a smile. They were both talented and beautiful, and the more she looked at them, the more she felt that they were a perfect match. She took out 10,000 yuan from her pocket and stuffed it into Li Luoluo's pocket. It was the winning money from the scratch-off lottery today. Li Luoluo refused to take it, so Zhang Yun pretended to be angry and said, "How can a mother-in-law not give money to her daughter-in-law when she first meets her? If you don't accept it, I will be angry." Yi Chen also advised at this time, "Wife, just accept it. I know you feel sorry for our mother, but this is wedding money, it's for good luck." Seeing that she couldn't refuse anymore, Li Luoluo took it. Her eyes were red and her nose felt a little sore. This is the first time in 20 years that I have felt the love of my mother. Her mother died when she was 3 years old. Her father later brought his mistress home as his wife, which is why she has hated her father for so many years. Lolo, good boy, why are you crying? Zhang Yun hurriedly took a tissue and tried to wipe the tears from Li Luoluo's eyes, thinking that she had said something wrong or done something wrong. Mom, I was so happy that I cried. Li Luoluo stretched out her arms and hugged Zhang Yun tightly. It feels really good to have the love of a mother. Zhang Yun patted Li Luoluo's back gently. She could feel that this was a child who lacked love. Then she glared at her son Yi Chen fiercely. Chen, you are not allowed to bully Luo anymore, okay? If you do something to let Luo down, we will sever the mother-son relationship. Yi Chen was confused. Could it be that if you have a wife, you will also have a stepmother? After chatting for a while, Zhang Yun learned that she had two 2-year-old granddaughters. She danced with joy, as happy as an old child. Lolo, you must bring my 2 precious granddaughters next time. Oh, Luo, your skirt is still in the bathroom. I have to wash and dry it for you. It will be ready soon. Zhang Yun patted her head and remembered this. She stood up and prepared to go to the bathroom. Li Luo was so frightened that her face turned pale and she quickly stepped forward to stop him. You have to know that there were dark spots on the skirt left by the passion, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell what had happened. Mom, I want to chat with you for a while longer. Can you stay with me for a while longer? Li Luo spoke in a very low voice and lowered her head in embarrassment. When Yi Chen saw his little wife's behavior, he naturally thought of something. He strode towards the bathroom, saying as he walked, Mom will chat with Luo for a while, and her clothes will be left to me as her husband. Zhang Yun was very pleased to see that her son acted like a model husband, so she naturally agreed to the suggestion. After the clothes were dried and Li Luo changed into them, the couple planned to go home. Zhang Yun held Li Luoluo's hand and was reluctant to let go. She really liked this perfect daughter-in-law who was considerate, gentle, beautiful, and generous. If Yi Chen hadn't promised to bring his wife and children to visit every week, Zhang Yun would have planned to let them stay here overnight. On the way home, Li Luo hugged her body, her legs hanging limply like a helpless little rabbit. She placed her little hands on her abdomen and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Yi Chen looked at his wife with a gloomy expression. He saw it with his own eyes and felt pain in his heart. Honey, am I too much? Did I hurt you? I'll be gentler next time. Yi Chen stepped forward and held Li Luoluo's hand, and his expression suddenly became serious. Honey, why are your hands so cold? Li Luo murmured weakly, Hubby, my period has come and my stomach hurts so much. When Yi Chen saw his wife's weak appearance and the beads of sweat on her head due to pain, his heart ached like a knife. He took off his coat and gently covered Li Luo with it. He quickly asked the driver to pull over and Yi Chen got out of the car. Leaning his head weakly on the back seat, Li Luo bit his fingers, trying to divert his attention. She used to feel a lot of pain every time she had her period, but this time it was probably because she didn't pay attention to keeping warm, so the pain was extra severe. By the time Yi Chen came back, Li Luo had fallen asleep from the pain. Feeling the warmth coming from her lower abdomen, Li Luo opened her watery eyes and looked over, and found that it was the hot water bottle that Yi Chen had placed on her clothes. I just went to a nearby convenience store and bought a hot water bottle and this cup of brown sugar ginger tea. They both have the effect of warming the uterus. Honey, drink them while they're hot. Yi Chen treated Li Luo like a porcelain doll and took good care of her. Seeing his little wife in pain, he really felt the same pain and felt extremely distressed. Because of the pain and exhaustion, Li Luoluo's lips were a little pale. She leaned in Yi Chen's arms and took the thermos cup handed to her. Wife, drink it later. Yi Chen said as he took out a disposable paper cup from the plastic bag, poured the brown sugar ginger tea over and over again, and then handed over the warm cup. Drink it now. It's at the perfect temperature. Li Luo took small sips of the brown sugar ginger tea, feeling that it not only warmed her stomach, but more importantly, warmed her heart. Looking at Yi Chen running around, looking serious. The pain in her beautiful eyes was less, and there was a hint of smile. Hubby, you're so good to me. Li Luo acted coquettishly and sweetly, she was really moved by Yi Chen. My wife has brought me so much happiness, so it's only right that I treat you well. Yi Chen leaned close to Li Luoluo's little ear and said with a smile. Of course, he was referring to the sexual pleasure that took place in his mother's rented apartment. Ahem. The driver's teeth were filled with the sweet dog food and he couldn't help coughing. Hubby, you're being dishonest again. Li Luo said coquettishly, her little face red, because she had dysmenorrhea and didn't have the energy to play with Yi Chen. Honey, I have a suggestion. Do you agree? Tell me about it. Yichen placed his big palm on Li Luoluo's lower abdomen, massaging it gently and slowly injecting the internal energy into it. I want to bring Mom over to live with us. We have plenty of rooms at home anyway. Li Luoluo raised her head slightly and looked at Yichen. This. Yichen hesitated for a moment. Mom doesn't know you're a female CEO yet. It'll take time for her to accept your family background. Wife, I know you mean well, but I'm afraid. I mean, the difference between our status and position is too great, and the old man won't be able to accept it all at once. Li Luoluo nodded sensibly. Hubby, I was negligent and didn't think about this. Wait until you have done some ideological work on Mom. Yichen looked at his wife's beautiful eyes and gave her a light kiss on the forehead. P.S. Welcome new readers to Add a Bookshelf. This book will be released in the next few days. Your support is very important to me. Omega? Chapter 38, No Martial Ethics. Li Family Courtyard. Mr. Li Tianguan was drinking tea and reading the newspaper when suddenly one of his subordinates handed him an envelope. I opened the envelope and looked at the dozen or so photos inside. Li Tianguan's frown deepened, and he looked at the old man in front of him with an inquiring gaze. Gao Shan, you are Luoluo's housekeeper, but you secretly monitor your master's private life. Isn't this a bad idea? Master, I'm actually doing this for the good of the young lady. You know I watched her grow up, and I don't want to see her go astray because of scum. Gao Shan's hair and beard are already gray, and his back has become more hunched recently, but none of this affects the sincerity of his words. Oh? According to the senior executive, the young man in the photo is a scumbag? Li Tianguan continued to look through the photos. Yes, master, the man in the photo is Yichen. He is the man with whom the eldest lady signed the marriage contract privately. The reason why I don't call him son-in-law is because he is not worthy of the name and the words are not right. He signed the marriage contract just because he coveted the eldest lady's wealth and beauty. The eldest lady actually doesn't understand her own feelings. She may have compromised and come to him just for the sake of the two young ladies. Gao Shan continued speaking, and took out the marriage contract from his briefcase and handed it to Li Tianguan with both hands. When Li Tianguan took the marriage contract, he felt like he was struck by lightning and his voice trembled slightly. Master Gao, what you mean that the child that Luoluo gave birth to back then, was Yichen's child? Gao Shan nodded, his cunning eyes reflected from the thick glass lenses. Seeing Li Tianguan's rapid breathing, veins bulging, and clenched fists, Gao Shan tried his best to suppress the slightly raised corners of his lips. Yes, master. Yichen wanted the young lady's body back then. After the incident, he was irresponsible and did not take on the responsibility of being a father. Now that he knows the young lady's family background, he wants to get close to her. Listening to Gao Shan's exaggerated description, Li Tianguan's eyebrows were almost frowned together. It was because of his two granddaughters that he had a conflict with his eldest daughter. Even until now, Li Luoluo has been avoiding him, his father, and the entire Li family. That's not all. Master, please continue to look at the photos. Yichen relied on his handsomeness to hook up with many girls in school. He did such dirty things behind the young lady's back. I really can't stand it. Gao Shan became more and more excited as he spoke, and even took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. He took off his glasses and wiped his tears while observing Li Tianguan, and he seemed to be really angry. You bastard! Don't you know about this information that you hold? Luoluo is always very smart. How could she not take any action after knowing this? No one knows a daughter better than her father. Li Tianguan is an old fox after all. He doesn't understand why Gao Shan took the ready-made evidence and went straight to him instead of Li Luoluo. Master, you don't know. It is said that people who fall in love are very blind. Besides, the eldest daughter is still young and easily deceived by villains. No matter what I say, I am just a servant of the Li family. My words are not taken seriously. Gao Shan sighed sadly, deciding to play the emotional card to the end. This Yichen, right? I want to meet this guy named Yichen. Li Tianguan put his hand on his chest. He always had heart pain. The cabbages that I have grown for so many years were eaten by pigs? How outrageous! Gao Shan looked at Li Tianguan's back as he left angrily, and could no longer hold back his cunning smile. He guessed that his son Gao Long was dead. Because if Gao Long were still alive, he would send a WeChat message to greet his old father every day. There is no way it would disappear without a trace for a week. Gao Long had no grudges or hatred during his lifetime, except for Yichen. Therefore, Yi Chen is definitely not unrelated to Gao Long's death. When Gao Shan thought of this, he couldn't stop crying. Son, if you are still alive in heaven, you will definitely see what your father has done for you. Looting villa. Miss. Something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Sister Ping came hurriedly from outside the living room. She was usually calm and composed, but today she was unusually flustered. What's wrong, Sister Ping? Tell me what's going on. Li Luoluo put down her knife and fork and ate the steak that Yi Chen prepared for her for breakfast. Sister Ping calmed herself down and said awkwardly while looking at Yi Chen, who was sitting next to Li Luoluo. The master has come. He is in the yard now, and he wants to see the son-in-law. Li Luoluo picked up the knife and fork and continued to eat breakfast as if nothing had happened, with a hint of impatience on her beautiful little face. He can come if he wants to. He wants to see my husband, but my husband may not be available to see him, right, husband? Yi Chen, ah? Yi Chen was really confused. Although he guessed that Li Luoluo and his father did not have a harmonious relationship, but as a son-in-law, wouldn't it be too arrogant for him to refuse to see his father-in-law when he came to visit? Whatever my wife says is what it is. Although Yi Chen thought so, when he saw Li Luoluo's alert eyes looking at him, he immediately chose to side with her. But the master has the marriage agreement between the eldest lady and her husband, and he said that if he doesn't see it, he will tear it up on the spot. And the master also said that he has 1,000 ways to make my son-in-law have no place to stand in the magic city. He has 10,000 ways to destroy the relationship between the eldest lady and my son-in-law, this evil relationship. Sister Ping sounded a little timid when she said this. She could see that Li Luoluo's expression was changing from sunny to cloudy to overcast. Humph! He dares! Li Luoluo put down her knife and fork again. She grabbed Yi Chen's hand and walked towards the courtyard. Yi Chen didn't expect that he would meet the girl's parents in this way. It was quite sudden. An old man in a suit and tie stood in the courtyard. Although one of his legs was a little lame and he was leaning on a cane, it did not hinder his sharp and eye-catching temperament like an eagle. Behind Li Tianguang were bodyguards dressed all in black. 20 of them stood straight in a row. They were obviously well trained. Boy, are you Yi Chen? Li Tianguang looked at the handsome guy next to Li Luoluo through his sunglasses. The preconceived bad impression made him frown slightly. Yi Chen nodded but did not take the initiative to say hello. It was not because he was impolite, but because he could feel Li Luoluo's indifference and alienation towards his father. Before figuring out the situation, Yi Chen chose to stand on Li Luoluo's side. Even Li Luoluo's father would not allow her to be hurt in the slightest. What kind of man are you if you stand behind a woman? If you have the guts, just take a few steps forward. Li Tianguang pounded the ground hard with his crutch. He had the majestic aura of a superior, and his authority was intimidating without him even getting angry. Husband. Li Luoluo murmured and winked at Yi Chen. She didn't want Yi Chen to get hurt. It's okay, don't worry, honey. Yi Chen gently patted Li Luoluo's hand, signaling her not to worry, and then took a few steps forward. It was just a few steps away when the black-clad bodyguards behind Li Tianguang quickly surrounded him. Yi Chen rubbed his brows and questioned helplessly. No way, is this so unethical? Chapter 39, Fishing Enforcement, you are really strict. Yi Chen really couldn't believe that the old man would be so unethical. Even so, he was not panicked at all. Haha, what is martial virtue? Do you understand? Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Li Tianguang tilted his head and asked his black-clad bodyguards, and after getting a unanimous answer, he laughed out loud. Brat, here, only strength matters. Besides, when you took away the cabbage I had raised for so many years, did you ever talk to me about martial ethics? Li Tianguang's eyes suddenly became sharp and fierce. If you dare to hurt my husband today, I will make the entire Li family bury him. Li Luoluo nervously wanted to step forward, but Yi Chen waved his hand to stop her. Lolo, do you know that this brat is cheating on you? And you're still protecting him? Li Tianguang lamented that girls cannot be kept when they grow up, and he looked at Li Luoluo with complicated eyes. He didn't. Yi Chen is definitely not the kind of person who changes his mind every day. There must be some misunderstanding here. Li Luoluo panicked. It was the first time she really worried about someone. Li Tianguang was shocked. Based on his understanding of his eldest daughter, she was definitely not the kind of little lamb that could be deceived and slaughtered at will. Okay, let's not talk about this matter for now, let's talk about this brat. How could he be worthy enough to marry my daughter, Li Tianguang? He's just a bricklayer at a construction site. What's the use of his good looks? Come on. I want to see how capable this brat is to kidnap my daughter, Li Tianguang. Li Tianguang became even more angry when he mentioned Yi Chen's background, and the sound of his crutches hitting the ground became louder. No! How dare you! Li Luoluo wanted to rush forward, but a quick-eyed and quick-handed bodyguard stepped forward to stop her. The remaining dozen people formed a circle around Yi Chen. These people are elite bodyguards trained by Li Tianguang, not ordinary thugs. Tears accumulated in Li Luoluo's eyes, and there was even more hatred in her eyes as she looked at Li Tianguang. Take the young lady to the car first. No one can let her out without my order. Li Tianguang gave the order, watching Li Luoluo being taken away by his men. Ding! The host is predicted to be in danger. SS-level ancient martial arts skills require 500 points of Nanny points to redeem. Do you want to redeem? Exchange. After hearing the system announcement, Yi Chen exchanged it immediately without any hesitation. He could sense that these bodyguards were not ordinary thugs, judging from their muscle shape, physical fitness, and well-trained formations. What's up, little brat? If you know how to be afraid now, I can give you a way to live, as long as you are willing to leave my Luoluo. There was a cunning light in Li Tianguang's eyes, and he used threats and inducements. Yi Chen is not stupid. An old fox with a great reputation like Li Tianguang will never do anything that will cause endless trouble. Moreover, after 3 months of getting along with Li Luoluo, the feelings between the two gradually deepened, and Yi Chen really fell in love with Li Luoluo. Asking him to leave Li Luoluo now is the same as asking for his life. What if I choose not to? Yi Chen curled his lips and chuckled. Then let's see if you have what it takes, brat. Go ahead. Li Tianguang waved his finger and said sternly. The group of well-trained bodyguards rushed forward immediately. Amid a cloud of dust, Yi Chen's figure was as fast as an arrow, weaving through the crowd. His move seemed fatal, but he showed some mercy and did not kill the opponent. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. The boxing is fast, accurate, and fierce. The bodyguards were knocked to the ground, and then they rushed forward one after another. They are all Li Tianguang's loyal men and will obey their master's orders in everything. Yi Chen felt like he was beating a tumbler. After he knocked down one person, another came along. He also realized that he had worried too much and didn't expect that he could defeat the enemy with one hand. Then a dramatic scene occurred. Yi Chen put his right hand behind his back, and with just his left hand, he beat the bodyguards who came one after another without any chance of fighting back. Okay, that's enough. Li Tianguang couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He actually knew that he had lost this game. I didn't expect that Yi Chen, this brat who looks so delicate and tender, could be so fierce in a fight. I believe in your martial arts ability, but you have to know, brat, that protecting your woman requires more than just fists and feet. Even though Li Tianguang was shocked, he tried his best to hide it. Don't get complacent too soon, this is just the first round. Then continue. Yi Chen showed no sign of weakness. Come with me. Li Tianguang took Yi Chen to the swimming pool of Looting Villa and spread his hands. Eat it. A black pill as big as rat droppings lay in the palm of his hand. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chen remembered that he already had the detoxification pill, so he might as well take it. Maybe this test from his father-in-law is a test of his loyalty. In order to figure out what he had eaten, Yi Chen was not in a hurry to detoxify it. Besides, he believed that Li Tianguang would not be so cruel as to directly give him poison. But not long after, Yi Chen felt uncomfortable all over, with dizziness and weakness in his limbs. The girls' voices like silver bells came from all directions. I saw a large group of young girls in bikinis, laughing and playing in the water park. He based his reaction on his body and the grand spectacle before him. Now I know what that rat shit is. It is a powerful aphrodisiac. Grass, a kind of green plant. LYB. Yi Chen cursed inwardly. You little brat, they're all beautiful, just pick whichever one you want. Or you can take all of them. Do you feel the energy and blood rising in your body? He. Li Tianguang was standing next to Yi Chen. He looked at the staggering Yi Chen and laughed in a wild and unrestrained voice. Don't worry, it's right here. The sky is your blanket and the ground is your bed. No matter what happened, I won't tell Luoluo. Li Tianguang knew that Yi Chen's willpower was the weakest at the moment, so he just had to blow in his ears. Yi Chen's eyes were bloodshot and he tore his hair hard. This LYB is playing a sting operation. He hasn't taken the detoxification pill yet, in order to make the show more realistic. Hey, you little brat, don't you see how beautiful these girls are? Don't put up with it, I'm a man too, I can understand your helplessness. Li Tianguang continued to hint at it. Seeing Yi Chen's nails digging deeply into the flesh, blood gushed out. Li Tianguang couldn't help but complain in his heart, this kid seems to have great self-control. Jojo, come here. Li Tianguang clapped his hands and looked towards a young girl. The girl had a curvy figure and long, straight and slender legs, and she walked towards me gracefully. She has a delicate and tender face, but a very sexy body. It has the style of an island country with a baby face and huge. Xiao Xiao, help him into that small room, and then. Li Tianguang winked halfway through his words, and everyone present understood. The girl named Xiao Xiao's cheeks quickly turned red, but she still did it. Chapter 40. Xiao Xiao put her small hand on Yi Chen's shirt. She could tell through his clothes that he had a perfect figure. And Yi Chen was also very handsome, the kind of handsome that was both cute and fierce. Xiao Xiao's heart beat faster for some reason. Her face turned even redder, but she still carried out her task according to the instructions in the headset. After taking off her bikini suit, two lively and cute big white rabbits jumped out, and Xiao Xiao half knelt beside Yi Chen. Her little hands trembled slightly as she tried to unbutton Yi Chen's clothes. Just when she was buttoning the last button, her little hand was held by a domineering big hand. Yi Chen shook off Xiao Xiao's hand that was about to do something wrong and put on his clothes. Then enter into a state of meditation. The main reason is that Yi Chen feels that without the pretense of the old monk entering into meditation, he might not be able to deceive that old fox Li Tianguang. Xiao Xiao's body was pushed away by Yi Chen and hit the ground unexpectedly. Tears of grievance burst out of her eyes. But the command in her headset told her to continue. So Xiao Xiao fell down again and again, stood up again and again, and pounced on it again and again. Repeat the cycle. Why don't you have any sympathy for women? Xiao Xiao's buttocks were all bruised and red, and there was not a single spot on her body that was unharmed. Girl, please respect yourself. Yi Chen was glad that he had taken the detoxification pill. He accidentally took a look and almost had a nosebleed. Yi Chen walked away coolly, and at the same time, he got to know Li Tianguang better. This stinky old man is so bad. No wonder Li Luoluo dislikes her own father. Brat, I didn't expect you to have such strong willpower. Then you've passed the second level. Li Tianguang had already seen the whole process of Yi Chen remaining calm in the face of danger from the surveillance video, and he also admired him a little in his heart. It seems that this brat knows some Taoist magic. I'll have to try to use indirect tactics on him when I get the chance. So can I see my wife now? Yi Chen asked. He was afraid that Li Luoluo would worry about him. You little brat, drink with me first. Your wife is my daughter, she won't grow wings and fly away. Li Tianguang's attitude softened a lot and his words became gentler. Yi Chen nodded and agreed, even though he knew it was the Hongmen banquet. Li Tianguang calmly waved his finger at the assistant beside him, then took Yi Chen's arm and pulled him to sit in the hall. Yi Chen looked at Li Tianguang holding his arm with such enthusiasm that people who didn't know would think it was a loving scene of a loving father and a filial son. Yi Chen would never think so, this is too weird. Imagine that the cabbages you have raised for 20 years were eaten by pigs. Should you still keep the pigs for the new year? Is it braised or boiled? You little brat, I've made it clear to you that a son-in-law who can't drink can't enter the gate of our Li family. Li Tianguang's eyes reflected a murderous intent hidden behind a smile. Come on, serve some wine. Yi Chen felt the hairs on his back stand up. This was a very well-planned pig-killing scheme. He looked at the dozens of bottles of mutai on the table and began to feel dizzy before he even drank any. Cough cough cough. Li Tianguang signaled to his assistant with his eyes to introduce the wines he brought. Son-in-law, this is the case. The wine that our Mr. Li brought is the 5-star mutai, one of the national liquors. This wine was produced in 1958 and is worth 1.03 million yuan per bottle. This means there is 10.3 million yuan on the table. The assistant was secretly amazed while introducing the bottles. These wines were collected by Mr. Li for decades, and he usually couldn't bear to open a bottle himself. Not to mention that the price is very high, this batch of 1958 5-star mutai is now in short supply and you can't buy it even if you have money. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the winning glory for my wife mission, and the host is rewarded with the skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. In order to make it easier for the host to show off in front of his father-in-law, I will reward the host with a bottle of Lai Mutai. Listening to the system broadcast in his mind, Yi-Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. This system is really stingy. You said it's convenient for me to show off. Why did you give me a bottle of Mutai? You want me to show off by putting a bottle of Mutai in front of someone else who has 10 bottles of Mutai? Don't be in a daze, little brat. If you're a man, drink all this wine with me. Li Tianguang patted Yi-Chen on the shoulder, and excitement reflected in his shrewd fox eyes. Regarding alcohol consumption, he called it the second. No one dares to claim to be the best. By then, as long as Yi-Chen is drunk and those young models are pushed to his side, the matter will be settled. By the time my precious daughter knows the true face of this scumbag, she will naturally abandon him. Although Yi-Chen didn't know what Li Tianguang was thinking, he could still sense that he had a big plan from the other party's malicious smile. Yi-Chen, then, dear father-in-law, let me toast you first. You gave birth to such a beautiful daughter like Luo Luo. Li Tianguang, yes, yes. My Luo Luo has been beautiful since she was young. Yi-Chen, dear father-in-law, I'll toast you again. Thank you for not killing me. I understand your mentality. After all, the cabbage I have raised for so many years has been taken away. Li Tianguang had tears in his eyes. Okay. You are worthy of being this brat. Your words are like a fucking knife piercing my heart. Yi-Chen, dear father-in-law, I must toast you with this third glass. You are willing to share such expensive wine. Li Tianguang smiled and said nothing. If it wasn't tea for the purpose of getting you drunk, I wouldn't be willing to spend so much money. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Tianguang looked at the 10 bottles of Mutai that had been finished, and his heart ached so much that it was bleeding. At the same time, he felt that his mind was a little unclear and dizzy. He drank nearly 5 kilograms of white wine. On the other hand, Yi-Chen was fine, just like drinking plain water. Making trouble. Father-in-law, the alcohol content of your wine is not good. How come I am fine after drinking it? Yi-Chen asked knowingly. Boss, you have a great alcohol tolerance. I am ashamed of myself. Li Tianguang was already about 80% drunk at this moment, and he was forcing himself to talk to Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen wanted to take advantage of Li Tianguang being drunk and secretly go find Li Luoluo, but before he could take a step, Li Tianguang grabbed his arm. Boss, I'm not drunk yet. Can we continue? Li Tianguang looked pleading, like a poor and helpless child. I have another bottle of Mutai here, wait a minute and I'll get it for you. Yi-Chen held his forehead helplessly. This father-in-law drank too much and couldn't even tell the generations apart. He pretended to be groping around the wine cabinet, but actually took out the bottle of Mutai from the system space. Looking at the wine bottle packaging, it's quite old. When Yi-Chen walked over weighing the bottle of wine, the eyes of Li Tianguang's assistant widened. This, could it be the 1935 edition of Lai Mutai? It is rumored to be out of print. Someone once bought it at an auction for more than 10 million yuan, breaking the previous auction record. The assistant took the bottle of Mutai from Yi-Chen and looked at it for a long time. He nodded repeatedly, his excitement beyond words. It's just. I don't know if this is real or not. The assistant looked at Yi-Chen doubtfully. After all, according to the information about Yi-Chen that I had found before, Yi-Chen was just an ordinary college student and brick-moving worker on a construction site. How could he have wine of this level? Whether it's real or not, you'll know after drinking it. Li Tianguang snatched the bottle of wine from his assistant and smiled happily. Chapter 41 Wife, it's time for you to get an injection. Mr. Li, you are already drunk, you can't drink anymore. The assistant wanted to persuade Li Tianguang but was ruthlessly pushed away. After all, the attraction of Lai Mutai to veteran alcoholics is fatal. After taking a sip, Li Tianguang exclaimed in amazement, this is truly the 1935 edition of Lai Mutai. Brother, this wine is for me. I can give you anything you want. Li Tianguang held the bottle of wine in his arms, his face flushed with smile. Okay, just give me your daughter Luo Luo. Yi-Chen smiled helplessly. Of course I will. Big brother, since you gave me such good wine, I will give all my 7 daughters to you. This, I'm afraid my body can't take it. Even if my body can handle it, I only love my wife. When Yi Chen saw Li Luoluo standing behind Li Tianguang, he was frightened and quickly waved his hand to refuse. Strong desire to survive. Honey, I was so worried about you. Seeing Yi Chen abide by the husband's virtues so strictly, the murderous intent in Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes was restrained, and immediately turned into a sweet voice. She trotted to Yi Chen, and like a wronged kitten, she rubbed her little head against Yi Chen's chest. Husband, did the old man bully you? If he did, tell me and I will avenge you. Wife, you know your husband's abilities. I'm the only one who bullies others. You were bullied by me yesterday. Have you forgotten? Yi Chen pinched his wife's soft face with his hands. He felt the area being rubbed and felt itchy. Li Luoluo's face suddenly turned red, and she pinched Yi Chen's waist with her little hands. The assistant looked like he was full of dog food, and he spoke at a somewhat inappropriate time. Mr. Li might be drunk. Why don't you take a rest here with Miss? When he sobers up. He looked at Li Luoluo fearfully and asked carefully. No. He dared to bully my husband, and I haven't settled the score with him yet. Forget it, honey. He is still your father after all, and he never bullied me. Yi Chen lowered his head to smell the pleasant fragrance on Li Luoluo's body. Seeing his wife's angry look, he simply tickled her with his hands. Hey, stop it, there's someone here. Li Luoluo rolled her eyes at Yi Chen coquettishly. Yi Chen took the opportunity to gesture to his assistant, asking him to help Li Tianguang into the guest room. When only Yi Chen and Li Luoluo were left in the living room. Li Luoluo looked at Yi Chen with tenderness in her beautiful eyes, and seemed to want to say something but stopped herself several times. Wife, if you have anything to say, just say it. There are only two of us here. Yi Chen's slender fingers threaded through Li Luoluo's hair, rubbing it back and forth, having a lot of fun. Hubby, stay away from the old man from now on. I'm afraid he will lead you astray. Leading astray? Ha ha, your husband, I am calm even when a woman's arms are bent on me. Even Lu Xiaohui doesn't have as strong self-control as me. I only let my bestial nature run wild with my wife. Hate. Li Luoluo was amused by Yi Chen's words, but at the same time she looked around shyly, fearing that someone would come in and eavesdrop on the couple's flirting. No. No. At this moment, a girl's cry for help came from the direction of the guest room. Li Luoluo's pretty face turned pale with shock in an instant. She pushed Yi Chen and felt that it was difficult to say what she wanted to say. Hubby, go check it out. Yi Chen strode towards the guest room and opened the door. The nosebleed was so splashing. The waterfall drops 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way is falling from the sky. Then, seeing that the matter had already been settled, I decided to disturb you. Yi Chen closed the door silently and returned to the living room. Honey, did you hit your nose? Why is your nose bleeding so much? Li Luoluo hurriedly grabbed a tissue and wiped Yi Chen's nose. I ran into a real-life example of a pear tree crushing a crabapple tree, an old cow eating young grass. How could I not be angry? I couldn't control my nosebleed. Yi Chen explained with a sullen hum. Husband, why didn't you bring the person out? Do you think? Li Luoluo anxiously used her little hands to pull the corner of Yi Chen's clothes. She was slowly digesting what Yi Chen said. Well, it's too late to bring it out. They've already put the flowers into the bottle and the key into the lock. Fortunately, I won't bother them. Them? The old man and who? Li Luoluo clenched her fist slightly, and the fire reflected in her eyes was enough to start a prairie fire. She would never let any maid in Lu Ding Villa be bullied, not even by her father. I think her name is Chow Chow. She looks quite young. Although she has developed well and has a baby face. Hey, honey, don't be angry. Let's talk it over. My husband just lost 3 pounds of blood from his nose, so you should think twice before you do anything. When Yi Chen saw the orange in Li Luoluo's hand, he thought she was going to hit him, so he was so scared that he begged for mercy. Who is Chow Chow? Tell me, you big pervert. Did you secretly look at my body while I was away? Li Luoluo held the orange in her hand, but finally couldn't bear to smash it. There was already moisture in her beautiful eyes, and she bit her red lips hard to prevent herself from breaking down. Honey, you misunderstood. I didn't actually plan to watch it. It was really. Yi Chen had no choice but to tell his wife the whole story of Li Tianguang testing him from beginning to end in order to make his wife happy. After listening to this, Li Luoluo frowned slightly, and her disgust towards Li Tianguang increased a little more. He is just like that, disrespectful to his elders, likes naughty things, and likes young models and so on. Husband, you must draw a clear line between you and him. If he hadn't been such a playboy and hadn't kept so many mistresses, my mother wouldn't have jumped into the river and committed suicide. Seeing Lilualawa's indignant look, Yichen hugged her in his arms and comforted her in a soft voice. Don't worry, honey. I only have feelings for you. I won't be dazzled by all those flowers. Lilualua was hugged tightly by Yichen, and for a moment she forgot about being angry. She only felt that the man next to her was very reliable and warm. Suddenly, the noise in the guest room became louder and louder. Even the table was overturned. But at the same time, mixed singing also reached its musical peak. Lilualuo murmured softly with a red face. Husband, are you really not going to stop it? Honey, didn't you hear that the style of the music has changed? It's changed from Yemai to Yayo Chekneo. It's a bit rude of me to go in now. Yi Chen looked embarrassed. Lilualuo nodded inside. Then forget it, husband, don't go. Maybe the old man will give Miss Chow Chow a status. It's a pity that the girl is too young to be as beautiful as a flower. Yichen buried his head close to Lilualua's beautiful collarbone, smelling her unique and pleasant fragrance, his hand wandering around her slender waist. As it slowly moves upwards, there is a layer of chiffon suspenders between them. He gently pinched the soft, perky part. Lilualuo covered her little mouth with her hands, fearing that she would scream out loud. Wife, you are tired too. How about I take you back to your room? I remember you still owe me 3 shots of vaccination. What 3-shot vaccine? Why don't I remember it? Lilualuo was surprised, there were stars twinkling in her beautiful eyes, and Yichen was fascinated for a moment. It's that kind of crooked 3-shot vaccine. Yichen grinned evilly and picked up Lilualuo by the waist. He walked towards the boudoir, and did not let go even though the beauty in his arms struggled. Chapter 42, Uniqlo Adventure. The next day. Yichen woke up from his dream of butterflies and mandarin ducks, and saw Lilualuo sitting in front of the mirror, applying yellow flowers on her face. Wife, you really took my life yesterday. I think I will die on you one day. Hate it, get up and get dressed. Lilualua's pretty little face was white with a rosy glow, and she looked at Yichen in the dressing mirror. Wife, is your father gone? Yichen thought of the mixed singing of men and women coming from downstairs last night. It echoed all night long. It caused him to not perform well last night. Don't mention that old man, he's long gone. But it's true, he did such a shameless thing. Lilualuo thought of Li Tianguan and pouted in disgust. Seeing that Lilualuo was so resistant to his father, Yichen said no more. The two of them packed up simply and drove to Yida Plaza in the center of Shanghai. Lilualuo is dressed pure and sexy today. She is very young, but because she has given birth to a child, she also has the charm of a mature woman. She had long, flowing curly hair tied into a ponytail, her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with charming amorous glances, and her light makeup made her look like a high school graduate. Her moist red lips made people want to take a bite. In order to make it easier for shopping, Lilualuo wore a student uniform with a pair of white sneakers. The shorts perfectly outlined her straight and slender legs. Yichen then looked down and almost vomited blood. Lilualua's flat belly was exposed because of the short top, and her fair and tender skin gave Yichen endless room for imagination. Hubby, what are you doing? It's so hot today. I don't want to wear your coat. Lilualuo pushed Yichen away, not letting him tie his coat around her waist, covering up her beautiful belly-bearing outfit. Wife, you are only allowed to dress like this for me, your husband, to see. Do you understand? Yichen forcibly locked Lilualua's little hands, tied the coat around her waist stubbornly, and then tied a tight knot. But, it's ugly. Lilualuo lowered her eyes in frustration, feeling that this look was really tacky. No matter what my wife looks like, she is the most beautiful in my heart. Yichen curled his lips and chuckled. He grasped Lilualua's soft and boneless little hand tightly in his palm, and the two walked into the mall side by side. Although she knew that Yichen was a smooth talker, Lilualuo felt dizzy with sweetness after hearing those words. The warmth from her palm made her feel very at ease. Didn't you ask me to go shopping with you? Why are you going to a men's clothing store? Yichen saw Lilualuo wanted to take him into the men's clothing store, so he asked. Lilualuo leaned her pretty little face on Yichen's arm and said coquettishly. Silly boy, of course I'm buying you clothes. The clothes on the hangers are all mine, so I thought of buying you some too, otherwise Sister Ping will accuse me of bullying her dear son-in-law again. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He was a hypocritical little cat. She clearly just wanted to buy clothes for her husband, but she had to bring up Sister Ping. The two entered the Armani men's clothing store and wandered around. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women quickly attracted the attention of the store clerks. What a combination of divine looks, the girl is pretty and the guy is handsome, it feels like watching an idol drama. I really want to have a boyfriend as handsome as this guy. I hope God will hear my wish and give me one today. Wow! Not only are these two extremely good looking, but their bodies are also a perfect match. I'm already imagining the scene when they do something naughty, it must be even more exciting than some movies. Lily, how can a girl like you speak so bluntly? Although I admit that what you said is right, please don't say it again in the future. Although the shop assistant's discussion was very quiet, Yi Chen who was passing by still heard it, and he almost bent his old waist. Do girls nowadays speak so directly? My little wife is still so adorable. She gets shy all the time and looks like she wants to be bullied. The young shopping guide named Lily came forward to introduce the products. Li Luoluo selected clothes for Yi Chen to try on, and she was very satisfied with every set. Miss, your boyfriend is simply a walking clothes rack. His body is like a model's. Li Luoluo covered her mouth and smiled secretly. Her husband's body was naturally top-notch, she had already tried it. He's not my boyfriend. When Lily heard this, her eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Maybe this pair were brother and sister, so she still had a chance. Well then. Miss, can I ask about your brother's prestige? I have a friend who asked me to ask for your help. Lily didn't dare to look up out of guilt. She would never say that she wanted to be a sister-in-law. Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes sank. He was actually trying to steal her boyfriend right in front of her. However, since the other party thought she was Yi Chen's sister, she didn't mind it. I'm sorry, my husband has no prestige. Don't you think so, husband? Yeah, my wife is right. Yi Chen was tying his tie, and he followed without thinking. Li Luoluo snuggled up to Yi Chen and smiled sweetly, then stood on tiptoes and took the initiative to help him tie his tie. The shopping guide named Lily saw this dog food falling from the sky and returned to the front desk in sorrow. She admitted that she had thought too much. Wife, did you hear any strange noises? Suddenly, Yi Chen lowered his head and whispered to Li Luoluo who was still tying his tie. Is there? Li Luoluo murmured, and then listened carefully in the direction of Yi Chen's finger. It only took a moment for Li Luoluo to understand, and her little face instantly turned red. Isn't this the story of the Uniqlo fitting room that once made headlines on the internet? It turns out that this could happen no matter if it's Uniqlo or Ryoiku, as long as it's a fitting room. Seeing that the door of the fitting room in the corner not far away was still shaking slightly, Li Luoluo pinched the soft flesh on Yi Chen's waist with her small hands. Let's go to another store. The smell here is a bit strong. Yi Chen said maliciously, I think the two of us might be able to follow suit. Li Luoluo was embarrassed, you bastard. Seeing that Li Luoluo was really angry, Yi Chen also became anxious and quickly hugged his angry wife in his arms. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, honey, can you forgive me? Li Luoluo glared at Yi Chen coquettishly, don't even think about this kind of thing. Thinking of the men's suit that Shi Linghui asked her to buy, Li Luoluo took out her cell phone and called her best friend to ask about the model. A quick cell phone ring rang from the farthest fitting room. Li Luoluo couldn't believe it, but she had to believe it, that was indeed Shi Linghui's cell phone ringtone. After the phone hung up, Li Luoluo paused for a few seconds and called again. Her three perspectives were shattered. In that fitting room was my best friend. Yi Chen glanced at Li Luoluo's mobile phone screen and immediately felt that things were not simple. Before the two could react, the door of the fitting room in the corner was opened and a sturdy man walked out first. Yi Chen looked at Lin Feng, whose face was beaming with rosy red, and then looked at Shi Linghui, who looked like a little bird behind him. Wasn't he this too extravagant? When Shi Linghui looked up, she saw her best friend standing in front of her. She covered her mouth in surprise and wanted to bury herself in Lin Feng's coat. Hey bro, lend me a light. Seeing that the situation was very awkward, Yi Chen first greeted Lin Feng and pulled him away. After all, it was really weird that the four people looked at each other in silence. It would be better for the two men to leave first, leaving space for the two best friends to have a private chat. Arriving at the ice cream shop, Lin Feng took out a popsicle and handed it to Yi Chen to light. He took a long puff of his cigarette. Brother Yi, I really want to thank you for the learning resources you sent last time. Yi Chen? Chapter 43, The Shura Field of Four. Yi Chen looked at Lin Feng's sincere thanks and it didn't seem like he was joking. Can you see the driving skills of Akina Mountain from watching Animal World? We are all brothers, so there is no need to say thank you. If you do, it will make us seem distant. Yi Chen patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and smiled. To be honest, he had never tried such a big thing in a fitting room. I didn't expect that Lin Feng, a rookie, could play so fancy. Lin Feng clasped his fists and thanked him. Actually, I understand what Brother Yi meant by showing me the animal world. It was to urge me to take that step and show off my manly charm like animals in nature courting mates. Yi Chen laughed awkwardly. He didn't know how to respond. Lin Feng's imagination was too powerful. It's because you are gifted that you can understand the laws of nature. You don't have to thank me. Lin Feng smiled, put out the cigarette in his hand, and stomped hard with his feet. While the two men were talking, Li Luoluo pulled Shi Linghui over. Li Luoluo patted the table, put her hands on her hips, pointed at Lin Feng angrily and said, Lin Feng, did you know that Hui Hui is going to be a mother? Shi Linghui quickly grabbed Li Luoluo with her hand, not wanting her to continue speaking. When Lin Feng heard this explosive information, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He excitedly stepped forward and held Shi Linghui's hand. For a moment, he was so happy that he didn't know what to say. Honey, you should have told me that no matter what, I would never want to leave you. I wouldn't be like this. Lin Feng's tongue was tied when he spoke so happily, and his eyes became gentle. His love and concern for Shi Linghui were fully demonstrated. Li Luoluo originally wanted to continue talking about Lin Feng, but after seeing his caring attitude towards Shi Linghui, she realized that he didn't know the truth, so she wasn't so angry anymore. Hui Hui, you will be a mother soon. You can't be so willful. Li Luoluo felt that at this moment she was nagging like Shi Linghui's mother, even though she was 2 years younger than Shi Linghui. Oh Luoluo, I know. Don't blame Lin Feng. And don't blame me either. I won't dare to do it again. Shi Linghui lowered her head shyly. After all, this topic was a private one and she didn't want to discuss it in public. In order to help Lin Feng out, Yi Chen hugged his little wife in his arms and blew into her pink little ears. Wife, you have to put yourself in my shoes. If we encounter a similar situation in the future, you can't force me to eat vegetarian food for 10 months, right? Li Luoluo widened her beautiful eyes in confusion. It was the first time she thought about this question. When my wife doesn't let me eat, I'll just go and flirt with other girls. Anyway, there are so many beautiful girls. If the red flag is flying at home, there will be colorful flags flying outside. Seeing that Li Luoluo didn't answer him, Yi Chen simply used provocation to stimulate her. Seeing his little wife jealous and angry, he felt happy. Husband, how dare you? If you dare to have another woman outside, I will cut you off with a pair of scissors while you are asleep. Li Luoluo was so angry that she pinched Yi Chen's waist. She knew her husband was joking, but she felt sour and painful in her heart. Wife, this concerns our future sex life. How could you bear to kill him? Yi Chen pretended to be a weak little lamb, leaning his tall and strong body on Li Luoluo and grinning at her. Li Luoluo pushed Yi Chen in disgust. Oh, you are so lecherous I don't want to pay attention to you. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. What's good for a man if he's not lustful? How are you? Shi Linghui and Lin Feng looked at the flirting couple, and the two of them leaned their heads against each other, snuggling together happily. The four of them chatted for a while, and when they saw that it was time for dinner, they made an appointment to have dinner together. At this moment, a petite figure was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window opposite. Her fingertips were deeply embedded in the flesh without her realizing it, and drops of blood were dripping onto the floor. Oh, Xiaoya, are you bleeding? Hurry up and let me take you to get it bandaged. How could you be so careless? Her best friend Yan Xingqing asked with concern. She and Ding Xiaoya went out shopping today. For a full 20 minutes, Ding Xiaoya was looking out the window absent-mindedly. It's okay, Xingqing. I'm not in a good mood today. I'm going back to the dormitory first. I'll go shopping with you another day. All Ding Xiaoya could think about now was how sweet Yi Chen and Li Luoluo were together. The wound on her hand didn't hurt at all because her heart hurt more. Back in the dormitory, Ding Xiaoya soaked herself in the bathtub. The mist made her rosy face look even softer. Standing up from the bathtub, water droplets rolled down her curvy body. Ding Xiaoya's legs are slender and straight, and she walks gracefully to the mirror. Looking at her curvy figure and the beautiful face that could be called the current campus beauty of Madu College. In terms of figure and face, how is she worse than Li Luoluo? She is even 2 years younger than Li Luoluo. Why didn't Yi Chen even want to look at her? Was it because she got drunk at the bar last time and was bullied and lost her virginity, and although Yi Chen saved her, he was a step too late? That must be the case. So brother Yi Chen dislikes me? Ding Xiaoya blamed herself, tears silently sliding down her pink face. Ding Xiaoya hugged herself tightly. She couldn't hold back any longer and cried sadly. No. Brother Yi Chen is the light of her life. Ding Xiaoya secretly swore in her heart that there is no corner that cannot be pried down. What's more, she is so beautiful. She must let Yi Chen be her slave. Chapter 44 Husband, I'm scared of you. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 50% of the Akina Mountain Car God mission. Reward the host with gold, a gun, no, a bottle of potion. Yi Chen was taking a shower in the bathroom when he was suddenly startled by the sound of the system. This is absolutely an improper system. How can it reward such a thing? He already had a natural talent in this area. If he drank this potion again, wouldn't he explode and die? Besides, wouldn't my wife be unable to get out of bed for 3 days? His little wife is so tender and fragile, so it's better for him to be careful. Yi Chen rubbed his brows and silently put the potion into the system space. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Due to the frequent interactions with my wife recently, my evil value has exceeded 500 points. New skill point exchange is now available. Please choose by yourself. Damn. Does happiness come so suddenly? Yi Chen looked at the unlocked skill points in the mall and couldn't help but blush. 100 points can unlock an increase of 1 circle, 200 points can unlock an increase of centimeters, 300 points can unlock. System, what does your mall say? There is no clear explanation? Ding. There is no error in the system. This? It means opening a blind box. It can be positive or negative. It all depends on your luck. Yi Chen thought about it and decided to forget it. He should not be greedy anymore. Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes fell on the S-level medical skills. This is a good thing, much better than those improper and useless skills. Yi Chen spent 500 evil points to exchange it without hesitation. Feeling that there was a lot of unfamiliar medical book knowledge in his mind and a bag of silver needles appeared in the system space, Yi Chen smiled knowingly. He wiped the water off his body, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bathroom. Li Luoluo is feeding Yuan. Yi Chen looked at the snow-capped peaks standing proudly in the air, feeling a little shaky and unable to walk. Hubby, go play with Tuanchuan, hubby? Li Luoluo raised her beautiful eyes and spoke to Yi Chen, but received no response. She noticed his scorching gaze and he kept staring at her, even locking onto her body part. Like a lone wolf that has been hungry for a long time, its eyes locked on food. Hubby, don't look at me like that. I'm a little scared. Li Luoluo was telling the truth. She was afraid that Yi Chen would behave like he did last time. Thinking of the last time, Li Luoluo pulled a medium-sized handkerchief from the side and covered her round face, also hiding her snow-capped peaks. Wife, we are already an old married couple, you are too stingy to even let me take a look. Yi Chen's Adam's apple rolled as he imagined the sweet taste from last time. But when he thought about the fact that the child was still there and he couldn't let it have any bad influence, he had to hold back. I'll tell my 2 precious daughters stories later. I also need to think about what story to tell today. Yi Chen continued to wipe the water droplets on his head with a towel and sat down next to Li Luoluo. He raised his arm intentionally or unintentionally and rubbed Li Luoluo's proud 36D breasts. Li Luoluo glared at Yi Chen coquettishly, then turned her back to him. Her little ears have been dyed red, and the blush on her pretty face makes her look more charming and beautiful. Yi Chen called Tuan, touched Tuan's little head and asked, Tuan, what story do you want to hear? Dad, I don't want to listen to the story. I have a question I don't understand. Tuanchuan was playing with balloons and shaking his head. Yi Chen became interested. Oh, if Tuanchuan has any questions, he can ask Daddy. Daddy knows everything. Xiaopang said his parents always fight at night. He beat her very badly. His mom was often beaten to tears by her dad. Tuan continued speaking with a serious look on his face. His parents often exchange clothes and fight with each other. Yi Chen seemed to understand something and coughed a few times. Li Luoluo blushed when she heard this. This is not a fight between husband and wife at all, but a couple's sexual intercourse was caught by their children. Tuan Tuan continued to speak persistently. Xiao Peng said he couldn't stand it, so he rushed into the room to stop it. As a result, his parents beat him together. He felt very wronged. Tuan Chuan's pupils were shining brightly as she spoke vividly, then she tilted her head to look at Yi Chen and Li Luoluo. Dad and Mom, I don't want to see you fighting, I hope you're alright. Yi Chen was drinking water and choked. Li Luoluo was fastening her clothes on her chest and helping Yuan Yuan wipe the milk stains from the corners of her mouth. When she heard Tuan Chuan's speech, she froze. Tuan Chuan, don't worry, Daddy and Mommy love each other, and Daddy won't bully Mommy. Yi Chen touched Tuan Chuan's little face and explained. Okay. I knew that Daddy dotes on Mommy the most, and he definitely wouldn't want to beat Mommy until she cries. Tuan Tuan excitedly pulled Yuan Yuan around in circles. The two little guys were like little animals chasing each other, and they instantly slipped out of the room to play. Li Luoluo looked at Yi Chen gratefully. Thank you for helping me out, husband. I didn't know how to explain this to the kids. Yi Chen moved closer to Li Luoluo's beautiful oval face and pinched her little face full of collagen. Wife, I really want you to give me a chance, so that I can beat you up and make you cry every day, but you won't even let me into the room, and I feel wronged, okay? Oh, you're annoying. I'm serious. Just let me, your husband, enter your room and sleep with you. I've been thinking about your photo every day. I'm a married man, but I'm living like a single dog. Yi Chen acted pitiful, he buried his head close to Li Luoluo's collarbone, his voice full of grievance. I'm very busy with official duties every day. After that, I can't get out of bed the next day. Do you want to become a male version of Sudaji and make the king never attend court again? Li Luoluo pushed Yi Chen coquettishly. He didn't shave today, so his beard pricked people and made them feel itchy. Wife, I know you are praising me for my outstanding ability, so can I be a little gentler in the future? You are always eager to reject me. Do you know how much damage this will cause to my weak heart? Yi Chen said as he held Li Luoluo's slender waist. Li Luoluo felt Yi Chen's big palm slowly moving upwards. If it were in the past, she would have pushed him away without hesitation. But now, she has accepted Yi Chen in her heart. She even said that she had already decided that Yi Chen was the only one in her life. Li Luoluo opened her beautiful eyes wide in shock, and for a moment she let out an uncontrollable cry. A few buttons of the clothes fell off, and a plump, white rabbit jumped out. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. That eldest lady, Uncle, the two young ladies can't fall asleep without listening to Uncle's stories. I really have no other choice. There was a hint of apology in Sister Ping's voice. Li Luoluo pushed Yi Chen away in shock and quickly tidied her clothes. After calming down, Li Luoluo spoke slowly. Sister Ping, let the children in. Chapter 45 Tonight, we want a baby. There is an Easter egg on the last page. After getting Li Luoluo's permission, Sister Ping swiped the room card to let Tuan Chuan and Yuan Yuan in, and then she tactfully closed the door. After all, the eldest daughter and her husband were both in their prime, the man was handsome and the woman was pretty, and she knew she was disturbing them without even having to think with her toes. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, two cute little ones, came in happily and surrounded the bed. At this moment, Yi Chen was lying on the bed motionless. He was facing downwards with a strange expression on his face. Dad, you haven't told us a story yet. Daddy, why don't you sit up like Mommy? Tuan Chuan and Yuan Yuan held up their little heads with their hands, and they blinked their big, confused eyes. Yi Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. Why are you sitting up? Sit up and show you the great sword of Dalmatia? Cough, 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 I really owed you two in my previous life. Who said that a daughter is her father's little lover in the previous life? These are simply two debt collectors. Dad wanted to tell you a story just now but you didn't listen. Why do you want to hear a story again now? Yi Chen sighed helplessly. Li Luoluo naturally understood Yi Chen's situation. She pulled the duvet over Yi Chen's waist and spoke softly. Honey, if you feel cold, just cover yourself with a blanket. I knew my wife was the most caring, Muamua. Yi Chen was instantly filled with gratitude, tears in his eyes, and looked at his sweet and lovely wife with grievance. You can only look at it from a distance and cannot tear it open to the bones. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan seemed to be enlightened, and the two little guys scrambled to climb onto the big Simmons bed. Daddy, are you cold? I'll warm your feet. Daddy, why is your face so red? Tuan Tuan hugged Yi Chen's feet, and Yuan Yuan touched Yi Chen's face. The two little dumplings are going to prove with their actions that they are Daddy's little cotton padded jackets. Dad, is he horny? His face is so hot. Yuan Yuan exclaimed and called Tuanchuan over. Tuan Tuan also touched Yi Chen's face seriously. After all, she is the older sister, and her thoughts are much more delicate than Yuan Yuan's. Daddy is really horny, his face is so hot, Mommy, please touch it. Will Daddy die like this? Yuan Yuan leaned forward with her pink little face, looking very filial. Yi Chen was so angry that he almost vomited blood and died. Even if he died, he would be suffocated to death. Li Luoluo smiled sweetly. She stretched out her white jade hand and pretended to take Yi Chen's temperature. Your father's temperature is normal. He won't die. Yi Chen felt that Li Luoluo's hand was like an antidote to save him from the dire straits. Holding his wife's soft hand, Yi Chen rubbed his face against it hard. Honey, I'm almost dying, please save me, woo tea to the power of tea. Yi Chen was considerate of the children, so he spoke with discretion. Li Luoluo reluctantly helped Yi Chen tuck in the corner of the quilt, her bright eyes filled with beautiful little stars. Li Luoluo placed her index finger on her lips and shook it gently, her voice as soft as water. Hubby, no lewdness. The dim warm light tones made Li Luoluo's already pretty face even more bright and charming. She stretched out, revealing her perfect curves. Yi Chen's tears rolled down from the corners of his mouth. He silently chanted Damesha in his mind, then rushed into the bathroom wrapped in a blanket. What he needs most now is a quick cold shower. This is simply a charming little goblin. It's a pity that my Dinghai Shenzhen cannot exorcise demons and monsters right now. Yi Chen stayed in the bathroom for a very, very long time. The cold shower was taken over and over again. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were both confused. Mom, what's wrong with Dad? Mom, Daddy looks like he's about to cry? Li Luoluo was embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. She stroked the two little heads and hugged them lovingly. My dears, Daddy is just tired and is going to take a bath. Now it's Mommy's turn to tell you a story, okay? Tuan Tuan, aha, aba. Yuan Yuan, ababa. The two little guys couldn't bear to reject their mom directly. But they showed little interest. Li Luoluo raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't believe in evil. Isn't it just telling a story? She can also tell the story vividly, okay? My dears, I will tell you a very nice story today. Round and round? Yuan Yuan? Li Luoluo opened Baidu on her mobile phone. Found the Cinderella fairy tale. A long time ago, there was a Cinderella. Although she was abused by her stepmother and sisters, 2,000 hours later. Yi Chen wiped the water droplets from his head and walked out wrapped in a bathrobe. He thought he could steal the crystal without any worries. I even sprayed some nice men's perfume on my bathrobe. When the results came out, I was stunned. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan were still sitting around Li Luoluo. Tuanchuan? Yuan Yuan? Carrot? The two little guys pouted and looked angry. His little wife looked like she was about to cry, with red eyes like a wronged little rabbit. Li Luoluo wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and brushed the hair by her ears. Babies, are you moved by the story of Cinderella and Prince Charming? My dear children, you must believe that one day your loved one will come to marry you on a rainbow cloud. Then, as soon as Li Luoluo finished speaking, Tuanchuan's little head shook like a rattle. Mom, Daddy said that the person riding a white horse may not be the Prince Charming, but may be Mungtang. Yuan Yuan immediately seconded the motion. Mom, Dad also said that the person you love may not come to marry you on a rainbow cloud, but may come to take your life. Li Luoluo hugged herself in despair. She talked so much about feelings. I also moved myself. With a hint of anger in her watery eyes, she looked at Yi Chen who was standing there. Li Luoluo pouted her lips and dimples appeared on her face. Honey, why do you tell these things to the children? They don't believe in fairy tales anymore. Yi Chen slowly walked to the bed, hugged his wife and children in his arms, his voice soft and mellow. I think girls don't have to be princesses before they find their own prince. They can be their own knights. This was the first time Li Luoluo heard this statement. She nodded slightly, thinking that what Yi Chen said was true. Wife, let me use our personal teaching as an example. You are the beautiful princess who has lived in the castle for a long time. If you hadn't been independent and self-reliant for so many years, ahem, then there is nothing a poor boy like me can do. What I mean is, girls must be their own armor and backup. Yi Chen was not good at speaking at the moment, so he didn't speak fluently. As he spoke, he also got into the state. To use a popular saying nowadays, girls nowadays have lofty ambitions. They are not content to be the Cinderella who is deeply loved by the prince. More girls want to be their own queen. Li Luoluo didn't expect that Yi Chen, who was such a frivolous person, actually had such a positive outlook on life. She felt warm somewhere in her heart, like a trickle of water flowing through it. Under the warm sunshine, there were birdsong and fragrance of flowers everywhere. Yi Chen looked at his little wife burying her pretty face in his chest, and his heart was beating bang bang bang. Li Luoluo's pink little mouth was slightly watery, and its jelly-like texture shone under the warm light. The teardrop mole under the corner of her eye makes her look even more charming. Each of her eyelashes was clearly visible, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears of emotion. This is simply the ceiling of pure desire. Pure and sexy. Yi Chen was stunned and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. He couldn't help but lower his head and gently kiss Li Luoluo's pink lips. Tuanchuan and Yuan clapped excitedly. They liked to see the loving scenes between dad and mom. Li Luoluo was about to respond, but when she heard the thunderous applause, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Yi Chen immediately became depressed. If these two stinky babies weren't here, he could just go straight to Huanglong and steal the crystal. He really wants to have some sex. No. The most urgent thing is to coax the two little guys to sleep. Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the bed. Tuanchuan, Yuan, Daddy is here to tell you a story, okay? Tuan, okay? Yuan, I love listening to Daddy telling stories the most. Tuan, Dad, I want to hear the story we told last time about how Sun Wukong beat the white bone demon with his stick. Yuan, I want to hear the story you told me last time about how an iron rod was ground into an embroidery needle. Tuan, I think the story of hoeing the field at noon is also good. Yuan, Dad, last time you said you would take Mom to grow strawberries, is there a sequel? The more Li Luoluo listened, the more it seemed wrong. It's almost as bad as Java, isn't it? The storm is coming. Yi Chen felt the anger from his wife in advance. He knelt down in front of Li Luoluo. Wife, it's not what you think. I'm really just telling a story. It's really not erotic at all, please don't let your imagination run wild. Seeing Yi Chen give in so quickly, Li Luoluo felt that she might have really been overthinking it. She suppressed her anger slightly and pinched Yi Chen's waist with her small hands. Hubby, it's all your fault that you drive so much. I've become an excellent female driver. Yi Chen felt a sharp pain in his waist, but he endured it and didn't cry out. Anyway, you will have to pay for what you have done. As long as Yi Chen leaves his country, is there any hope that he won't be able to get it back at night? Honey, stop making trouble. Look, it's really late. If the children don't go to sleep, it will affect their physical and brain development. Yi Chen talked nonsense in a serious manner. Ahem. He cleared his throat and began his story journey. The turtle was injured and asked the snail to buy medicine. After 2 hours, the snail still hadn't come back. The turtle got anxious and said, "If you don't come back, I'll die." Do the kids know what's going to happen next? No matter how smart Tuan and Yuan were, they were just 2 years old. They shook their heads in confusion. This was exactly what Yi Chen wanted. At this time, the snail's cursing voice came from outside the door, "If you say that again, I won't go." This time Tuan and Yuan didn't notice, but Li Luoluo covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Yi Chen looked at his little wife's restrained smile, and the corners of his lips unconsciously rose slightly. A cow faces north, then turns back, then turns east. Is the cow's tail facing east or west? Tuan, towards the east. Yuan, to the west. Yi Chen laughed loudly, towards the ground. Tuan, Yuan collapsed. The happy atmosphere lasted for more than 10 minutes. Tuanchuan and Yuan were completely defeated by Yi Chen's devilish questions. The two little balls gradually lost interest and their eyelids began to droop. Yi Chen was very excited to see this scene. He held the two little kids in one arm and sent them to the nursery. When he came back, Li Luoluo had already fallen asleep. She breathed shallowly, trying to make her breathing even so that she looked like she was sleeping. Then, as a battle-hardened wolf, Yi Chen had already noticed that the little white rabbit was pretending to be asleep. His eyes swept across his wife's butterfly-like eyelashes, her rosy crabapple lips, and finally fell on her shoulders that were accidentally exposed. Yi Chen's breathing tightened, and his mind immediately imagined skin as white as milk, and then the pitiful and aggrieved look covered with red marks. Wife, you are not really asleep, are you? Yi Chen deliberately raised the volume. You can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep, and you can never move a person who doesn't love you. So I choose to use action to wake her up. Li Luoluo felt a chill on her back. She sat up in shock, wrapped herself in the down quilt, and pressed herself against the headboard of the bed. Don't be afraid, honey. I'm not a man-eating wolf. I'm a good husband. I won't let my wife cry. Yi Chen looked at his little wife who was delusionally hoping to escape this disaster, and continued speaking with a hoarse voice. Unless in bed. Li Luoluo felt that she was always being teased and was unwilling to accept it. She was so angry that she wanted to punch Yi Chen in the chest with her little fist. But as soon as she stretched out her hand, she was pulled into his arms by a domineering force. Smell the pleasant and refreshing mint scent on the man. Looking at his muscular chest exposed in his deep V. And the sexy abdominal muscles are faintly visible. Li Luoluo suddenly felt thirsty, and she stuck out her tongue to moisten her slightly dry lips. But I don't want to be at this moment. A domineering kiss went straight in. After Yi Chen kissed her, his voice became hoarse. Wife, can we have a baby tonight? When Li Luoluo heard this, a hint of hesitation flashed across her beautiful and affectionate eyes. She stretched out her warm little hand and tried to push Yi Chen away. But her strength was too small compared to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's delicate and warm kisses fell, and his eyes were filled with sparks of fire. Li Luoluo's beautiful eyelashes trembled and her eyes became blurred involuntarily. Someone had gently kissed her earlobe, and it looked rosy and white, like a shy little rabbit. Flowers bloom all the way from the white and beautiful swan neck. Yi Chen's palms were warm, and he held Li Luoluo's lower back with his hands. There is not a trace of fat on Li Luoluo's abdomen, and years of yoga practice have made her abs very beautiful. Even though she is very thin, she has plenty of flesh where it counts. But we already have Tuanchuan and Yuan. If we have another child, I'm afraid I'll share the love with them. Li Luoluo grabbed Yi Chen's other restless big hand, her tone soft and sweet. Just like the sweet and fragrant night breeze in the summer night, it slowly blew past Yi Chen's ears. No, my wife. Love will not be divided. As long as we as parents are not partial, that's all. Yi Chen played with Li Luoluo's curly hair, running his fingers back and forth through her hair. You see, I'm not biased towards you at all? What's not partial? Li Luoluo's bright eyes were filled with confusion. I love every part of you. Treating you equally is my excellent character. Yi Chen smiled and rubbed the beautiful peach buttocks. Li Luoluo's brain was so deprived of oxygen that she could no longer think about anything else. She looked at Yi Chen's eyes, which were like the sea of stars, and there was only her shaky reflection. At this moment, they are each other's only one. Author's words. I have been updating the books frequently these days, and thank you for your hard work in following the books. It's late at night now, and I finally finished writing this long chapter. To all the babies who have read this, the author really wants to say to you, I love you. If you think this article is good, please remember to write a 5-star review for the author. Then today is Christmas Eve and tomorrow is Christmas. Merry Christmas to all the babies. Remember, you must take this opportunity to confess your love to the person you like. Don't be like me, still single at this age. Carrot omega carrot carrot omega carrot. Let's celebrate Christmas together. Chapter 46. Do you believe in light? Today, Ye's mother Zhangyan called early and said that the next-door neighbor, Uncle Wang, had sent a batch of high-quality seafood and invited her son, daughter-in-law and 2 little kids to the banquet. Yi Chen drove his wife and children to his mother's residence. Because the community where Zhangyan lived was an old one and parking was inconvenient, they found a parking lot near the community. After getting off the bus, I heard a vendor at a roadside stall shouting to sell peaches. Li Luoluo pulled the bottom corner of Yi Chen's clothes with her little hand. Honey, didn't you say last time that peaches are my favorite fruit? Let's buy some for me. My dear wife, you are so good. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed it. I'll go buy it now. Yi Chen looked at his sweet and lovely wife, and his lips raised in a distinct arc. His wife actually remembered so clearly a sentence he said casually while we were having dinner and chatting last time. My heart is filled with deep emotion. Yi-Chen took a few steps forward and walked to the vendor's fruit stall to make his selection. Although his mother is not very old, she has a chronic problem of bad teeth. So when Yi-Chen buys peaches, he always chooses those that are ripe or almost ripe. This kind of peach is rich in water and very friendly to the elderly. The peach vendor looked at Yi-Chen picking peaches with an impatient look on his face. Brother, please stop touching me. If you touch me from top to bottom, all the hair will fall off. Such tender skin has become wet after you touched it. How can I sell it in the future? These peaches are fresh, so forget it if you don't want to buy them. Yi-Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the vendor. He took out 2 Mao Zedong notes from his wallet and handed them over. If I break it, I'll take responsibility. The vendor glanced over and saw a thick stack of red Unity notes in Yi-Chen's wallet, and his attitude immediately became flattering. When the two of them arrived at Zhang Yun's house, they rang the doorbell. Zhang Yun's hearty laughter and a man's voice were heard from inside. My son, his daughter-in-law and his daughter are here to see me. Old Wang, have some tea first. I'll go open the door. Wang Buliang smiled and nodded. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were reflected clearly through the thick lenses. Zhang Yun opened the door excitedly and saw a little girl with a pigtail standing in front of Yi-Chen and his wife. The little girl was just below the adult's knees, and her delicate appearance made her look like the lucky dolls in New Year pictures, making her very lovable. Is this Tuan? Zhang Yun touched the little furry head with her hand, her eyes full of love and kindness. Yes. Hello, Grandma. I'm Tuan Duck. Tuan felt that her grandmother loved her very much. So he rushed over with joy and hugged Zhang Yun's calves and rubbed his head gently. Hey! Where's Yuan? Didn't she come? While stroking Tuan's little head, Zhang Yun looked at Yi-Chen and Li Luoluo with an inquiring look. However, at this moment, a pair of cautious deer eyes appeared from behind Yi-Chen's legs. Mom, it's like this. Yuan isn't as outgoing as Tuan. She'll feel unfamiliar when we meet for the first time and might be a bit shy. Li Luoluo was afraid that Zhang Yun would be unhappy, so she quickly stepped forward to explain. Zhang Yun had a kind smile on her face. She slowly squatted down and waved to Yuan. Come on, Yuan, come to Grandma. Yuan, this is Daddy's mom. Call me Grandma. Don't be afraid. Yi-Chen smiled and bent down to rub Yuan's back to cheer her up. Aha! Grandma? Yuan felt Zhang Yun's love and threw herself into her arms, together with Tuan. Zhang Yun was smiling happily while holding the two little kids. She took out the gifts she had prepared long ago and gave them to the little ones. Tuan and Yuan, this is a doll that Grandma bought especially for you. Take whichever one you like. Tuan took the golden-haired doll and smiled innocently. Wow, I love the doll the most. Thank you, Grandma. Mua. Tuan smiled and kissed Zhang Yun on the face. Your little mouth is so sweet. It looks just like your dad when he was a kid. Zhang Yun looked at the little girl lovingly, her mouth wide open with a smile. Yuan, however, had no interest in the other doll in Zhang Yun's hand. She pouted her lips and said nothing. Yuan, just tell Daddy what you like. Yi-Chen leaned close to the round, pink little face, his tone gentle and patient. Yuan looked up at Yi-Chen, her eyes shining with excitement. Dad, do you believe in light? Dad, Xiaopeng said that there is really light in the world, and where there is light, there is Tiga. Yi-Chen curled his lips and smiled, looking firmly into Yuan's eyes and said. Dad believes in the existence of light. It is because of the existence of light that society becomes so beautiful. Yuan found a like-minded friend and she jumped up excitedly. Tiga. Oh yeah. Li Luoluo looked at the two people, one big and one small, who had like-minded interests, with a faint smile in her gentle watery eyes. Only Yi-Chen can communicate with Yuan so smoothly. Look at me, an old woman. I was so busy playing with my two little granddaughters that I forgot to let you in first. Zhang Yun patted the back of his head and quickly let the whole family in first. Oh Luoluo, it's only been half a month since we last met, and you've become even more beautiful and charming. Zhang Yun pulled Li Luoluo's hand and greeted her. She really liked this daughter-in-law more and more. Not only is she beautiful and has a sweet voice, but her temperament is also graceful and gentle. Mom, who is this? Yi Chen asked while looking at Wang Buliang, who was sitting in the room. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is our neighbor, Uncle Wang. He brought the seafood here specially from Qingdao. Zhang Yun quickly took over the conversation and introduced. Hi. Hello, little guys. Wang Buliang put down the newspaper, stood up and greeted him. The thick lenses flashed a faint green light. He opened his mouth and smiled, and his smile was uglier than crying. Yuan was so scared that she hid behind Yi Chen, only daring to secretly stick her little head out to watch. Ha, isn't your smile too shabby? Next time, I won't smile. Wang Buliang restrained his smile awkwardly. He has never been liked by children and is known as the ghost-fearing one. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Old Wang, you are the best at cooking seafood. Today, I will leave the kitchen to you. Zhang Yun found an excuse to ask Wang Buliang to go to the kitchen to cook. After all, her two darling granddaughters were her treasures and she couldn't let them be scared to tears. Lolo, it's rare for you to come back. You and Chen can sit and chat with Mom. Let me tell you, your Uncle Wang is really good at cooking. Zhang Yun, holding a little girl in one hand, led the whole family to sit on the sofa. Li Luoluo chatted with a sweet smile, her eyes fixed on the corner of the photo. Mom, are these all photos of Yi Chen when he was a kid? They're so cute. Yes, they are all Chen's growth records. Zhang Yun's eyes were soft and her face was filled with happiness. Li Luoluo was looking at and praising the pictures, when suddenly Yi Chen tore off a certain picture on the wall and refused to show it to her no matter what. Chapter 47, A Little Trick to Pamper Your Husband Every Day. Yi Chen looked nervous. He hid the torn photo behind him and spoke in a flattering tone. Honey, please don't look at this photo. It will give you sty. Li Luoluo didn't believe it. She pulled up Yi Chen's arm with both hands and shook it gently, with a coquettish tone in her voice. Well, no, husband, please let me take a look. You won't be so stingy, right? Zhang Yun was playing games with the two little ones. When she saw her daughter-in-law acting cutely towards her son, her face turned red. It's good to be young. Yi Chen looked at Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes under her long eyelashes, and her full and lustful look. He rubbed his brows, thinking of his wife's request. Satisfy. You can only look at it for 3 seconds. If you look at it for too long, you'll get sty. Yi Chen blushed and handed over the photo hidden behind him. Li Luoluo took it and looked at it for only 1 second before her pretty face turned red as if blood was dripping from it. Yi Chen in the photo looks very young, about 3 or 4 years old. He looks chubby, but that can't hide his inherent handsomeness. He was wearing open-crotch pants and standing upright in the corner. Standing in front of Xiaoyechen was a little girl who was about 7 or 8 years old. The girl flicked and hooked with her hands. That's right, that's Xiaoyechen. You. Li Luoluo shyly returned the photo to Yi Chen. Don't be shy, honey. I just gave you a vaccination and you didn't believe me and insisted on seeing it. When Yi Chen saw Li Luoluo's shy little look, he suddenly became interested and a little happy. It's nothing, actually. I was young at the time and my dad took the photo. Li Luoluo realized it later and always felt that something was wrong. She frowned slightly and her tone became a little stern, mixed with sour bubbles. Who is that girl? How could she be so lewd to you? Hubby, please tell me where that girl is now? What's her name? Li Luoluo pouted, her face full of unhappiness. Yi Chen hugged his little wife in his arms and comforted her softly. Wife, this girl was my former neighbor. She went abroad to study 10 years ago. We haven't been in touch since then. Besides, these are photos from childhood. I didn't think so much back then. Li Luoluo broke free from Yi Chen's arms. She didn't want to be fooled by someone's sugar-coated bullets. I looked at the pictures on the wall again. Li Luoluo felt something was wrong. In the photos, Yi Chen was photographed with the opposite sex from the time he wore open-crotch pants in kindergarten to high school. He is like a green leaf among thousands of flowers, always surrounded by clusters of flowers. Especially when Yi Chen was in high school, all the girls around him were very beautiful. Not to mention the college years. A photo of Yi Chen dunking a basketball, with all the girls waving flags and cheering around him. Hubby, why have you been surrounded by so many girls since you were a child? It's just a coincidence. The time, place, and people taking the photo were wrong. Yi Chen pulled Li Luoluo into his arms again and rubbed her pink face with his chin. Honey, are you jealous? If I say I ate it, then you will be jealous with me from now on, okay? Li Luoluo buried her little face in Yi Chen's arms, greedily enjoying the minty scent on him. Yi Chen was moved by his little wife's jealous confession. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? I'll be with you for the rest of my life, 3 meals a day. Hate it, no driving. Wife, you are wronging me again. At this time, Wang Buliang, who was busy in the kitchen, came out. I bumped into a young couple hugging each other, looking very much in love. He felt full of dog food for a while and stood there in a daze. I'll come out and get the scissors, you guys continue. Li Luoluo pushed Yi Chen away shyly. She was somewhat uncomfortable in front of strangers. Zhang Yun, who was playing building blocks with the children, saw that his young wife was shy and hurried to help her out. By the way, Chen, the combination lock you bought for Mom last time has arrived. Can you help Mom install it? Yi Chen agreed bitterly. In fact, what he wanted most was the soft embrace of his little wife. Li Luoluo saw Yi Chen going to install the password lock on the front door, while Zhang Yun was having a great time playing with the children. When she regained consciousness, she recalled the photos she had just seen. I couldn't help but feel a sour feeling of jealousy rising from the bottom of my heart. Her husband is handsome and good at work, so it's normal for him to be coveted by others. But as a wife, she must protect her husband's heart. Thinking of this, Li Luoluo quickly took out her cell phone and couldn't wait to send a message to her best friend Shi Linghui. Li Luoluo, hi Hui, have things between you and Raymond Lam become sweeter recently? Shi Linghui responded quickly. Shi Linghui, yes, Raymond Lam is really considerate. The previous 3 years were simply a waste of time. What the ancients said about enjoy life while you can is really true. Li Luoluo, Hui, how do you usually pamper Raymond Lam? Tell me your secrets to pampering your husband. Shi Linghui hesitated for a minute and then sent over a memo on the secret of pampering your husband. 1. Cook delicious meals and feed her. 2. No matter what game you play, the first choice is to let the nurse him to death. 3. Always respect all his hobbies and family. 4. Women who act coquettishly have the best life. 5. Be considerate and understanding of others' clothes. If he is tired, he should sit on it himself. 6. You must learn to humble yourself. Men also like oral sex. Don't always be a proud little princess. Sometimes you have to be a gentle cat maid. The more Li Luoluo looked, the more she felt something was wrong. She looked around in panic. Everyone was busy with their own things. Covering her hot little face with her hands, Li Luoluo rushed to the sink and washed her face with cold water. After washing his face, Li Luoluo picked up his phone again. Li Luoluo, Hui, why are you so naughty? As a best friend of 10 years, I never thought you were such a girl. But I like? Omega? Are there any more? Please send more. This is not enough. Shi Linghui, I have sent you all the current stock, the rest is gone. But if you promise to give me your shit yellow bag, I might consider writing more for you. Li Luoluo was still chatting and hadn't noticed someone standing behind him. Yi Chen saw the words on Li Luoluo's phone out of the corner of his eye. Sit, get on and go, move by yourself. He curled his lips with ill intent, and it was unclear whether it was what he imagined. Hey, actually, girls might be more interested in sex than boys, right? Li Luoluo turned around and saw Yi Chen, and was so scared that she stuffed her phone into her pocket. His little face turned pale and red with fright, and he was very nervous. You scared me, husband. When did you stand behind me? You didn't even say a word. She had no idea where to put her little hands, and she accidentally clicked on the voice message from Shi Linghui. Lolo, remember, you must make him, the unruly one, throw himself on the bed for you, and only then will your relationship become stronger and stronger. Chapter 48, Helping Yuan Wean. Ouch, that really hurts. Li Luoluo wanted to pull her fingers away, but Yi Chen pulled her to enter her fingerprints into the password lock. It will be fine in a moment. Yi Chen lightened the strength in his hands and patiently explained the steps of fingerprint recording. Li Luoluo listened absent-mindedly. She looked at Yi Chen leisurely, with conflicted emotions flashing in her clear and beautiful eyes. Honey, that voice message just now was Hui and I discussing the company's script. You know she's a part-time screenwriter. You are explaining this to me so deliberately, are you trying to hide something? Yi Chen asked while suppressing his smile, and then input the final fingerprint authentication for Li Luoluo. No. Have you finished recording your fingerprints? Mom is calling us to eat. Li Luoluo wanted to cover up her embarrassment, so she quickly changed the subject. Yi Chen followed and sat down at the dining table. His eyes were burning as he followed the figure of his little wife. Li Luoluo's cheeks turned slightly red when he looked at her, and she glared at Yi Chen coquettishly. Today is the first time for our two little princesses to have dinner at Grandma's house. Because the baby is too young to eat seafood, Grandma specially prepared delicious complimentary food for you. Zhang Yun smiled and brought the complimentary food to Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan, including egg custard, strawberry cake, avocado, and other nutritious foods. Tuanchuan was eating happily, but Yuan Yuan was looking around and seemed to have no interest in the complimentary food. Yuan Yuan, what's wrong with you? Look, Tuanchuan is eating very happily. Do you want to have a bite? Grandma made this especially for you. After spending a few hours with the children, Zhang Yun established a good parent-child relationship with the two little ones. Yuan Yuan looked at Li Luoluo's full and firm breasts and licked her lips with her little tongue. It went without saying that she wanted to drink milk. Li Luoluo smiled awkwardly and gently touched Yuan Yuan's head. Just as she was about to explain to Zhang Yun, she was interrupted by Yi Chen. Yuan Yuan, you are already a big girl, you can't keep drinking breast milk. During Yi Chen's spare time these days, he searched on Baidu and learned that if the mother continues to breastfeed even after the baby grows up, it will cause great harm to the mother. Although he also wanted to taste the sweetness, for the sake of his wife's health, he still had to strengthen his guidance of Yuan Yuan. In fact, the most important reason is that not weaning will cause breasts to sag. Although it has been verified by hand many times. This did not happen to Li Luoluo. On the contrary, she developed very well. However, breastfeeding for too long will affect the mother's mental state. After all, that is the essence of the human body. Ding! I found that the host is in urgent need of children's supplementary food, so that he can continue to be a qualified father. There is a strawberry milk pie that can be exchanged for 500 points in the system. Children can't resist it. Do you want to exchange it? Exchange. When Yi Chen heard the system's announcement, he chose to redeem the product without hesitation. Yi Chen's gentle persuasion did not work on Yuan Yuan. The little girl cried heartbreakingly because of hunger. Zhang Yun gave Yi Chen a disdainful look, then hugged Yuan Yuan in her arms to comfort her. Lolo, I don't have any baby formula here. Look how pitiful this little guy is crying. Li Luoluo frowned with heartache. She wanted to carry Yuan Yuan into the room to feed her, but was stopped by Yi Chen. I have some baby food that I made myself. Yuan Yuan might like it. But Yuan Yuan doesn't like to eat complimentary food. Although Zhang Yun was puzzled, she did not stop her son. Yi Chen came to the kitchen. While no one was around, I took out a few pieces of strawberry milk pie from the system space. He came to the table with a plate. Yuan Yuan, who was crying loudly just now, smelled the aroma of strawberry pie with her sensitive sense of smell and stopped crying abruptly. She was eating the sweet and delicious strawberry pie with milk, and her look of delight was as if she hadn't eaten for several days. My dear, please eat slowly. Zhang Yun patted Yuan Yuan's back lovingly, and then looked at the complimentary food she had made in confusion. It seems that my cooking skills are too poor. I can't blame the babies for being picky eaters. Tuan Tuan was also attracted by the aroma of the milk strawberry pie. She swallowed and stared at the plate intently. Take it if you want to eat it, Tuanchuan. I'll make it for you after you finish eating. Yi Chen touched Yuan Yuan's head lovingly. Tuan Tuan took a bite of the strawberry pie and nodded excitedly. Dad, this is so delicious. Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes were filled with a faint smile, and when she looked at Yi Chen, there was an extra bit of affirmation and attachment in her eyes. Her husband really can do anything. Ahem, come and eat, two older kids. If you don't eat this abalone now, it will get steamed overcooked. Come and try Uncle's cooking. Wang Bouillon cleared his throat and spoke. Zhang Yun smiled and picked up two abalones and placed them in Yi Chen and Li Luoluo's bowls respectively. You two young people must keep fit, so that I can have a grandson soon. When Li Luoluo heard this, she lowered her head shyly. How's it going, son? Is my abalone good? Zhang Yun saw that Li Luoluo was a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Yi Chen tasted abalone and nodded solemnly. It tastes delicious, except a little salty. Oh sorry, I added salt twice. After hearing what he said, Wang Bouillon took a bite and apologized awkwardly. Seeing his little wife still eating, Yi Chen couldn't help but move over and whisper in her ear. Honey, your smile is so sweet, but it tastes so salty. The restless feet under the table slowly moved upwards. Yi Chen rubbed Li Luoluo's slender legs with his feet. Getting to the most critical place. Li Luoluo avoided him by making an excuse to change the bowls and chopsticks. The whole meal was like a game of siege and capture, and Li Luoluo ate in fear. When they were about to leave, Zhang Yun was still holding Li Luoluo's hand and explaining something. On the other side, Yuan Yuan was crying loudly, and Wang Buliang, who was standing next to her and was at a loss, awkwardly adjusted the frame of his glasses. We were just chatting peacefully, why did you start crying? I swear I was just chatting with Yuan Yuan. Wang Buliang had a sad face inside. Lao Wang, what did you say to Yuan Yuan? Zhang Yun asked hurriedly. Yuan Yuan just said that Ultraman fights monsters. I think we can't be superstitious and need to be scientific and pragmatic. I explained to Yuan Yuan that there is no Ultraman in this world, and then she started crying. Wang Buliang felt like crying but had no tears. Oh, you old man, how could you be so mean? Don't you know that Yuan Yuan likes Ultraman? Zhang Yun was so angry that she wanted to beat her chest. Chapter 49 Wife, let us play on the swing together. After leaving his mother's house, Yi Chen took Li Luoluo and the children home. Honey, do you feel that there is something strange between my mom and the neighbor Mr. Wang? What's wrong, husband? Do you object to Mom and Uncle Wan? Oh, that's not the case. My dad died early, and it wasn't easy for my mom to raise me. If she could have a new family and someone to accompany her, I would naturally be happier than anyone else. Yi Chen looked serious for less than half a minute, then blew air into Li Luoluo's delicate little ears. Honey, I'm going to give you and the babies a surprise later. While Li Luoluo was still curious, Yi Chen covered her eyes with a silk scarf. Yi Chen's rough big hand held Li Luoluo's softer little hand. The two little guys followed their parents, jumping and hopping, like two lively and cute little white rabbits. Now is the time to witness a miracle. Yi Chen gently untied Li Luoluo's scarf. The first thing you see is the spacious lawn of the villa, where many new entertainment facilities have been built. Tuanshuan, Dad, I want to ride a big horse. Yuan Yuan, me too. Me too. The two cute little kids were carried onto the carousel and fastened with baby safety belts. Yi Chen looked at the shocked and surprised Li Luoluo, bowed and made a gesture of invitation. My dear queen, let's go together. Li Luoluo was about to wave her hand to refuse, but Yi Chen picked her up by the waist and sat her directly on the carousel. It's most fun to play games together. Honey, look at how excited Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan are. You shouldn't want to spoil their fun, right? Yi Chen said with a smile, then pressed the mini remote control in his hand. The rules for the merry-go-round today are, whoever shouts stop first will have to eat a lollipop as punishment. When Tuanshuan and Yuan Yuan heard that there were lollipops to eat, they clapped their hands excitedly. At the beginning, the carousel was not spinning very fast, but as it gradually accelerated, the speed became slightly faster. Tuanshuan and Yuan Yuan were pretty good and having a lot of fun, but Li Luoluo was the first to raise the white flag and call for a stop. Honey, I can't do it anymore. I feel a little dizzy, I give up. Seeing his little wife admitting defeat, Yi Chen quickly pressed the pause button. Honey, are you okay? Seeing Li Luoluo covering her chest weakly, Yi Chen felt distressed. Wife, why are you so weak? It seems like you didn't sleep well last night. As soon as Yi Chen asked the question, Li Luoluo glared at him coquettishly. That's right, he forgot everything. They didn't sleep all night last night. Always lusting after something. He has a physical buff granted by the system. But Li Luoluo didn't. Looking at Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes filled with resentment, with dark circles appearing under her lower eyelids due to fatigue, Yi Chen felt inexplicably guilty. Ding! The host's wife is detected to be in a weak state. There are 10-fold tonic pills in the system, which require 1,000 daddy points to redeem. Do you want to redeem? Switch, switch, switch. Yi Chen heard the mechanical broadcast in his mind and excitedly chose to exchange it. As long as you take this tonic pill, your wife will be upgraded to land that cannot be plowed. Yi Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and handed the black pill in his hand to Li Luoluo. Honey, what is this? It's so ugly. Li Luoluo tilted her head slightly in disgust. This is the 10-fold tonic pill, which I just developed. Honey, open your mouth. Under Yi Chen's gentle sugar-coated bullet attack, Li Luoluo swallowed the black pill. The pill melted in her mouth, but it made Li Luoluo frown in bitterness. Wife, this is my husband's lollipop. It won't be bitter if you try it. Yi Chen quickly took out the lollipop from his trouser pocket, tore open the package and put it to Li Luoluo's beautiful red lips. Li Luoluo's eyes were filled with tears because of the bitter taste of the pill, but when she saw Yi Chen's lollipop, she happily ate it. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also came over at this time, pulling Yi Chen's trouser legs from the left and right and shouting, "Daddy, I want a lollipop too. Daddy, we want to eat. We all want to eat." Seeing the two little ones scrambling for the food, Yi Chen generously took out a lollipop from his trouser pocket and shared it with them. "Honey, are you feeling better now?" Yi Chen asked Li Luoluo with concern. He also prepared many entertainment activities for two as a surprise for his wife. Li Luoluo nodded slightly while eating a strawberry-flavored lollipop, with warmth and gratitude in her beautiful eyes. "Wife, the next game is more dangerous and exciting. I'll leave Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to Sister Ping." Dangerous and exciting? Li Luoluo's little hand was held by Yi Chen, and she imagined all kinds of scenes that were not suitable for children in her mind. The pretty little face was tinged with layers of blush. In the past, she might have refused. But now? Why am I looking forward to it for no reason? Ding 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 ding. This is an electric swing. I asked someone to design it for me. Do you like it, honey? Yi Chen pointed proudly at the swing in front of him. There was a grapevine on it. The grapes planted there were ripe and it was the harvest season. But this swing is a single seat. Are you sure we want to play together? Li Luoluo was puzzled. This is very simple. I'll sit on it first, and then you come over and sit on my lap. We'll be facing each other, and we can swing together. Yi Chen was very excited and pulled Li Luoluo to sit on the swing. I'm a little tired and want to go to sleep for a while. Li Luoluo wanted to refuse to play this game, but her slender waist was restrained by Yi Chen's big hand and she couldn't move at all. My dear, you promised me that you would pick grapes for me later. Yi Chen smiled leisurely, and his drooping left hand couldn't help but pat Li Luoluo's perky peach buttocks. Bang! Are you obedient? Bang! Are you obedient? Bang! Bang! Li Luoluo felt her buttocks burning, and after Yi Chen raised his hand again, she nodded hurriedly. If you don't nod, this bastard is going to beat your ass. Yi Chen then let go and pressed the fully automatic remote control. The swing began to rock. Li Luoluo hung her legs on both sides of the swing. She wanted to adjust her sitting position to make herself more comfortable. But unexpectedly, the swing sped up at this time. Li Luoluo lost her balance and fell into Yi Chen's arms. At the same time, it seemed to hit something. Li Luoluo's pretty face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She looked around for fear that a servant might pass by and see her. Don't worry, honey. I've already got someone to take over the land for this entertainment venue. Now that there are only you and me here, we can be as lustful as we want. Yi Chen smiled evilly and then increased the gear speed further. It's all about the heartbeat. Li Luoluo was frightened out of her wits. At this moment, her only life-saving straw was to grab Yi Chen's collar. Only a "si-la" sound was heard. Several buttons on Yi Chen's collar were broken, revealing his strong chest. In the sunshine, with a sexy bronze sheen. At the same time, under the influence of acceleration, the shoulder straps of Li Luoluo's vest also rolled down, revealing the snow-white shoulders. Vests are inherently thin and light. Under the influence of gravity acceleration, it slid directly to Li Luoluo's slender waist. Yi Chen widened his eyes and watched the bouncing under the influence of gravity acceleration. He felt that for the first time in his life, his eyes were truly useful. Suddenly I pressed the wrong button and the swing stopped swinging. Li Luoluo lost his balance again and fell forward. Yi Chen was caught in a valley sandwiched between two sides. He was so fascinated that he forgot the way home for a long time. Chapter 50 Wife, let's play on the swing too. Li Luoluo was anxious to get down from the swing. But how could Yi Chen allow it at this time? He quickly pressed the button that rocked the swing. Li Luoluo because of unstable center of gravity. At the same time, her slender waist was being held in a domineering manner by someone. Honey, I think this is so much fun, shall we continue? Yi Chen stared straight at. Li Luoluo's delicate hands kept pulling at the collar of Yi Chen's shirt. This way she could temporarily stabilize her center of gravity. Hubby, you are an LSP. You are really bad. Wife, you don't know the true meaning of LSP. Yi Chen smiled evilly, then continued to explain seriously. Actually, LSP is a word of praise, which means lovely special person. It means a lovely and unique person. Honey, so you must have been complimenting me just now, right? Yi Chen's handsome eyes flickered, as if there was a sea of stars. Because in his eyes at this moment, there is only Li Luoluo, his most beloved wife. Li Luoluo was amused by Yi Chen's words. Let out a laugh like a silver bell. She used her white fingers to trace Yi Chen's eyebrows. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. Her soft, boneless little hand slid down slowly like a tailless fish, covering Yi Chen's beautiful thin lips. Hubby, they say men with thin lips are the most heartless. Are you that kind of heartless man? Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes were filled with moisture from being moved. The picture is pure and sexy. Wife, I thought you understood me. I didn't expect you still doubt me. You really make me so sad, boo-hoo. Yi Chen pretended to be hurt. His big hand pulled Li Luoluo's small hand down. Place it on your strong and powerful chest. There was a thump, thump, thump heartbeat from the left atrium. Like a drum. Li Luoluo looked over with a red face. Use your slender and beautiful jade fingers to draw circles on it. He felt that his little wife was a natural little devil. Honey, you have to know that some people like to talk about love, but they always say one thing and mean another. I am a pragmatic person. My love usually means just do it. Yi Chen's words had a hidden meaning. Li Luoluo realized later that these words were spoken on the highway again. The pink earlobes turned red again. Wife, think about it, just based on the frequency of sex, if you say that I have two minds, you are really wronging me. Yi Chen felt even more aggrieved, and he forced himself to shed a few crocodile tears. Honey, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you that question just now. Li Luoluo comforted her softly. Her voice is sweet and soft, like the sweet sound of a kitten that grabs your heart. Yi Chen covered his eyes with his hands and closed his mouth tightly. A heartbroken look. At this moment, his acting talent exploded. Li Luoluo couldn't bear to see Yi Chen being sad and wronged. She leaned forward. Her arms slightly circled Yi Chen's neck. The kiss was serious and hard. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Li Luoluo wanted to express all her love for Yi Chen. All of it is mixed in this kiss. Yi Chen originally wanted to continue acting, but this kiss intoxicated him. His mind went blank in an instant. Only ignorant hormones are exploding. It is said that even a hero cannot resist the temptation of beautiful women. Yi Chen felt that even if his life was ruined by his wife, he has no regrets. After Yi Chen figured this out, try to return the kiss positively. At this moment, the world belongs only to the two of them. They seem to be in a colorful dream. The satisfaction in my heart is self-evident. Li Luoluo felt like she was about to suffocate due to lack of oxygen. Yi Chen because of his improved physique. His ability to breathe in and hold his breath is better than that of ordinary people. He felt his little wife's discomfort. Let her go quickly. Li Luoluo finally breathed fresh air. Her breasts were rising and falling violently. The picture was so beautiful for a moment. Yi Chen looked at the grape trellis on the ceiling of the swing with lustful eyes. Said with ill intention, Wife, since you have wronged him, you must take some practical actions to compensate your husband. I'm a little hungry now. You're sitting in a higher position. Can you pick some grapes for me? When Yi Chen said this, look over with burning eyes, blocking his vision, Li Luoluo came to his senses. He looked at the grape trellis above his head in embarrassment. Honey, this is too far. I can't reach it. Yi Chen smiled evilly. Forget it, honey. I'll help you pick it. Wait until the two of them came out of the private amusement park. It was almost dusk. Li Luoluo was too tired. Fell asleep in a daze. Princess Yi Chen hugged her little wife. He took off his clothes. Cover Li Luoluo's body to prevent exposure. I was too carried away in the game just now. Yi Chen didn't control the strength well. All of Li Luoluo's clothes were torn into pieces and thrown away. Master, is the young lady okay? The maid named Taozi saw Yi Chen with his upper body naked. His eyes were wide open and he couldn't move away. This sturdy and fit body. Even smoother and more dynamic than the lines of ancient Greek statues. She's just too tired. Ask the kitchen to make papaya, kelp and black chicken soup for her later. Yi Chen instructed patiently and carefully carried Li Luoluo back to the bed in the room. After covering the quilt, Yi Chen placed a gentle kiss on Li Luoluo's trembling eyelashes. It seems that I can no longer sleep in the same room with my wife at night. If he fails to control himself, it would be a beast. Stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the room and look out. The sky is full of red clouds. The afterglow of sunset. At this moment, it seems like time is peaceful and quiet. Endless emotions also emerged somewhere in Yi Chen's heart. Layer upon layer of happiness and sweetness. Sudden. I saw a door in the distance from the corner of my eye. The scene of two little dumplings scrambling to run out the door. There was no servant following behind. Yi Chen secretly thought that this was not good. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan are, after all, just children over 2 years old. Such a small baby is not accompanied by an adult. What should I do if I get hit by a car when I leave home? Thinking of this, Yi Chen quickly went downstairs and chased out the door. His beloved daughters. It has to be good. There can't be any accidents. Chapter 51 Bullying My Daughter? Seeking Death. A poor little yellow dog was cornered by a group of kids. The little yellow dog trembled. It is skinny. With his back pressed against the wall. Looking at the human in front of him with despair. Stinky dog, where else do you want to run to? The little boy in the lead was about 5 or 6 years old. Wear fashionable and trendy overalls. The Luban number 7 logo is also printed on it. You stinky dog, you just wanted to bite me. I won't believe in a horse unless I beat you to death. Ma Huateng was so angry that he clenched his fists and waved them in the air. He weighed the stone in his hand. Then a malicious smile flashed in his eyes. At once, dozens of stones fell on the little yellow dog. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. The little yellow dog let out a shrill cry. I want to escape but I can't. You big bad guys, you are not allowed to bully the little dog. Tuan Tuan put his hands on his hips. Looks like a little adult. She just heard the dog barking outside in the yard. I just ran out to find out what's going on. Hasn't the teacher taught you that animals are good friends of humans? Tuan Tuan was short and squeezed in through the narrow gap in the crowd. She held the little yellow dog tightly in her arms. The little yellow dog stretched out his tongue to lick the round little face. It seems to be expressing his gratitude. Ha ha. Where did this wild girl come from? How dare you teach me a lesson? I'm the little bully in this area. Ma Huateng touched his nose. As the leader of the neighborhood children, a little girl would not be allowed to challenge his authority. Ma Huateng took a step forward. He pushed Yuan Yuan, who was 2 heads shorter than him, to the ground. I just wanted to snatch the little yellow dog from her arms. At this time, another small shadow rushed over. It is Yuan Yuan who follows closely behind Tuanchuan. Yuan Yuan said nothing. He grabbed Ma Huateng's hand and bit it. She couldn't bear to see her sister being bullied. Ma Huateng shook off Yuan Yuan. Looking at the clear bite marks on the back of my hand, I was so angry. He waved his hand and patted Yuan Yuan's face. Just when his little hand was about to hit Yuan Yuan's little face, a powerful big hand grabbed over. It was Yi Chen who came rushing over. I saw from a distance that Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan were being bullied by these brats. He was panicked and anxious. Holding Ma Huateng's little hand, he was thrown 3 meters away. No matter how domineering Ma Huateng is, he is just a 6-year-old child. He rubbed his aching heart. I cried out of grievance. Daddy! Daddy is so great! Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan saw Yi Chen, and the 2 little guys rushed into his warm arms. Tuanchuan, Daddy, this little puppy is so pitiful. Yuan Yuan, Dad, this bad guy just bullied me. Yi Chen rolled up Tuan Tuan's sleeve to check the wound. Luckily it was just a minor abrasion. Otherwise, he would definitely not spare Ma Huateng. Even a little kid. On the other side, Ma Huateng's intense crying also called his father over. Old Ma watched his son Xiao Ma being bullied by an adult. Without asking any questions, he rolled up his sleeves and was ready to beat Yi Chen. Yi Chen had already handed Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan over to Sister Ping, who had rushed over. He just used one finger. He tapped on Lao Ma's bulging forehead. Lao Ma's fist couldn't hit him. It's just that Lao Ma's arms are too short. Or it could be said that Yi Chen's arms are too long. How dare you hit my son? Why don't you go out and find out who collects the property management fee here? Mad, take your fingers away. Are my fists vegetarian? Old Ma punched the air with his fist. He looked at Yi Chen, who was 2 heads taller than him, in despair. Then I, Yi Chen, tell you clearly here that your son bullied my daughter, and now I am going to bully you. This is called the son's debt is paid by the father. After that, Yi Chen threw a right hook. He beat Lao Ma so hard that his teeth were all over the ground. Old Ma watched his big gold tooth fall to the ground. He spent 100,000 yuan to install this today. You, whoosh, my teeth, whoosh. Lost the big gold tooth. There is something fishy about Lao Ma's mouth. He wanted to pick up the big gold tooth lying in the blood. But he found a big foot 1 step ahead of him. He kicked the big gold tooth away directly. Fell into the sewer. This is fucking hoo-hoo-hoo, this is fucking 100,000. You little brat, hoo-hoo-hoo, can you afford the compensation? Dejinya's eyes were red with anger. Although he couldn't beat Yi Chen, but he can call people over to fight. Just then, a luxurious Porsche 911 drove over and stopped. The windows of 911 fell down. A familiar face showed up. It's Raymond Lam. When Lao Ma saw that it was Raymond Lam, my tongue is so tied with excitement. He was a younger brother under Raymond Lam. Big brother will definitely help me defeat Yi Chen. Lin Feng, boss. Lao Ma, boss. Lin Feng and Lao Ma shouted almost in unison. After saying hello, Lao Ma was confused. Because Lin Feng is calling the boss at this moment. It turned out to be Yi Chen. That is to say, he offended the boss's boss? This is outrageous. He Lin Feng, don't call me boss, we are brothers. Yi Chen took the cigarette handed to him by Lin Feng and took a puff. Then I'll still call you Brother Yi. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Lin Feng looked at the mess on the ground and roughly guessed something. Yi Chen did not answer. The old horse was so frightened that his legs went limp. He fell to his knees with a plop. Brother Yi, Brother Lin, hoo-hoo-hoo, this is just a misunderstanding. This is the flood, whoosh whoosh, Dragon King Temple, the family no longer recognize each other, we are no longer a family. Ma Huadang, you damned grandson, hoo-hoo-hoo, where are you escaping? After saying this, Lama took off his shoehorn and chased his son to beat him. The scene was very funny for a moment. Brother Yi, do you need me to help you deal with this person? Lin Feng blew out a smoke ring and looked at Yi Chen with a serious expression. Yi Chen waved his hand and said coldly. No need, I just beat him up. By the way, you came here specially today, is it? When Lin Feng heard Yi Chen's question, he suddenly became as stiff as an eggplant hit by frost. I came here to have a drink with Brother Yi, and by the way, help me enlighten him. What exactly do you mean? Yi Chen didn't understand. Isn't my wife Shi Linghui pregnant? You know that you can't have sex during pregnancy. So I'm very depressed now. I'm almost depressed to death. Lin Feng had a depressed look on his face. He leaned his head on Yi Chen's shoulder and cried bitterly. It's like feeding grass to a lion who has just started eating meat. How can he bear it? Yi Chen silently puffed out smoke rings and looked at Lin Feng's hand jokingly. Don't you have a 5-fingered girl? What's the matter? You're not used to your own and you expect to use mine? Yi Chen was joking. After all, anyone who understands this kind of thing will understand. Lin Feng almost vomited blood. How can Miss 5 Fingers be as warm as that place? Brother Yi, you must have a way, save me. Let's go drink first, a drunk will make your worries go away. Yi Chen hooked Lin Feng's shoulder. The two walked into Lu Ding Villa. I plan to get drunk. Written at the end of the article. Thank you for your 5-star reviews. Your support is my motivation to keep going. I love you guys. Remember to wear more clothes when it's cold. The author has caught a cold. Chapter 52. My wife is angry. Li Luoluo woke up after sleeping for less than 3 hours. I looked at the time, it was around 8 o'clock. But she couldn't fall asleep again. In the past month, Yi-Chen would hold her in his arms every night when he went to sleep. There's no one beside me tonight. Li Luoluo felt empty inside. I looked at the note on the bedside table. It was left by Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen, my little white rabbit, remember to take a 10-ingredient pill after you wake up, and the lollipop that your husband carefully prepared for you. Next to the note, there was a black pill. Next to the pill, there is a cute little white rabbit doll, being held in the arms of the big bad wolf doll and spanked. Li Luoluo thought of the scene where Yi-Chen ravaged her in the amusement park. Swoosh. Her little face blushed with embarrassment. She opened the closet. I saw Yi-Chen's usual pajamas hanging inside. Take out one. Gently rubbed it on the face. There is a fresh mint flavor mixed with tobacco flavor. Li Luoluo held Yi-Chen's pajamas in her arms. The slender and curled eyelashes trembled. The beautiful eyes filled with autumn water are filled with endless lovesickness. Hubby, I seem to love you more and more, QAQ. No, no. Yi-Chen is not the kind of person who stays out all night. Li Luoluo felt something strange. I changed my clothes and went downstairs. Then he saw Yi-Chen drinking and chatting happily with Lin Feng in the living room. Suddenly the little white rabbit's curiosity was aroused. I don't know what topics these men talk about in private. Will they share their close female friends with each other? Li Luoluo walked in a cat-like manner, hiding at the corner of the stairs and eavesdropping. At this moment, Lin Feng's face turned slightly red due to drinking. Brother Yi, I'm telling you, I brought all the best wine from the bottom of my box today. Today, we two brothers must get drunk. Ha ha ha, risk your life to accompany a gentleman. Yi-Chen laughed heartily. The two of them raised their glasses and drank together facing the bright moon, chatting about a lot of irrelevant things. For the first time, Yi-Chen felt that the crooked-mouthed Dragon King sitting next to him was inexplicably cute. Lin Feng, since Jijier has been enlightened, it is not realistic to ask you to become an ascetic monk who only smells meat but not meat. I think so too, but you also know that I only love Shi Linghui, and cheating on me is impossible. Lin Feng felt bitter in his heart and drank another big cup. You are wrong to think so. Have you heard of this saying? If you keep your feet on one boat, it will capsize sooner or later. If you keep your feet on 10,000 boats, they will never capsize. Yi-Chen shook the red wine glass, and there were wine stains on his lips. There was a gleam of light in Lin Feng's eyes. He leaned over, grabbed Yi-Chen's hand and smiled softly. I thought that by holding my brother's hand, I would be able to win his heart, but I didn't expect that my brother was actually 1,000-armed Guanyin. Get lost, you're disgusting me. Yi-Chen pushed Lin Feng's arm away, and was shocked by his motherly tone. Although he can drink a lot and doesn't get drunk easily, the alcohol still makes him feel a little dizzy. Lin Feng was drunk at the moment and shouted at the bright moon in the sky. Yi-Chen thought it would be nice to release some excitement together with his buddies, so let us go crazy together. Raymond Lam, there are so many lovely girls, of course I have to pamper them all. Yi-Chen, I am not the king of the sea. I only rule the 8 oceans. Raymond Lam, I'm not a scumbag, I just care about the world and want to give every girl a home. After shouting, Lin Feng felt much better. Although he didn't dare and didn't want to cheat, his physical needs made him miserable. When Li Luoluo heard this, she turned back to her room angrily. They say the truth comes out when drunk. I didn't expect Yi-Chen to be such a person. Pack up all the things Yi-Chen used in the room. Then pile them at the door. Li Luoluo still felt unsatisfied. The big bad wolf doll was also covered with toothpicks. Yi-Chen, who was drinking downstairs, had no idea about this. After Lin Feng finished shouting, he became listless again, with a look of deep bitterness and hatred on his face. I really regret it now. I shouldn't have had a child with Shi Linghui so early. I should have enjoyed myself for a few more years while I was still young. Brother Lin, you are totally wrong. Look at my 2 little cotton padded jackets. They are so warm when they are worn. Yi-Chen doesn't think so. As a person who has experienced this, he thinks it's good to have children. As the saying goes, this child is the fruit of love. It is the fruit of witnessing the sowing, germination, blossoming and bearing fruit of your love. But what should I do for the next 9 months? Brother Yi, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. My wrist hurts so much every day. Lin Feng raised his right wrist, the meaning was self-evident. Yi Chen remembered that there was an inflatable doll in his warehouse that he had bought for Su Ji last time. Because Yi bought too much, he didn't have time to give away all of them. Yi Chen took the doll out of the warehouse and introduced it seriously. This is the third generation of the doll. It uses a smart chip and the volume of the sound can be adjusted. Raymond Lam was almost stunned. He gave a thumbs up with delight and exclaimed, "Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to play so many tricks on weekdays? Oh, you think too much. My wife and I have sex every day." Yi Chen slapped Lin Feng in the face mercilessly, showing him no mercy at all. Lin Feng was so angry at Yi Chen that he almost vomited blood. "Brother Yi, this is too discouraging. No, I'm going to try the doll you gave me tonight." As Lin Feng was talking, he fell to the ground and fell asleep. Yi Chen helped Lin Feng into the guest room, and he was hesitating whether to go to his wife's boudoir to take a look. After all, martial arts will become less rusty if you don't practice them for a day. Besides, I have the 10-ingredient tonic pills that I gave myself. My wife should be resurrected with full health. Thinking of this, Yi Chen went to the second floor. Li Luoluo's door was closed. Yi Chen found that all his things had been packed up by his wife and left at the door. When did he make his wife angry? Yi Chen was very puzzled. Could it be that I played too much this afternoon? Yi Chen looked at the time. It's already early morning. He held the things helplessly. Return to your original room. Turn out. Raymond Lam, who was just sleeping in the guest room. I'm in my own room right now. Doing the work of animals. Let me go play with your dolls in the guest room. This is my private bedroom. Yi Chen was desperate. He shouldn't have let the wolf into the house today. No, I'm afraid of the dark when I sleep alone. I want to sleep with Brother Yi. Lin Feng was quite drunk, his face was red and his neck was stiff as he shouted. You can sleep here, just be quiet. Yi Chen turned his head away in disdain, fearing that he would get sty. This time, Lin Feng was very obedient. He threw away the doll and went to sleep quietly. Yi Chen didn't sleep well that night. In addition to Raymond Lam's dream talk, there is also the lingering smell of feet. The next morning, after Yi Chen woke up, he looked at the mess in front of him and felt extremely desperate. Lin Feng, what the hell did you do? You even tore the quilt? Are you the reincarnation of Tai Ri Tian? Chapter 53 Eagle in the Desert. The next few days. Li Luoluo has always used the excuse of being busy with official duties. She and Yi Chen were rarely together. Yi Chen is not stupid either. I know my wife is angry with me. Although it is not clear what the specific reason is. Yi Chen was not in a hurry. He is an excellent kite flyer. Know how to pull to the limit. Pretending to be indifferent to his wife. I have been secretly preparing things that my wife likes. Li Luoluo can afford anything she likes. Yi Chen still doesn't know what to buy to please his wife. Until I logged into Li Luoluo's TB account. I looked at the shopping cart. Yi Chen discovered a limited edition high-end couple diamond ring from Dr. However, every man can only buy a DR diamond ring once in his lifetime. And the one that Li Luoluo likes is a limited edition. It's already been snatched away. Yi Chen looked at the TB interface thoughtfully. He knew that Li Luoluo couldn't buy things with money. He may not be able to buy it. Suddenly, a live broadcast link popped up on the phone interface. Yi Chen clicked the wrong button and went in. The girl on the screen looked strangely familiar. Isn't this Qin Roshue, Tuanchuan, and Yuan Yuan's kindergarten teacher? When he picked up his daughter, Qin Roshue was very nice, so Yi Chen still had some impression of her. Are all kindergarten teachers so introverted now? They even have to work as anchorwoman part-time? Yi Chen talked to himself. Qin Roshue's anchor ID on Douyin is Pure White Snow, and her fans' nickname for her is Xiaoxue. In the video, Qin Roshue is wearing a white ancient Tang costume. She appears quiet, elegant, and has an outstanding temperament. She seems to be performing a live-streaming hot dance PK show now. The female anchor Mu Jinger, who was piking on the opposite side, was dressed more sexy and mature. Yi Chen didn't know whether this dance was spicy or not, but he just felt it was a bit eye-catching. Qin Roshue was dancing the ancient beauty sword dance, which was understandable. There is a classical charm in every frown and smile. But this Mu Jinger made Yi Chen feel uncomfortable. This is not a hot dance. It would be more appropriate to just say selling meat. I saw Mu Jinger wearing cool clothes. It seems like it is saving fabric for the country. The dance steps are also large in amplitude. Especially when Mu Jinger turned around, licking her lips and winking. The action is quite vulgar. All these made Yi Chen feel a little nauseous. Yi Chen felt that his vision was polluted. Prepare to fork the live video. At this moment, the system broadcast sound rang again in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the reward mission. Mission goal: successfully help Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan's teacher Qin Roshua win in the PK. Task reward: DR diamond ring of any style. And plus 3,000 daddy points. Do you accept this task? Accept. Yi Chen readily accepted the task. And secretly admired it in my heart. The system is my real father. Recharged 1 million yuan into Douyin account. Yi Chen endured the impact of visual pollution. Continue to watch the hot dance PK. After all, making your wife happy is the most important thing. In the video, Qin Roshua is now far behind Mu Jinger in the score. There are 5 minutes left until the end of the PK match. The point has been reached where victory is hopeless. Fans of the two groups have already started fighting at this moment. Mu Jinger's fans are particularly arrogant. Compared to the plain and simple outfit of the girl on the other side, our sister Jing is wearing something more sexy. The score difference is nearly 100,000, right? The Xiaoshui anchor on the other side hasn't given up yet? The top guy on Sister Jing's side is Master Lin. Master Lin is a famous rich man on the Douyin list. Sister Jing's dance is so exciting. Brothers, go 666. Mu Jinger walked in front of the camera, read the comments, and had a smug smile on her face. My dear Jing babies, Jing Jing loves you all. I give you a heart? As she spoke, Mu Jinger placed her hand on her chest and made the shape of a female heart. In comparison, Qin Roshua seems much more shy. There was a hint of sadness on her face, but she smiled and comforted her fans. Snowflakes, please stop giving me gifts. The score gap is a bit too big. I'm going to have to face the opponent this time. After Qin Roshua finished speaking, some fans who were dissatisfied stood up for her. Is that newspaper seller worthy of being called the #1 sister? Look at the dance she performs, it's simply an eyesore. I wonder which rich man Mu Jinger is doing business with behind the scenes. Look at the way she's flirting with him. As soon as these words came out, Qin Roshua hurriedly stopped them. But unfortunately the news spread too quickly and was seen and passed on by Mu Jinger's fans. Mu Jinger was an unforgiving person by nature, and she felt that Qin Roshua must have taught her fans to say these words. She was so angry that she shouted directly during the live broadcast. What do you mean by that? Even if I sell newspapers, I do it with my own ability. Look at you against A, what capital do you have to fight me here? When Qin Roshua saw this, she became so angry that her eyes turned red and her lips trembled slightly. She was just a newcomer who had entered the anchor industry for a week and had never thought about competing against Shengli Mu Jinger. Yi Chen looked at this farcical scene with a playful smile on his face. In terms of figure, Qin Roshua is indeed no match for Mu Jinger. I looked at my Douyin ID, Eagle in the Desert. Yi Chen was too lazy to change it. Typed a sentence in Qin Roshua's live broadcast room. Don't be afraid, I'll help you brush it. Then manually brush up the rocket. One rocket is 500 coins. That is 500 renminbi. After Yi Chen had brushed dozens of them, he felt his hands were a little sore. I just threw the phone to the little yellow dog that Tuanchuan brought with him. Xiao Huang is very smart and can learn things quickly. The claws touched the rocket, by ubu. However, at this moment, Qin Roshua and Mu Jinger's live broadcast rooms exploded. The viewers shed tears of envy as they looked at the rockets filling the sky. Oh my god! Whose tycoon's nickname is Sha Diao? Doesn't this rocket cost money? Oh my god! I sent 100 rockets in 1 minute. That's outrageous. Is that the speed of a person who has been single for 20 years? Brother Diao is so mighty. Brother Diao is so domineering. Brother Diao's operation is simply the best of the best. Brother Diao is a tough guy who doesn't talk much. He just said one sentence, but the rockets blasted the screen. Brother Diao, do you need a pendant on your thigh? I strongly request to hug your thigh. As a new anchor with a 2-level account, Qin Roshua encountered this scene for the first time. One rocket is equivalent to 2 days' salary as a kindergarten teacher. What's more, we have received more than 200 messages so far. The rocket is currently being launched. Mu Jinger was about to win the PK in the last few minutes. But I never expected that Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway. She was so angry that her teeth were itching, her face looked defeated, and she looked helplessly at the rockets flying in the sky. Amidst everyone's sighs and shock. Neither knows. Those who are launching rockets by pressing the screen of their mobile phones at this moment. It's just a little yellow puppy, only 3 or 4 months old. Words written at the end of the article. Thank you all for your 5-star reviews and support. Love you guys. Chapter 54. I'm sorry, wife. In the misty hot spring pool. A thin layer of water vapor rises from the ground. Li Luoluo is taking a hot spring bath with her best friend Shi Linghui. She pouted gloomily. Those beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with a hint of sadness. Shi Linghui noticed that her best friend was distracted. Lolo, what on earth are you thinking about? I feel like you're not in good shape today. Hui, if you are angry with your husband and ignore him, will he take the initiative to comfort you? Or apologize to you or something? Li Luoluo's beautiful eyelashes drooped slightly, and she felt aggrieved and bitter in her heart. She was able to distance herself from Yi Chen these few days, but she didn't expect that Guy didn't even take the initiative to look for her. This is really outrageous. Even more desperate is that Yi Chen seemed to have no idea what he had done wrong. Shi Linghui replied with a smile. Lin Feng? How could he possibly make me angry? I have a baby now and he loves me so much. Li Luoluo was choked by the dog food that suddenly fell from the sky, and her mood became even more depressed. Hui, have you noticed recently? I mean, have you noticed anything wrong with your husband? I don't think so. We have been sleeping in separate rooms since I became pregnant. Shi Linghui understood why Li Luoluo asked this question. Luoluo, why do you ask this? Li Luoluo quickly explained. Hui, I overheard my husband and your husband talking over drinks last time. They were always talking about Sea King and other topics. I'm afraid they might go astray. Shi Linghui covered her mouth and laughed, her body shaking with laughter. Luoluo, don't you know that men love to talk big? To see a man clearly, you should not only look at what he says, but most importantly, look at what he does. You can't let your imagination run wild just because of one side of the story. I think you care too much about Yi Chen, so you're so worried about gains and losses, right? Li Luoluo pondered, and she found herself falling deeper and deeper. The more you like someone, it seems that the more I care about him. Every tiny point will be infinitely magnified. Li Luoluo was still in a daze when she suddenly noticed that her best friend's eyes turned obscene when she looked at her. Following Shi Linghui's gaze, Li Luoluo looked down at her chest. The outline of the chest is under the mist. Looming. It feels like holding a peepa with half of the face covered. Lolo, I heard that if it's too big, it will float up. Shi Linghui covered her mouth and laughed. If that's true, mine isn't as light as yours. Li Luoluo was teased by her best friend and she covered her chest with her hands in embarrassment. Meihui, you have one too, why are you looking at mine? Oh Luoluo, you don't want to show it to me, you want to keep it for Yi Chen to play with. What are you talking about? Damn girl. After Li Luoluo finished soaking in the hot spring, she came out of the pool wearing a bathrobe. Shi Linghui had gone to the shower room to wait for her before that. Li Luoluo planned to go to the shower room to meet her best friend. As a result, before I even reached the women's shower room, I was pulled into the adjacent cubicle by a powerful hand. Li Luoluo wanted to scream out loud, but her mouth was covered tightly. Yi Chen hugged Li Luoluo from behind, like an eagle catching a chick. Li Luoluo couldn't resist at all. She kicked her legs backwards desperately. You can only kick the air. Because at this moment she was hanging in the air. Well, stop kicking, honey, it's me. Yi Chen grabbed Li Luoluo's 2 little hands with one hand. Then he turned around. Push her against the wall. As their eyes met, Li Luoluo's anger gradually turned into shock. Then the shock turned into embarrassment. Because I struggled too hard just now. Her bathrobe was sliding down slowly. But my hands couldn't move. Yi Chen, why are you here? Are you following us? Li Luoluo asked in surprise. Yi Chen freed up one hand and gently stroked Li Luoluo's pretty and beautiful face. What? You haven't communicated for a few days, and you can't even call me husband? I'm angry when you do something wrong, so I don't want to pay attention to you. Li Luoluo turned her head away, too angry to even look at Yi Chen's face. But Yi Chen's strength was so great that he clamped her chin and forced her to look at him. Honey, what did I do wrong? How would I know if you don't tell me? Yi Chen moved closer to Li Luoluo's face. Each other's breathing could be heard clearly. Yi Chen's breath was rich in the aroma of wine. Li Luoluo glared at him. You've been drinking? Strong liquor makes one brave. Ha ha ha, honey, I miss you. Yi Chen looked at Li Luoluo's cherry lips with burning eyes. Then he took the half-full glass of whiskey from the windowsill. Took a big sip. Facing Li Luoluo's red lips. Just kissed her. Li Luoluo. Too late to refuse. Can't refuse either. Li Luoluo tasted the strong smell of alcohol in his mouth. She pushed Yi Chen away. The alcohol choked me to tears. Her bathrobe was scattered around her, outlining her perfect and delicate curves. Especially the skinny butterfly back. She looked slender and delicate. Yi Chen, you shameless villain, you haven't apologized to me yet. How could you do this to me? I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. Yi Chen squatted down and patted Li Luoluo on the back. He was also afraid that his rudeness would scare her. But there is a tiger in my heart. The feeling of smelling roses. It really feels bad. This apology is not sincere at all. I don't accept it. Then I'll try another approach. Yi Chen watched Li Luoluo trying to put on her clothes and leave. He stepped forward and held her in his arms. Then I opened the DR custom diamond ring that I had prepared long ago. Confess affectionately. I, Yi Chen, only love Li Luoluo in my life, my wife, please believe me. You know I want this? Li Luoluo was surprised and she stretched out her slender fingers. Yi Chen carefully and gently helped Li Luoluo put on the diamond ring. Then he gave her pretty little face a smack. Well, I'll forgive you for now then. Forgive me and let me eat you, right now. Yi Chen pretended to strip Li Luoluo naked. Li Luoluo blushed. Not here, Hui is still waiting for me. Then let her wait. Yi Chen smiled maliciously. Flowers should be picked when they are ready to be picked. You should understand this principle, my wife. But Li Luoluo wanted to say something to dispel Yi Chen's evil thoughts. But it was too late. When Li Luoluo and Shi Linghui meet again, Shi Linghui was so anxious that she almost cried. She went up and hugged her best friend. Lolo, where have you been? Do you know that I was about to call the police? I was just 1 second away from calling the police. No, I just met a friend and chatted for a while. I'm sorry, Hui, for making you wait so long. Li Luoluo's eyes were a little evasive. She was not good at lying. Shi Linghui looked at the diamond ring on Li Luoluo's finger. Plus the strawberry visible at the neck. She grinned knowingly. Oh my, someone just complained to me about her husband, and they reconciled so quickly? It seems like love really grows over time. You stupid girl, keep talking nonsense. As the sun sets, the bell-like laughter of the two best friends could be heard from far away. Chapter 55, Welcoming Brothers. Yi Chen was teasing Xiao Huang with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Since Xiao Huang came home, Tuan Chuan and Yuan Yuan spent less time with Yi Chen. Tuan Tuan, Xiao Huang looks so well behaved. Yuan Yuan, you are not allowed to call it Xiao Huang, its name is Xiao Bai. Yi Chen looked at the two little kids arguing and couldn't help but laugh. He touched the round little head lovingly. Yuan Yuan, this puppy is yellow, why do you call him Xiao Bai? Tuan Chuan tilted his head and seconded the motion. Yes, it is obviously yellow. Yuan Yuan argued with reason and her little face turned red. Because there's a little white on its tail. Shouldn't a dog's name have a unique character? If we name it Xiao Huang, everyone will know it's called Xiao Huang. What if it's kidnapped? Yi Chen was surprised. He didn't expect that Yuan Yuan, who is usually not good at speaking, could say so much with clear logic today. Then call me Xiao Bai. Tuan Chuan is the older sister, and when she saw Yuan Yuan insisted on calling the dog Xiao Bai, she stopped challenging him. Yi Chen looked at the two kids getting along well with each other and smiled knowingly. Suddenly my cell phone rang. I looked and it turned out to be Xiao Ming, my friend whom I hadn't seen for 2 years. Xiao Ming is one of Yi Chen's classmates in the university dormitory. As his freshman year was about to end, he was selected as an exchange student to study in the United States, so their standard 4-person dormitory now has only 3 people. Xiao Ming only said a few words on the phone, roughly meaning that he wanted to invite his roommates to have a drink together tonight. Yi Chen readily agreed. After all, he and Xiao Ming had a very close relationship. When his mother needed money for treatment, it was Xiao Ming who paid the 10,000 yuan medical fee. Before leaving, although Li Luo did not ask about Yi Chen's whereabouts. But in order to reassure his wife, Yi Chen still chose to tell her actively. Arrived at box 202 of Guoguan Hotel. Yi Chen saw his long-lost old friend. He and Xiao Ming smiled at each other. The two people hugged each other deeply. Deepening, you didn't even tell me you were coming back. If you had told me in advance, we would have gone to pick you up at the airport. Yi Chen patted Xiao Ming on the shoulder, and his proposal was quickly approved by Su Ji and Wang Yangguang. During the dinner, the brothers drank and talked happily. When Xiao Ming learned that Yi Chen was already married, he couldn't help but sigh. That time makes people grow old. Brother Chen, you are so mean. Since you are married, why don't you bring your sister-in-law to have dinner together? Xiao Ming looked at Yi Chen and complained. Come on, Brother Chen's wife was the former school beauty of our Magic City College, and Brother Chen loves her very much. She almost broke my glasses last time. Our Brother Chen is not only married, but he also has children. He even gave birth to 2 little ones in his lifetime. Su Ji and Wang Yangguang rushed to introduce themselves. Xiao Ming looked at Yi Chen meaningfully, with a smile on his lips. Good boy, you can do it. Get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. You can even win the heart of our Li University campus belle, who is so beautiful and icy. What Xiao Ming said was from the heart. When it came to the matter of feelings, even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't help but look a little lonely. What's wrong, Deepening? How is your cross-border love affair with your unmarried wife Jiang Jing going? Su Ji asked a question intentionally or unintentionally. But it involved a lot of Xiao Ming's worries. Everyone knows that Jiang Jing is Xiao Ming's future daughter-in-law. Mainly, the betrothal money has been given. The RV is ready, too. The two were still 1 year away from the legal age for marriage. Plus Xiao Ming is going to study abroad. This matter has been dragged on. Xiao Ming smiled bitterly, lit a cigarette and took a few puffs. Don't mention it. When I got home that day, I found Jiang Jing and someone else in the car. He. Xiao Ming didn't say that word, but anyone with a discerning eye knew what it meant. Wang Yangguang and Su Ji looked at Xiao Ming with sympathy. They didn't know what to say to comfort their friends at this moment. Instead, Yi Chen, who had been silent all this time, spoke at this moment. Deepening, you have to know that no matter how you wear a slut's shoes, they will never fit you. But you have to get back everything she owes you. You can't let her take advantage of you. Xiao Ming smiled bitterly and spoke while smoking. I also want to get back the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift money, but Jiang Jing insists that the betrothal gift is a gift, and once you give it, don't expect it to come back. I am now in a situation where I can't get off the tiger and have to bear the consequences myself. Yi Chen looked at his friend's sad face, but he was as steady as an old dog and calmly came up with an idea. Deepening, if you believe me, I have a very good method. Tell me about it? Xiao Ming's eyes were as sharp as torches, and he instantly became interested. Su Ji and Wang Yangguang also leaned over to find out what was going on. Yi Chen then told him his plan. This method can not only make Jiang Jing spit out the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift she took, but also ruin this woman's reputation. Xiao Ming was very excited after hearing this. The few people chatted for a long time before they dispersed. The next day, Xiao Ming took the key to the Lamborghini Venom that Yi Chen gave him. Got into Yi Chen's luxury sports car. He followed the plan arranged by Yi Chen. Invite Jiang Jing to a top Japanese restaurant. This Japanese restaurant costs 10,000 yuan. The people who come here to spend money are all rich people. At the table next to where Xiao Ming was sitting, the 3 people sitting there were Yi Chen, Su Ji, and Wang Yangguang. They watched the bloody drama unfold here leisurely. Everything is under control. Yi Chen glanced at Jiang Jing. Only then did I realize that it was an acquaintance. Isn't this the female anchor named Mu Jinger? This world really is a small one. If Xiao Ming knew that Jiang Jing was doing such a revealing live broadcast behind his back, Can't you become a green sheep on the green grassland? Yi Chen thought of this. Sent another message to Yi Yi. Yi Yi replied, got it. Zhang Jing was confused as soon as she got into the Lamborghini. Now when Xiao Ming invited him to eat at this top Japanese restaurant, he didn't even blink. I am more certain in my heart. Xiao Ming made a fortune. Zhang Jing, since you and I are not destined to be together, I won't force it. I don't care about the little bit of betrothal money. Just make it clear in front of the elders. Otherwise, people will say I'm an ungrateful person. Xiao Ming spoke lightly and did not even look at Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing was irritated by Xiao Ming's nonchalant attitude. If she were to be unreasonable, it would only make the other party more disgusted. It's better to pretend to be weak and play the emotional card. Xiao Ming, I was forced by someone. Whoa, what you saw that time was not my intention. Whoa. When Xiao Ming heard this, he became anxious and furious. He slammed his fist on the table. How dare that person force you? That's despicable and shameful. Don't worry, Jingjing. I won't dislike you for this. I will definitely seek justice for you. Zhang Jing is also an excellent actress, she cried with tears in her eyes. Xiao Ming originally wanted to comfort her, but at this moment his cell phone rang. Chapter 56, Catching a Turtle in a Jar. Xiao Ming wanted to comfort Zhang Jing with a few words, but at this moment his cell phone rang. He said sorry to Zhang Jing and pressed the answer button. What? Hengan Group actually wants to buy 30% of Tongdo's shares with just 200 million? Ha, then we'll pay double. This money must be won for me. Xiao Ming drummed his fingers on the table vigorously, spoke in a tough tone, and then hung up the phone with a click. I smiled and greeted Zhang Jing again. My friend and I manage a small business that was listed last year. I've been a bit busy lately. Then you should focus on your work first. There's no rush for eating. When Zhang Jing heard the words like 200 million, double, and listed, she was completely confused. Now she saw Xiao Ming smiling at her, and that smile was so sunny and handsome. Rich men are so damn handsome. Zhang Jing's internet celebrity face filled with hyaluronic acid became shy at this moment. She wanted desperately to release her magnetic hormones. Zhang Jing intentionally or unintentionally pulled the collar of her clothes down a little, revealing some cleavage. She played with her loose hair, her fingertips stroked across her sexy collarbone, and she smiled at Xiao Ming from time to time. Xiao Ming suppressed his inner disgust and continued acting with Zhang Jing. The phone calls kept coming in one after another, and Xiao Ming took the opportunity to talk about a business that sounded very high-end, which made Zhang Jing's eyes widen with envy. At this time, a waiter dressed as a waiter came over. In fact, it was Yi Chen in disguise. Hello, sir. Your car is parked in a way that blocks the cars behind you. Would you mind moving it? Xiao Ming shook the phone in his hand in an awkward manner. I'm sorry, I'm busy right now. Could you park it for me? When Yi Chen was preparing to take the car keys, he was beaten to the punch by Zhang Jing on the side. Brother Xiao Ming, if you're busy, I can help you move the car. If such an expensive car is damaged, it will cost a lot of money. Zhang Jing held the car keys of Lamborghini Veneno as if she was holding a big treasure. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded in agreement. Yi Chen suppressed his laughter and left tactfully. At this moment, the fish has been hooked. Zhang Jing, wearing high heels, walked towards the underground garage with her but swaying. She searched for a long time but couldn't find where the Lamborghini was parked. That's not right. I just remembered that the car was parked in Area A. How come it's gone in a moment? Zhang Jing was so surprised that she started talking to herself. She turned on her cell phone, called Xiao Ming and told him the situation. As a result, Xiao Ming said that the waiter had made a mistake, the car was not blocking other people's seats, and there was no need to move it. But I can't seem to find my car. Zhang Jing spoke in a coquettish tone. Little fool, maybe you remembered it wrongly. My car is parked in Area A on the second floor below ground. The food has been served and I have finished my business. Come and eat now. Xiao Ming is like a fisherman sitting firmly on a fishing platform. He can control his words freely and those who are willing to take the bait will be attracted. When Zhang Jing looked at the time, she thought it was almost time to go to the hotel after dinner. She no longer cared about the trivial matter of parking the car. The most important thing now was to catch a rich man, and the rich man who originally belonged to her. When Zhang Jing returned to the restaurant, Xiao Ming was nowhere to be found. The hotel staff came and asked Zhang Jing to go to the front desk to check out. "Miss, the gentleman who came with you just now said that you are his secretary, and you will pay for his 500,010 cents this time." Zhang Jing was furious when she heard this. She immediately called Xiaoming's phone, but it was turned off. "This meal is his, it's none of my business." After Zhang Jing finished speaking, she wanted to shirk responsibility and leave, but was stopped by the security guard. "Miss, please look carefully. The identity information of the person who ordered the meal is all yours." Hearing this, Zhang Jing looked at the bill in the waiter's hand, and suddenly thunder roared in her mind. Sure enough, the identity information of the person who placed the order was hers. The ID number is clearly written. She swung the luxury car keys in her hand, declaring her final stubbornness. "See? This is the car key of the Lamborghini Veneno. Do I look like someone who has no money? Let me go home and get the money first." "Excuse me, miss, the car keys in your hand appear to be plastic models." A security guard has sharp eyes. Only then did Zhang Jing realize that the car key in her hand was actually a plastic shell. She was too materialistic and ended up losing the battle because of her carelessness. The 500,000 yuan dowry that Xiao Ming gave her 2 years ago had long been squandered by Zhang Jing on plastic surgery and body shaping. The only person who can come up with so much money to save him now is the rich brother Lin Yi in his live broadcast room. Zhang Jing has always had some dealings with Lin Yi. Although she doesn't know Lin Yi's true identity, he is the richest man who spends money like water in her live broadcast room. After sending a message to Mr. Lin, Zhang Jing waited for a reply nervously. Because when Master Lin met her in person before, it was basically 50,000 yuan a night, and this time the price was 10 times that. But who would have thought that Mr. Lin over there would transfer the money so quickly? Master Lin is none other than Tan Lin. Tan Lin left a message to Zhang Jing on WeChat, "Baby, I'll come to your house tonight and we'll do something different." Zhang Jing blushed and sent a private photo of herself.jpg, which could be considered a very erotic photo. After paying the bill, she went straight home to take a shower and wait for the hunting action in the evening. Little did they know. Yi Chen, who was far away in the sky, was confirming with Yi Yi at this moment. "Yi Chen, have you hacked into the computer that Zhang Jing uses for live broadcasts?" "Yi Yi, everything is safe." When Tan Lin entered Zhang Jing's house with a big bag of sex toys, Zhang Jing was just coming out of the bathroom. Although she has a face that looks like an internet celebrity, she has a voluptuous figure, so she has a lot of fans following her online. Tan Lin took off the belt of his Seven Wolves pants and tied it around his arm, then stared at Zhang Jing with ill intent. "I'll hit you a few times first. If you don't want to, you can hit me first." Zhang Jing deliberately took off her panties from her bathrobe, and then seductively used them as a hair tie to tie her hair. Hooking her long beautiful legs, Zhang Jing lay on her side on the bed. The elusive beauty is even more deadly. The following contents can be read by the members of the group, so I will not write them for the time being. Zhang Jing and Tan Lin were having so much fun, little did they know that they were live streaming across the internet, approaching science, how to sow seeds correctly to produce the next generation. Yi Chen watched with great interest and felt that he had learned a lot. While watching the live broadcast, Yi Chen was also discussing skills with netizens. They even set up a communication group to bring science into thousands of households. Yi Chen was so absorbed in the discussion that he did not notice the dangerous light behind him. Chapter 57, Aunt's Cat Keeps Meowing. Li Luoluo saw from a distance that Yi Chen was concentrating on watching the live broadcast on his mobile phone. She tiptoed up behind Yi Chen and found that he was actually watching an R-rated action movie. The key is that she even recognizes the people in this action movie. As the head of Tan's enterprise, Tan Lin has always been the mortal enemy of Li's. Not long ago, Tan Real Estate relied on its large size and power to snatch the winning bid resources from Li, and the mastermind behind all this was Tan Lin. "Hubby, you actually watched this behind my back again. Tell me, do you have other thoughts about other women?" Li Luoluo was sulking, her beautiful eyes full of anger. "Wife, even if I have the heart of Chow Chow, I don't have Dian Wei to protect me." Yi Chen raised 3 fingers and swore, then hugged his little wife in his arms. "You big bastard, I knew you wouldn't dare. Can I watch it with you?" Li Luoluo shyly leaned over with a serious face. JPG. She put down the pillow beside her and sat next to Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned off his phone with a click. "Wife, you can watch the video, but you have to take off your clothes and practice with me." "You can watch while you practice." "No way." Seeing Li Luoluo's decisive refusal, Yi Chen suddenly felt angry. What are you looking at? Is he as good as your husband? Instead of standing by the abyss and envying the fish, why not retreat and weave a net? Wife, it's useless to just watch this kind of thing. I'll teach you step by step. Yi Chen wanted to take action after he finished speaking, but Li Luo held his chest with his hand to prevent him from getting close. Honey, did you hear any strange noises? Like a baby crying? Li Luoluo's beautiful eyelashes trembled, and she seemed a little frightened. Yi Chen pricked up his ears and listened carefully, and understood instantly. Honey, you're mistaken. This sounds like the cry of a cat in heat. Don't you understand this? But honey, I remember we don't have a cat at home. Why do I feel like this cat is in our house? Li Luoluo blamed herself in her heart for watching too many horror movies, which led to her wild thoughts, while she chatted with Yi Chen about the origin of the cat at home. My aunt came to visit me a few days ago and left her Persian cat sister to me to take care of for a few days. Speak of the devil and he will appear. I saw a white, elegant-looking curly-haired cat walking over. This is a Persian cat, female. It looks quite noble and pretty, but you can tell at first glance that it cost a lot of money. Li Luoluo raised her head lazily and glanced at the Persian cat with her beautiful eyes. My aunt said that my uncle recently came back from the Macau casino, and she wanted to spend time with her husband, so she left the cat with me for a few days. Yi Chen nodded and continued to use the cat toy to play with the cats with the two dolls. Honey, why haven't I heard you talk about your aunt before? You, husband, you'd better not ask about my aunt. She's a cannibal. She especially likes your little puppy. Li Luoluo said seriously. My wife is really jealous. She is always on guard against someone stealing my lover. Yi Chen looked up at Li Luoluo, with the corners of his handsome lips slightly raised. No. I'm just worried that you'll be tricked. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll ignore you. Li Luoluo was so angry that she clenched her fist and waved it in the air. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Suddenly, the Persian cat's cry that called sister became shrill, like the sound of a baby crying. Yi Chen looked at Li Luoluo awkwardly, then asked Sister Ping to take Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to play somewhere else first. Honey, what happened to this cat? Why is she screaming so miserably all of a sudden? I thought she was going to die. This is my aunt's favorite Persian cat. If it dies suddenly in our house, I will never be able to wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. Li Luoluo looked at Yi Chen worriedly. Wife, you are smart all your life, but you are foolish for a moment. This cat is in heat, can't you see it? Yi Chen answered angrily and amusedly. In heat? Honey, you mean it wants that. But where can we find a suitable male cat for it? Li Luoluo blinked her beautiful eyes in shock, and she looked at the Persian cat lying on the ground in disbelief, who was in great pain. Honey, you don't understand. There is a difference between animals and humans. Humans can control their needs in this regard, or replace them with other things, but animals can't. Yi Chen rubbed his brows. Seeing his little wife's clueless look, he felt that he was a failure as her sex enlightenment teacher. Use something to replace. Li Luoluo murmured, and then as if she understood something, a layer of blush appeared on her little face. Honey, you're not going to solve it with your hands, are you? She lowered her beautiful watery eyes, and her curled eyelashes trembled. Yi Chen was speechless. The air froze in an instant. Honey, what are you talking about? There are special tools you can buy for cats' needs. As Yi Chen spoke, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Yi. Yi Chen, prepare sex toys for me, for cats. Yi was eating wontons in the grocery store. When he saw the message from the boss, his hands couldn't help shaking. City people just know how to have fun. Do you like to call your wife a nickname, cat? Yi quickly arrived at a nearby sex toy store. He pulled his baseball cap down and walked in. I ordered one from each category and put them in the trunk of the car. Suddenly, Yi thought of a very serious question. What if the cat the boss is talking about is a real cat? No, the boss is not that perverted. But just in case, he still stuffed disposable chopsticks in. Yi shook his head, denied his own idea, and drove to Looting Villa, which was 2 kilometers away from him. When Yi Chen took the huge plastic bag that Yi handed over, he was completely dumbfounded. I didn't expect that Yi, who is excellent in business ability, is really mentally retarded in this regard. Looking down at the things in the plastic bag again, Yi Chen gave a playful smile. Li Luoluo waited in the small yard for a while. She used her cat to smooth the Persian cat's fur and she could see that it was in pain. Honey, why did you bring so many things back? Let me tell you in advance, I don't eat junk food. These are all prepared for my wife. Yi Chen's mouth corners curled up slightly. Li Luoluo looked at the bag again, and her whole body was like a little wild cat with its fur standing on end. She used her little claws to scratch Yi Chen. She had seen these things in the last action documentary, and she didn't expect Yi Chen to bring them back so openly. You big pervert. I've been lusting after you for a long time, honey. You should have known that. Besides, I'm only lusting after you. Yi Chen grabbed the kitten's paw on his chest and pointed at the Persian cat lying on the ground. Wife, our top priority should be to help it meet its physiological needs. Now is not the time to flirt. Humph, who wants to flirt with you? It was obviously you who wanted to tell dirty jokes. Li Luoluo pouted angrily, looking like a cute little puffer fish. Wife, I seriously suspect that your previous cool personality was all fake. If I don't act cool, I won't be accepted by everyone, okay? You don't know how many direct and collateral branches of the Li family are eyeing me covetously. When Li Luoluo said this, a hint of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. This is the first time she has opened up and told her story. Yi Chen looked at the hesitation on his little wife's face. He pulled her soft, boneless hand and placed it on his heart to warm it. Wife, why are your hands so cold? I will use my heart to warm them for you. Hubby, you seem to have forgotten. Li Luoluo pointed at the Persian cat rolling on the ground with its belly exposed. It was wailing, and its voice sounded more and more like a baby crying. Chapter 58. Young people don't know the sweetness of soft rice. When Yi Chen heard Li Luoluo say this, he remembered that there was a Persian cat on the ground. Reluctantly, he let go of Li Luoluo's hand and turned the plastic bag over and over again before he found the right tool to commit the crime. Li Luoluo looked at the disposable chopsticks in Yi Chen's hand with a helpless look, and she said shyly and angrily, Honey, you might as well just use your fingers. If you use chopsticks, the cat will probably get hurt. That won't do. Honey, my fingers are so precious. They belong only to me. Yi Chen smiled maliciously. Li Luoluo listened to the fierce words and thought about the madness of last night, and a shy blush appeared on her face. Hate it. I won't play with you anymore. I have to go practice yoga. Honey, if you leave, your aunt will blame you if I accidentally cripple this Persian cat. Yi Chen naturally knew it very well. Li Luoluo just said that she was about to fall apart, and practicing yoga was just an excuse for her to leave. Then I have to watch you, husband, please be gentle. This Persian cat has been with my aunt for 3 years, and I treat it as my daughter. Li Luoluo came to Yi Chen's side, her curious eyes flashing with light. Wife, help me hold down this cat. Yi Chen took the chopsticks and operated them gently. Li Luoluo felt the cat's initial restlessness gradually turn into a look of enjoyment, and she felt a little embarrassed. Honey, did you often do this before? There was obvious displeasure in Li Luoluo's voice. Of course, she was not referring to the cat, but the woman. Yi Chen felt Li Luoluo's dangerous gaze staring at his back. If he said something wrong now, he would fall to pieces. God has eyes. Yi Chen, swear to heaven that this is definitely the second time I've done something like this. The first time was yesterday with you, my wife. Honey, please don't leave. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Li Luoluo was so embarrassed that she almost couldn't face anyone. Yesterday, she actually enjoyed it very much. Woo woo woo, run away quickly. Yi Chen stared helplessly at Li Luoluo's receding figure, then looked down at his hands. It seemed that he applied medicine to his wife after finishing yesterday. Then accidentally, I went in. This shouldn't be his fault, right? At this time, WeChat on my phone dinged, bringing Yi Chen's thoughts back to reality. I saw Xiao Ming's message on WeChat, saying that he wanted to treat me to a big dinner. Yi Chen understood instantly that what happened yesterday was done. So he agreed, as it just so happened that he also had something to give to Xiao Ming. Came to the agreed barbecue stall. Su Ji and Wang Yangguang had already been sitting and waiting. Xiao Ming took a sip of Tsingtao beer and smiled embarrassedly. Brother Chen, I'm really sorry. You helped me so much and spent so much money and effort. As a brother, I can only afford to treat you to a roadside meal. Yi Chen smiled and waved. Deming, you are being too polite. Brother should not care about these material things. At this moment, Suji raised his glass to smooth things over. We are brothers, we share the hardships and happiness together. What we have to do tonight is not to go home until we are drunk. Drink. Drink, drink, drink. Everyone followed suit. Xiaoming handed a few skewers of lamb kidneys to Yi Chen and smiled maliciously. Brother Chen, you will get what you want from food. Eat more. You will have plenty of food in stock so you don't have to worry about running out of ammunition. When Suji heard Xiaoming say this, a gleam of light flashed behind his heavy eyes. You know what, my sister-in-law was the campus beauty of our Magic City College back then. Brother Chen, how can these skewers of lamb kidneys be enough? Boss, give me 10 more plates. Wang Yangguan followed suit and shouted. I said that every time I asked Brother Chen to play games at night, he refused. It turns out that he has a soft and beautiful girl in my arms. I can't bear to give him up. It's because he has been in class for several days. Brother Chen has dark circles under his eyes. It's obvious that he has been sleeping for several days and nights. As Yi Chen listened, he felt that the topic seemed to have gone off track, and he glared at this group of LSPs fiercely. If any of you continue to laugh at me, I wish all your GGs will be cut off. You will never find a girlfriend in your life. When everyone heard that the curse was quite cruel, they immediately changed the subject. To be honest, the live broadcast of Tan Lin and Zhang Jing was really exciting. I kept holding tissues the whole time. Suji took a sip of beer and continued laughing. Wang Yangguan pushed Suji and covered his mouth with his hand to signal him not to talk nonsense. Daji, don't talk nonsense. This Zhang Jing is Deming's ex-girlfriend, just take a look at her, don't make fun of her. Brother, I drank too much and my tongue is talking nonsense, Deming, please don't mind it. Suji realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately put his hands together to apologize. Xiaoming's mouth twitched, he smoked a cigarette and smiled playfully. Say whatever you want. Since the day Zhang Jing betrayed me, she has been forever removed from my heart, haha. Suji looked at Xiaoming worriedly, then sighed with empathy. It's a pity that the 500,000 yuan betrothal money from our Deming was all earned by that restaurant and never returned. Xiaoming waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, as long as the woman spits it out. With the live video, now both parents have an explanation, haha. Yi Chen patted the back of Xiaoming's hand, then took out a bank card from his shirt pocket and took a leisurely puff of his cigarette. There is 500,000 in this card of Deming. Brother Chen, I'm already very grateful that you lent me your supercar to show off, but I can't accept this money. Xiaoming refused in a hurry and didn't wait for Yi Chen to finish his words. Yi Chen paused, looked directly into Xiaoming's eyes, and continued in a slow tone. Deming is indeed yours. It was spit out by Zhang Jing. There is one thing I forgot to tell you. The Japanese restaurant we went to that day was opened by my wife. This reversal shocked everyone. There was a long silence. Suji was the first to speak, and his words were full of jealousy. Seeing how deliciously Brother Chen eats this soft rice, I want to taste the taste of soft rice too. Young people don't know the sweetness of soft rice, and they waste their youth planting rice by mistake. You are young and don't know the good of a rich woman. You mistake a young girl for a treasure. Wang Yangguan followed up with a few sentences and immediately felt something was wrong. Daji, it seems that what we said is not entirely correct. Goddess Li is both a rich woman and a beautiful girl. Woo woo woo, Brother Chen, this must be a blessing from his ancestors, so he has the good fortune to have such a gigolo. I'm so jealous. Everyone was talking at once and having a great time discussing. At this time, Yi Chen's cell phone rang, and he saw it was Lao Ding calling. Lao Ding was the foreman who moved bricks at the construction site where Yi Chen used to work, and he had taken good care of his family over the years. If it weren't for Lao Ding, my mother might have passed away long ago because of lack of money for medical treatment. Ding Junhai usually wouldn't look for Yi Chen unless there was something important, so this call was strange. Yi Chen frowned and directly pressed the answer button. Chapter 59. Let us go fight. Yi Chen pressed the answer button. Uncle Ding, what's the matter? It's me, Brother Yi Chen. My dad, he was injured at the construction site. Can you come over? Ding Xiaoya's weak and helpless voice came from the other end of the phone. She was crying. Xiaoya, your dad got hit, call 120. If you need money, I'll transfer it to you via WeChat right now. Yi Chen was very worried about Uncle Ding, but as it was urgent, he had to let Ding Xiaoya call an ambulance first. The point is, wow, my dad was slightly injured, and the person who was hit with him was seriously injured. Because my dad is a contractor, that person's family members are now causing trouble, wow. Ding Xiaoya's helpless crying could be heard intermittently, accompanied by the sound of something being smashed. Stop smashing it, please stop smashing it. Dad. Beep. When Yichen heard the busy tone of his cell phone, he was really anxious. Whether Uncle Ding or Xiaoya were in danger, he couldn't just sit there and watch. When Xiaoming, Suji and Wang Yangguang heard that there might be a fight, they insisted on joining in. Yi Chen and his brothers drove to the construction site where they used to work. As expected, the lounge was blocked by a group of people holding sticks. The yellow-haired guy in the lead was holding a wrench, and the brothers behind him were holding bottles of wine and iron rods. There were more than 10 people in a crowd, blocking the small lounge. The little yellow-haired boy is called Yang Wei, and he is the brother of the man whose leg was injured. Yang Wei was able to play with the wrench in many ways. He swung the wrench and smashed all the teacups, water bottles, flower pots, etc. that he could see. My brother has a lame leg now and is about to have it amputated. Tell me, old Ding, how are you going to compensate him? Ding Junhai protected his daughter Ding Xiaoya behind him. He was almost 50 years old, and the other side had more people and was unable to defeat them. Didn't I say I would pay for it? My daughter has already paid 30,000 yuan for medical treatment. What else do you want? One leg is worth 30,000 yuan? Old Ding, are you taking human life lightly? Yang Wei was so angry that he raised the wrench and pointed it at Ding Junhai's nose. Ding Xiaoya was anxious, fearing that her father would be hurt, so she mustered up the courage to speak. My dad is also a victim. If he hadn't cared about our previous friendship, he wouldn't have paid the 30,000 yuan first. Besides, my dad's foot was injured. Oh, the little girl is quite eloquent. I wonder if she can be so talkative in bed as well. Ha. Yang Wei was chewing gum in his mouth. He looked at Ding Xiaoya behind Ding Junhai with evil eyes from time to time, and smiled obscenely while touching his smooth chin. Yang Wei, watch your mouth. My daughter is still in college, don't mess around. If you have anything to say, just come to me. Ding Junhai was so angry that his whole body was shaking. His daughter was his life and he would not allow anyone to hurt his daughter. My brother Yang Dianfeng is lying in the hospital now. His wife ran away with their son overnight after knowing that he lost a leg. Now it's not as simple as 30,000 yuan. Your family owes my brother a wife and a daughter. When Ding Xiaoya heard what the other party said, she was so scared that she shrank behind Ding Junhai again. She looked out the window anxiously, as if she was waiting for someone. I'm raising money for your brother. Tell me how much more you want. My only wish is, please, let my daughter go. My husband had a stroke and is in the hospital. My daughter's life is miserable. After all, Ding Junhai is old, and he will protect his precious daughter even if he has to lose all his dignity. Then give me 300,000, and I promise not to cause you any trouble in the future, otherwise your daughter will, Yang Wei could see that Ding Xiaoya was Ding Junhai's precious lifeblood and his weak spot. As long as he held her tightly, he would let her do whatever she wanted. Besides, Ding Xiaoya is really good looking, and has the feeling of a pure and innocent girl from the 1980s. It would be worth it even if I took her back to play with her for a few days. 300,000? Even if you sell everything in my house, you still can't get that much money. You are blackmailing me. Ding Junhai stepped back in fear, tears streaming down his dry face. Brother Wei, let's stop wasting time with them. Let's take this beautiful girl back home to play with her. We can then shoot a few videos and upload them to the internet. We might be able to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. The thugs around Yang Wei have long been drooling over Ding Xiaoya, this rare beauty. As long as they drag her to Xiao Hei's workshop and force her to shoot a few videos and post them on the internet, the money will come rolling in. Bang! Yang Wei slapped his younger brother and said, Xiaoya is my wife, stop talking nonsense. When the younger brothers saw that their eldest brother was angry, they bowed and apologized one by one and dared not covet anything anymore. Come on, help me, brother, to invite my sister-in-law back. Yang Wei smiled proudly. You are breaking the law. I will call the police to arrest you. You will spend the rest of your life in jail. Seeing a scoundrel trying to pull his daughter away, Ding Junhai grabbed the chair next to him tremblingly, and he vowed to defend his daughter's innocence to the death. But one punch cannot beat four hands, not to mention that the other party has more people and underworld background, and they had already snatched Ding Junhai and Ding Xiaoya's mobile phones. Thump! Ding Junhai was kicked and fell to the ground, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He held his stomach in pain, and even though it hurt, he still protected his daughter behind him. Dad! Dad, are you okay? Whoa whoa! Ding Xiaoya touched the blood that splattered on her face and cried heartbrokenly. Oh, my little beauty is crying. Brothers, please be gentle, this old Ding is my future father-in-law. If he gets hurt, I will have to help him get medical treatment. Yang Wei looked at Ding Xiaoya's curvy body with obscene eyes, and he smiled, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. No! Let her go! You beasts! When Ding Junhai saw a group of hungry wolves staring at his daughter, he roared at the top of his lungs. When Yi Chen saw this scene, he felt his blood boiling, and happened to hear the system broadcast in his mind at this moment. Ding! It is predicted that the host wants to hit someone. There are strength pills and speed pills that require 300 daddy points. Do you want to redeem them? Exchange. Yi Chen muttered to himself. Just when Ding Xiaoya was about to be molested by Yang Wei, suddenly a black shadow flashed over at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and kicked Yang Wei to the ground. Brother Yi Chen, I knew you would come. You won't ignore us. Ding Xiaoya had tears in her eyes. She clasped her hands together and looked at Yi Chen, as if he was her own general. Behind Yi Chen followed four brothers, all holding iron rods in their hands. Fuck, if you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, you should bring a few more people with you. You guys think you can defeat more than a dozen brothers from the Sky Blasting Gang? You're kidding. Yang Wei rubbed his chest and saw that there were only 4 people on the other side. He was so angry that he wanted to curse. Chapter 60, One Man Guards the Pass. Seeing that there were only 4 people from the other side, Sushi felt that the reputation of his Zhatian gang was being repeatedly trampled on. Brother Chen, they look down on us. Do you want to teach them a lesson? Yes, Brother Chen, my 40-meter-long sword is thirsty. Wang Yangguang echoed. Yi Chen waved his hand. Just protect Uncle Ding and Xiaoya. I'm enough here. Su Ji. Wang Yangguang? Xiaoming, Pan? So what are we here for? They were both shocked and speechless. Atmosphere, understand? Yi Chen curled his lips. The 3 of them almost vomited blood after hearing this. What a weird atmosphere. It seems that the 2 of them came here just to create momentum and add to the fun? Is it just for the applause in 666? Yang Wei saw Yi Chen standing alone at the gate and saying such arrogant words. Isn't it obvious that he doesn't take him seriously? Hey, brat, don't be too arrogant, otherwise the son you give birth to will have no asshole, you know that? If you're from the Sky Blasting Gang, come on, kick this brat once, and I will give you 500 yuan each. Yang Wei pulled his windbreaker back, then pulled over a bench and sat on it, crossing his legs to watch the show. When Yang Wei's brothers heard this, they kicked him and got 500 yuan for it. They could go to the bath center for a health treatment. What a good thing! For a moment, dust was flying. More than a dozen people shouted "Yaya" and rushed towards the direction where Yi Chen was standing, waving the weapons in their hands. Ding Xiaoya was so frightened that her face turned pale. She began to regret that her first reaction when she took out the phone was not to call the police, but to involve Yi Chen. If Yi Chen was hacked to death, she would not want to live either. At this moment, Suji also asked Wang Yangguang guiltily. Guangzi, are we really not going to help? Don't you think Brother Chen can handle it alone? Wang Yangguang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his hand and swallowed. Don't be afraid, Da Ji. I have a backup plan. Brother Chen may have to suffer a little. When Ding Junhai saw this scene, his eyes turned red with nervousness. Yi Chen has worked with him on the construction site for 3 years, and he has long regarded Yi Chen as the best candidate for his future son-in-law. This cannot go wrong. Everyone had their own thoughts, and they were all worried about Yi Chen. Little did they know that at the moment of the confrontation, Yi Chen's figure had already shuttled through the crowd like a whirlwind. Make fists with both hands. 2-armed windmill. It turns out that Brother Chen used the turtle fist. Suji watched Yi Chen's moves and explained them vividly. What is turtle fist? Ding Xiaoya was puzzled. It's just a common name among the people. It's a type of boxing most commonly used by people who don't know how to fight. Suji explained. But looking at this scene, he felt something was wrong, because at this moment all of Yang Wei's brothers had been knocked to the ground by Yi Chen. Oh. I understand. The reason why Brother Chen uses this turtle fist is because the opponents are all bastards. To beat a dog, you naturally use a dog beating stick. Suji forced an explanation. He felt that he was really too smart. How could he understand Yi Chen so well? After hearing Suji's explanation, Ding Xiaoya looked at Yi Chen's handsome and cool back, her eyes filled with pink bubbles of love. Guanzi, it seems that the backup plan you mentioned won't be used anymore. So what do you plan to do with it? Suji suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Wang Yangguang. My backup plan is actually very simple. Didn't Yang Wei offer 500 per person and ask his subordinates to beat Brother Chen? I will then pay double, 1,000 per person, and ask them not to beat Brother Chen. Wang Yangguang touched the back of his head and smiled embarrassedly. That's it? Yeah, that's it. Her 2A. Suji rolled his eyes at Wang Yangguang. Xiao Ming stood by and smiled foolishly without saying a word. When Yang Wei saw that all his brothers were defeated by Yi Chen alone, he was surprised and more terrified. You, don't come over here. Grandpa, I was wrong. I am willing to pay back the 30,000, and even pay 30,000 more. Please, Grandpa, let me go. Yang Wei gave in very quickly because he knew that a wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him. Okay, write a receipt, leave the money, and get out. Yi Chen looked at him coldly, and an imposing aura emanated from him, with an invisible pressure. Yang Wei could only admit defeat. After all, the rule of their Zhatian gang was, stand at attention when being beaten, and admit defeat if you lose. By the time everything was done, it was already getting dark. Ding Junhai insisted on inviting Yi Chen and his brothers home for a drink, and Yi Chen had no choice but to agree. However, he still abided by his husband's code of conduct and sent a WeChat message to tell Li Luoluo his whereabouts, and attached a video. The video includes Su Ji, Wang Yangguang, and Xiao Ming, and the implication is obvious: he did not spend time alone with Ding Xiaoya. When Li Luoluo saw the message sent by Yi Chen, she felt warm in her heart. This meant that her husband cared about her very much and was afraid that she would be jealous. On the other side, Yi Chen, even when drinking with Ding Junhai, deliberately kept a distance from Ding Xiaoya. Ding Xiaoya felt dissatisfied and aggrieved. Although she smiled calmly on the surface, her heart was actually broken. Brother Yi Chen, do you really dislike me so much? I really love you very much. There is no one in this world who loves you more than me. At this moment, Su Ji was drinking and quietly admiring the beauty. Although there are so many of learning resources in the computer, there is no actress as beautiful as Ding Xiaoya. Brother Chen really doesn't know how to appreciate the blessings he has. Halfway through the round of drinks, Yi Chen took out a bank card from his pocket with 200,000 yuan in it. Uncle Ding, please accept this money. I know my aunt needs money to hire a caregiver after her stroke. Your foot is injured now, so please don't refuse it. Putting the bank card into Ding Junhai's palm, Yi Chen spoke sincerely. All the words that Ding Junhai wanted to say to refuse were stuck in his throat, as what Yi Chen said was the reality of the situation. Xiao Yi, you are a good child, but your mother's illness. Uncle Ding, don't worry. My mother is in the recovery stage and is recovering well. I have found a good job now, so you don't have to worry about money. Seeing Yi Chen insisted, Ding Junhai stopped pushing and accepted the card. Chapter 61 Wife, you have evil intentions on me. Yi Chen was drunk, but fortunately he sent a message to Yi Yi when he was conscious. When Yi Yi drove the drunk Yi Chen back to Looting Villa, Li Luoluo had not yet slept and had been sitting on the sofa waiting anxiously. After asking the servant to help Yi Chen to the bed, Li Luoluo helped Yi Chen take off his shoes and socks and wiped his face with a towel. Although Yi Chen's skin is bronze, his facial skin is smooth and fair, perhaps because he ate cherry tomatoes. Yi Chen was extremely handsome, with sharp edges and a cool look. His straight nose set off his handsome facial features that looked as if they were carved by a knife. Li Luoluo used her jade fingers to trace Yi Chen's facial features in the air, and she liked him more and more the more she looked. Perhaps because he was drunk, Yi Chen's breathing was louder. Li Luoluo stepped forward and pinched Yi Chen's nose with her little hand, then smiled coquettishly. You snore when you sleep, you are such a stupid pig. Even if you are a Peppa Pig, you are only mine. You're really handsome. No wonder so many girls like you. Seeing Yi Chen's painful expression due to breathing difficulties, Li Luoluo quickly moved her hand away in fear. Do you want to wipe this guy's body? But to be honest, Li Luoluo hasn't taken a close look at Yi Chen's body yet. Because every time she applauded for love, she was so distracted and obsessed that she had no extra energy to appreciate male beauty. Li Luoluo thought for a moment and felt that she had been led astray by Yi Chen recently. How come she has become so lustful? Isn't the thing she is thinking about right now just lusting after Yi Chen's body? On second thought, they are already husband and wife. It is natural for people to be obsessed with each other's bodies. Li Luoluo figured it out, so she used her tender little hands to unbutton Yi Chen's shirt one by one. Yi Chen has a tall and strong figure, a bronze complexion, firm abdominal muscles, and chest muscles as muscular as those of ancient Greek sculptures. As Li Luoluo unbuttoned her clothes, the little deer in her heart jumped violently. No wonder Yi Chen couldn't control himself every time he saw her. Now when she saw Yi Chen's chest muscles and abdominal muscles, she felt her face blushing and her heart beating fast. Li Luoluo gently placed her jade hands on Yi Chen and drew circles on his chest with her white fingers. My abdominal muscles feel bouncy, maybe it's because I didn't use any force? Li Luoluo was puzzled. She looked down again and her pretty little face turned red instantly. This bastard, actually now. Li Luoluo felt that she needed to go back to her room and sleep. Otherwise, there is a high chance that you will be eaten by someone who wakes up. As soon as Li Luoluo turned around, Yi Chen put his arm around her slender waist and pulled her into his broad embrace. Honey, you are playing with fire, do you know that? You flirted with her and now you are not taking responsibility for her. You are such a scumbag. Yi Chen stretched out his big hand and grabbed Li Luoluo's small chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. Husband, you are a rogue. You are obviously pretending to be drunk. This is called sting enforcement. Li Luoluo didn't dare to look directly at Yi Chen's teasing eyes, and her ears were dyed a bright red. Entrapment? That should be aimed at people with ulterior motives, right? Tell me, are you planning something bad to me? I didn't. I just wanted to help you wipe your body, and then I accidentally. Li Luoluo's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke, and she felt that the more she explained, the worse the situation became. It's okay. It's normal for a wife to have bad intentions towards her husband. It just so happens that the way I look at you isn't innocent either. Yi Chen looked at his shy little wife sitting in his arms, his eyes were ambiguous, and his big hand was wandering on her slender and beautiful back. Li Luoluo cried out, but couldn't break free. Wife, you provoked me first this time, and it would be disrespectful for me to refuse you. Under the dim light, the atmosphere is charming. Until the moon became dim and the stars became sparse, a hint of paleness appeared on the horizon. The next afternoon, Li Luoluo supported her slender waist and leaned back on a recliner to bask in the sun. She almost broke her waist last night, and she won't dare to covet men next time. I saw a sentence in the book, there are only oxen that can plow the land, but no land that can be plowed. Li Luoluo felt that they were all lies. Because her waist hurts so much that she can't stand up. But Yi Chen is taking care of the baby happily. She threw the book aside in anger. Yi Chen was in the yard with Tuanchuan and Yuan, playing with cats and chasing dogs. At this time, Sister Ping came over and whispered something to Li Luoluo. Miss, Aunt Sure is here. She should be here to pick up the Persian cat. Li Luoluo understood and stood up, but stumbled and lost her balance. Fortunately, Sister Ping was there to support her, otherwise it would have been very embarrassing. Sister Ping looked down at Li Luoluo's abnormal walking posture and immediately understood. She covered her mouth and laughed secretly, not daring to say anything else. Honey, remember to bring the cat here later. When Li Luoluo saw Sister Ping's reaction, she turned back angrily and glared at Yi Chen, who was still playing, her pretty face flushed. Li Luoluo has a slender waist that can be held in one hand, long and straight legs that are round and white, and those perky buttocks make her look very childbearing. Yi Chen looked at Li Luoluo's back as she left, feeling a little intoxicated. Thinking of the erotic scene last night, he felt it necessary to continue tonight. Yi Chen felt like countless ants were crawling in his heart, and he swallowed his saliva. Then he asked with a smile while looking at Tuanchuan and Yuan, who were still playing. Tuanchuan, Yuan, Daddy, please work harder and let Mommy give you a stinky sister or brother, okay? When Tuanchuan and Yuan heard what Yi Chen said, they immediately shook their heads like rattles. Tuanchuan, I want a stinky brother. Not a stinky brother. Yuan, I also want my stinky brother to protect me, and I also want a pony. Yi Chen was in great trouble. I'm afraid that the stinky brother won't be able to give birth, and a foal is beyond the scope of biology. Tuan and Yuan wanted to cry after hearing this. Yi Chen quickly took out 2 lollipops to lure them, which made the 2 little guys burst into laughter. When Yi Chen went out with the Persian cat in his arms, he saw a strange beautiful woman sitting on the sofa in the hall. The beautiful woman looked to be around 35 years old, with a plump and mature beauty. In contrast, Li Luoluo, who is in her early 20s, seems much more youthful and innocent next to her. Hubby, let me introduce you, this is Aunt Sher. Hello, Auntie. Yi Chen established an image of being gentle and well-behaved. This was the first time his wife allowed him to meet her family. Oh, the boy is so handsome and has a great figure. No wonder our Luoluo gave birth to 2 precious daughters in one go after being hit by a cannon. Shirkoei fiddled with her newly permed hair, looked Yi Chen up and down, and raised her red lips in satisfaction. Aunt, you should stop while you are ahead. Li Luoluo snuggled up to Shirkoei like a little bird. She was so shy that she didn't dare to look Yi Chen in the eye. Hey Luoluo, what's there to be shy about? Love between a man and a woman is the most natural thing. Besides, you already have 2 daughters, when are you planning to have a son? Shirkoei looked at her niece with a smile. After all, she was a virgin and seemed like a shy girl. Aunt, we don't plan to have another son. Seeing Li Luoluo in distress, Yi Chen came to her rescue. We plan to have 5 more daughters, so that we can have 7 fairies descending to the mortal world. Oh my, the young are to be feared, the young are to be feared. Shirkoei was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. She actually liked Yi Chen, a handsome and outspoken young man, more and more. Hubby, I'm not a sow. Li Luoluo felt that she could no longer stay here, and she even wanted to kill Yi Chen. P.S. I wish all my friends a happy new year. Good luck in the new year. May all your wishes come true. Chapter 62 Wife, your nails are a little long. Li Luoluo felt that the 2 people were driving too fast. She didn't want to stay here any longer and wanted to find a random reason to leave. Where are you going, Luoluo? It's rare for your aunt to come over. You must not learn from my dead sister. You can't save face no matter what you do. This will easily make you lose a man's heart. Shirkoei saw Li Luoluo trying to escape and felt his arm holding her. Xiao Yi, my niece is just too shy to show her respect. You have to bear with me. Shirkoei smiled and motioned Yi Chen to sit on the other side of her. She put Yi Chen's hand on Li Luoluo's hand and continued speaking. Xiao Yi, Auntie can tell you from my experience that when a woman says no, she actually wants it. Women are the most hypocritical creatures, saying one thing and thinking another. Also, in the past, people always say that men are lustful, but in fact, women are even more lustful than men, but they are just too ashamed to speak out their true feelings. Xiao Yi, you understand what your aunt means, right? You still have to take the initiative in some things. Be brave, don't be afraid of difficulties. Yi Chen was impressed by Shirkoei's fashion sense, both in terms of ideas and jokes. Okay, don't worry, Auntie. I've always been proactive in some things. After all, my wife is so beautiful. Yi Chen's mouth felt as sweet as honey. In fact, he felt that his wife was his honey, and he felt very happy just looking at her every day. Oh boy, you can do it. Our Luoluo has a really good taste, much better than her mother. Xiaoye, what's your talent? Our Persian cat seems to like you very much. You know, it won't let strangers hold it. When Shirkoei saw the Persian cat in Yi Chen's arms, she gently hugged it and smiled with her eyebrows curved. Aunt, I think you should find a boyfriend for your cat. Yi Chen was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer his aunt's question, so he had to change the subject. All men are pigs. I won't find a boyfriend for my cat. Xiaoye, don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you. Actually, my unfaithful man, your uncle, is back. I'm really mad at him. He just knows how to avoid problems. Shirkoei was afraid that Yi Chen would misunderstand her meaning, so she hurried to explain, and then she talked about her sorrow. Aunt, now that your uncle is back, you should have a child with him right away. You are already 36 years old. Li Luoluo took a tissue and handed it to Shirkoei. I want to, too, but the one at my house, it's so embarrassing to tell you. Even someone like Shirkoei, who had experienced countless things in the world of love, couldn't bring herself to talk about the illness her husband had. On second thought, truth cannot be hidden, and it will be of no use even if she doesn't say it. My man has been around a lot of women. He played too much in the early years, and I turned a blind eye to it. Now he is getting his comeuppance. He has impotence. In the past 2 years, my husband has been going to Macau to gamble, leaving behind a bunch of mistresses at home, just to escape reality. I don't know where he got the news from, saying that the success rate of test tube babies is quite high. Shirkoe calmed himself down and spoke in a calm and relaxed manner. For some reason, Yi Chen thought of the potion given by the system. There's not much use in keeping it anyway, and my aunt is my wife's relative. Yi Chen thought about it and secretly took out the medicine from the system space. Aunt, this is the Golden Gun Invincible Potion, maybe it can cure Uncle's illness. Ah. This time it was Shirkoe's turn to blush, and she didn't know if the name of the potion was what she thought it was. It's useless for me to keep it anyway, honey, you know my strength. Yi Chen took Li Luoluo's little hand and played with it. He really liked his shy little wife. Li Luoluo was suddenly speechless, and she rolled her eyes at Yi Chen. Shirkoe covered her mouth and smiled like an auntie. The interaction between these two little enemies was so sweet that she was dying of sweetness. I won't disturb your world of two. I'm here to take my sister away. You two can continue. Shirkoe left with the Persian cat, leaving the couple behind. Miss, son-in-law, do you need to bring these things to the room now? Sister Ping was carrying the bag of sex toys in the yard, and her face turned red. Yi Chen, yes. Li Luoluo, no need. Yi Chen and Li Luoluo each held their own opinions. Li Luoluo stretched out her little hand and pinched Yi Chen's waist. Then let's throw the warehouse away first. I forgot that my wife was injured, cough cough. Yi Chen was pinched and felt great pain, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. Sister Ping gave Yi Chen a strange look before leaving. My son-in-law looks strong and healthy, and he doesn't look like the kind of person who would use anything to liven up his mood. However, as she is too old, she may not understand the hobbies of young people. After Sister Ping left, Yi Chen grabbed Li Luoluo's little hand aggrievely. Wife, your nails are too long. Let me trim them for you. Yi Chen thought about how his back and chest were scratched last night and felt it was necessary to do this. No way, otherwise I will be the only one who gets hurt every time. Li Luoluo subconsciously wanted to run, but her slender waist was held tightly by Yi Chen. Hubby, if you cut my nails, don't ever touch me again. Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes were filled with moisture. She knew that there was a huge power gap between her and others, so she just started to act like a rogue and pretend to be pitiful. Her legs were forced to wrap around Yi Chen's waist. A domineering hand was pulling her perky buttocks. Hey honey, I was just joking with you. When Yi Chen saw his delicate and lovely wife, his heart softened instantly. Compared to the happiness my wife brings me, what is this little pain? They say beautiful roses have many thorns. Even if you scratch me to pieces, I will still pluck you, the rose. Li Luoluo touched Yi Chen's chest with her jade finger. You lust-blinded gray wolf. It's alright, I just asked my wife to be my Mrs. Red Wolf forever. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the living room became charming. On the other side, Shirkoe returned home. The housekeeper came out of the bedroom with a private doctor. Still no effect? Shirkoe folded his arms and asked with a smile. She was relieved that her husband had received retribution for his actions, but she was also worried that there would be no one to succeed her. Ma'am, the situation is not good for now. I have done my best. The private doctor is a foreigner, but his Chinese pronunciation is very standard. Shirkoe waved his hand, signaling the housekeeper to take the doctor away. She opened the door and walked in on her silver high heels. The man lying on the bed was only in his early 40s, but his hair was thinning and his face was pale and thin. There were 4 or 5 young girls kneeling on the bed and sobbing. They all looked to be in their early 20s. These are the mistresses of Shirkoe's husband Kaizhua, who are kept at home openly to carry on the family line. When Kaizhua heard the sobbing and thought about his current situation, he became furious. He tried to turn sideways and threw everything on the bedside table to the ground. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Wait until I'm dead before you cry. It's all because of you slutty bitches. If it weren't for you, how could I have progeria? You keep your car lights on and show me the Black Forest all day long. It makes me so confused. Cough cough cough. When Shirkoe saw Chenhua coughing, he quickly stepped forward to support him. Master, maybe I have a way to cure your illness, but... Shirkoe wanted to say something but stopped herself. She was a shrewd fox and knew to put forward her own request first. Only what? There was a gleam in Kaizhua's eyes. As long as his illness could be cured, everything could be discussed. Chapter 63, Unexplained Phone Call. Only what? Kaijua's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Having children had always been his dream. It's just that no matter whether this child is mine or born to some other mistress, I have the right to custody of this child. Shirkoe glanced over with her sharp eyes, and seeing the uneasy and frightened looks on the little girls' faces, she felt very proud and comfortable. Madam, you are joking. You are my principal wife. If we have a child, of course it has to be under your name. A fawning smile broke out on Kaijua's haggard face, but was then crushed by the weight of reality. Alas, my body is already in its twilight years. Even the most prestigious doctors in the Magic City think that there is no cure. Madam, are you kidding me? It's so pitiful. Our Kai family is one of the 4 major families in the Magic City, but we have fallen into such a state. It's really sad and heartbreaking. Kaijua felt extremely heartbroken when he thought about having no one to succeed him and no one to inherit his huge family business, and he was too ashamed to face his ancestors. Master, I know a master who prescribed me a bottle of magic medicine. You can give it a try. Shirkoe showed sympathy on the surface and spoke softly to comfort others, but in her heart she was making extremely vicious complaints. Humph. If you hadn't played so much when you were young, how could you have ended up like this? You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. In fact, Shirkoe was unsure. She was not sure whether the potion Yi Chen gave her was really useful. After all, it would be too trifling to solve a difficult disease that even the best doctors in this Magic City couldn't resolve with just a small bottle of medicine. Try? Kaijua spread out his hands somewhat dejectedly. He originally thought that Shirkoe was fully confident, but he didn't expect that he was just trying his best to save the situation. His Kai family's huge fortune cannot be left without a successor, and cannot be destroyed in his own hands. Kaijua made up his mind. He grabbed Shirkoe's skirt and said, "Give me the thing." Shirkoe tugged at the hem of her skirt and said with a smile, "Master is really anxious. I can give you the things at any time, but you must sign this contract first." What contract? Kaijua was surprised. Shirkoe took the contract that had been prepared long ago from the housekeeper and handed it to Kaijua. When Kaijua saw the contents of the contract, he almost vomited blood. The general meaning is that as long as Kaijua has a successor, his Kai family's property must be inherited by little Kai Kai. At the same time, Xiao Kai Kai's first guardian must be Shirkoe. Never mind. Kaijua looked at his own frail old age and thought that having a successor was much better than having no descendants at all. Signed. Shirkoe handed over the potion given by Yi Chen, and then put the contract signed by Kaijua carefully into the safe in the study. When she passed by Kaijua's room again, she was really scared by the crazy noise coming from inside. I was just about to open the door to take a peek. Ma'am, do you want to come in with me? The butler observed the man's expression and asked cautiously. Bah! I don't want to go in. They are just tools to me. Isn't it good for me to be beautiful alone? Besides, Sisterly asked me to play cards this afternoon, and my time is very precious. Shirkoe was honestly thinking that she might as well go play mahjong in the rich ladies' circle for fun. On the other side, Yi Chen got the beauty and said coquettishly, "Honey, I know you worked too hard last night, so how about I let you take a day off today to rest?" Lilualuo was already tired and sleepy, and only then did she notice that there was an uninvited guest in the room. Go out now and go back to your room to sleep. Wife, we have been communicating with each other for so long that we are so familiar with each other. Why don't you let me into the room and sleep with you? Yi Chen looked up aggrievedly, but the bright white searchlight made it impossible for him to see Lilualuo's pretty face for a moment. Hurry up and get up, where are my pajamas? Lilualuo's face turned pale and she angrily pulled the blanket to cover herself. There it is. Yi Chen pointed to the white chiffon on the windowsill. Just as Yi Chen finished speaking, a gust of wind blew outside the window. The chiffon shirt fluttered in the evil wind and was blown away. Lilualuo wanted to cry but had no tears. She said it was no wonder that she was woken up by the cold in her sleep. Honey, I think the tomatoes may have taken effect. Look, your skin has become whiter and softer. Yi Chen pulled the plush blanket off Lilualuo and admired her perfect body. I'm sleepy now and I'm going to sleep. I don't want to discuss this with you. Lilualuo's face was tinged with red. She stretched out her slender arms to grab the blanket from Yi Chen. The two people are like tug of war. Yi Chen was very strong, so he could pull it over with just a little effort. But today he was in a playful mood. Hubby, if you keep being naughty like this, I'll really be angry. Li Luoluo pouted and pretended to be angry. She remembered that she still had to deal with company matters tomorrow, and she really had a headache. Hubby, go back to your room and go to sleep, dear. I'll call you again after my ovulation period is over. Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes were a little evasive. How could she say such shameless words? If not, today. Honey, you promised to give me a few more little monkeys. Yi Chen refused to give in. When the two were in a stalemate. Beep, 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 beep. Li Luoluo's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Looking at the strange incoming call on her phone, Li Luoluo instinctively wanted to reject the call, but accidentally answered it. Lolo, you finally got through to me after all your persuasion. We haven't seen each other for a year or two, right? A strange man's voice came from the other end of the phone, his voice filled with concern and longing. Yi Chen was shocked when he heard this. Without waiting for Li Luoluo to say anything, he snatched her phone away, his voice full of domineering and tyranny. Hey, she's already gone to the bathroom to take a shower, tell me what's going on. Oh my god, you, who are you? When Yi Chen heard the stranger on the phone asking him questions so confidently, he became furious. Looking at Li Luoluo, who was waving his hands and trying to grab the phone, Yi Chen felt that there was something fishy going on. I'm Li Luoluo's man. I don't care who you are. If you dare to harass my wife again, I will make you pay for it. Yi Chen was eager to assert his sovereignty, and he felt as if a colorful hat was floating in front of him. Chapter 64. My husband is already taken. Yi Chen held the phone tightly and refused to let go. He looked at Li Luoluo's angry and anxious expression and wanted to come over to snatch his phone back, which made him extremely angry. Wife, if you don't behave, don't blame me for setting a trap on you. Hubby, don't mess around. Li Luoluo was so frightened that her face turned pale, and her entire slender waist was clamped by Yi Chen. Face down, hips raised high, waist restrained and unable to move. Li Luoluo couldn't see clearly what Yi Chen's next move would be. The person on the other end of the phone obviously heard the ambiguous conversation, and his voice became hurried and worried. Hello? Didn't you just say Luoluo went to take a shower? Why do I hear her voice now? Let's take a shower together. I'm helping with breastfeeding. If you have nothing else to do, I'll hang up now. Yi Chen doesn't care much about the person on the other end of the conversation now. After all, he has a beautiful girl in his arms, and he should cherish the good times and beautiful scenery. Besides, Li Luoluo didn't even have a name on the other person's phone number, so he must be an unimportant person. Oh my god. Li Luoluo, you have a husband and you didn't even tell me, your brother? I'm downstairs at your house right now. Li Luoluo and her pretty brother-in-law, are you sure you don't want to come downstairs to pick me up? Li Ainan's voice exploded from the phone. At the same time, Lu Ding Villa was surrounded by dozens of luxury cars. The convoy's lights flashed, all illuminating with long-range light. For a moment, the entire villa was illuminated by the lights. It looks very bright and dazzling in the dark night. Yi Chen walked to the French window and looked out. The flickering lights made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Now it was Yi Chen's turn to be confused. Could it be that this person really is Li Luoluo's brother? Otherwise, how could you act so quickly? The looting villa is surrounded by people? I've heard Li Luoluo say before that she has 7 sisters, but I've never heard of any brothers. Yi Chen looked at Li Luoluo. Probing curious eyes. Li Luoluo put on her clothes. Then he walked to the window and looked out. Afraid that Yi Chen might misunderstand or get angry. She rubbed her cute little face against Yi Chen's chest. Her jade fingers gently slid across his muscular abdominal muscles. The voice is soft and watery. Hubby, this is my third brother, Li Ainan. He lives up to his name, so I won't introduce him to you any further. As the name suggests? Love men? Yi Chen felt his mind was in a mess, as he took in too much information at once. He held the lovely girl in his arms, suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart. Wife, how many brothers do you have? There are 6 brothers and 7 sisters in total. We are all half-siblings from the same father. Li Luoluo's voice was sweet and soft. She snuggled in Yi Chen's chest like a helpless little kitten. Honey, I'm sorry. The reason I didn't tell you too much about my family affairs before is because the situation at home is so messy and complicated, and I don't want you to get involved. I don't keep in touch with my brothers and sisters very often, so I don't know why my third brother came here today. Yi Chen reached out and pinched Li Luoluo's collagen-filled little face, then scratched her nose. It's okay, honey. You don't have to apologize to me for this. Since your third brother is here, we still have to show hospitality to him. By the time the two of them asked someone to open the door and let Li Ainan in, the other party was obviously getting impatient. Li Ainan snapped his fingers and asked his men to leave with the convoy, while he himself entered the looting villa with his assistant. Li Ainan saw Li Luoluo standing at the door of the living room from a distance. He was wearing a camel-colored windbreaker, with his arms folded across his chest, looking as if he was keeping people at a distance. Sister Luoluo, I haven't seen you for so many years. You have really become more beautiful and charming. Look what good things third brother has brought you. Li Ainan gave her assistant a look, and then the assistant came over here carrying bags of things. These are all top-quality birds' nests, which are good for women's health. They can promote sleep, beautify the skin, and nourish Yin and relieve dryness. When Li Ainan said this, she raised one finger and her eyes began to wander. Third brother, why did you come to my house today? I have all the things you gave me, so you should take them back to replenish your body. Li Luoluo's voice was cold, and the indifferent rejection in her tone could freeze anyone to death. When Li Ainan saw that Li Luoluo was ordering him to leave, he hurried forward and tried to pull Li Luoluo back before he could say the most important words. As a result, a black shadow flashed by, and his arm was grabbed by someone and pressed behind his back, making him unable to move at all. Yi Chen grabbed Li Ainan's arms with one hand and pressed them behind his back, his tone cold. I don't care if you're Luoluo's brother or whoever, you're not allowed to touch my wife with your stinky paws, understand? Li Ainan knelt on one knee in pain. He had his back to Yi Chen and could not see the man's appearance clearly, but the murderous intent around him made him extremely frightened. No wonder that old lecher had such a bad response from Li Luoluo. It hurts. My dear brother-in-law, please don't misunderstand me. Luoluo is my biological sister, I will never do anything stupid no matter what. Hubby, please let him go first. He is still my third brother after all. And didn't I tell you to stay in the room? Why did you come out? Li Luoluo stepped forward to persuade Yi Chen. She didn't expect Yi Chen to be so hostile towards Li Ainan. Yi Chen let go of Li Ainan, protected Li Luoluo behind him, and then looked at Li Ainan, who was dressed in a greasy and powdered manner, with a vigilant look on his face. I saw that this person was dressed very strangely, with a green floral suit and a pair of rustic red shorts. He was as strange as he could be. No wonder Li Luoluo said before that Li loves both men and women. Now even if he said that this person likes neither men nor women, Yi Chen felt that he believed it. After Li Ainan was released, he touched his sleek and shiny hair and glared at Yi Chen angrily. With just one glance, the expression in his eyes changed drastically. From the initial anger to the later glance of surprise. You are my brother-in-law? Luoluo, this is so mean, you are hiding a mistress in a golden house. Brother-in-law, I am your third brother. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. I will protect you. Brother-in-law's physical skills were really great just now. I am so ashamed of myself. I wonder if there is a chance for me to spar with him. When Li Ainan saw Yi Chen's appearance and figure, his eyes lit up and he felt that he had met Yi Chen too late. Brother San, don't mess around. Yi Chen is my husband. He's already taken. Li Luoluo was shocked when she saw Li Ainan's transformation, and used her petite body to shield Yi Chen behind her. Chapter 65, Brother-in-law has a big vision. Third brother, my husband is already in a relationship. Put away all your little thoughts. At this moment, Li Luoluo turned into a hen protecting her chicks, blocking Yi Chen behind her. Lolo, what are you saying? I'm not a monster. You're really going too far. You're too petty. Li Ainan smoothed her bangs with her hand and then moved her wrists. Third brother is new here, Luoluo, you were so kind as to invite me in for a cup of tea? Li Ainan whistled, then his lewd eyes darted over Yi Chen and he smiled maliciously. Yi Chen was really impressed by Li Ainan's actions. He was really convinced. Mr. Li has 14 children, and there are really all kinds of birds in the forest. Seeing that Li Luoluo was facing a formidable enemy and was still on guard against him, Li Ainan's tone became serious. Lolo, I'm here for our ancestor's 90th birthday. As a direct descendant of the Li family, it is very necessary for us to unite and prepare for our ancestor's birthday. The ancestor that Li Ainan mentioned is his father's father, that is, Li Tianguang's father, Li Kaishir. It's enough for you guys to organize Grandpa's birthday. There's no need to bring me along. I said 3 years ago that I would never set foot in the Lee family again. Li Luoluo had a cold look on her face. She didn't want to have anything to do with the Lee family at all. Look at you, Luoluo, you are acting childish again. You have the blood of the Lee family in your body. Besides, you are in control of 30% of Dad's shares now. How can you not be considered a part of the Lee family? Li Ainan was angry and anxious, and wanted to go forward to argue, but when he saw Yi Chen standing aside with a fierce look in his eyes and clenched his fists, he prudently stood 3 meters away. Those shares are what Li Tianguang owes my mom. So I feel at ease taking them. Third brother, if you continue to be the old man's lobbyist, don't blame me for turning my back on you. The alienation and indifference in Li Luoluo's eyes kept people at a distance. Her small hand was holding Yi Chen's big hand, and the meaning of her order to leave was self-evident. Ding! The host has triggered a hidden mission, helping his wife fulfill her deceased mother's last wish. If you choose to refuse, you can get a copy of the God-level Sunflower Manual. Choose to accept and you can get a copy of Dual Cultivation Manual. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Yi Chen fell into deep thought. Who doesn't know about Sunflower Manual? That is the top martial arts secret book in Mr. Jin Yong's The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. If Dongfang Bubi had not been given an incomplete copy that led to him becoming obsessed after learning it, he would have definitely become the supreme master of the martial arts world. Although he had never heard of the Dual Cultivation Manual, Yi Chen felt that it would be a lot of fun if he shared this manual with his wife. Accept. After thinking about it, Yi Chen chose to accept it. After all, fulfilling Li Luoluo's deceased mother's last wish can also help her untie her emotional knot. Yi Chen sincerely hopes that Li Luoluo can live a happy life. Lolo, why don't we sit down and find a chance to calmly drink some tea and discuss things? There's no need to be so bitter and resentful. Third brother, if you don't leave, I will ask someone to carry you away. Then our faces will be torn apart and neither you nor I will be happy. Li Ainan wanted to appeal to Li Luoluo's emotions again, but was coldly rejected by Li Luoluo again. He was petrified in embarrassment. Wife, I think running away won't solve the problem. We can first listen to what your third brother has to say, and then it won't be too late to make plans. You have to know that you have your husband as your strong backing. At this time, Yi Chen's words seemed like justice from heaven, saving him from dire straits. My brother-in-law is really the most magnanimous one. There was a hint of warmth and gratitude in Li Ainan's eyes when she looked at Yi Chen. Li Luoluo looked into Yi Chen's deep eyes without comment. Although she was unwilling to show the scarred wound in her heart to others, Yi Chen was not someone else. Those obsidian eyes like the sea of stars were filled with love and determination, and all the tenderness and sweetness in Li Luoluo's heart were drawn out. Li Luoluo loosened her clenched fists and turned to Li Ainan and said, Well, okay, you can come in and talk, but that doesn't mean I agree. Li Ainan was very happy. It seemed that this brother-in-law held a very important position in her heart. After entering the house, Li Ainan was not polite at all and did not consider herself an outsider. She directly drank 2 large cups of tea. He explained the purpose of his visit and the significance of Li Kaishi's 90th birthday. For the hundreds of people in the Li family, Li Kaishi possesses supreme power and money. He is the foundation of the entire Li enterprise and an unshakable existence. Li Kaishi had 8 sons and 8 daughters. Li Tianguang is his eldest son. Therefore, it can be said that Li Kaishi is even better than Li Tianguang. Having more children leads to a tricky problem, which is the fight over family property. This is also the reason why Li Tianguang urged his children to seize this opportunity to celebrate the birthday and try their best to please the ancestor. As long as we brothers and sisters work together to hold our ancestor's birthday party successfully and the old man is happy, the shares of the Li family will belong to our eldest branch. Li Ainan spoke very confidently. He glanced at Yi Chen from time to time, feeling secretly delighted. Li Luoluo was listening impatiently, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Third brother, now that you have finished what you want to say, please go back. As long as Li Tianguang does not agree to add my mother's name to the family tree, I will not return to the Li family. When Yi Chen heard this, he immediately understood. It seemed that the deceased mother's last wish mentioned by the system should be to add Li Luoluo's biological mother's name to the family tree. Li Ainan touched the back of his head awkwardly and said with embarrassment, Lolo, you know that our father is a playboy. He has so many wives who are still alive but are not qualified to be included in the family tree, not to mention that your mother made a big mistake before. Since the talks have failed, please do as you please. Li Luoluo stood up, looking arrogant and indifferent. She gathered her tasseled shawl and went upstairs first. Third brother, how about this? I'll treat you, and we can go to a barbecue stall to eat skewers and drink beer, and forget about these troubles for a while? Yi-Chin shrugged and spread his palms, feeling that there must be something fishy going on. What he wanted was to get some information out of Li Ainan, and after finding out the situation, he could help Li Luo fulfill his deceased mother's last wish. Little did he know that he had fallen into the tiger's mouth. Brother-in-law, you are so polite. I also think we should go out and find a suitable place, so that my sister won't be jealous. I'm talking about finding a suitable place to eat skewers. Brother-in-law, don't think too much about it. Li Ainan smiled, curled her fingers and covered her nose with her hands while giggling. Yi-Chin was stunned by Li Ainan's extra words, and he felt an inexplicable chill on his back. Chapter 66 Sharp Sword, Sharp Eyes. Yi-Chin thought it was troublesome to go out for barbecue, so he simply found a barbecue stove at home, where he had all the barbecue ingredients. Li Ainan couldn't help but be shocked when she saw Yi-Chin busying around. This brother-in-law looks like a vase, but I didn't expect he can be both a housewife and a cook. My sister is really lucky. By the way, Xiaoye, can I call you that? You are a few years younger than me. Casual. Yi-Chin was grilling skewers without even looking up. Although he didn't dislike Li Ainan very much, he didn't like her too much either. The main thing was that this person had a very strange feminine aura, which made Yi-Chin feel uneasy. Xiaoyi, I see that you have pretty good grilling skills. How about you teach me a few tricks? Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to grill meat for me every time. Li Ainan stood up and walked to Yi-Chin. He excitedly wanted to have a close contact, but was missed by Yi-Chin's timely turn. Third brother, I'm a person who speaks my mind directly. How can I accomplish what my wife said? Yi-Chin and Li Ainan maintained a safe distance of 3 meters. Her mother's matter? Yes, but you have to give something in exchange. What? Could it be the body? Yi-Chin endured the discomfort and went straight to the point. Oh, Xiaoye, you are such a straightforward person. You are just my type. You speak so honestly. There was a gleam in Li Ainan's eyes, and his gaze lingered on Yi-Chin. Like fencing games? Yi-Chin raised his eyes and looked at Li Ainan's malicious expression, and his heart sank suddenly. You. Xiaoye, you are so straightforward. I am so excited that I can't speak. I am still a little shy now. Li Ainan excitedly dropped the lamb kidney in her hand to the ground, and then took a handful of leeks and handed them to Yi-Chin. Xiaoye, leeks are good. Eat more. They will give you strength. What did my wife's mother steal from the Li family? Why are you all so secretive about it? The corners of Yi-Chin's mouth curled up unconsciously. He knew that the fish was almost hooked. He never thought that one day, Yi-Chin would be reduced to selling his body. And his partner is a man? The things that Luo's mother stole are heirlooms of our Li family, otherwise the ancestor wouldn't be so angry. Li Ainan took a few steps towards Yi-Chin and said with a smile. What heirloom? Tell me about it? It's the Tianqing cup, also known as the vomiting blood cup. I have a photo of it saved in my phone. Xiaoye, take a look. Li Ainan took out her cell phone, opened the photo and handed it to Yi-Chin, preparing to take advantage of him when their fingers touched, but Yi-Chin directly snatched the phone away. Bang! Li Ainan's hand was thrown directly onto the table, which was quite painful, but what hurt even more was his heart. Xiaoyi, why are you so rude? I am only gentle to my wife. Yi-Chin looked at the emerald green glass cup on the screen of his mobile phone and calmly sent the picture to Yi. Xiaoye, you may be a bit rough, but I still like you. By the way, don't underestimate this Tianqing cup. It will turn blood red when it is exposed to cold or heat, so it is also called the vomiting blood cup. This is made of top-grade ancient jade, and can be traced back to the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. This Tianqing lamp is worth over 1 billion in the market, but it is truly a treasure that is priceless and cannot be bought just because you have money. Li Ainan explained in a muttered voice, trying to find an opportunity to get closer to Yi-Chin. But he found that the closer he got, the further the other party retreated. After sending the pictures, Yi-Chin threw the phone to Li Ainan, and then handed him the grilled lamb and pork belly skewers. Third brother, eat more. That way you'll have enough energy to participate in the fencing competition. Isn't there a saying like that? Sharp sword, sharp eyes? Yi-Chin spoke nonsense without thinking. Now that he knew the whole story, all he had to do next was to trust Yi Yi's ability to do things. Li Ainan didn't expect Yi Chen to be so understanding. She was so excited that the lamb skewers fell to the ground. My sword is ready, do you dare to fight back? You are too slow, and I long for a worthy opponent. Yi Chen was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and ordered Yi to look for talent in this area. Perhaps it was because of the barbecue and the wine, Li Ainan's face looked rosy and shiny. He hesitated and came over with a look of grievance. Xiao Yi, you haven't tried it yet, how do you know that my movements are slow? Are you looking down on me? Third brother, you must have misunderstood me. I meant to find someone to play fencing with you. I won't accompany you. Xiao Yi? You have no moral integrity. You are just a throwaway. You. Before Li Ainan could finish her words, she was wrapped in a coarse cloth tent. Yi Chen wrapped Li Ainan in a tent and threw her out. Yi Yi's convertible was still waiting there. Are you ready? Yi Chen looked behind Yi Yi's seat and saw a figure sitting there, who looked vaguely familiar. Yi Yi curled his lips and smiled. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of it. Yi Chen didn't think much about it, since he had already obtained the information he needed. He went to the bathroom and took a cool shower to get rid of all the barbecue smell on his body. By the way, sprinkle some nice-smelling men's perfume on it, and go to see your wife smelling so good. The consequences will definitely be disastrous. Yi Chen thought happily, and knocked on Li Luoluo's door with a few water droplets on his hair. I knocked for a long time before the door was opened. Yi Chen looked at the combination lock and remembered that he seemed to have recorded his fingerprints. I put my hand on the door lock, but it kept showing input failed, locked. Yi Chen felt helpless and aggrieved, and he continued to knock on the door reluctantly. Wife, my sword is only unsheathed for you. Can you please open the door and let me in? Otherwise, even if I have superb swordsmanship, I won't be able to use it. If you don't give it to me, don't even think about coming in today. At this time, Li Luoluo was facing away from the door, pouting angrily. She originally thought that Yi Chen would follow her upstairs, but she didn't expect that he would eat skewers and drink with Li Ainan. Wife, if I tell you that I have a clue about the Tianking's hand, would you like to hear it? As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, the door was opened with a bang. Real? There was surprise in Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes, and her jade fingers gripping the door sill began to turn slightly red because of the slight force. She originally intended to piss Yi Chen off, and didn't really intend to lock him out. But the news that Yi Chen actually had clues about the Tianking's hand was beyond her expectations. Really, honey, when have I ever lied to you? But the premise is, let's play a game, okay? Yi Chen hung his tall body on Li Luoluo's petite body, smelling the familiar fragrance. He felt very satisfied in his heart. What game? Dress-up game. Chapter 67 Wife, wear it for me. Dress-up game? Li Luoluo murmured. Yes, honey, you may have forgotten that there were so many sexy lingerie in the warehouse, and you promised to wear black stockings for me to see. Yi Chen's face was filled with excitement and happiness, and he rubbed his hands eagerly. Ah, you? You're still harboring evil intentions. Li Luoluo blushed and pushed Yi Chen's strong chest muscles with her delicate hands. I didn't dare to look directly into that passionate gaze, as if I would be burned to ashes if I just looked at it. Honey, please just promise me, okay? Look, I've been thinking about you for so long, are you willing to make me feel uncomfortable? Oh. Yi Chen knew that he had an absolute advantage in weight, and he had been exercising diligently recently. He was already almost 75 kilograms. In comparison, Li Luoluo only weighs 46 kilograms, which is simply not worth mentioning under his heavy pressure. Hubby, please get up quickly. I feel a little chest tight and short of breath. Did you eat pig feed? Have you been gaining weight recently? Li Luoluo was so angry that she wanted to bite Yi Chen. She felt like 1,000 pounds were pressing down on her. Yes, it's because my wife's love fed me too much, so my body weight has been increasing recently. I have to thank my wife for contributing an indispensable force to my 8-pack abs. Yi Chen's big hand grasped Li Luoluo's slender waist, then slowly moved upwards. When sliding across the proud 36D, Yi Chen's hand stayed there for a long time. Li Luoluo's face turned red from being pinched. She wanted to knock Yi Chen's hand away but to no avail. Hubby, get up quickly. The door is not closed yet. It would be bad if the children came in. Honey, have you agreed to this? I knew that you love me the most and care about me the most. I am so touched. Yi Chen excitedly hooked the door with his foot and slammed it shut. Then he took out a large plastic bag from his back, which was filled with various kinds of clothes. Li Luoluo half knelt on the ground, looking through the strange clothes in the plastic bag. Her originally tender white earlobes were now red as if they were about to bleed. How do you wear this? It's like wearing nothing at all. They're just some strips of cloth. Honey, do you know what hazy beauty is? In short, hazy beauty is the beauty of artistic conception, the beauty that seems to be there and not there. Yi-Chen smiled evilly. He walked over to Li Luoluo and squatted down. I think this black stocking is pretty nice, and this white lace one, honey, why don't you try them both? Li Luoluo unfolded the two pieces of clothing with disgust, then looked away with her beautiful eyes. Hey, the places where the cloth should be are all hollowed out. I don't even want to wear it. Okay, if you don't want to wear it, I'll give it away. I just don't know which sister I should give it to. Yi-Chen acted like a thoughtful wise man. Husband, do you dare? Although I know you don't dare, you are not allowed to even think about it. Wife, you overestimate your husband's determination. Why shouldn't I dare? Li Luoluo became anxious when she heard this, and immediately turned into a scratching kitten and started scratching Yi-Chen's broad chest. Yi-Chen stood still as a rock, looking at his angry little wife with both anger and amusement, allowing her to tickle him. What's more, he wished to have more bloody scratches on his body, so that he would have another reason to pretend to be weak. You're still mad at me. It's really infuriating. I don't want to play with you anymore. Whoa, go away. Li Luoluo looked at Yi-Chen's leisurely look and she almost cried out of grievance. Ouch, it hurts, I feel like I'm bleeding, it really hurts, oh. Follow your wife's path and leave her with no way to go. Yi-Chen saw the sparkling light in Li Luoluo's eyes, so he just took the initiative and cried out loud. This loud cry was particularly harsh in the silent night. Honey, are you okay? My nails are a little long but they are through the clothes, so I won't break the skin and scratch you. Li Luoluo was extremely surprised, and a look of worry flashed in her beautiful eyes. She was about to lift up Yi-Chen's clothes, but the latter took the initiative and clamped her delicate little hand. Honey, I'm actually hurt and bleeding inside, just give me a kiss and I'll be fine. After Yi-Chen finished speaking, he closed his eyes and waited for the kiss. I'm ignoring you. Even though Li Luoluo knew that Yi-Chen was just playing tricks, she couldn't bear to push him away. It was just a light kiss, but Yi-Chen was attracted by this move. Honey, you have to wear these for me later. You just promised me. Li Luoluo? Li Luoluo was unable to move, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. The night breeze is blowing. Tansen limped out of the hotel suite, tears streaming down his face in pain. Damn, I want to curse. I want to scold Yi-Chen. What to do? Tansen thought for a long time and took out his WeChat account. He had added Yi-Chen on WeChat before. Tansen, I'm %? You, %? Yi-Chen. I wish I could fuck you up. You are, at. Withdraw. After repeated scolding several times, Tansen withdrew all of them. Because he feels that cursing people only gives you a momentary pleasure. When the deep pain comes later, he will be even more miserable. Yi lit a cigarette and handed it to Tansen, who was crying against the wall, and glanced at him with sympathy. You can only blame yourself on your good figure and strong physique, which makes you more suitable for fencing-related entertainment. The boss asked me to find someone randomly, and I couldn't remember who to find at the moment, so you were the first person I thought of. After hearing what Yi said, Tansen suddenly felt that the cigarette in his hand was no longer fragrant. Damn, you should have told me earlier. I thought Yi-Chen had targeted me. If I had known this would happen, I would have called someone over. I am a straight man, and I am so angry that you insulted me like this. Tansen was cursing vigorously, but after seeing the video on Yi's phone, he was speechless. He couldn't beat Yi, and the other party had something on him. Forget it. Just be a good boy. Yi-Chen, who had just won the beauty, heard the ringing of his cell phone and opened it in confusion. It turned out to be a message from Yi, concerning the whereabouts of the Tianking's Han. After seeing the whereabouts of the baby, Yi-Chen couldn't help but sigh. This treasure is really something you can't find after searching for a long time, but it comes to you without any effort. Because it is now in Kaijua's private collection. If Yi hadn't reminded Yi-Chen, this Kaijua was his Aunt Shirkoei's husband. He had forgotten it long ago. It seems that the bottle of potion was not given for free. You come to ask for interest so soon. A faint smile appeared on Yi-Chen's lips. Looking at his delicate wife who was sleeping beside him due to overwork, he suddenly had another inhuman and beastly idea. P.S. The author is taking exams recently, so the updates will be slower than before. Thank you, friends, for reading this and supporting me. Thank you. Love you. Chapter 68, Morning Run with My Wife. The morning was sunny and cloudless. Although Yi-Chen has not yet obtained the dual cultivation manual, he has already benefited a lot from it and found it extremely enjoyable. After putting on his sports gear, Yi-Chen stretched his muscles and bones, and felt that it was necessary to go for a morning jog to exercise his body. Just as he was about to go out, he heard his wife's questioning voice from the big bed behind him. "Hubby, aren't you tired? Going out for a run so early?" Lilualua's beautiful eyes were sleepy, and the dark circles under her eyes made her look a little haggard. Yi-Chen stepped forward and stroked his wife's messy hair with his rough fingers. "Wife, you also know your husband's strength. It's a piece of cake for me to take care of my baby. You're annoying." Lilualua's face turned red with shame, remembering that she had fallen asleep last night out of exhaustion, but had been dragged up by some beast. She gnashed her teeth in hatred. "Take this 10-ingredient pill. It can nourish your yin and yang. It will be good for you." Yi-Chen stretched out his hand, and in his palm lay a dark pill. Seeing Lilualua frowning and swallowing the pill, Yi-Chen smiled with satisfaction. "So baby, just sleep well. I'm going for a morning run. Honey." Yi-Chen leaned over and gave Lilualua a kiss on the forehead, preparing to say goodbye and leave. But his arm was pulled by Lilualua's slender arm. "Hubby, wait for me. I just took a pill and now I feel stronger. I want to go for a morning run with you." Lilualua's beautiful little face regained its former rosy whiteness, and her smile was sweet or salty, which dazzled Yi-Chen for a moment. She got up and went to the cloakroom to get dressed, and soon came out dressed in youthful and beautiful clothes. Lilualua was wearing a white sportswear with tight short sleeves today. The gray collar and cuffs had been delicately trimmed, making her look petite and exquisite. The handsome stand-up collar revealed her beautiful collarbone. The light gray mini sports shorts reveal the white, slender and round thighs, and the pair of white sneakers is simple and elegant. Lilualua, with her hair tied in a single ponytail, has a pretty face without a trace of makeup. Her bare face look can instantly kill all the popular young actresses. It would not be an exaggeration for someone who didn't know her to think she was a high school girl. Yi-Chen was bewildered by her, and deep love was revealed in his starry eyes. "Wife, you are wearing something really showy. It looks great. How else can I match you, a handsome and beautiful peacock?" Yi-Chen leaned over to praise her, then pinched Lilualua's little face, which was full of collagen. The touch was really good. The two flirted for a while and then went out for a morning run. Most of the people doing morning exercises are elderly people. The combination of Yi-Chen and Lilualua, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, is very pleasing to the eye and attracted the attention of many passers-by. Yi-Chen ran quite fast at the beginning, but when he saw his wife behind him always holding her stomach and trying hard to suppress the discomfort on her face, he secretly slowed down his pace. "Hubby, am I a burden to you? Why don't you just ignore me and go for your morning run first?" Lilualua's face flushed red. She pressed her hands on her abdomen, and while suppressing the discomfort, she raised her eyes and begged. "That won't do. We agreed to go jogging together in the morning. How can I leave you alone in the middle of the run?" Yi-Chen stopped and looked at Lilualua worriedly. In fact, through his previous observations of running, he had roughly guessed the reason why Lilualua made mistakes in running. "Wife, actually your running posture is wrong. The first is that when running, you should land on your toes, that is, the forefoot instead of the heel. The second is that running requires the thighs to drive the calves to generate power. When you were running just now, it was your calves that were generating power, so you must be tired. The third is to breathe through your nose when running, not through your mouth." Yi-Chen explained clearly and logically. He explained to Lilualua and gave her instructions on the movements, just like a physical education teacher. The early morning sunlight shone through the gaps between the ginkgo leaves. Lilualua looked at Yi-Chen, who was explaining seriously. She felt that her husband was so handsome at that moment. "Honey, you're awesome. I didn't expect you knew all these running tips so well." Lilualua appreciated it sincerely, and ran a few steps using the method Yi-Chen taught her. She suddenly felt as light as a swallow and felt much more comfortable. "I know a lot about your husband. He's like a jar of old wine with a strong flavor. You need to savor it slowly to appreciate its taste. Yi Chen smiled, and looking at his little wife's fangirl look, he felt a sense of pride in his heart. Stop being so conceited. Hey. Li Luoluo, who was running in front, had just been smiling sweetly, but when she turned around, she sprained her ankle. Her delicate body fell to the side, but fortunately Yi Chen was quick to catch her in his arms. Yi Chen carefully took off Li Luoluo's sneakers and saw the red and swollen spot on the heel, and he felt heartbroken. Let me carry you, honey. I told you not to look ahead when you run. Wow. I was thinking about talking to you. Li Luoluo frowned, her feet were really painful. Yi Chen actually has a way to use acupuncture to temporarily stabilize Li Luoluo's feet, but now a group of old men and women are watching. If he takes out the acupuncture bag from the space to treat her in broad daylight, he will probably become a celebrity in this area. Carrying Li Luoluo on his back, Yi Chen felt the softness of her back like water, and his heart began to ripple slightly. He deliberately stepped lightly on the ground and almost made Li Luoluo fall off his back several times. Hubby, put me down quickly. I'm not a child anymore. I don't want you to carry me on your back. Li Luoluo hit Yi Chen's back with her little fists. She was forced to carry him on her back, and from time to time she bumped into Yi Chen's strong muscles, which made her feel a little painful. Yi Chen was not willing to do that. He carried his little wife on his back and rushed towards the chair under the locust tree where there were not many people around. The 100-meter sprint mode has been activated. Li Luoluo was in so much pain that she burst into tears. She pinched Yi Chen's back with her delicate hands, but it didn't move at all. It was not until Yi Chen put her down that Li Luoluo rubbed her chest with red eyes and glared at Yi Chen angrily. Yi Chen had already taken the opportunity to take out the acupuncture bag from the space, and then pretended to realize it belatedly and slapped his head. Oh honey, I just remembered that I brought this acupuncture bag with me before my morning run. Don't be afraid of the pain, I'll give you a few needles and the swelling will go down quickly. Yi Chen squatted down and comforted her softly. He lifted up Li Luoluo's right heel with heartache and inserted the needle into the acupuncture point. Li Luoluo frowned slightly, and before she could say anything, Yi Chen had already pulled out all the needles in her heel and helped her move her foot bones. It seems like it's really going to be healed so quickly? Li Luoluo was extremely surprised. How could the heart-wrenching pain she had just felt disappear without a trace in an instant? Chapter 69, Acting Bravely. Li Luoluo tried to move her injured foot and found that it didn't hurt at all. The redness and swelling soon disappeared. She looked at the silver needle in Yi Chen's hand in surprise. Hubby, when did you learn this medical skill of acupuncture with silver needles? How come I didn't know you had this skill before? There's a lot more I can do with your husband. Yi Chen pretended to be profound and put away the bag of silver needles, but the next second he immediately broke into a sly smile. Wife, how dare you say you don't know my acupuncture skills? Don't we do this every night? It seems that you don't learn from your mistakes. You really are the type who gets angry when you say you're fat. I hate it. Li Luoluo turned her head away from looking at Yi Chen. She was a little thirsty after running a lap. Yi Chen put away the bag of silver needles, then bought a bottle of mineral water from a roadside stall, unscrewed the lid and handed it to Li Luoluo. While they were drinking water, they heard crying and shouting not far away. Yi Chen looked up and saw a little girl about the same age as his daughter, hanging on a clothesline. Her clothes were being held up by the clothesline and she was in danger of falling at any time. Looking at the height where the girl was, it was clearly as high as a 7-story building. This was a small Western-style house in the street garden. Some passers-by had already taken out their mobile phones to call the police, some were standing around to watch the excitement, and some were quickly taking out their mobile phones to take pictures. Where on earth did the adults in this family go? They can't even take care of such a small child? I see that you are tall and strong, so why don't you just catch this baby downstairs? I think she is in danger of falling at any time. Go ahead if you want to. Do you know the power of falling objects? Even if an egg falls from that height, it can hit your head and make a bump, not to mention that this is just a child. I've called the police. The doll is in danger of falling at any time. Now I just hope the clothesline doesn't break so quickly. Listening to people's chattering, Yi Chen felt his head buzzing. Because of the enhanced observation ability granted by the system, he could observe in detail that the little baby might not last more than a minute before falling down due to the weight of his clothes, and would not survive until the police or fire department came to rescue him. Honey, that child is so pitiful. Before Li Luoluo's voice fell, Yi Chen rushed out. In order to reduce the lethality of falling from a high altitude to the child and reduce the shock absorption, Yi-Chen rushed over and pulled a large quilt that was drying on the sports equipment next to him. The auntie who was hanging the quilt while watching the show noticed that her quilt had been stolen and immediately started screaming. Yi-Chen didn't care about all that. He folded the quilt into a big cotton ball while running, then rushed to the place where the little girl fell and unfolded it. Why are we still standing there? Come on, everyone, help Lei Feng. Yes, there is strength in numbers. Let's pull open the quilt and use it as a spring bed. This man is so manly. I was going to help. You guys just watched the show, how wicked. Several grown men who were watching on the roadside felt ashamed of themselves when they saw Yi-Chen doing this, and they all rushed forward and grabbed a corner of the quilt. Sometimes the herd mentality makes sense, and the herd mentality will work no matter when and where. In fact, Yi-Chen could catch the little girl by himself with his strong physique, but he never expected that so many people would come over to help him. But this is also a good thing. There is strength in numbers, and it can also ensure that the damage to the girl if she falls is minimized. More importantly, Yi-Chen didn't want to expose the fact that he was carrying a system because of his personal heroism. But if he had to choose between saving people and being exposed, Yi-Chen would still choose to save people without regrets. Yi-Chen judged the falling position very accurately and the time was precise. He built a simple spring bed made of a quilt, and then the girl hanging on the clothesline on the 7th floor fell down. Fortunately, the child was very light, the quilt was very thick, and the uncle's arms were strong, so she fell accurately in the center of the quilt and escaped without any danger. There was thunderous applause from the crowd, and everyone was talking about the man who took the lead in rescuing people. At this time, an old man squeezed in from the crowd. He had gray hair and beard and wore thick reading glasses. When he saw that his little granddaughter was safe and sound, Shidashi collapsed on the concrete floor. Sweat poured down his face, his heart beat faster, and he looked like a drowned rat that had just been fished out of the river. Old Chi, don't be so obsessed with painting that you forget about your precious granddaughter. Your son left you this one and only child after his death. You can't put the cart before the horse. At this time, the auntie who was drying the quilts came over and said that she had misunderstood Yi-Chen at first and followed him to chase the quilts. Now she thought about it and felt a little ashamed. Young man, you are a brave man. Are you dating someone? I think this guy is not only handsome, but also has good physical fitness. As the aunt spoke, she looked Yi-Chen up and down, the joy in her eyes was beyond words. Yi-Chen did not respond to the aunt's words, but put the little girl into Chidashi's arms. Uncle, this is your child, right? You can focus on painting, but you also have to pay attention to the child's personal safety. Shidashi stroked his granddaughter's head with his rough hands and cried bitterly. Thank you, young man. You are a living Lei Feng. I just heard that my granddaughter was in trouble and I ran over immediately. I was so scared that my legs went weak. Woo woo woo. If you hadn't taken the lead and acted bravely just now, I would have been sending off my son today. By the way, young man, what's your name? Shidashi cried until his voice was hoarse. My name is Yi-Chen, old man. What I just did was what I should do. I also have 2 daughters who are the same age as your granddaughter. Yi-Chen answered calmly and walked out of the crowd calmly. Li Luoluo looked at Yi-Chen coming out, and trotted up to him like a little fangirl and grabbed his arm. Alexis Ellis stopped not far away, and a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and remaining charm walked out of it. This woman was none other than Li Luoluo's Aunt Shi Kewei. The man that Shi Kewei was supporting was her husband Kaizhua. Hey Mr. Shoye, don't go. Shidashi ran over from behind, holding his granddaughter in his arms, out of breath, and grabbed Yi-Chen's other arm. He didn't have time to thank Yi-Chen. Kaizhua and Shi Kewei looked at Yi-Chen and Li Luoluo, then looked at Shidashi on the other side, and asked in unison. Do you know each other? Chapter 70, It's easy to get. Kaizhua and Shi Kewei looked at Yi-Chen and Li Luoluo, then looked at Shidashi on the other side, and asked in unison. Do you know each other? As soon as Shidashi saw that it was Kaizhua and his wife, he looked unhappy and pulled Yi-Chen back. Brother Xiaoye, you can't leave. The nanny at home cooked delicious food today. You have to try it together. You saved my granddaughter and I haven't thanked you properly yet. As a result, they were stopped by Kaizhua after taking only a few steps. This brother Xiaoyi, should be called Xiaoye's nephew-in-law. Last time, thanks to your potion, I was cured of the root cause of the disease that has troubled me for many years. Kaizhua smiled and tried to get closer. Since you haven't eaten yet, why don't you add a pair of chopsticks and take us with you? Shidashi glanced at Kaijua, and then asked Yi Chen, "Brother Xiaoyi, is this person really your uncle?" Yi Chen smiled innocently, touched his head and nodded. Although it was the first time he saw it, he could guess it. Shidashi, thinking of Yi Chen's life-saving grace, could not lose face and chase him away at this time, even though he disliked Kaijua so much. So a strange situation emerged. Several people entered Shidashi's house in a strange atmosphere, waiting for lunch. But it was clearly only 9:30, and there was still a long time before lunchtime, so a few people sat on the sofa, staring at each other and chatting awkwardly. Yi Chen was thinking, why not take this opportunity to find out about the Tianking's hand? This news came from Yi Yi, it must be true. Although Kaijua looks fat, his shrewd little eyes are full of brilliance, and he doesn't look like the kind of person who is easily fooled. Kaijua's eyes were rolling around at this moment. Ever since he entered the house, he had been inquiring about Shidashi's house. To be more precise, he had been inquiring about the paintings on the walls of Shidashi's house. Shidashi was on guard against Kaijua as if he were a thief, fearing that the other party would steal his treasured paintings when he was not paying attention. Shirkuei was discussing skin care secrets with Li Luoluo. When women get together, their favorite topic to discuss is anti-aging techniques. While Shidashi went to the kitchen to prepare dishes, Yi Chen pulled Kaijua's sleeve and said, "What's the matter, uncle? It seems that you are very interested in Mr. Chi's paintings? Why don't we discuss a deal?" Yi Chen pulled Kaijua to the empty balcony and revealed all his observations. Kaijua looked at Yi Chen in shock, and then asked dully, "Xiaoyi, how did you know that the Tianqing lantern was with me?" "I'll be frank with you, I bought this thing with connections when I was young." Yi Chen smiled and said nothing more, just patted Kaijua on the shoulder. "Uncle, are you interested in making a deal? I mean, I want to exchange Shidashi's painting for this Tianqing lamp. What do you think? It's just a painting, and it's not worth much. This Tianking's hand is the ancestral treasure of the Li family. Why would I agree to you if I were stupid?" Kaijua said with a frown. "Uncle, you are destroying your bridges after crossing them. Just now you were crying and laughing and saying that you wanted to thank me for giving you the medicine. How come you forgot it so quickly?" Yi Chen said coldly. Kaijua said with a fake smile, "My nephew, let's put this aside. The value of the Tianqing lamp is not comparable to that of Shidashi's painting. What if I have to exchange it for your life?" Yi Chen played with the sunflower at hand, with a hint of cruelty in his playfulness. You, what do you mean?" Kaijua suddenly took 2 steps back. The fear on his face did not seem to be pretended, but came from the heart. "Uncle, you may not know that I can tell fortunes. I see that your forehead is dark, and you may be in trouble. Mr. Shidashi's crab picture can help you get through this disaster. It depends on whether you can get it." After Yi Chen finished speaking, he ignored Kaijua. He didn't particularly like this cheap uncle. His temperament was really too uncouth and he was not a good match for Ansher at all. Kaijua looked listless, with a murky and lustful look in his eyes. He was obviously a dishonest person with weak kidney energy. Especially when he was inquiring about Li Luoluo, the greed and desire in his eyes made Yi Chen want to rush up and slap him twice. You, how do you know about my conversation with Feng Shui Master Wang Mingguang? Are you following me and investigating me?" Kaijua shouted in surprise. He stepped forward and pulled Yi Chen's sleeve, his voice trembling slightly. In fact, Wang Mingguang was just a Feng Shui master disguised as Yi Yi, and he was just the first step in defrauding the Tianking's hand. Yi Chen did not expect that he would be able to save Shidashi's granddaughter today by such a coincidence, although Kaijua's visit was deliberately arranged by him. "Why would I follow you? How can someone like me get in touch with a Feng Shui master like Wang Mingguang? I just have my own secret manual. If you don't believe me, forget it." Yi Chen pretended to be nonchalant and shook off Kaijua's fat hand. "The potion you drank was also a secret recipe passed down from my ancestors. Don't you have any idea whether it worked or not?" Kaijua thought about the effect of the potion. All 5 of his little mistresses were pregnant. He was going to have at least 5 children soon. That was no exaggeration. "I believe you. I believe you. But even if this is true, Mr. Shidashi will not sell the crab painting to me." Kaijua showed a disappointed look on his face. He had already looked for Shidashi 3 times. If he hadn't met Yi Chen by chance this time, he wouldn't have had the chance to enter Shidashi's house. "Ha, I have my own way, but you have to give me the Tianqing lamp." Okay. Kaijua firmly believed that Yi Chen's words were true. He should know some fortune-telling secrets. What he said was exactly the same as what feng shui master Wang Mingguang said. After getting the affirmation, Yi Chen went out to find Qi Dashi. Mr. Qi, I like one of your paintings. Do you remember that you said you would give me a reward? Qi Dashi naturally regretted his decision at this time. After all, Kaishua's intentions were known to everyone, and he was Yi Chen's uncle. It was estimated that the painting was most likely a picture of crabs. But when he saw his granddaughter running and playing, he felt that it all seemed worth it. Okay, just tell me what painting you want. Qi Dashi asked. Yi Chen asked for the crab picture without hesitation. When Kaishua wanted to touch the painting impatiently, Yi Chen slapped his hands away fiercely. Kaishua immediately smiled happily and told his assistant to go to the vault at home and bring the Tianqing lantern. Chapter 71 Afternoon. After the meal, the painting was handed over to him while the goods were delivered. Yi Chen quickly got the Li family's supreme treasure, the Tianqing lamp. Of course, all of this was a private deal between Yi Chen and Kaishua, and no one else knew about it. When Yi Chen handed the Tianqing lamp to Li Luoluo, she exclaimed in disbelief. Honey, how did you find it? It was just a meal, and you gave me such a big surprise. I really love you so much. Love is expressed through actions, not words. Honey, your sincerity is too lacking. Yi Chen pushed Li Luoluo down on the car seat with a wicked smile, and then rubbed his face against her tender little face as he pleased. Husband, what are you doing? This is a busy place, and it's afternoon time for students to go to school. Li Luoluo cried out and tried to push the man away, but her strength was not even worth mentioning. It has to be a place with a lot of people. That way it will feel like a stealth. Yi Chen stripped Li Luoluo naked in no time. Looking at the naked person under his body, he felt very proud. Don't worry, this car has an anti-peeping film. People inside can see outside, but people outside can't see inside. Yi Chen looked at his little wife in his arms, who was about to cry with shame, and couldn't bear to tease her any further. The afternoon sun was scorching, and it was even hotter on the black car. Yi Chen was so excited that he didn't have time to turn on the air conditioner. The main reason was that his delicate and lovely wife was too easy to bully and he didn't have time to free up his hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully interacted with your wife and obtained 1,000 evil points. You can now redeem items in the system mall. Yi Chen was startled by the mechanical system sound in his mind. He looked at Li Luoluo, who was sweating profusely, and felt that it was necessary to go to the system mall to find some mineral water. But after looking around the system mall, I found that there was no ordinary mineral water for sale. Seeing the Happy Spirit Spring Water, Yi Chen clicked on the introduction in confusion. Happy Spirit Spring Water, you will feel more joy after drinking it than you can imagine. What the hell? Yi Chen was confused, but he was really thirsty. After all, it was produced by the system, so it shouldn't be a rip-off, so he just bought it. However, this Happy Spirit Spring Water is quite expensive. Yi Chen had to spend 700 evil points to exchange for 2 bottles. After handing a bottle to Li Luoluo, Yi Chen drank another bottle himself. Honey, why does this water taste weird? It tastes like chives? I don't want to drink it. Li Luoluo almost vomited after taking just one sip and refused to drink any more. Yi Chen licked his lips in confusion. He drank too quickly just now and didn't taste the flavor. After my wife reminded me of this, it really does taste like leeks. But no matter what, it's all water. Yi Chen is not like Li Luoluo, who grew up in an environment of luxury. But after drinking the water, Yi Chen felt something was wrong inside his body. He finished the whole bottle, while Li Luoluo only drank a little. The kids are almost done with school. I need to go home. When Li Luoluo found out that something was wrong with Yi Chen, she started crying and hitting him with her little fists. But nothing worked. When the moon is bright and the streets are empty. When Yi Chen drove Li Luoluo home, the latter had already fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Chen looked at the remaining bottle of Happy Spirit Spring Water in the car and threw it into the trash can. Whoever wants to drink can drink it. He was happy, but his wife ignored him because she was crying. At this time, a small figure jumped out from the door. It was the little yellow dog that Yuan adopted. It wagged its tail and approached the trash can. The food at the Li family was very good and plentiful. After only 5 months of eating it, Xiao Huang grew a lot bigger and was much stronger than when he first wandered around. A gust of wind blew, and the happy spring water on the trash can fell over and spilled all over the ground. Xiao Huang, who was used to living a pampered life, didn't want to pay any attention to him. But the fragrance of the happy spirit spring water was too fatal to it, and Xiao Huang couldn't help but lower his head and lick it all clean. Woof woof woof. Xiao Huang finished drinking the water, and in his originally confused eyes, there was a hint of. It ran to Ahua's doghouse, which was the neighbor's puppy. The next morning, Yi Chen went out for a morning run as usual. Li Luolua was in so much pain that she couldn't get out of bed, so she didn't run with him. Seeing Yi Chen passing by, Aunt Zhang's voice next door resounded through the sky. Yi Chen, look at what your dog has done. My Ahua is still young, and your Xiao Huang is here to bully her. The key is that he won't leave no matter how hard you try. Yi Chen glanced at Xiao Huang, who was still working hard, and Ahua, who was being bullied by Xiao Huang, and spread his hands helplessly. Aunt Zhang, this is really a matter of love between a man and a woman. I think it's best not to interfere. Yi Chen, you misunderstood. Ahua is a male dog. If I remember correctly, your Xiao Huang is also a male, right? It seems so. Yi Chen was petrified in embarrassment. He walked forward and grabbed Xiao Huang. But Xiao Huang was very agile and immediately slipped away when he saw his owner coming. Seeing this, Xiao Hua from next door protected Xiao Huang as if he were protecting his own calf and helped him retreat. Aunt Zhang saw this and joined in catching the dog. The scene was very festive for a moment. While Yi Chen was still chasing the dog, his cell phone vibrated in his pocket. When they caught him, they saw that it was Su Ji who had called. This guy usually doesn't contact me on his own initiative. What happened today? After the call was connected, Su Ji's anxious voice came from the other end. Hey brother, are you there? I have something urgent to ask you, come quickly. I'll treat you to a meal. No time. No food. Brother, this is really a big deal. Can you help me chase my wife? I'm sure you can do it. Oh. Yi Chen hung up the phone with a confused look on his face. When Su Ji sent the girl's photo over, Yi Chen was even more shocked. If this isn't Ding Xiaoya, then who is this? When did the two of them get together? Yi Chen immediately sent a message. Yi Chen, Su Ji, you have to be nice to Ding Xiaoya. She is my sister. Su Ji? I know, the problem is that Ding Xiaoya doesn't want me to be responsible for her. It's a headache for me too, okay? Yi Chen, what the hell is going on? Come over here and explain it clearly. If you don't explain it clearly, I will peel off your skin. Su Ji, okay brother, don't worry, I'll come right over here. Don't be angry. There are only a few days left before the exams and holidays. I have been reading and reviewing these days and I am a bit too busy. Please forgive me for the late update. I wish my friend's exam results will be as good as the following sentence. You have a full forehead, a shiny chin, a round chin, and a dragon phoenix auspicious appearance. You are well educated and well mannered. You are exactly the legendary high school student who is on the list of successful candidates. I wish you good luck in the exam. Chapter 72 Cooking for Her. When Su Ji rushed over, Yi Chen was teaching Xiao Huang a lesson. Xiao Huang covered his nose and eyes with his paws, and the wrinkles on his nose were very deep, looking like he was trying to cover up his mistakes. Xiao Huang, I'm telling you something serious. Just go out and have fun. How come you can't even tell the difference between male and female? This is too embarrassing. Woo woo woo. Woof woof woof. Oh my god, you're still talking back to me? You're such a fool. Su Ji watched Yi Chen teaching Xiao Huang a lesson in a serious manner and was a little afraid to step forward. He moved forward slowly and swallowed. Brother Chen, you are a little angry. Are you accusing me of something else? I really didn't mean it. Yi Chen put Xiao Huang down and pointed to the sofa next to him. What? You did something wrong and you're afraid of ghosts knocking on your door? Sit down and talk? Su Ji sat on the sofa trembling with fear, stammering, not knowing where to start. The tea Yi Chen brewed was so hot that it was almost impossible to swallow. Brother Chen, I really didn't mean it. Xiaoya was drunk that day and called you, but she called the wrong number and called me instead. I know you have a sister-in-law, so I can't call you in the middle of the night to ruin your relationship with your sister-in-law. Yi Chen continued to add boiling water into Su Ji's still full cup and looked up. You mean you're sacrificing yourself for the sake of my happy family? That's not what I meant, Brother Hatchin. I really didn't want anything to happen after I went there that day. The key point is that Xiaoya mistook me for you, and then we. Suji wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke hesitantly. Afterwards, I wanted to take responsibility, but she didn't need me to, which made it difficult for me. How should I pursue a girl? I think she is pretty good, pretty, gentle, and has a good figure. Suji was very distressed. Luckily, you're not the kind of ruthless person, otherwise, I'd be the first one to not let you go. Yi Chen touched his heart with relief and heartache, and felt that Suji in front of him looked hateful. But Ding Xiaoya is Uncle Ding's daughter and his godsister. Since this guy is willing to take responsibility, we can discuss it. He walked hesitantly into his room and rummaged through the drawers. After searching for a long time, he came out after collecting a few books. Take a look at these books when you have time. I tell you, Xiaoya is not a superficial person. Sometimes getting a girl's body is not important. What's more important is getting her heart. Yi Chen said as he threw the book to Suji, then went to the yard to water the flowers. Suji opened 101 Ways to Chase Girls and felt a little dizzy when he saw the densely packed steps. But in order to pursue Ding Xiaoya, he must be serious and attentive. Method 1 to chase girls: when you first get in touch with a girl. You can go the emotional route, because most girls are sentimental. You can tell each other about your lives and some interesting things that happened in your childhood. Topics like these are both relaxing and pleasant, and girls will open their emotional doors to you. Way 2 to chase girls: some girls like men who have the ability to control. This does not mean being a male chauvinist, but it means that you should have a certain degree of initiative so that the girl can follow your thoughts during the conversation. Way 3 to chase girls: observe their facial expressions. Watch out for behaviors that may disgust her, such as if you want to sit too close to her. If the girl has little dating experience, she may be disgusted, and you can tell from her facial expression. Way 4 to chase girls: humorous and funny men are most popular with girls. Being humorous and witty does not mean being glib. It does not mean that you should win the favor of girls by being funny. Instead, I hope you can spend a little more time thinking about how to bring them more happiness through humor. Method 5 to chase girls: when chasing girls, we can also use some small routines. There is no need to be too formal or serious. On the contrary, both parties will appear restrained. You can tease girls appropriately and learn how to get along with them harmoniously. Way 6 to chase girls: people are curious. Especially girls, you can talk about each other's views based on something. First of all, you must acknowledge the other person's views instead of blaming them. Suji's eyes were swollen and he went to the garden to look for Yi Chen. Brother Chen, is this the book you used to woo my sister-in-law? I feel like it's obscure and hard to understand. And it doesn't seem to be very practical. Ha, your brother, why should I chase your sister-in-law? I used my personality charm to attract your sister-in-law. Only a fool like you would chase girls and fail. Yi Chen was watering the flowers without looking up at Suji. Suji felt like he had suffered 100 points of damage and left in confusion, holding his aching heart. After sending Suji away, Yi Chen returned to the room to wake Li Luoluo up. It's almost 10 o'clock. Wife, if you don't get up, the sun will be angry. Yi Chen walked into the room carrying milk and bread. Li Luoluo is practicing yoga gracefully on the yoga mat. The sunlight shone on her, outlining her curvaceous figure perfectly. Honey, why did you suddenly want to practice yoga? Isn't this all your fault? If I don't strengthen my physical fitness, I won't have the strength to make love, okay? Li Luoluo glanced at Yi Chen coquettishly. She couldn't refuse every time, so she just enjoyed it. Yi Chen was mesmerized by the charming eyes. He moved closer to Li Luoluo and kissed her gently. Now I finally understand why the ancient kings didn't hold court early in the morning. Li Luoluo was gasping for breath due to his kiss. She pushed and struggled with her hands, but was caught by his big hands and fixed above her head. Honey, I'm hungry. Can you let me eat something first? Li Luoluo's voice had a hint of crying, like a soft and boneless kitten. Yi Chen felt his heart tremble, so he let go of Li Luoluo. Wife, am I too overbearing sometimes? Every time I see you cry, I feel so distressed. You only say you care about me, but your actual actions are merciless. Humph. Li Luoluo ate small bites of pumpkin bread and took a sip of milk. Although this guy is a senior LSP, he is really good to me. Especially cooking, she is very good at it. As Li Luoluo thought about it, her heart was filled with pink bubbles of happiness. Yi Chen felt the beauty in his arms and smiled happily. Chapter 73: What a Trap. Yi Chen felt the beauty in his arms and smiled happily. At this time, the music on Li Luolua's cell phone rang. She turned off the phone in an upset manner, then chewed bread in her mouth, looking unhappy. What's wrong, honey? If anyone makes you unhappy, just tell your husband and I will definitely beat that person to death. You fool, if I say he is my dad, are you going to beat him? Li Luoluo laughed so hard that tears were about to fall out. It's not impossible. Even if I'm your dad, I can't do anything that makes you sad. Yi Chen clenched his fists and vowed. It's just to celebrate Grandpa's birthday. I don't want to go because of my mother's matter. Li Luolua's eyes were complicated and she seemed to be hesitant to speak. She knew Yi Chen was a very pure person, so she didn't want to bring unhappiness to him. Didn't my wife give you the Tianking's hand? As long as you have this treasure, your mother will be included in the family tree for sure. Why don't you go? Yi Chen was anxious. He did so much just to help Li Luoluo fulfill his deceased mother's wish. I'm actually afraid that you'll be wronged when you go back, hubby. Are you really willing to stay with me? Li Luoluo's eyes were a little red. She really cared about Yi Chen's thoughts and feelings. Although you are a good person with courage and wisdom, my relatives are all old-fashioned and only care about matching up with others. If you go there, they will definitely belittle you. It's okay, honey. You have to believe in your husband's ability. I gave birth to 2 lovely daughters with 1 shot. These are all proof of my strength. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. Hate. The 2 of them kissed and expressed their love for a long time. On the other side, Lin Feng's situation was not so good. He knelt on the durian and grimaced in pain. How could you do this, husband? I'm already 5 months pregnant, and I still have to clean up your mess. Shi Linghui was holding a clothesline with her bulging belly. Lin Feng said bitterly with tears streaming down his face, Wife, I really want to make some achievements this time to show my parents-in-law and your relatives. I really put my heart into making this product. Lin Feng recently opened an online maternal and infant store, which mainly sells maternal and infant products through the WeChat mini program. He invested 10 million yuan, but the returns were dismal, which made Shi Linghui very annoyed. Originally, Shi's father and mother disliked this idle son-in-law. Shi Linghui took out all the money she had saved for more than 20 years just to help her husband develop a new business. Who knew that there would be such a tragic ending? Lin Feng looked at his wife's disappointed expression and he also pulled his hair in pain. Honey, trust me. Give me another 2 months. Just give me another 2 months. I will definitely make this app a big hit. Lin Feng, don't even try. You're not cut out for business. I'm so disappointed in you. Lin Feng watched Shi Linghui walk away after saying this, and his heart felt as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He turned on his cell phone and called Yi Chen, as if apart from this buddy, he had no other friends to talk to. Yi Chen's phone happened to be out of battery, so he turned it off and threw it in the corner. Lin Feng was left alone drinking bitterly. He felt deeply sad. His wife didn't love him, his friends ignored him, and his elders despised him. There are still 3 months left before my 3-year period. What should I do in the future? Lin Feng drove to the bar to get drunk. He didn't want to think about anything else now, he just wanted to get drunk. When he was drunk and blurry, he saw a weak, pitiful, and helpless woman being bullied, so he rose up and rushed up to beat up the group of thugs. Then he was brought back to the room by the woman in a daze, and everything that happened next is self-evident. When Lin Feng woke up, he found out that he had been set up. Everything happened so suddenly that he was unable to react. The bearded leader crossed his legs and looked at Lin Feng, who was tied up, pointed at the mess on the bed and asked, "What's wrong with you? You dare to sleep with my girl? You are really too bold. 100,000 a night. Otherwise I will send your video out." Don't send it, my brother has money, give me my phone." Lin Feng felt like his brain was about to explode, and the first thing he thought of was to find Yi Chen. After all, his wife is still pregnant. If she knew that he was cheating on her at this time, there would be endless troubles. Even if he was framed by someone. If he hadn't lost money in business, he wouldn't be so poor that he couldn't even take out 100,000 yuan. After Yi Chen received Lin Feng's call at this point, he rushed over without saying a word. The bearded man saw Yi Chen coming over and asked with a smile, "Brother, have you brought the money? Hand over the money and the person at the same time." Yi Chen glanced at the woman next to him with a playful look in his eyes. That pair of A was just an ordinary airport bra. Then he laughed. This airport alone is worth 100,000? Lin Feng, you are really blind. Do you have money? If you don't have money, don't compete. You talk too much, kid, be careful not to twist your tongue. Damn, you dare to say that my girlfriend is not pretty. The woman next to the bearded man's chest heaved up and down with anger, and the bearded man was so angry that he turned the wrench in his hand. Why don't you ask your brother how beastly he was last night? He abused my girlfriend so badly. Lin Feng shook his head in frustration and said, Brother Yi, lend me the money first, and I will pay you back in 2 months. Yi Chen shook his head, I don't have any money, how can I lend it to you? Lin Feng was speechless with shock. Oh my god. This stinky little brother doesn't have any money and is still talking nonsense here. Damn it, brothers, come on. The bearded man's eyes were about to burst, and he just waved his hands. A group of younger brothers rushed forward upon hearing the order, but were kicked to the ground by Yi Chen. The movement was so smooth and flowing, as smooth as Dove chocolate. The younger brothers were beaten to the ground, crying and wailing everywhere. The bearded man became anxious and grabbed Lin Feng, who was tied up next to him, and put a knife to his neck. I told you not to come over here. Otherwise your friend's life will be lost. It's up to you. He's so unfaithful to my sister, why should I protect him? I wish the blade in your hand was sharper. Yi Chen smiled playfully, completely ignoring Lin Feng's shocked eyes. Although Lin Feng was shocked by Yi Chen's attitude, he was not stupid. After their eye contact, he knew that Yi Chen had some intention. The bearded man became anxious and moved his knife-holding hand downwards. You are so freaking tolerant. Even if your brother is sorry for your sister, aren't you afraid that I will make him a eunuch? I don't care. Anyway, my sister is pregnant with twins. It's okay if you cut off the cesarean section. Yi Chen spread out his hands and said indifferently. The bearded man was so angry that his hand holding the knife was shaking. You forced me to do this. Lin Feng looked at the blade moving downwards and began to lose his composure. Chapter 74. Let's go together. Lin Feng looked at the blade moving downwards and began to lose his composure. If I were to get stabbed with this knife, my happiness for the rest of my life would be ruined. It's not like we don't have money, let's see who can rob the other. Yi Chen took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and threw them behind him. The sky was filled with banknotes falling down one after another, giving the visual effect of flowers scattering from the sky. The subordinates who had just been lying on the ground and groaning in pain seemed to be revived at this moment. They all got up and rushed towards the banknotes, each of them with a bruised face and swollen nose as they scrambled for them. The bearded man lost his composure and yelled, You little bastard, if you have money, why don't you tell us earlier? You are teasing us. Hey, I have money but I don't want to give it to you. I just want to play with it. Yi Chen said with a playful smile. Stop snatching them away, leave some for me. They're all mine. After he finished speaking, the bearded man ignored Lin Feng and rushed directly into the crowd of people who were trying to grab money. After being untied, Lin Feng glared at Yi Chen in dissatisfaction. Brother Yi, why didn't you spend your money earlier? Do you know that if that knife had landed just now, I would have been dead? Yi Chen angrily retorted, They wanted 100,000, and I just threw in 10,000, because you are only worth this price. Lin Feng followed Yi Chen with grievance, and said with a sad face, Brother Yi, you misunderstood me. I really didn't do anything to let Shi Linghui down. I was just cheating physically, but my soul is clean. Bah, that's not called physical infidelity, right? I was set up by someone yesterday, okay? Lin Feng followed Yi Chen happily. Yi Chen stopped and Lin Feng suddenly bumped into his strong back. You called me yesterday while my phone was on? Yi Chen turned around with a suspicious look in his eyes. Brother Yi, I was going to tell you about this. My investment in the maternal and infant products company failed, and my wife is now mad at me because of this. Lin Feng said desperately, then bowed, Brother Yi, please keep this matter a secret for me today. Linghui is already angry with me, if she knows about this, it will just add fuel to the fire. Yi Chen had already walked to the parking lot. He frowned and looked at Lin Feng, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. I'm too lazy to tell you about this. After all, your wife is pregnant. But if she finds out one day, you can blame yourself for being lustful, brother. When Lin Feng heard Yi Chen say this, the clouds on his face seemed to be dripping with water, and he began to feel dizzy. He truly loved Shi Linghui, and what happened yesterday was a setup he had no choice but to do. Just as Yi Chen was about to open the car door and get in, a few whispers were heard not far away. Boss, is that guy standing over there Lin Feng? He owes us 5 million in loan sharking and he actually came to this kind of entertainment venue to pick up girls. Boss, do you want to beat him up? A young man in blue pointed at where Lin Feng was standing and asked the big boss next to him. The big boss threw his unfinished cigar on the ground, then stomped it out with his foot. He waved his finger with a twist of his mouth in anger. Then go ahead, brothers, teach him a lesson. I heard that he is the son-in-law of the Sher family, how could he be without money? The brothers behind the big guy rushed forward. Although there were only 6 or 7 of them, each of them had a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, and their fighting poses were perfectly positioned. Lin Feng glanced at Yi Chen behind him with resentment, and then hesitantly said, Brother Yi, why don't you help me to the end? I have been cursed recently, and my strength has not yet fully recovered. Can you help me deal with it? Yi Chen frowned. This Lin Feng doesn't look like a dragon king at all. Is there something wrong with the information provided by the system? Brother, you can't push all the problems onto me, right? First of all, I'm not your bodyguard, and secondly, you have to act like a man. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at Lin Feng with disdain, feeling really disappointed with him. The big guy's younger brothers gathered around and looked at the pair of brothers in distress as if they were watching a show. Do you really think that our Qinglong gang is vegetarian? You two think you can defeat the 7 great Vajras in our gang? The little brother in blue clothes laughed evilly a few times, then rushed up directly with the Wolf King club in hand. Lin Feng was just about to fight back. He was not the kind of person who would just sit there and wait to die. Although one punch could not defeat 4 hands, he still had to have some resistance spirit. Yi Chen took the lead and rushed forward, kicking the leader in blue clothes away, then posed like brother tongue to tease the others. If you want to go, come together so as not to waste everyone's time. You are just a rookie brat, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of our Qinglong gang. I was just careless and underestimated the enemy just now. The big guy was shocked by Yi Chen's smooth leg skills, but at the same time he was very angry at Yi Chen's arrogance. Lonnie rolled on the ground holding his legs. He couldn't even smile along. His teeth ached and he began to tremble. The big guy was so angry when he saw his right-hand man being bullied by Yi Chen like this that his chest ached. He tore his vest to pieces, revealing his hairy chest. Damn it! My little brother was seriously injured today. If you don't kowtow to my little brother and apologize today, don't even think about leaving here alive. I don't plan to let you go. Yi Chen also took off his white shirt, revealing his strong bronze chest. You asked for it, kid. The big guy is a head taller than Yi Chen, he is 2 meters 1, so in his eyes Yi Chen is as pitiful as an ant who doesn't know his own limitations. The big guy rushed forward savagely, but found that Yi Chen was not moved at all. Just when the two were about to collide with each other, Yi Chen turned around and jumped at high speed, grabbed the trapped steel pipe with his hand, and directly escaped the big guy's attack. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be so agile. Yi Chen ignored him. It was the first time that the big guy was looked down upon by his opponent in public, so he was filled with rage and started to make brutal charges one after another, attacking fiercely in the direction of Yi Chen. The big guy expected that if he did it too many times, the opponent would be unable to defend himself. However, he never thought that Yi Chen was only wasting his energy by doing this. When the big guy was tired, he could easily defeat him with just a little effort. Boss, do you want us to join you? Some of the brothers who were watching couldn't stand it anymore. Ever since Lan Yi's leg was broken by Yi Chen, the Qinglong gang had been on edge. Chapter 75 Qinglong Gang. Some of the brothers who were watching couldn't stand it anymore. Ever since Lan Yi's leg was broken by Yi Chen, the Qinglong gang had been on edge. If any of you dare to rush up to help, I will peel off the skin of that person first when I get back. Don't I have any dignity? The big guy was very pissed off by his own brothers. He had never lost to anyone in a one-on-one fight, so he became the third in command of the Qinglong gang. Looking at the eyes of his brothers behind him, which were full of worry and nervousness about him, the big guy felt that his life was being questioned. With his blood boiling, the big guy charged forward with greater and greater force, each of his moves intended to kill him, but Yi Chen managed to avert the danger one by one. At the same time, in a monitoring room, a man wearing sunglasses was watching the live broadcast of the fight. His name is Li Yifan, and he is the boss of the Qinglong gang. He looks gentle, but has a villainous temperament. The reason why Li Yifan became the leader of the Qinglong gang was because of his intelligence, strategy and ability to use people. He is the manipulator of the chess game, and the Qinglong gang is just a chess piece he plays in the Magic City. Who is this person? I want all his information within 1 minute. Li Yifan pressed the frame of his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled. It was obvious that he was very interested in Yi Chen. Just like a bloodthirsty bat finding fresh blood, the light in his eyes grew deeper and deeper. After a while, the assistant beside him brought over a document. Master, this man is Yi Chen, the son-in-law of the Li family, and almost an unknown son-in-law. Interesting. Very interesting. Send more people over there, gather all the experts nearby, and test this kid's abilities for me. Yes, Master Chief. The assistant faced Li Yifan and retreated out the door reverently. However, Yi Chen did not know that his outstanding performance had attracted the attention of the Qinglong gang. He didn't want to kill the other party, after all, he had no blood feud with him. You all came here, what's going on? Get out of here, I've already said it, this man is mine. When the big guy saw the 10 masters coming from a distance, his eyes turned bloodshot and he roared angrily. This is what the chief leader meant. After one of the top 10 masters said this, 10 people immediately formed a formation and rushed towards Yi Chen waving their weapons. Lin Feng was hiding behind a car and was so scared that he could hardly open his eyes. He had the urge to slap himself in the face. If today's disaster had not been caused by him, Yi Chen would not have been in such great danger. Damn it, let us die together. Even though I haven't transformed into a butterfly yet, and there are only 3 short months left before the 3-year deadline, I can't let my brother die here. After Lin Feng muttered to himself, he immediately took off his coat and rushed forward. Just when he rushed forward and wanted to block Yi Chen had already taken out 10 silver needles from his sleeves and threw them out at lightning speed. After all, the other side has more people and more power, and Yi Chen is not stupid. This is a group fight, and his use of hints at this time is not considered as a hidden weapon to hurt people. The 10 great masters fell down as each needle pierced into their Shangqing acupoints, rendering them completely unable to move. The big guy was trying his best to persuade his fellow disciples not to mobilize so many troops and not to fight with so many people against so few in such a bloody and violent way. But before he could finish his words, he was stunned by the dramatic scene before him. It turns out that the clown is himself? Damn, this Yi Chen actually held back when fighting with him. Oh my god. Where the hell are you from? What the hell is that hidden weapon flying? The big guy exclaimed, and then looked at Yi Chen with a hint of complexity and emotion in his eyes. When you were dealing with me just now, you could clearly use this hidden weapon, but you never used it. I respect you as a real man. It's not that I, Brother Yi, don't want to use it, it's just that you are not qualified. Lin Feng helped Yi Chen explain the answer, but was also frightened by Yi Chen's move. The big guy choked with anger. He was really embarrassed today. After all, the top 10 masters were all cultivators. Within a minute, they had used their true energy to force back the silver needle that Yi Chen had inserted. Brothers, keep going. Be careful this time, don't use this guy's hidden weapon too hard. Just when the top 10 masters were preparing to attack with all their might once again, a soft voice stopped the farce from escalating. Li Yifan was turning 2 walnuts in his hands as people swarmed over from the safe intersection. Stop fighting, we are all family, fighting will only hurt the harmony. Chief Commander! Chief Commander! Chief Commander! All of a sudden, the brothers of the Qinglong gang stood up solemnly, and each of them looked at the seemingly weak Li Yifan with respect and seriousness. Li Yifan looked at Yi Chen with sharp eyes. His appreciation for talent was self-evident, and it was accompanied by a strong interest. Boy, I know your name is Yi Chen. I will give you 2 choices, one is to marry my sister as my brother-in-law, and the other is to kill him and take over the position of the 3rd in command of the Qinglong gang. When the big guy heard what Li Yifan said, he was so scared that he dared not breathe and fell to his knees on the ground. What if I don't choose either of these 2? Yi Chen looked at Li Yifan jokingly, then pulled Lin Feng up and prepared to get in the car. You have no choice. Because you are Yi Liang's son. You know my dad? Yi Chen was surprised. Yi Liang was his father, who was hit and killed by a car when he was 5 years old. For all these years, what he longed for most was the deep yet missing fatherly love. Not only do I know your father, I also know that he was deliberately murdered. If you want to know the next step, you must follow my instructions. Okay, let's make a deal. I choose the second one, but I won't kill anyone. There was a dangerous look in Yi Chen's eyes as he looked at the big guy kneeling over there. If you don't kill him, his brothers won't submit to you. Are you sure? Li Yifan showed the smile of an old fox. Sure. Yi Chen replied calmly. Okay, I respect you. From today on, Yi Chen will be the 3rd in command of our Qinglong gang. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked, and their eyes looking at Yi Chen changed from contempt to respect. This young man with no talent for talking could actually win the appreciation of the leader of the Qinglong gang, who even gave up his seat as the third leader. It seems that this young man is not simple. After all, the position of the third in command of the Qinglong gang was previously carefully selected from among the coaches with decades of gang experience, let alone someone who was randomly parachuted in. Yi Chen looked at Li Yifan with a smile. He was not very surprised by the result, but he could not refuse it. Chapter 76, Joining the Qinglong Gang. The big guy was called Hu Haisen. He wondered privately, but didn't dare to ask Yi Chen why he didn't pull out this strong thorn in his body. Finally, after a Qinglong gang gathering, he mustered up the courage to approach Yi Chen. "Brother Yi, I am your strong rival now. Do you really not want to root out the problem? Keep me." Yi Chen glanced at Hu Haisen lazily and took a puff of his cigarette. "If you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. It's easy to kill you, Hu Haisen, but how easy is it to kill hundreds of your brothers? I'm new to the Qinglong gang, and if I start killing people without restraint, I'll narrow my own path." Hu Haisen has been in the Qinglong gang for about 7 or 8 years, and during these 7 or 8 years, there are at least hundreds of brothers following him in the gang. Hu Haisen took the huazi handed to him by Yi Chen in surprise. His hands were shaking and his heart could not calm down for a long time. He always thought that Yi Chen was just a martial arts expert, but he didn't expect that this person would be so thoughtful. It would be fine if he had deep thoughts, but the key point was that Yi Chen would actually speak out his inner thoughts so directly. "If you are a coward, why do you still stay in the Qinglong gang?" "Of course I will not leave the Qinglong gang, because it is where I made my fortune, where my brothers and youth are." You used to be the third in command of the Qinglong gang. The 3 chief managers of the Qinglong gang each have their own duties, and each person has different responsibilities. What can you say? Yi Chen blew out a smoke ring, his eyes full of teasing and awareness. Hu Haisen felt that the heart disease that had troubled him for a long time was suddenly cured, and his face turned red with excitement. The leader of the Qinglong gang is in charge of strategy. He is like the strongest brain, responsible for the development planning and interpersonal relationships of the entire gang. It can be said that he is in charge of all the plans. The second in command is responsible for making money through business. The gang cannot just rely on burning, killing and looting to maintain normal operations. It must have its own way of making money in private. The third boss is responsible for physical defense and seems to be the most brainless, because as long as you can fight well, this position can be changed frequently. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Chen embarrassedly, and then smoked heavily. Although Hu Haisen looks tall and strong, with big breasts and no brains, he also knows the operating rules of the gang. Yi Chen stood on tiptoe and patted Hu Haisen on the head with an expression that showed he was a teachable kid. "Xiao Hu, since you know that, that's great. If the third leader of the Qinglong gang wants to stay in power, he has to subdue people with force. But force alone is not enough, although I think I can use force." Hu Haisen smiled naively, looking flattered. He obediently lowered his head to let Yi Chen stroke his sparse hair. "Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to be so approachable. You are willing to share these heartfelt words with me. I used to judge you by my own standards. I am such a jerk." Hu Haisen was moved somewhere in his heart, and he couldn't help but slap himself a few times while crying with gratitude. Yi Chen grabbed Hu Haisen's hand and said with a smile, "Ignorance is not a crime. You didn't know who I was before, so it's normal to think these things. It's good that you know now." After Yi Chen finished saying this, he smiled and pointed at the members of the Qinglong gang who were still partying and partying. "Let's go drink." "Okay, Brother Yi." With tears in his eyes, Hu Haisen followed Yi Chen and staggered in again. Yi Chen drank the wine and walked inside. When turning a corner, he bumped into a pretty figure, and the wine glass tilted, spilling all the wine. This graceful figure was none other than Li Yifan's sister Li Meilin. Li Meilin is pure and beautiful, like a lotus flower that emerges from the mud without being stained. She is beautiful, but she also has a very proud temper, just like a young lady from a wealthy family. "You spilled wine on me and didn't even apologize." "Sorry." Yi Chen raised his eyes and glanced, then replied calmly. "You showed no sincerity when you apologized. Are you just being fake? My skirt is the latest model from Prada. You stained it, and you apologize in such a vague way?" Li Meilin refused to give in and reached out to grab Yi Chen's arm, preventing him from leaving. "How much is it? I'll accompany you." Yi Chen rolled his eyes in disdain. He shook off Li Meilian's hold with all his strength, then took out a check from his pocket, wrote a number on it and threw it to the other party. This was the first time that Li Meilian had suffered such humiliation. After all, she was Li Yifan's sister and the one and only little princess in the Qinglong gang. Ha, are you not wearing your ears? I told you this is a new Prada model, it's limited. It's not something you can buy just because you have money. Besides, I don't need your money. After tearing the invoice in her hand into pieces, Li Meilian scattered all the scraps of paper on Yi Chen's face. She stared at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes and her chest heaving violently. What's your name? Are you new here? Don't you know who I am? Yi Chen wiped his face, which felt a little itchy from being scratched by the pieces of paper. He looked at Li Meilian with his eyes slanted. You are beautiful, but you have a bad temper. Women like you may not be able to get married. Yi Chen has always felt that men should not hit women, otherwise he would have punched her long ago. Li Meilian was so angry that she was about to explode. She was the focus of everyone's attention in the Qinglong gang and the dream lover of all the brothers in the gang except her brother. You are a tasteless, talkative, and scoundrel. What's the point of having a good-looking appearance? You don't deserve to have a wife. You may be greatly disappointed. My 2 daughters are old enough to help with cooking. Yi Chen smiled. In fact, he could tell from Li Meilian's eyes and eyebrows that she looked a bit similar to Li Yifan. Plus, Li Yifan had said before that he would marry his sister to him, so he basically guessed who the woman in front of him was. Seeing Yi Chen was about to leave with disdain, Li Meilian looked down at the wet spot on her clothes, and she was so angry that her teeth were itching. She stepped forward and grabbed Yi Chen's arm. I didn't ask you to leave, so you can't leave. Brother, look at this person bullying me. Li Meilian shouted with sharp eyes, seeing Li Yifan walking out of the box not far away. Li Yifan walked out surrounded by the crowd. His face was a little red because he had drunk some wine. Seeing Li Meilian pulling with Yi Chen, Li Yifan smiled and curled the corners of his mouth. His smile was a little mysterious. Brother Yi, why are you attracted to my sister again so soon? Li Yifan walked towards the 2 of them with a smile, and after taking a closer look, he found that they did look like a couple. Brother, what are you talking about? You 2 know each other? Li Meilian left Yi Chen behind and trotted to Li Yifan's side. She tilted her head coquettishly and asked in disbelief. Of course I know him. Meilian, this brother Yi is the new 3rd leader of the Qinglong gang. He is my brother's right-hand man. Don't be rude. There was a hint of pampering in Li Yifan's stern voice. Li Meilian was dumbfounded. Chapter 77 Rub my husband's back. Li Meilian looked at Yi Chen again in astonishment, then pouted angrily and said, Brother, even if you are the 3rd in command, you can't let this despicable guy bully your sister. He just flirted with me and wanted to do something inappropriate to me. Li Meilian had tears in her eyes and her voice began to sob. She shook Li Yifan's arm coquettishly, acting like a little bird. Yi Chen rubbed his brows and felt a headache. He should never have offended this little ancestor. Li Yifan looked at his sister, then looked at Yi Chen who was standing beside him with a helpless look on his face and said with a smile. Brother Yi, you have to slowly get used to my sister's temper. Sometimes she likes to make trouble unreasonably, but I believe she will be more restrained after you 2 are together. Li Yifan's words were like a stone that stirred up a huge wave, worrying everyone present. Yi Chen and Li Meilian were even more stunned after hearing this. Li Meilian stomped her feet and angrily threw away Li Yifan's arm, with an expression of disbelief and hurt. Brother, have you drunk too much and your brain is not clear? You want to marry your own sister to this man? I don't even know him, and I don't like him. Sister, you don't know. I told Brother Yi this afternoon that I would let you be his wife, but Brother Yi didn't want to. Li Yifan said with a look of great pity. After hearing this, Li Meilian became even more speechless. She took a few steps back and looked at Li Yifan with a serious expression. Brother! I thought I would always be your little cotton-padded jacket, but I didn't expect you would use me, your own sister, as a bargaining chip to win your heart. After saying this, Li Meilian covered her face and ran away. She finally saw through people's hearts today. Li Yifan shook his head helplessly and put his arm around Yi Chen's shoulders. My sister is good in every way, except that she has a poor eye for people and I spoiled her temper. Seriously, Brother Yi, don't you want to consider it? My sister is pretty, with big breasts, a thin waist and a nice butt. Women like this are the best for giving birth. Yi Chen was smoking and almost coughed up tears when he heard Li Yifan say this. Ahem. Brother, I suspect this girl is not your biological sister ahem. He, the elder brother who loves his younger sister will plan for her in the long run. Li Yifan stopped talking, snatched the cigarette but from Yi Chen's hand and took a deep puff. Brother, let me be honest with you. I'm already married and have a wife and children, so don't try to match them up blindly, otherwise you'll end up wasting your girl. Yi Chen felt that if he didn't reveal his cards, Li Yifan would go crazy. I think it's okay. A real man has many wives and concubines. As a man, I know this very well. As long as you are sincere to my sister, it's fine. Brother, I think this wine is good. Can you give me a few bottles? Li Yifan's words were really shocking, so Yi Chen chose to change the subject, otherwise he would be corrupted from the root sooner or later. When Yi Chen finished drinking and came back, Lin Feng was still waiting in the car. He smelled the alcohol on Yi Chen's body and widened his eyes in disbelief. Oh my god, Brother Yi, did you really become the third in command of the Qinglong gang? It was just a matter of fighting? What? Don't worship me. I'm just a legend. Yi Chen patted Lin Feng's face and continued. I'll find you a technician for your maternal and childcare company. If you need help, the Qinglong gang will also provide one. Just do your job with peace of mind. Brother Yi, whoa, you are so kind to me. I am so touched. Lin Feng cried so hard that tears welled up in his eyes. God knows how long he waited for Yi Chen in the car. He thought that the Qinglong gang was a hangmen banquet, that Yi Chen would never come back, and that he had lost a close friend. He even thought that when the 3-year period was up, the first thing he would do was to avenge Yi Chen and spill blood on the Qinglong gang. Okay, grown man, you're crying like a woman, stop wiping your tears and snot on my car. Yi Chen was extremely disgusted. If he didn't want to emulate Lu Buwei and make the most of his valuables, there would be no need for him to pay so much. But to be fair, Yi Chen felt that Lin Feng was a pleasant person to get along with, except that he didn't seem to have much ability. When Yi Chen returned home, Li Luoluo saw Yi Chen who was drunk, and she felt distressed and angry. Where have you been? You haven't come back for so long. Do you know that if you don't come home, I will call the police? Wife, I, Yi Chen, am willing to be your slave, all you have to do is give me sex. Yi Chen was acting crazy while being slightly tipsy. He leaned his body against Li Luoluo's delicate body. You're being so dishonest again. Go take a shower, you stink of alcohol. Honey, please rub my back for me, or I won't take a shower. Yi Chen pouted and asked for a kiss coquettishly. You are an adult, go wash it yourself. You are not a child anymore. Besides, I am not a babysitter. Li Luoluo pushed Yi Chen hard with her little hands to prevent his alcohol from spraying on her face. Okay, since my wife dislikes me, I'll ask Taozi to help me take a bath. She is the youngest nanny in our family. How dare you? How about I help you wash it? Li Luoluo said bitterly, and pinched the soft flesh on Yi Chen's waist, causing the latter to grimace in pain. When the large sink in the bathroom was filled with water, Yi Chen got in to take a bath. The misty water vapor made his strong and handsome features look dreamy and hazy. Li Luoluo half squatted down to rub Yi Chen's back, then said with a thoughtful look. Hubby, are we really going to attend our ancestor's birthday party the day after tomorrow? The Tianqing lantern has been found. What are you still worried about, wife? Yi Chen asked in confusion as he enjoyed the back rub. I'm afraid that those gossiping relatives at home will cause trouble for you. In fact, as long as the two of us live a good life, it doesn't matter to others. Don't let your imagination run wild, honey. No matter what happens, your husband will always be there to support you. Yi Chen closed his eyes comfortably, feeling Li Luoluo's soft and boneless little hands wandering on his back. Hubby, no matter what those people say or do, you must believe that I always love you. Li Luoluo said emotionally. Yi Chen patted Li Luoluo's small hand with his big hand. Since my wife is so devoted to you, why don't we take a bath together? I don't want it. Li Luoluo said and wanted to throw away the bath cloth. As a result, Yi Chen was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Li Luoluo's little hand and pulled her into his arms. Suddenly, water splashed in the sink, making the bathroom floor tiles wet. Honey, I'm good at pushing breasts, and I feel it's necessary to give you a physical therapy. Yi Chen said with a wicked smile. Chapter 78, Good Wine Was Burned. Li Family. Li Tianguan was thinking about the Lai Matai he took from Yi Chen's house last time. He was reluctant to drink it and had kept it in the wine cabinet. Today, Li Tianguan received a call from Li Luoluo. saying that he would come to attend the birthday party of Mr. Lee in a few days. Naturally, he was very happy. He planned to drink this lime Thai today. Bi-Juan? What delicious food did you cook today? I remember you said before that you would make me pig's head. Lee Tianguang walked in from outside with a flushed face and called out loudly to his 11th wife. It is well known that Yao Bi-Juan is Lee Tianguang's concubine. She is more than 30 years younger than him, and is only about 32 or 33 this year. She can be said to be a typical old man and young wife. Hubby, even if you didn't tell me, I've already prepared everything. Today I'm going to make you braised pig's head. We'll have a nice drink together later. Hearing Lee Tianguang shout, Yao Bi-Juan came out of the kitchen wearing an apron and glared at her husband seductively. She had wanted to have a child for a long time. As long as she and Lee Tianguang had a son or daughter, she would be able to gain status as a mother, and there wouldn't be so many younger generations in the Lee family who looked down on her. My dear wife, I have been busy with official duties these days and have neglected you. Today we must stay up all night. Lee Tianguang looked up and down at his wife, who was younger than most of his sons. It was said that men were like wolves at 40, so this woman must be like a tiger at 30. Yao Bi-Juan has a pretty face, a plump figure, and fair skin. She looks like a girl in her 20s. You're so annoying. You always make a lot of noise but don't do anything. Then you say you're tired and sleepy and don't have the energy to play with me. But I also cooked bullwhip soup today, so you have to drink 2 more bowls when the time comes. Lee Tianguang was immediately alerted after hearing this, and there was a hint of enthusiasm in his eyes when he looked at Yao Bi-Juan. My wife's cooking is delicious. She spent so much effort to prepare it for me. I must eat more. But what I want more is to eat you, ha ha ha. Oh, honey, although tofu is delicious, you can't be impatient. Otherwise, why is there a saying that you can't eat hot tofu if you're impatient? Wait for me to serve all the dishes first. Yao Bi-Juan slapped away Lee Tianguang's big hand that was pinching her butt, and then walked towards the kitchen gracefully. Even though Lee Tianguang has seen countless women, he still thinks that mature women like Yao Bi-Juan are more attractive. They are mature and sensible in all aspects, and are willing to humble themselves. He rubbed his swollen temples, straightened his clothes, put on his dinner outfit, and then walked to the wine cabinet, ready to take out the bottle of lime Thai that Yi Chen gave him. But after searching up and down twice, Lee Tianguang still couldn't find the bottle of lime Thai. He suddenly broke out in a sweat and his back felt cold. It shouldn't be here. It should be on the 2nd floor. How could it be gone? Lee Tianguang smoothed his hair dejectedly. You know, ever since he brought back the open lime Thai last time, he hadn't been willing to drink another sip. He originally planned to take out lime Thai the next time he asked Yi Chen to drink together, so that he could take the opportunity to ask Yi Chen for another bottle or 2 of lime Thai. However, he had asked Yi Chen for several days, but the other party said he was too busy to come. Bi-Juan, I put the lime Thai I brought back half a month ago in the wine cabinet. How come I can't find it now? Did you touch my wine? Lee Tianguang's voice began to sound unconfident and irritable. He had been longing for these few sips of old wine these days, but it took him a long time to make up his mind to drink it. Lime Mao Tai? What kind of wine are you talking about, husband? Is Mao Tai the same as Mao Tai? There is also lime Mao Tai? Yao Bi-Juan came over gracefully carrying the food, blinking her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion. Just now, while entering the kitchen, Yao Bi-Juan deliberately untied her apron, revealing the clothes with very little fabric underneath. Yao Bi-Juan had given the servants of the Li family compound 2 days off in advance, so she dressed very boldly, untying her apron and wearing a white tassel bikini underneath. Lime Thai is a type of Thai, very valuable. Lee Tianguang was looking for some wine, and when he caught a glimpse of Yao Bi-Juan's clothes, he suddenly... Oh, could it be the bottle I used to make the braised pig's head? I saw that the writing on the bottle was faded, and I thought the wine was worthless. Yao Bi-Juan quickly ran to the kitchen to retrieve the bottle of wine she used for cooking, and then she got the answer from Lee Tianguang's shocked and desperate eyes. Honey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Yao Bi-Juan was so frightened when she saw Lee Tianguang trembling with anger that her eyes turned red. You actually used such precious wine to make braised pork head. You are simply wasting it. Lee Tianguang was so angry that his chest hurt. He untied his belt and tied it around his arm, then walked step by step towards Yao Bi-Juan, who was sobbing. Is it because I'm too nice to you that you become more indulgent? Husband? You have to give face to the Buddha. I cooked for you because I wanted to give you a surprise. You can't do this to me. Yao Bijuan was so frightened that she collapsed on the ground. She was really frightened to death by this stubborn old man who always beat her in the past. If she hadn't been attracted by the old man's money, she would never have been so compromising. Hee, look at how flirtatious you are wearing. Don't think I don't know that you and Li Tanshen were flirting while I was away. Don't think I'm blind just because I'm old. I tell you, I have many eyes. Li Tanshen is Li Tianguang's eldest son, who is in his 40s. He was proud of being the eldest son, but he never expected that this eldest son would. Li Tianguang looked at Yao Bijuan, who was half-dressed. A woman in her 30s is like a tiger. It was like a sumptuous meal was placed in front of her, but she couldn't enjoy it. Instead, she had to bear such a beautiful green hat. She was very angry. The whips fell like raindrops. Li Tianguang had been in the army before, so he controlled the strength very well. It could have a threatening effect without hurting anyone. Yao Bijuan was originally wearing very little, and after a few whippings, all her clothes were torn to pieces. Li Tianguang watched Yao Bijuan crying so hard, and then saw her plump body trembling. He suddenly became lustful and went forward to grab the woman who was running up the stairs. After a while, the stairs were shaking. The Li family's duplex villa is filled with an ambiguous and charming atmosphere. But at this moment, a figure was swaying outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and he clenched his fists fiercely. Chapter 79: Discovering the Conspiracy. By the time Li Tianguang drove away from the Li family with satisfaction, Yao Bijuan was so tired that she lay on the stairs and couldn't move. She saw a figure flash by the window, and then she cried out in surprise because she was now naked. "It's me, don't panic, little mom." Li Tanshen rushed into the room quickly. He had the key to the door so he could pass through unhindered. "Why are you here? Leave quickly, don't let your dad see you." Yao Bijuan hugged her body with her arms, and there were still tears on her face that had not been wiped away. Li Tanshen strode forward, grabbed Yao Bijuan's hands, raised them above his head, and then looked at the masterpiece with amusement. "I never thought this old man would have no sympathy for women. Little mom, you are quite flirtatious. I saw you seemed very happy just now, didn't you? Tanshen, don't be like this. After all, I am still your stepmother. Besides, the old man may come back at any time. He already suspects us." Yao Bijuan felt Li Tanshen's burning gaze on her, and her shame was playing tricks on her. "Ha, if you want to doubt me, then doubt me. I'm actually hoping that the truth will be revealed so that I don't have to hide it anymore. You know I like you. You shouldn't have married that old guy in the first place. Tanshen, he is your father after all. We should stop interacting with each other in the future. I am very sleepy now. If you are fine, please leave immediately." Yao Bijuan twisted her body, trying to break free from Li Tanshen's restraints, but her slender waist was pulled forward and hit the stair railing directly, causing her to cry in pain. "You were originally mine. If you weren't greedy for money, you wouldn't have married that old man. What I did today is your punishment." Li Tanshen gnashed his teeth in anger, grabbed Yao Bijuan's calf from behind, and then with his other hand. Inside the Qinglong gang, Li Yifan half leaned back on the tiger-skin chair and drank tea, his eyes fixed on Yichen, who was reading a document opposite him. "What's wrong, brother Yi? What did you see?" Yichen looked at the materials and old black and white photos in his hands with deep and solemn eyes, and did not speak for a long time. In the photo, Yi Liang, Yichen's father, is driving for Li Tianguang. "My dad used to be Li Tianguang's driver?" "Yes." "You mean Li Tianguang is the murderer of my father?" "It's possible." Li Yifan took another sip of tea and then put it in his mouth to taste it slowly. 20 years ago, the Magic City didn't have the advanced traffic surveillance that it does today. The car your father was driving disappeared after entering the coastal area. His body was fished out by fishermen the next day. The police at the time also closed the case as a drunk driving and drowning. But as far as I know, your father Yi Liang should be the kind of person who doesn't drink alcohol, so the cause of death is really unbelievable. What's even stranger is that there is not that much water in your father's lungs, which means he died before drowning. Li Yifan explained slowly. Yichen clenched his fists, making a clucking sound. "Why do you know so much about this? Do you know my dad? If you knew there was something hidden in this matter, why did you decide to speak out only now? What were you doing before?" Yi Chen's voice was terribly low, and his eyes turned blood red with excitement. Li Meilin, who was holding her white cat and basking in the sun nearby, saw the scene and immediately shouted angrily, and she stepped forward. "Yi Chen, are you crazy? Why are you biting people randomly? My brother was obviously kind-hearted when he helped you investigate these things, but in the end, he got nothing back and you suspected him so much? Mei-lian, how dare you? Yi Chen may be your husband in the future, and it's wrong for you to treat him like this. Li Yifan glanced at his sister fiercely, then looked at Yi Chen kindly. Li Mei-lian had been raised in the palm of her brother's hand since she was a child. This was the first time she had been treated so harshly. She was so angry that her chest heaved violently. Brother, you actually bullied me like this just for someone who talked back to you? I don't have a brother like you, woo-woo. Li Mei-lian covered her face and ran out with the cat in her arms. Li Yifan spread his hands helplessly, and faced with Yi Chen's questioning, he explained calmly. Brother Xiaoye, I do know your father. Your father used to be my father's friend. He helped my father with a cake when he was desperate. The reason why I didn't question your father when he died was because I was only 16 years old at the time. Although I found some clues later, I didn't raise any eyebrows because I lacked evidence. Meeting you is the opportunity for this investigation. And as far as I know, Li Tianguang is your wife's father, so you have a better chance of getting close to him and investigating what's going on. Li Yifan felt a little dry in his mouth after saying so much in one breath. He took another big sip of tea and then looked at Yi Chen calmly. After Yi Chen received so much information at once, his mind felt messy. His father died early and his mother raised him since he was a child. Although he doesn't have much impression of his father, they are related by blood after all. And from my mother's recollection, my father also ran back and forth for the family, otherwise he would not have worked so hard. I will get to the bottom of this matter. I lost my composure just now. Thank you, Brother Fan. Yi Chen is a man who can bend and stretch. He knows that what he did before was inappropriate, so he apologized to Li Yifan sincerely. Taking the teacup from Li Yifan, Yi Chen drank it all in one gulp. Well, you little brat, you apologize to me and steal my tea? Brother Fan likes tea so much? I'll give you a truckload of tea someday. Yi Chen smiled faintly. He had already sent the information that Li Yifan had given him to Yi. But to be honest, I found that my sister seems to have a crush on you. Didn't you see that she was looking at you while petting the cat just now? Li Yifan grinned. Brother Afan, are you sure? Your sister is always picking fights with me. Do you think she is interested in me? I'm not a masochist. I'm not interested in your sister who has such a bad temper. Yi Chen said from the bottom of his heart. Actually, you don't understand, Brother Yi. You will get a sense of accomplishment only when you tame a woman. Think about it, isn't it interesting to watch a woman go from being irritable and restless to being a little bird? Li Yifan continued to laugh. Yi Chen widened his eyes and shook his head. I don't think so. Brother Fan, I seriously doubt whether Li Mei-lian is your sister. How can someone cheat his own sister like this? Ha, this is called foresight, not cheating on girls. You just don't know because you are not experienced enough in the world. The two of them chatted happily. After all, Li Yifan is more than 10 years older than Yi Chen. The experience he has accumulated from meeting countless people over the past decade is quite reliable. As the saying goes, if you read 300 Tang poems, you will be able to recite them even if you can't write poems. Yi Chen actually admired Li Yifan from the bottom of his heart. After all, it was not easy for an ordinary person to become the leader of a gang in his 30s without the support of a system. Chapter 80 I Want It All. Yi Chen went to St. Mary's kindergarten to pick up the two little kids. These days, he had been secretly investigating the cause of his father Yi Liang's death, which resulted in him not having time to take care of the little ones most of the time. The two little ones were having fun in the classroom. They were playing with Lego and smiling brightly. Their teacher Qin Roshue was squatting beside them to keep them company. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. When Qin Roshue saw Yi Chen, her heart was beating fast, her face was shy and uneasy, and she couldn't speak clearly. Daddy! Daddy! When Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan saw Yi Chen, they jumped into his arms like two little cotton balls. Dad hasn't come to pick us up for several days. Daddy, you are so bad. Daddy is such a bad boy. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan hugged Yi Chen's thighs on the left and right. Yi Chen bent down slightly, stroked the heads of the two little guys gently and lovingly, and explained. Dad has been busy at work these days, so I didn't come to pick you up. But as compensation, can Dad take you to the amusement park? Although Yi-Chen built a private playground in the backyard of Lu Ding Villa, because it was private, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan could only play there alone every time, and there was no atmosphere at all. Compared to the playground at home, they prefer playing in the playground outside, where there are many, many children playing together. Great! Daddy is the best. Daddy, can you take teacher Xiaoxue with you? Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan cheered and looked at Xinruoxue at the same time. Xinruoxue often made delicious food for them and played with them, so the relationship between the children and their teacher improved quickly. But Xinruoxue was absent-minded at the moment. The last time Yi-Chen came to pick up the children, she always thought that he was the children's brother. But the reality hit her hard. Xinruoxue felt extremely sad. It was the same feeling she had when she was heartbroken. The main reason is that Yi-Chen is so handsome and has a great body, which completely suits Xinruoxue's aesthetic taste. Yi-Chen looked at the absent-minded Xinruoxue, thinking that she was too embarrassed to reject the child and therefore didn't say anything, so he discussed with Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan in a soft voice. Tuan Tuan Yuan Yuan, your teacher Xiaoxue may be busy with something, so just let your daddy take you there today. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan pouted to show that they were unhappy. But teacher Xiaoxue just said that if you have time today, you can play with us all the time. Yes, yes. Teacher Xiaoxue just said she would accompany us. Yi-Chen had a headache. It seemed that these two little kids really liked teacher Xinruoxue, otherwise they wouldn't be so attached to her. Mr. Yi, I have time. I like Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan very much. If you don't mind, take me with you? Xinruoxue came to her senses, quickly squatted down to hug the two little guys, and then said with a smile. In order to avoid Yi-Chen's misunderstanding, Xinruoxue continued to cover her mouth and laughed. The main thing is that a promise is worth 1,000 gold. I have already promised the two children. As a teacher, I can't break my promise. Yi-Chen smiled faintly and said, okay, since teacher Xiaoxue has agreed, let's go together. After arriving at the amusement park, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan wanted to play bumper cars first, so Yi-Chen and Xinruoxue each took a little one to drive bumper cars, and the whole process was full of joy. Xinruoxue looked at Yi-Chen who was playing with the children. He was obviously a young and energetic guy, so how come he suddenly became the father of two kids? The two then took the children to play games such as the carousel and the toot-toot train. Seeing the envious eyes of the people around them looking at them, Xinruoxue even had an illusion. It was as if she and Yi-Chen were a young couple who brought their children to the amusement park and were a happy family of four. Even when playing on the parent-child trampoline, Xinruoxue found that Yi-Chen was very gentlemanly, and his gentlemanly hands won high praise from her. Xinruoxue has been a school belle since she was a child. There is a long line of men who harass her, so she lacks a sense of security. Men with a good figure like Yi-Chen are her favorite type. It's getting late. Teacher Xiaoxue, if you don't mind, let's go have a meal together? Yi-Chen was using a soft wet wipe to wipe the faces of the two little kids, and he asked intentionally or unintentionally. Oh. Okay, I'm hungry too. Xinruoxue agreed generously. She was actually full after eating a bag of biscuits in the afternoon, but she was still flattered by Yi-Chen's invitation. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan held Yi-Chen and Xinruoxue respectively, and they also held hands, stood between Yi-Chen and Xinruoxue, and skipped towards the McDonald's in front. When passers-by saw the combination of the handsome man and the beautiful woman, plus the two little girls who were so fair and tender, they couldn't help but look back a few more times. This young couple is really good looking, the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, their genes are strong, and their children are so cute too. I'm so envious of them. Why do all the good-looking genes belong to them? Woohoo! Wow, these two little kids are so cute. Yi-Chen heard the discussions of passers-by and saw Xinruoxue's red face. He thought that the other party was embarrassed. He scratched his head awkwardly and smiled at Xinruoxue. Teacher Xiaoxue, do you want me to go talk to them? Yi-Chen actually didn't care about these rumors. After all, they were just bystanders who wanted to watch the fun. But Xinruoxue was just a girl of 18 or 19 years old after all. She might be deeply troubled because of her inexperience. Somewhere gentle in Xinruoxue's heart was touched. She didn't expect Yi-Chen to be so gentle and considerate. No need. We can't stop others from saying anything, so there's no need to bother Mr. Yi to say it. That's right. Anyway, we are both innocent and have nothing to fear. If we tell others, people will think we are making things up. Yi-Chen replied with a faint smile. But what he said unintentionally brought Xinruoxue a deep sense of loss. She concealed the sorrow and loss in her eyes and looked at the shadows cast on the ground, his and hers. How nice it would be if the body was not straight and the shadow was crooked. Shinroshue thought silently. She really wished she could have met Yichen earlier, then maybe she would have a chance. The two little guys, Tuanchuan and Yuan, trotted straight to the ordering counter. Normally, Li Luoluo doesn't allow them to eat spicy chicken food, so McDonald's is a great delicacy for them. Miss, I want to eat that, and that. Yuan stood on tiptoe and pointed at the ordering panel and said. Tuanchuan, not to be outdone, stood on tiptoe and pointed here and there. I want that too. I want this, and this. I want them all. Chapter 81, Children's Words. Tuanchuan and Yuan rushed to order a lot of food. The waiter at the front desk was a little overwhelmed and had no time to take orders. The two little guys hurriedly ordered the next one. The waitress was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. If it weren't for the fact that the two little ones were so cute, she really wanted to lose her temper. Two of everything, please. Yichen walked behind the two little guys and smiled kindly at the waiter. Sir, are you sure you want two of everything? The waiter confirmed in surprise. Not to mention 2 servings, even if you get 1 serving of all, you still won't be able to finish it. Yichen nodded solemnly, then took Tuan and Yuan to their seats. Shinroshue looked at the food that kept pouring onto the table and covered her mouth in surprise. Mr. Yi, isn't this too much? It's mainly because the two little dumplings always fight over the same one, so I ordered 2 to avoid trouble. Yichen explained to Shinroshue calmly, and spoke seriously to Tuan and Yuan. You must remember, don't take a bite of food you don't want to eat, otherwise it will be a waste of food. Okay, Daddy. Dad, we know. Tuan and Yuan nodded seriously after listening to Yichen's words. For the first time, Shinroshue personally felt the charm of being rich. She had grown up in poverty. Although she had a good salary now, saving had become a habit for her. But this is Yichen's money, and he is willing to do it, so there is no need for Shinroshue to say anything more. While eating a sundae, Shinroshue's cell phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, frowned, and then hung up. The same number called again and again 3 times. Shinroshue smiled apologetically at Yichen, then ran to the bathroom with her phone in her hand to answer the call. Yuan Xiao, I've told you several times, stop calling and harassing me, we are not suitable for each other at all. Yuan Xiao on the other end of the phone smiled shamelessly. Xiaoxue, I really like you. Can you give me a chance to pursue you? I fell in love with you at first sight the first time I saw you. I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night or eat. Can we have dinner together tonight? Okay, Yuan Xiao, stop talking. If you keep making trouble like this, I'm going to block your phone number. Also, don't send flowers to my school anymore. I don't like those things. After saying this, Shinroshue hung up the phone. She took a few steps back when Yuan Xiao called again. She was so angry that she directly added the other party's number to her blacklist. Yuan Xiao is one of her many suitors. Shinroshue usually teaches dance classes part-time, and her students are all children around 5 or 6 years old. When Yuan Xiao went to pick up his sister's child, he saw Shinroshue teaching the children ballet and fell in love with her at first sight, although he would never admit that he was attracted by her beauty. Returning to the dining table, Shinroshue continued to eat her sundae in small bites, but her eyes were filled with deep worry. Yichen was feeding the two little guys at the moment, so he didn't notice Shinroshue's mood changes. Teacher Xiaoxue, eat this. This burger is delicious. No, Teacher Xiaoxue, you eat the strawberry pie first, it's my favorite. Tuanchuan and Yuan saw that Shinroshue was a little depressed, so they immediately scrambled to break free from Yichen's arms and handed over their favorite food. Good kids, I'll eat them all, thank you. Shinroshue had tears in her eyes. She was moved by the two little ones. What kind of tutor can raise such cute and obedient children? Teacher Xiaoxue, please go home with us to sleep tonight. Mommy is busy with work recently, and there is no one to sleep with Daddy. Yes, let Teacher Xiaoxue sleep with Daddy. Mommy is busy anyway. Tuanchuan and Yuan tilted their heads, and the two little guys' eyes were full of anticipation. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Is it the kind of sleep she wanted to sleep with Yichen? Ah, this. Shinroshue's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment, and she didn't know what to say. Although Yichen didn't blush, he was still quite embarrassed and he coughed a few times. Ahem, Tuanchuan and Yuan, if your mom finds out you're saying things like that, she'll beat you up. Tuan and Yuan became unhappy immediately when they heard what Yi Chen said. Dad, you don't know how good teacher Xiaoxue is. Teacher Xiaoxue can do a lot of things. She can play the piano, dance, and even play the suona. When Yi Chen heard the innocent words of the two little kids, he almost spit out the fat otaku happy water he had drunk. These two little ones are so warm. They are helping their dad find a stepmother like this? Qin Roshue's fair face had been dyed a shy blood red. She looked at Yi Chen helplessly, and when she found that Yi Chen was also looking at her, she immediately shifted her gaze away. Ahem, kids, let your Xiaoxue eat a few bites of food first. Didn't you just say she was hungry? Yi Chen cleverly changed the subject, and Tuanchuan and Yuan finally stopped worrying about asking teacher Xiaoxue to sleep with their dad. Yuan Chao, whose phone was hung up on the other side, was furious. He called Qin Roshue more than a dozen times in succession, but no one answered. Yuan Chao recalled every detail of his pursuit of Qin Roshue. He had been sending her to school for almost 3 months, and had invited her several times but was rejected every time. No matter what he said, he was a rich second generation, and he had played with countless women. Who didn't love his money? He didn't believe that he couldn't break Qin Roshue's legs with money. If it didn't work, it meant that he didn't have enough money. Thinking of this, Yuan Chao angrily called his assistant. He had arranged for his assistant to follow Qin Roshue so that he could report her whereabouts at any time. Knowing that Qin Roshue was having dinner outside with a young man at the moment, Yuan Chao felt his blood boiling and he angrily smashed everything on his desk to the ground. Moreover, Qin Roshue not only had dinner with a man, but also brought 2 babies with her. How fucking ridiculous. Fuck you, bitch. No wonder you didn't give me a chance for months. It turns out you've been pregnant with someone else for a long time. And you're still acting like a pure and innocent girl. It really pissed me off. After taking a sip of tea, Yuan Chao immediately went downstairs and drove out. Following the GPS location given to him by his assistant, he soon arrived at the McDonald's where Qin Roshue and Yi Chen were eating. In front of the French window, Yuan Chao saw Qin Roshue sitting next to Yi Chen and the little ones from a distance. She smiled sweetly, and the man next to her was handsome. So angry. Now that you have a family, don't tell others that you are single. Yuan Chaoyue became more and more angry, so he rolled up his sleeves and stepped into McDonald's. Chapter 82. I have never heard such a shameless request. Yuan Chaoyue became more and more angry, so he rolled up his sleeves and stepped into McDonald's. He strode towards the table where Qin Roshue and Yi Chen were sitting, pulled Qin Roshue, who was still eating, over, and brought her frail body into his arms, trying to take her away by force. Yuan Chao, let me go. You. Qin Roshue screamed, but before she could say the next word, she was pulled behind her by another strong arm. Yi Chen took a step forward, pushed Yuan Chao away, and looked at him fiercely. Yuan Chao was gently pushed by Yi Chen, and he staggered and lost his balance, falling backwards to the ground, attracting laughter from the spectators around him. Qin Roshue, you are such a shameless woman. You ignored my boyfriend and came to meet this pretty boy? Just because he is a little more handsome than me? Yuan Chao is quite self-aware of his appearance. Although he is a rich second generation with a standard square face, he is naturally not as handsome as Yi Chen. Yuan Chao, don't talk nonsense. We are not boyfriend and girlfriend at all. Besides, Mr. Yi and I don't have the kind of relationship you think. Qin Roshue's eyes were red. She saw that everyone around her was looking at them with a curious attitude, and she felt extremely embarrassed. This Yuan Chao has been sticking to her like a dogskin plaster for the past 3 months, and she is almost exhausted from trying to reject him. Roshue, if you don't like me, just say it directly. You always have an attitude of half-heartedness? I tell you that appearance will age, but money is the only thing that never goes out of style. Don't be fooled by this pretty boy. You and him really don't know each other well? Yuan Chao now moved closer and looked carefully at the 2 little girls, Tuan and Yuan. Only then did he realize that they did not look much like Qin Roshue. Yuan Chao, can you please stop making trouble? I have already told you clearly that I don't like you and that we are not suitable for each other. Please stop pestering me. Qin Roshue's shoulders were shaking and she was sobbing behind Yi Chen. She really couldn't understand when she started to be reluctant, and why Yuan Chao kept pestering her and wouldn't let go. Yi Chen had been standing between the 2 of them, just watching without saying anything. This was mainly because he was not familiar with Qin Roshue and did not know the specific reasons. But there is one thing Yi Chen is very firm about, that is, he will not watch a man bully a woman. What do you mean I'm pestering you? Have you forgotten that I was the one who found your uncle's hospital bed for you? Your uncle still lives there. Don't burn bridges after crossing them. Yuan Chao looked at Qin Roshue snuggling behind Yi Chen like a little bird, and a strong possessive desire spread in his heart. He wished he could rush up and take her away. Didn't I give you the money for your uncle's bed? You didn't want it. I'll treat you to a meal later to thank you. Qin Roshue's eyes revealed sadness. She had been an orphan since childhood and had been raised by her uncle and aunt. A few months ago, her uncle was hospitalized with stomach cancer. Due to the shortage of beds in the Shanghai hospital, she had to find someone to help her. She didn't know where Yuan Chao got the news, but he volunteered to help arrange everything. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved, but Qin Roshue knew clearly that she had no romantic feelings for Yuan Chao, and she clearly distinguished between human feelings and emotions. Qin Roshue, I really don't know whether to call you naive or romantic. A bed in the Magic City Hospital costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Do you think that treating you to a meal is enough? I think you should pledge your love to me. After hearing Qin Roshue's words, Yuan Chao smiled contemptuously. He wanted to appeal to her emotions and reason. So much? I will pay you back when this month's salary arrives. Qin Roshue gritted her teeth and said that the salary she was talking about was naturally not the salary from the kindergarten, but the live broadcast fee on Douyin. Because of the reward from the Big Brother, she could get more than 100,000 yuan in live broadcast fees this month. Stop bragging, Qin Roshue. Your salary as a kindergarten teacher is only 10,000 yuan a month, right? How can you pay me back 200,000 yuan? You can't even pay it back. Why don't you ask the man next to you if he's willing to help you pay it back? You can't just do it for free, right? Yuan Chao glanced at Yi Chen jokingly. He just wanted to see him make a fool of himself, so that Qin Roshue would realize that she had entrusted her trust to the wrong person and would run into his arms obediently. If you keep talking without restraint, I will be rude to you. Yi Chen glanced coldly from top to bottom at Yuan Chao, and asked Qin Roshue to protect the two little kids. If he hadn't been unwilling to fight in front of the little guys, he would have been rude to Yuan Chao a long time ago. In order to show his dominance and his image as a macho man in front of Qin Roshue and to redeem himself from the embarrassment and unwillingness of being pushed to the ground, Yuan Chao wanted to act like a man today. Come on if you have the guts. I don't believe there is no law in this world. Come on and hit me this way. Do you know how much money I have at home? I can use the money to beat you to death. I'm afraid. But before he could finish his words, Yi Chen's fist smashed down, directly knocking out Yuan Chao's two front teeth, and the teeth fell to the ground mixed with blood. I've never heard such an outrageous request. Yi Chen shook his wrist and looked back at the two little girls. He really didn't want to set a bad example for them, and he didn't want to scare them. Qin Roshue had already held Tuan Tuan and Yuan in her arms at this moment. She took the two little ones far away and let them face away from the scene. You really want to hit me? Do you know that I'm a gangster? Because Yuan Chao had lost his two front teeth, air leaked out of his mouth when he spoke. He was in so much pain that he simply stopped talking and took out his cell phone to call for help. The person on the other end was also very forthcoming and said they were nearby and would be there soon. After Yuan Chao hung up the phone, he looked confident and said to Yi Chen, "If you have the guts, don't run away. Just wait here for my people to come. If there are people like you, I'll beat them one by one. If there are a bunch of you, I'll beat them all." Yi Chen said lightly, then turned and walked towards Qin Roshue, asking her to take Tuan Tuan and Yuan to the car first, and Yi was waiting for them at the door. Fighting is okay, as long as the children don't get hurt. After a while, the people he had shaken arrived. The leader of the gang took a look at Yuan Chao's miserable appearance and immediately became angry. Which little bastard is so cruel? He even dared to disfigure my brother Chao. Is it you? The gangster looked at Yuan Chao's angry expression and shouted at Yi Chen. It's me, what? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows with a look of disdain. Chapter 83 Let me eat you. It's me, what? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows with a look of disdain. The gang leader took a step forward, gathered his strength, stood on a small stool, stood on tiptoes, and looked down at Yi Chen. Don't you know how powerful our Axe gang is? Let me tell you, our Axe gang is one of the gangs with the greatest hope of joining the Green Dragon gang. The Green Dragon Gang. The gang that scares you. The gang leader looked at Yi Chen arrogantly, touched his nose, and then saw someone nearby. Brother hi, brother hi. What brings you here? I am so lucky. Help me fight first. Yuan Chao was so angry that he almost vomited blood. How unlucky he was. His friends on the street were so unreliable. They helped him fight and even talked about the past with acquaintances. They had no professional ethics at all, right? The brother Hai called by the gang leader was none other than Hu Haisen. He would not have passed by if he hadn't been pestered by the children to eat McDonald's. Hu Haisen frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw Yi Chen standing there, his arrogant and unruly expression immediately became timid. Brother Yi. Brother Yi, you are here too. Ah, I haven't seen you for 2 days and I missed you so much. I went back and thought carefully about what you said to me last time. It really makes sense. I was judging you by my own standards. Hu Haisen's mind and eyes were filled with only Yi Chen. He walked through the crowd and came to Yi Chen. Because he was tall, about 2 meters and 1 meter tall, he gave Yi Chen a bear hug directly, which was very intimate. This scene stunned everyone present. Hu Haisen actually called Yi Chen Big Brother. This Yi Chen must be no ordinary person. The leader of the gang's Yuan Shao called was very good at judging the situation. As soon as he saw that things were not going well, he immediately turned around and said to Yuan Chao, "My wife is about to give birth, I have to go back to accompany her. Brother, you are on your own." Yuan Chao stood there in a daze for a minute. He looked at Hu Haisen's tall figure and knew that he had to sneak away because he knew he had no chance of survival. As a result, before he had taken a few steps, his collar was lifted up by Hu Haisen. He looked like a little chick and had no capital to resist at all. "Please spare my life, sir. Please spare my life, sir. I was short-sighted just now. Please spare my life, woo." Yuan Chao cried spinelessly. He was a rich second generation and his family had plenty of money. He didn't want to experience the despair of being alive with money not yet spent. Hu Haisen remained unmoved. He held Yuan Chao and kicked and stomped at the opponent's feet in dissatisfaction. "Behave yourself, or I'll cut off your penis and make pickles." "Ah. No. I won't move. I'm quiet." Yuan Chao was so frightened that he dared not move like a human stick. He had not yet had enough of romance and had not left any children. He could not lose the qualification to be a father so early. "Brother, what are you going to do with this kid? Chop him up or castrate him?" Hu Haisen asked Yi Chen with a smile. Yi Chen asked, gently patting Yuan Chao's face with his hand. "Will you bother Qin Roshua again in the future?" "No. No more. I will never bother Qin Roshua again." Yuan Chao was so scared that he almost urinated. He nodded sincerely. "Okay then. Just sign a document and take a photo, and then you can leave." "Brother Hu, please take care of this for me. My daughters are waiting for me in the car." Yi Chen said this calmly, and left it all to Hu Haisen to handle, and asked him to send his photo after it was done. After returning to the car, Yi Chen asked Qin Roshua for her home address and asked Yi to drive there. In the car, Yi Chen forwarded the photos sent by Hu Haisen to Qin Roshua. Qin Roshua looked at the photos on WeChat, screamed, and almost threw her phone away in fright. There is no other reason, it's just too pornographic and violent. It turned out that in order to prevent Yuan Chao from going back on his word, Hu Haisen took off Yuan Chao's pants and took a photo as a proof. Yi Chen forwarded the message without even reading it. He only apologized after hearing Qin Roshua's scream. Qin Roshua stroked her heaving chest, her face blushing, and lowered her head a little embarrassedly. "Mr. Yi, thank you so much for what you did today. I don't know how to repay you. You are Tuan Tuan and Yuan's teacher, so it's my duty to help you solve these problems. If you really feel bad about it, then just eat your food." Yi Chen touched his stomach. He didn't even have time to eat a few bites just now before the table was overturned by Yuan Chao. Now he was really hungry. Yi, who was driving in front, started coughing violently when he heard this, because this statement was indeed ambiguous. Qin Roshua didn't realize the ambiguity of these words at first. She only realized it after hearing the cough. Her beautiful face instantly turned red with shame, and she was a little afraid to look Yi Chen in the face. Yi Chen slapped Yi's back with his palm, then gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, don't take this in a biased way. Girls are too shy to take it in a biased way. Mr. Yi. I'm pretty good at doing it down there. If you don't mind, I'll show you how ugly I am. Teacher Xiaoxue, please stop calling me Mr. Yi. Yi Chen looked at Qin Roxue awkwardly. He was not trying to get close to her, but the title of Sir made Yi Chen feel very unfamiliar. Qin Roxue was the teacher of the two little guys, so he still had to build a good relationship with her. Brother Yi Chen, can I call you that? Certainly. Qin Roxue received a positive reply, and her heart felt sweeter than eating honey. When they arrived downstairs of Qin Roxue's residential area, Yi Chen patted Yi on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, let's go eat some noodles together. My wife won't doubt me with you around." Yi spread his hands helplessly. Forget it, just be a light bulb. He is just a tool anyway, so he has to be aware of being a tool. The three of them, along with the two little ones Tuanchuan and Yuan, quickly entered Qin Roxue's home. It was a small one-bedroom apartment decorated in the girl's favorite pink tone, which looked very warm. Although the area is only about 50 square meters, in Shanghai, it can be said that it is something that cannot be bought without 3 million yuan. Qin Roxue's cooking skills are really not exaggerated. She is very good at making soup bases and side dishes, so before the noodles are served, the kitchen is filled with tempting aromas. Did you buy this house? Yi Chen asked casually. No, I don't have that much money. This is rented to me by my friend for 2,000 a month. Qin Roxue brought the noodles to the table with a smile. She used extra large bowls for Yi Chen and Yi, and small bowls for herself and the two little dumplings. 2,000? Are you a very good friend? Isn't this price in line with the market price? Yi Chen frowned and stopped eating noodles. Yes, my best male friend. He is also my college classmate. He is a very nice guy and I couldn't refuse his kindness. Qin Roxue smiled. Her friend's enthusiasm and kindness made her find warmth in this cold big city, so she was very grateful when she said this. Chapter 84. This is too shameless. Qin Roxue smiled. Her friend's enthusiasm and kindness made her find warmth in this cold big city, so she was very grateful when she said this. Yi Chen continued to eat noodles without saying anything. He had to finish quickly and feed Tuan and Yuan. The two little guys were used to eating with spoons and were not very good at using chopsticks. Tuanchuan is smarter than Yuan. Although she can't use chopsticks as skillfully as adults, she wraps the noodles around the chopsticks, and soon the chopsticks become a chicken drumstick. Qin Roxue looked at Tuanchuan's mischievous appearance and burst out laughing. I should buy you some children's noodles. Can Teacher Xiaoxue feed you noodles? The two little guys immediately nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Qin Roxue took the bowl and started feeding the little ones a mouthful of noodles. In order to prevent the children from being scalded, she blew air carefully on each mouthful. I'm going to the bathroom, do you mind? Yi Chen was the first to finish eating, and he asked Qin Roxue for her opinion. After all, she is a young girl living alone, and he would not use her bathroom unless he was in a hurry. Qin Roxue smiled and shook her head, motioning Yi Chen to go quickly. After Yi Chen finished using the toilet, he stretched and looked at the time displayed on the bathroom mirror. It was almost 8 o'clock. Suddenly a strange idea popped up in his head. Yi Chen took out a bank card from his pocket, held it vertically against the mirror, and found that the card was clearly against the mirror, but it still seemed to be some distance away from it. A bad feeling made Yi Chen shudder. Isn't this the two-sided mirror that is circulating on the internet? Double-sided mirrors are also called one-sided transparent glass. This type of glass can reflect most of the projected light back, achieving the effect that the inside cannot see outside, but the outside can see inside. It is widely used in prisons, interrogation rooms of public security and judicial institutions, psychiatric hospitals, research laboratories of university scientific research institutions, large conference rooms, etc. This is also one of the most common ways for criminals to spy. After coming out of the bathroom, Yi Chen's face became solemn. His guess turned out to be true. A beautiful girl like Qin Roxue living alone would inevitably encounter bad people with ulterior motives. Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? You look as ugly as if you've eaten shit? Yi slurped the noodles and looked at Yi Chen, who came out of the bathroom. How can you be so stubborn? I am your elder brother, okay? Yi Chen was ashamed and wanted to rush up and beat Yi up. Qin Roxue covered her mouth and giggled. She found it very interesting to see these two bickering lovers. The mirror in your bathroom is a two-way mirror, the kind that spies on you. Yi Chen said with a serious expression that he didn't know how to explain the matter of being monitored to Qin Roshue so as not to scare the girl. Ah. My home. Qin Roshue was so frightened after hearing this that her hands trembled and her chopsticks fell to the ground. Yi Chen took Qin Roshue into the bathroom to demonstrate his recent discovery. Put your fingertips on the mirror surface. If the tip of the nail can directly touch the reflected image of the nail, it is a two-way mirror. If there is a gap between the tip of the nail and the reflected image, it is a normal mirror. Qin Roshue watched Yi Chen's demonstration and was so frightened that her face turned pale and her legs went weak. If she hadn't held on to the wall with her hands, she would have almost fallen down. Brother Yi Chen, do you mean someone is watching me? It's possible, Teacher Xiaoxue, would it be convenient for you to take me to your boudoir? Yi Chen continued, looking at Qin Roshue with a little worry. After all, girls who have just entered society have relatively poor psychological endurance. Qin Roshue stroked her face with her hand to signal herself to cheer up, and she took Yi Chen to her room. The room is decorated mainly in pink and white. There is a wardrobe against the wall and many cute dolls on the bay window, which is very girly. There were a few scattered pieces of clothing on the big bed. They were the pajamas and underwear that Qin Roshue had changed into before going out. She was in a hurry to go to work today, so she didn't have time to put them in the closet. Yi Chen took a casual look and found that the underwear was all lace and very transparent. Qin Roshue was still in a state of fear. She followed Yi Chen's gaze and saw her clothes thrown on the bed. She rushed forward with a blushing face and stuffed the clothes into the closet. I was in a hurry to go to work today and didn't have time to pack. Qin Roshue hesitated. She didn't dare to look directly into Yi Chen's eyes. If Yi Chen saw her underwear, would he guess that she was a frivolous and dissolute woman? Oh, it's so embarrassing. You don't have to explain to me. This is your boudoir. Let me turn off the light and try. Yi Chen inspected the room, and after asking Qin Roshue's consent, he turned off the lights in the room. In the dark, Yi Chen opened the wardrobe, lay on the ground to look under the bed, and then walked to the bay window to check the doll on it. A red light spot quickly attracted Yi Chen's attention. He pulled the glowing teddy bear out of the doll and threw it to Yi, who was still eating noodles. Big foodie, quickly check out the secret mechanism in this bear. All you do all day is eat. Come on, big brother, I'm just a tool, okay? I can't interfere with your world except for eating, right? Yi took out a tissue to wipe his mouth in dissatisfaction, then grabbed the teddy bear and started tearing it apart. He said it unintentionally, but the listener took it seriously. After Qin Roshue heard this, her heart skipped a beat even faster. Even though she liked Yi Chen, she didn't dare to express her feelings. After all, he was a married man, and it would be shameless for her to interfere. What's more, Tuanchuan and Yuan are so cute that Qin Roshue dare not even think about destroying their perfect family. This bear has a micro-monitor installed in its eye. Who gave it to you? Yi asked Qin Roshue straight to the point. He had already pulled out the surveillance camera from the bear's eyes. Qin Roshue covered her mouth with her slender fingers. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She didn't expect that she had been under surveillance for half a year since she moved into this room. This bear was given to me by Go-won, the landlord of this house and my college classmate. Her eyes were slightly red, and her words came out with a nasal mumble, and the faith somewhere in her heart suddenly collapsed. She usually changes clothes in her boudoir, so if that were the case, she would have been under someone else's surveillance, which was terrifying. I knew that this brat had bad intentions when he rented the house to you at such a cheap rent. Yi Chen smashed the monitor on the table with one fist. Such shameless and despicable behavior made him feel sick. Chapter 85, Taking Advantage of the Situation. I knew that this brat had bad intentions when he rented the house to you at such a cheap rent. Yi Chen smashed the monitor on the table with one fist. Such shameless and despicable behavior made him feel sick. Yi, quickly check all the surveillance cameras in this house. I order you to act quickly. Yi Chen instructed Yi, and then went to check it out himself. Yi calmly pulled Yi Chen, who was ready to take action, over and said with a smile, "It's like a mountain between two different trades. Brother, just leave it to me." After Yi finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and operated it for a minute. It only took him a minute to finish the task. I had already blocked all network signals in this room when you, Brother Yi, discovered the two-way mirror. Just now, I blocked all signals within a kilometer around here. I believe that it won't be long before someone falls into the trap. There was a big admiration on Yi Chen's face. He was really impressed by Yi Yi's technical level and meticulousness. Qin Roshue took a few steps back belatedly and fell down on the stool, a look of fear in her beautiful eyes. Then what should I do now? Whoa, brother Yi Chen, I'm so scared. I don't dare to live here anymore. Don't be afraid, teacher Xiaoxue. We will catch the culprit in the act tonight and bring him to justice. Yi Chen comforted her and then explained the planned steps to Qin Roshue in detail. When Guwen got home from get off work, he took out a can of Fat House Happy Water from the refrigerator as usual, then sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and ate fried chicken. He turned on the computer monitor and felt proud thinking about that beautiful body. Although the goddess he had been pursuing for several years had always rejected him, in the end he still saw everything clearly. Yes, Guwen's parents helped him buy 2 houses in this community, one of which was the one in the building next door that he rented to Qin Roshue. This time when he turned on the video surveillance, Guwen did not see the pink room he had dreamed of, nor the beautiful bathroom filled with mist. He saw nothing. The monitoring on the computer screen was completely black. Guwen checked the equipment and then looked at the gateway and router. Unfortunately, he couldn't receive any signal at all. Guwen angrily called the telecom customer service number, but since it was already after working hours, the telecom network maintenance personnel would not be able to come to deal with the network failure until tomorrow's working hours. He felt uncomfortable because his lifestyle made him feel uncomfortable if he didn't watch a movie or masturbate every night. The cell phone rang, and it was Qin Roshue calling. Guwen answered the call excitedly. Hey Guwen, are you home? Not only is the internet down, but the electricity is also down. It's so dark here, I'm so scared. Do you have a flashlight at home? Can you lend it to me? Qin Roshue's pitiful voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of tears. I have plenty of flashlights at home. Don't be afraid. Wait a minute, I'll be there soon. After Guwen hung up the phone, he jumped a few times excitedly. God really helped me. MLGB. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. I'm going to experiment today. Guwen clenched his fists. Qin Roshue's beautiful face and sexy body appeared in his mind, and he began to get horny. He took a box of Durex from the drawer and put it in his pocket, then sprayed himself with perfume, chewed a piece of Wrigley gum, and went out excitedly. After thinking for a while, he felt something was wrong. Why did he take Durex out? If he got hit, Qin Roshue might marry him with a baby. Thinking of this, Guwen threw the Durex in his pocket onto the sofa and replaced it with a fruit knife and put it in his pocket. Ha, as long as you use both soft and hard tactics, you won't be afraid of not being able to win the beauty. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Guwen came to Qin Roshue's door, straightened his clothes and hairstyle, and slowly knocked on the door. Qin Roshue opened the door, turned on the flashlight on her phone, and said in panic, Guwen, come into my room quickly. There are strange noises coming from here. Guwen smiled. This happiness came too suddenly. Qin Roshue actually invited a wolf into the house openly. It would be disrespectful for him to refuse. Thinking of this, Guwen grabbed Qin Roshue's shoulders and pretended to comfort her. Don't be afraid, Xiaoxue, I'm here. Just stand behind me. Qin Roshue dodged Guwen's hand with disgust, then pointed to the door of the room and said, Guwen, go and have a look. There seems to be a strange sound. Guwen himself is a timid person. If he hadn't been so bold today, he would not have acted so rashly. When he heard the strange noises in the room, beads of sweat dripped from Guwen's forehead. Meow meow meow. Meow meow. Yi Chen pretended to meow like a cat to dispel Guwen's concerns. Sure enough, Guwen immediately became calm when he heard the cat's meow. He thought that Qin Roshue had not closed the window properly and let in a wild cat from the neighborhood. Don't be afraid, I'll be back soon. I'm going to catch this culprit for you today. Guwen patted his chest and assured Qin Roshue, then took the lead and walked towards Qin Roshue's boudoir. He had just entered the room when his flashlight was snatched away and turned off, and he screamed in fright. Yi quickly found a towel to cover Guwen's mouth, and then he and Yi Chen beat up the dirty scoundrel on the left and right. After a massive beating, Guwen was left with only one breath left. He thought it was over, but someone turned on the lights and saw 2 strange men in front of him. He was so frightened that he quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Qin Roshue is my sister. If you dare to bully my sister, I will make you lose your life. As Yi Chen spoke, he snatched the fruit knife that Guwen was holding for self-defense. After a series of fancy moves with the knife, he walked closer to Go-wen and stabbed him hard in the crotch. Ah! Go-wen was so scared that he spat out the towel in his mouth and screamed. It was 2 full minutes before he realized he had been tricked before he felt any pain. Smelly urine spilled out of his trouser legs. Go-wen was soaked in sweat, and his eyes were bloodshot from excitement and fear. Yi-chen simply stabbed the knife into his trouser leg, close to Go-wen's thigh, without stabbing into the flesh. Yi-chen told Shin Roshuet about the surveillance they found in her home, then looked at Go-wen leisurely to see how he reacted. "Grandpa's, if you want money, I'll give it to you. Just tell me the amount." Go-wen calmed himself down, and then his desire to survive grew stronger. Chapter 86 makes her sick. "Grandpa's, if you want money, I'll give it to you. Just tell me the amount." Go-wen calmed himself down, and then his desire to survive grew stronger. "Is this a matter of money? This is a matter of the girl's reputation. Only a pervert like you would install a camera in someone's home." Yi became angrier and angrier as he spoke. Although he should be a tool without emotions, what he couldn't stand the most was a gentleman like Go-wen who had a beastly heart. Feeling that he couldn't lose heart, Yi directly picked up a piece of sugarcane and walked in front of Go-wen with an unsightly look on his face. "You took off all your clothes. Brother, spare me. Don't do this to me. I was bewildered and did this before. Please don't." Go-wen was so scared that he retreated to the wall. He was extremely terrified. "If you don't take off your clothes, I'll poke your ass." Yi approaches with a sugarcane. "What, isn't that what you thought?" Go-wen was surprised, then slowly took off his pants. Yi clamped a piece of sugarcane between his legs and said sternly, "Stand still, or I'll beat you to death." Looking at this scene, Yi-chen couldn't help but admire in his heart. Yi has outstanding business ability in many ways to annoy people. He is really amazing. Then Yi-chen watched Yi taking pictures of Go-wen's miserable condition. "Tell me if you have any private photos of Teacher Chin?" "Forget it, instead of asking you, I might as well just look at your phone," Yi-chen said as he snatched Go-wen's phone, searched for it, then lay down with 2 lines of blood from his nose. The main thing is that these photos are all bathing and changing pictures, which are of a very private level. They are not only of roommate Shin Roshue, but also of other girls. When Yi-chen suddenly saw them, he couldn't help but feel angry. "You are such a scumbag with a beastly heart. You are so frivolous. I originally thought that you were so cruel because you liked Shin Roshue but couldn't get her love. I didn't expect that you were so frivolous in private. You don't even let go of so many girls, whether they are colleagues or friends." Yi-chen deleted all the photos while mocking them. Not feeling satisfied after deleting them, he smashed Go-wen's phone into pieces and stepped on it several times. I was also obsessed with sex in the past, that's why I was such a beast in human form. Can you 2 brothers please be kind and save a misguided teenager like me? I really didn't mean it. Whoa. I am also an aspiring young man who was poisoned by those pornographic movies. Go-wen looked at Yi-chen and Yi with a sad face. At least now he was sure that the other party was not a lawless person, otherwise he would have been killed long ago, and there would be no need to go to so much trouble to say so much to him. "Oh, you're blaming your evil intentions on action movies? I was exposed to action movies during my 9-year compulsory education, so why didn't I get horny like you?" Yi-chen was so angry that Go-wen actually dared to slander the treasure-like action blockbuster in front of him. He despised this. After all, blaming something else for doing something wrong is not what a real man should do. It seems that Go-wen is not only timid but also has no sense of responsibility. He is simply a scum. You. At this time, Shin Roshue happened to walk in from outside with 2 glasses of water. She saw that Yi-chen and Yi had been in the room for a long time, and was afraid that they would be thirsty, so she poured water in. As a result, she heard Yi-chen's words. Yi-chen looked at Shin Roshue, who left in shame, and felt that the misunderstanding seemed to have become bigger. What he just said was probably misunderstood by the little girl. Yi-chen pointed at Yi and said, "I think this brat is very cunning." In addition to the mobile phone he carries with him, his laptops, including desktops and iPads at home, may also hide a lot of unknown pictures and videos. You can go to his house and search it thoroughly later. Yi nodded heavily and walked out without saying a word. He has always been a man of action. He does things without asking too many reasons and just does it. Seeing that Yi-chen was determined to go against him till the end, Go-wen simply started to play the emotional card with tears in his eyes. "I really like Shin Roshue, but no matter how much I give, she doesn't know my feelings. I was really bewildered, so I did such a brainless thing. Big brother, please give me a chance to make a new beginning. If possible, I am willing to be responsible for Xiaoxue. As long as she is willing to marry me, I will marry her right here and there without saying anything. Guwen crawled to Yi Chen's legs. He thought Yi Chen was Qin Roshue's biological brother, otherwise he would not have made such a fuss to fight for Qin Roshue. Although Qin Roshue had been waiting outside the door, she could hear the conversation through the wall at this moment. I don't want to. Guwen, do you know how narcissistic and selfish you are? Why do you think I will definitely marry you? If it were in the past, I might have given you a chance to pursue me, but since I found out what you did today, you make me feel that you are a really disgusting person. Qin Roshua finally couldn't help but rushed in. She always thought that there was pure friendship between boys and girls. She always regarded Guwen as her good friend and male bestie. She didn't expect that in the other's heart and eyes, everything was so dirty. Xiaoxue, please don't go. Listen to me. I really like you, but I just don't know how to express my love. I have waited for you for so long that I can't wait any longer. I am obviously your admirer. Why do you give me the feeling that you are just a machine without emotions? Guwen saw Qin Roshue standing by the door. He tried desperately to step forward and confess, but was kicked away by Yi Chen, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Alright, that's enough, stop disgusting me here. This is the first time I've heard someone talk about crime so lightly. Yi Chen gave Guwen a look of disgust and disdain. If his sister was so covetous and obscene, he would have beaten her with a knife and a stick without saying a word. Whoa, stop talking. I've always felt good about you, but I didn't expect you to be such a person. I hate you. Qin Roshue was so angry that she pushed her suitcase and prepared to leave. She had just been packing her things and she would not live in this house anymore. Yi Chen had already arranged for Hu Haisen to wait outside. When the time comes, he will accompany Qin Roshue to find a hotel to stay temporarily, and other matters will be considered later. Only then did Guwen realize that he had messed up everything. Yi Chen received Ji Yi's reply and all videos and photos were deleted, except for a few that were kept as backup data just in case. Yi Chen beat Guwen viciously again and finally felt relieved. He looked at the time and saw that it was indeed getting late. If he didn't go back, his wife would be worried. Chapter 87: How to Catch the Turtle in the Jar. Yi Chen beat Guwen viciously again and finally felt relieved. He looked at the time and saw that it was indeed getting late. If he didn't go back, his wife would be worried. When he got home, Li Luoluo had already fallen asleep with the two little ones, without even leaving the door open for him. Yi Chen returned to the small room where he had lived before, puzzled. He looked out the window at Xiao Huang hugging the neighbor's little bitch, and he couldn't help feeling angry. He opened the window and hit Xiao Huang hard with his slippers, which caused a burst of barking from the dogs. Only then did Yi Chen lie back on the bed contentedly and go to sleep. He tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep. All he could think about was Li Tianguang and his father. If after investigation, it is found that Li Tianguang is the murderer of his father, then doesn't that mean he and Li Luoluo have an irreconcilable hatred for the murder of their father? Then doesn't that mean he married the daughter of his enemy? Then the life stories of Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan become complicated. The more Yi Chen thought about it, the more he couldn't sleep. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. In addition, Li Luoluo's attitude towards him seemed a little strange in the past few days, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Just when he was tossing and turning in sleep, Lin Feng called him. He was telling him good news, saying that the maternity and baby company was running very well, and that the brothers from the Qinglong gang had helped him a lot. He wanted to treat Yi Chen to a drink someday. After Yi Chen responded with a few boring words, he wanted to hang up the phone, but Lin Feng on the other end could hear that he was worried. Brother Yi, if you have anything on your mind, just tell me. I think we should drink today instead of today. Let's get drunk and forget our worries. Yi Chen was no longer in the mood to be hypocritical. He couldn't sleep anyway, so he might as well go out for a drink with Lin Feng. When Yi Chen's car left Looting Villa, Li Luoluo's night light came on. She stood in front of the window and watched the departing car, feeling mixed emotions in her heart. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan said that Yi Chen and teacher Xiao Shui had been playing with them today. Li Luoluo felt sad when she thought of this. Could it be that she was too obsessed with work these days and neglected Yi Chen? Or is it that men will change their minds once they have money and ability, and simply cannot keep their original intentions? On the other side, Yi Chen had just arrived at the bar where he had agreed to meet Lin Feng, and was welcomed into the private room by Lin Feng. In addition to the two of them, there were many other drinking companions in the private room who were dressed in flashy and revealing clothes. Yi Chen looked around with disdain, and then said unhappily, "Lin Feng, why have you become so picky? Who said before that he would keep his wife pure and pure?" Seeing that Yi Chen really disliked these vulgar women, Lin Feng waved his hand and asked most of them to leave, leaving only 4 or 5 fresh and refined ones. "Brother Yi, you don't know. After eating too much high-class delicacies, you should also try the low-class flavors. You will find that there is a different world and unique scenery here." Lin Feng smiled and poured wine for Yi Chen but was pushed away by the other party in a bad mood. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at Lin Feng. "Stop talking nonsense to me here. As far as I know, your wife is going to give birth in a month. You better restrain yourself, okay? Brother Yi, of course I know what you said. I have already made an appointment for you today." Lin Feng was not angry. He remembered what Yi Chen had said to him before, about Li Tongshen. It just so happened that he had the opportunity to get to know the other party because of the maternal and child companies matters these days. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Before Lin Feng could finish his words, Li Tongshen's voice came from outside. "Ha, what on earth is it that Brother Lin asked me to come here for today?" The voice had faded away before Li Tongshen's man arrived. He was wearing a rather fancy shirt, and since he knew that he was here for a business trip today, he combed his hair in a ruffian style. Because Li Tongshen and Yi Chen had never met each other, Yi Chen had investigated him, but he knew nothing about Yi Chen, so when he saw there was a strange man in the box besides Lin Feng, his first reaction was to look unhappy. "Brother Lin, who is this? I remember when you asked me to come here, you said it was just the two of us today, no one else." "Brotherly, you don't know this is my elder brother Zhang San. This nightclub is owned by my elder brother, just tell him what kind of beauty you want." Lin Feng was quick-witted. He knew that there might be some conflicts between Yi Chen and Li Tongshen, so he simply gave Yi Chen a fictitious name and identity. Li Tongshen was originally a playboy who came out for fun. When he heard that Yi Chen was the boss here and saw that the wine companions around him were indeed of high quality, he began to show his joy. "Brother Zhang, I have heard of your great name for a long time. I never thought you would have achieved such success at such a young age. Congratulations." Li Tongshen said a few words to save his face, and Yi Chen had to cooperate in acting. Although he was very touched that Lin Feng took his affairs to heart, everything happened too suddenly and he was not prepared at all. "Brotherly, if you want to eat or drink something today, or play something, just order it. This is owned by my brother Zhang, so just treat it as your home. Sisters, what are you still standing there for? Just serve you good wine and good food." Lin Feng winked at Li Tongshen. Li Tongshen was a man who loved sensual pleasures. He hugged women left and right, and took advantage of them with a lecherous look. He even wanted to give them wine to make them drink. Yi Chen naturally knew that the reason why Lin Feng dared to say this was because he had given enough money before and everything had been arranged. Li Tongshen reached his hand down, causing the girl to scream. After a while, Li Tongshen stretched his hand to his nose and sniffed carefully, saying with a smile, "I think the flowers should be picked now, don't wait until there are no flowers left to pluck empty branches. If you brothers don't mind, I'll stay here." Yi Chen suppressed his dislike and disgust in his heart and said nothing. He drank silently and watched the situation develop. After all, these girls were like Zhou Yu fighting Huang Dai, one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten. After about 10 minutes, Li Tongshen drank 7 or 8 glasses of wine before he drank again contentedly. At this time, he noticed that Lin Feng was pointing a camera at him, and his face suddenly changed. "Brother Lin, what are you doing? Are you filming everything I just did?" Lin Feng held up the camera and said with a sly smile, "Yeah, otherwise how can we catch a turtle in a jar?" Chapter 88 Brothers Join Forces. After about 10 minutes, Li Tongshen drank 7 or 8 glasses of wine before he drank again contentedly. At this time, he noticed that Lin Feng was pointing a camera at him, and his face suddenly changed. "Brother Lin, what are you doing? Are you filming everything I just did?" After Li Tongshen finished speaking, he took a step forward to see what Lin Feng was taking a picture of. However, instead of dodging, the other party raised the camera high and tried to put it against his face, as if he was afraid that he couldn't see it. "Look, this is all your masterpiece. It's just that you're not good enough. Your speed is so fast that you can be called a second man." Lin Feng laughed evilly, he. Since the key evidence of blackmail was already in his hands, there was no need for him to continue pretending. "Lin Feng, what on earth do you want to do? Blackmail me? I tell you, if I, Li Tongshen, say a word, I guarantee you won't be able to survive in the Magic City. You are just the boss of a small maternity and baby company, and you dare to set a trap for me here. I think you are really tired of living. Li Tangshan roared angrily, clapped his hands vigorously, and signaled his bodyguard team to come to the rescue. After all, he is also a gangster. He has seen all kinds of storms and has encountered such things before. It is nothing more than an attempt to defraud his money. As a result, Li Tangshan waited for a long time but no one came. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and then his whole body unconsciously moved towards the door, wanting to take the opportunity to escape, but Lin Feng came up to him and grabbed his ear and pulled him over. We have already taken down your people. We are just playing a game of closing the door and beating the dog with you. We took some videos just for fun. You don't really think we want to use this thing to blackmail you? After saying that, Lin Feng took out the ropes he had prepared long ago and tied up Li Tangshan, then picked up the XO on the table and poured it into Li Tangshan's mouth. Alcohol is the substance that is most likely to paralyze people's nerves. The so-called truth comes out when drunk also comes from this. When people are nervous, they tend to speak and act without considering the consequences. Giving such expensive wine to pigs is such a waste. No, I have to order a few bottles of Erguotu. Lin Feng ordered a few bottles of Red Star Erguotu. It wasn't that he was reluctant to spend money, but he really felt that XO should not be wasted like this. Li Tangshan had to drink even if he didn't want to because Lin Feng was forcing him to drink. After a few bottles of wine, he felt that he was starting to see stars. Okay, brother Lin, you gave him so much alcohol. How can I ask him questions if he gets drunk and passes out? Yi Chen walked forward jokingly, brandishing a dagger in his hand. Looking at Li Tangshan's dazed eyes, he guessed that the other party was pretending to be drunk. After all, the information Yi handed over before kidnapping him was that Li Tangshan inherited Li Tianguang's skill of drinking 100 cups without getting drunk. Oh, I'm sorry, brother Yi. I guess I wasn't careful when I poured the wine, and now he's drunk. How about we wait until he sobers up? Lin Feng grinned wickedly. He knew from Yi Chen's eyes that what he was playing was a game of taking advantage of the situation, so he decided to risk his life and play along to the end. I think it's not necessary. Although alcohol can paralyze people's nerves, bleeding can also stimulate people's central nervous system. I'm wondering where it will hurt the most. If it hurts, maybe I'll wake up immediately, right? When Yi Chen said this, the tip of the knife kept scratching Li Tangshan's body but he didn't take action. He could feel Li Tangshan trembling. Brother, please spare me, please spare me. Has any branch of my Li family offended you? If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. I will tell my father, Mr. Li, and he will definitely take care of it for you. But don't bring harm to my family. When Li Tangshan said this, tears filled his eyes and he shook his head desperately to beg for mercy. People who didn't know the truth would think that he was a good person, but now he was framed. Do you still remember Yi Liang, your family's driver from 20 years ago? Yi Chen's knife was still moving, and there was a hint of impatience in his tone. Who is Yi Liang, Li Liang or Zhang Liang? I really don't remember him at all. Not to mention my family's driver, even if he is my family's housekeeper or nanny, I have no impression of him at all. There was a hint of crying in Li Tangshan's voice. He really didn't remember anything. 20 years ago, he was only about 15 or 16 years old. How could he remember these insignificant servants? Yi Chen's emotions suddenly went out of control after hearing what Li Tangshan said. Even if his father was dead, he was just an insignificant little person and was not remembered at all. Crack! The dagger stabbed into Li Tangshan's thigh, and a large amount of blood flowed out along his white trousers. Li Tangshan was in so much pain that he was about to scream, but Lin Feng blocked his mouth with a rag to prevent him from making any sound. After about 5 minutes, Lin Feng helped Li Tangshan bandage the bleeding wound, and then took off the rag that was blocking his mouth. Brother Lin, you are a good person and you will be rewarded. Thank you for saving my life. Can you please be a good person and let me go? I will give you as much money as you want. Li Tangshan looked at Lin Feng with gratitude. He wanted to win over Lin Feng. Maybe if he was lucky, he could use his tricks to persuade the enemy's ally to defect. But what Lin Feng said next surprised him. I really don't want to save you. I just don't want you to die from excessive bleeding so early. To make it easier for my big brother to stab you a few more times so that you can feel the real pain, I won't bandage your wounds. Yi Chen curled his lips and sneered at Li Tangshan, the son pays for the father's debt. It was your father who killed my father back then, so it's not too much for me to kill you now, right? He no longer had much patience to deal with Li Tongshen, so he raised his dagger and stabbed it into Li Tongshen's calf again, but not a vital spot. Li Tongshen was in excruciating pain. He rolled on the ground with bloodshot eyes. Lin Feng responsibly pulled a strip of cloth to help him with a simple bandage. "Brother, let me think about it. I think the Yi Liang you are talking about is not Uncle Fu, right?" The reality of life and death triggered Li Tongshen's instinct for survival, so his brain began to work faster. He looked at the doubts on Yi Chen's face, afraid that the other party would not believe him, so he continued to introduce himself fluently. "Because Uncle Fu often brings good luck to my dad, he was given the name Uncle Fu. 20 years ago, he was my dad's full-time driver. Over time, people just called him Uncle Fu, so naturally they forgot his original name." Chapter 89. Big Brother is worthy of being Big Brother. When Li Tongshen was facing a life and death situation, his instinct for survival was triggered, so his brain started to work faster. He looked at the doubts on Yi Chen's face, afraid that the other party would not believe him, so he continued to introduce himself fluently. "Because Uncle Fu often brings good luck to my dad, he was given the name Uncle Fu. 20 years ago, he was my dad's full-time driver. Over time, people just called him Uncle Fu, so naturally they forgot his original name." Then watch this video and recall what happened to Uncle Fu in the end. After obtaining Yi Chen's consent, Lin Feng opened the video on the surveillance camera for Li Tongshen to review, and also explained it cooperatively. I. How should I know what happened? 20 years have passed. Besides, I was still young at the time, so it's normal that I can't remember many things." Li Tongshen swallowed and licked his dry lips with his tongue. In fact, he already had a guess in his mind, but this matter was more or less related to his father. If he told the truth, he would probably not be able to escape punishment. Don't worry. I'm the kind of person who will always find the perpetrators of a wrong. If it wasn't you who did it, I wouldn't have harmed the innocent. If you don't tell me, don't blame the sharpness of this dagger." After Yi Chen finished speaking, he pointed the dagger at Li Tongshen's thick and greasy belly and gently stabbed it. The lethality was not great, but it really hurt. "Ouch. I'm telling you. I didn't say it, so I won't say it. If you prick me again, I'll really become a hedgehog." Li Tongshen was about to faint from the pain, but he had no choice but to let Yi rub salt into his wounds, so he could only suffer excruciating pain. "Just now I heard someone say that the son should pay for the father's debt, but it has become a case of every debt has its own culprit so quickly. However, the most important thing right now is to cooperate as much as possible, so that you can save your life." That day was actually. I was playing with Tan Lin, the eldest son of the Tan family. The elders of our two families were discussing cooperation matters. Beads of sweat dripped down Li Tongshen's head, and he had to fall into that painful memory. This was the beginning of his decadent life. It turned out that he heard the screams of a young maid coming from a room that day. He followed the sound and found that it was that guy Tan Lin who was molesting the girl. This kind of thing is actually very common in big and powerful families. Young maids who serve their masters will be implicated to some extent. It all depends on the character of the master. But unfortunately, the young maid this time was Xiaomei, a girl with a bad temper. She could not bear the humiliation and resisted fiercely. It happened that Li Tongshen, who was eavesdropping outside, was discovered by Tan Lin at this time. The two young men were only about 18 or 17 years old at the time. Both of them were rich kids and usually had a lot of fun, so Tan Lin openly invited Li Tongshen to come and join them. The noise attracted Yi Chen's father Yi Liang, who was smoking in the corridor. Although Yi Liang was just a driver, he was an upright person. What he hated most was this kind of petty theft and forcing decent women. Yi Liang rushed in and tried to stop them, but was killed by the playful Tan Lin. Afterwards, the elders of the two families secretly disposed of Yi Liang's body, so this matter has not been discovered for so many years. Why didn't you say it just now? Did you have to let brother Yi stab you 3 times before you told me? Did you kill Yi Liang and now you want to frame someone else? Lin Feng continued to question very shrewdly. The intrigues in the business world these days had made his mind much more active. Li Tongshen was immediately in despair when he heard this. He cried and burst into tears. "No, brother, you guys who just did this clearly won't have a good death. You will say I'm making it up no matter what I say. If I wasn't desperate, I would never be so frank." Yi Chen nodded and ordered Yi outside the door to take the person away first. When he was not sure about the truth of the matter, it was necessary to unilaterally control Li Tongshen first. Although deep down, Yi Chen didn't want this matter to have anything to do with the Li family, but that was the fact. Even if this was Li Luolua's biological brother, he had to do it. Seeing Yi Chen's worried look, Lin Feng patted his shoulder with understanding and said, "Brother Yi, I understand your feelings very well. You and your sister-in-law are like Romeo and Juliet. There may be an insurmountable family hatred between the two of you." Yi Chen rolled his eyes at Lin Feng, then drank his wine bitterly. "What Romeo and Juliet? I'm warning you, don't use such a tragic story to talk about your sister-in-law and me in the future." "I'm sorry, Brother Yi, I didn't think about it that much. Let me change the metaphor. You are like Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai." Lin Feng scratched his ears and cheeks. "Get lost. Do you mean to curse us to transform into butterflies?" Yi Chen gritted his teeth viciously. The two men raised their glasses and drank, talking about all the unhappiness in their hearts over the past few days. During the conversation, each of them shed a few crocodile tears, saying, "It's hard to be a human being, and it's even harder to be a man. When I was tired of drinking and was about to leave, I met a group of men who had just walked out of a private room in the corridor." Yi Chen stumbled and fell directly on a man. The strong smell of perfume on the man made Yi Chen feel dizzy and uncomfortable in his stomach, so he couldn't help but vomit it all out, staining the man's clothes with vomit. "Do you have eyes when you walk? You are looking for death." The perfume man was a person who paid great attention to his appearance. When he saw that his newly bought clothes were stained by someone's vomit, he immediately came up and started to rant, wanting to press Yi Chen to the ground and rub him hard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drinking more than 10 kilograms of liquor, and coincidentally getting into a fight, triggering SS-level drunken fist. Please claim it. Okay, get it. Yi Chen heard the mechanical announcement in his mind and accepted it without thinking. Although he was not drunk mentally, his body was a little tipsy, so he combined it with drunken boxing and fought very well. He threw left and right hooks, followed by a monkey stealing peaches, then a guanyin sitting on a lotus, flying in the clouds, and all his moves in fighting were done in one go, without any pattern to be found. The perfume man was stunned and had no idea how to respond. However, within 7 moves, Yi Chen beat the perfume man so badly that his nose and eyes were swollen and he could hardly speak clearly. Lin Feng was still worried about the situation and was planning to secretly use the phone on his back to call someone over. But now, seeing that Yi Chen was able to handle the situation with ease even though he was drunk, he couldn't help but secretly admire in his heart, "Big brother is really the big brother." Chapter 90. I think you haven't grown up yet. However, within 7 moves, Yi Chen beat the perfume man so badly that his nose and eyes were swollen and he could hardly speak clearly. Lin Feng was still worried about the situation and was planning to secretly use the phone on his back to call someone over. But now, seeing that Yi Chen was able to handle the situation with ease even though he was drunk, he couldn't help but secretly admire in his heart, "Big brother is really the big brother." When the other people saw that their boss was subdued, they all looked extremely dejected and wanted to step forward to attack. Yi Chen grabbed the perfumed man's vital point with a grappling move, and shouted at everyone in a cold voice, "If you come one step closer, your eldest brother's life will be gone." When the younger brothers saw this situation, they dared not to act rashly. At this time, there was someone moving constantly in the sack behind them, and he made choked cries for help from time to time. Yi Chen glanced at the sack on the ground, his voice filled with irresistible majesty. "Open the sack. I advise you to mind your own business. After you get involved in something you shouldn't be involved in, have you ever thought about the consequences?" The perfume man's questioning and timid voice came. Although he was now under the control of others, he could not forget his duty. After all, he was also the deputy head of the White Tiger Hall. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. This person couldn't be so fearless. If I had thought about the consequences, I wouldn't have asked Yi Chen to open the bag. Yi Chen increased the strength in his hands a little bit, pinching the perfume man's throat so hard that it hurt. He almost rolled his eyes, and immediately waved his hand to signal his brothers to open the sack first and then talk about it. Everyone in the White Tiger Hall looked at each other for a long time. The order they received this time was to take the person away no matter what. If the mission failed, mission 1 would pay with their lives. Instead of doing that, it would be easier to take the person away first. Just when everyone was ready to abandon the car to save the driver and wanted to take the person away directly, Yi Chen received the information that Yi had found out, and he instantly felt extremely happy. "You guys didn't even look at who you caught, and you just rushed them out. If you take the wrong person, won't it cause a mess?" Yi Chen said with a wicked smile, and then he circulated the true energy in his hand, and an invisible force swept out, directly opening the mouth of the sack, revealing the face of the person inside. The person inside was none other than Li Meilin. She stared with her eyes wide open and a bandage on her mouth. She shook her head and sighed helplessly. Although he didn't understand why Yi Chen was here, at this moment he was like a god sent from heaven and became his last hope. A distress signal flashed in Li Meilin's eyes, hoping that Yi Chen could understand it at this moment. This woman is not the fourth Miss Tan you are looking for. She is the younger sister of the leader of the Azure Dragon clan. I believe that you and the White Tiger clan would not want to cause trouble out of nothing, right? Yi Chen's words surprised the White Tiger gang brothers. They looked at Yi Chen suspiciously, feeling it was incredible. Why could an unknown young man in front of them know their background and purpose? Who are you? Why do you know about the secret mission of our White Tiger Hall? And what evidence do you have to prove that she is not the fourth Miss Tan? The perfumed man asked with his neck stiffened. If he failed to complete the mission today he would die if he went back, so he might as well take a risk and ask the question. I'm your grandfather, of course I know everything. Yi Chen felt the noise in his ears. Anyway, the White Tiger Hall and the Azure Dragon gang were mortal enemies, so there was no need for him to be merciful. He simply twisted the perfumed man's neck with one hand. He thought that a group fight would break out next, but the development of the situation was beyond his expectation. He saw that all the people in the White Tiger Hall, who had just been holding their weapons tightly and ready for battle, now all surrendered. Hello, Captain. Hello, Captain. It turned out that the rules of the White Tiger Hall were at work, which was that only those with ability could take over. Yi Chen waved his hand awkwardly, then issued his order in a serious manner, let this girl go. The people in the White Tiger Hall released the man without saying a word. The rule in their gang was to strictly follow the orders of their superiors. Anyone who disobeyed could be killed at will. Of course, those who succeeded in the challenge could easily bypass the superior's level and take his place. The fourth young lady of the Tan family you are looking for looks like this. Why don't you go find her? What are you all standing here for? Yi Chen threw out a photo of fourth Miss Tan and asked everyone in the White Tiger Hall to quickly look for her, mainly because there were too many people and he was getting upset. After Li Meilin was released, she walked up to Yi Chen and punched him directly, which blinded Yi Chen. This was the first time he was beaten. Although the girl's punch was not heavy and did not hurt, the shock on his face was evident. Did you take the wrong medicine, you crazy woman? I was the one who saved you, okay? And you are repaying kindness with hatred? Yi Chen roared angrily, then pulled Li Meilin into the nearest box. Li Meilin didn't expect Yi Chen to treat her so rudely. In the past, the boys who pursued her would just obey any request she made, even if she beat or scolded them, they were happy to do so. What do you want to do? If you hadn't come to this damn place today, I wouldn't have followed you into danger. So everything that happened today is all your fault. Li Meilin's head hit the sofa and it was buzzing with pain. When she saw Yi Chen approaching step by step, she was so nervous that she stopped breathing. So you're saying that you followed me? Yi Chen rubbed his eyebrows in confusion. I'm not following you for what you think. I'm looking for evidence of your promiscuity to give to my brother, so that he won't force me to marry you. When Li Meilin saw Yi Chen's dangerous gaze lingering on her, she suddenly felt a chill on her back and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Should I say you are naive, or should I say you are brainless? Did your brother give you to me because he was attracted by my character? He obviously knew that I have a wife and children, okay? How can a girl of your age be so big-breasted and brainless? Yi Chen took a step closer and looked down at Li Meilin. His body was slightly tilted, and the tips of their noses were so close that they could even feel each other's breath. Who are you calling big-breasted and brainless? Do you think my brother really admires you that much? He just likes your skills. When you are no longer useful, he will change his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Li Meilin was timid in her heart, but she pretended to be calm on the surface. Her pampered life since childhood made her unaware of the meaning of taking a step back. Oh, really? I think you seem to have grown up, but you're still not fully grown up. Yi Chen grinned evilly, and used a little more force with his invincible grip, causing Li Meilin to scream out in pleasure. Chapter 91 Telling the Truth. Li Meilin was unable to move. From childhood to adulthood, no man had dared to treat her like this. Yi Chen exerted a little force with his hands and shattered the other person's clothes. At this moment, Li Meilin's pride and self-esteem were trampled on the ground by Yi Chen, and she cried in despair. How could you do this to me? Oh, you called me that. I suddenly want to prove this crime. Otherwise, I feel sorry for the words you scolded me. Yi Chen fiercely loosened his hand, then clamped Li Meilian's delicate chin, forcing her to look into his eyes. I really suspect that you have paranoid delusions, as if all the men in the world are obsessed with you. I tell you the truth, compared with my wife, you are 1,000 miles away from me. I wouldn't even want you to pay for me. Li Meilian felt ashamed, angry, and annoyed. Even though she was in such a state, she still had to endure such verbal sarcasm from the other party. You damn pervert, I will tell my brother about this when I get back, and he will definitely kill you then. Li Meilian was still being stubborn. Even though her beautiful eyes were already filled with tears, she refused to let a single tear fall to the ground. Boring. Yi Chen believed that Li Meilian was suffering from paranoia and was frantically imagining the scene of herself being hurt by others, so she was so afraid of him. Yi Chen felt deeply bored. He turned around and wanted to leave. He just did that just to intimidate the other party. Although the means are a bit cruel and violent. Don't leave. Tell them not to look for Tan Feifei. She is the daughter of the White Tiger Hall's enemy. If she is found, she will definitely die miserably. Li Meilian shouted at Yi Chen's departing back. She hugged herself, sobbed against the wall, and looked down at the purple and red on her body. At this moment, she couldn't hold back her tears and burst out. Tan Feifei is also known as the fourth Miss Tan. Li Meilian and she are best friends, so even if she is in danger, she will rely on the righteousness and heroism of the people of the world to save the fourth Miss Tan from the dire straits. You should take care of your own safety first. Yi Chen left the box without looking back. He ordered the female killer from the Qinglong gang to bring clothes in for Li Meilian. The appearance of Li Meilian was just a small episode. The most important thing now was to find out what the Tan family and the Li family had done to his father. The move of Bai Hutang to find Tan Feifei is obviously a variable among variables, because according to the information Yi Yi had investigated before, Bai Hutang has nothing to do with this matter. However, Yi Chen's current mentality is that he hopes the world will not be in chaos. The more chaotic it is, the more opportunities he will have to investigate the truth of the matter. Soon Yi Yi sent a message about Tan Lin's whereabouts. It was because of his lustful nature that many of his former mistresses were dissatisfied, and they were directly reported by someone on the Chaoyang district girlfriend Nu Chang. According to Yi Yi's hacking skills, the person who reported was Tan Lin's lover. Yi Chen looked at the address on his phone and fell into deep thought. At that time, he had already taken a bus to the destination listed in the address. Tan Lin is having fun in the room at the moment. My dear baby, I'm tired from playing today and I don't want to play anymore. Let's play tomorrow. Tan Lin lay on the big bed like a dead dog. He felt like he was about to die of sleepiness and was overcome by a wave of drowsiness. Hey Mr. Tan, don't go to sleep so soon. They say men are like tigers at the age of 40, but why are you like a bug, saying you're tired all the time? The charming woman on the other side pouted in anger. She had waited so long to get to this day. I was thinking of taking the opportunity to poke a few holes in the small umbrella so that I could become a phoenix by relying on my son. But I didn't expect that the most crucial step would end before it even began. Oh dear, I'm really tired. You don't know how busy I am with work all day. I can never spend all the billions of pocket money at home. Tan Lin boasted without thinking. He had known for a long time that these women were greedy for money, so as long as he gave some money or made a big promise at the critical moment, the other party would obey him. Sure enough, the charming woman fell silent when she heard this. The complaints she had just made immediately disappeared without a trace, and were replaced by a sweet smile on her face. Mr. Tan, you are well known. Do you want to try something bigger? How about we try this? I heard it can make people feel as happy as gods. The enchanting woman took out a transparent plastic bag from under the bed, which was filled with white powder. She then took out 2 tubes and handed one of them to Tan Lin. In fact, people only live for a few decades. If you can't enjoy yourself in time, then life loses its meaning. Don't you think so, Mr. Tan? The charming woman rubbed her breasts, blinked her eyes and took a mouthful of white powder, then kissed Tan Lin's mouth charmingly and blew the powder in her mouth over. Tan Lin had already given up, but was aroused by the wanton scene, so he responded to the other party's actions and swallowed the rice directly. But after a while, Tan Lin felt weak all over, his brain became confused, and he fell into a deep sleep. Yi Chen kicked Tan Lin, who was lying on the ground and still sleeping like a dead pig, then looked at Yi Yi thoughtfully. What on earth did you feed him? I'm here to ask him questions. Did you really feed him ice jelly? How can you ask questions when he's unconscious? Don't worry, boss. I fed him truth powder. He just ate too much and fell asleep. Pinch his philtrum and he will wake up. Yi half squatted down as he spoke and pressed Tan Lin's philtrum with his finger. As expected, Tan Lin quickly opened his eyes, but his eyes were still empty. Tan Lin, how many women do you have? More than 100, I can't remember the exact number. After Yi demonstrated, Tan Lin answered truthfully. At this moment, he looked like a mindless robot. Tan Lin, tell me, did you kill a driver from the Li family 20 years ago? Seeing this, Yi Chen asked the question he wanted to ask most. Tan Lin nodded, then shook his head. Someone did die that day, but I didn't kill him. Who is that? Yi Chen asked. This question is one that Yi Chen has buried deep in his heart for a very long time. He has always felt that the meaning of his life in this world is to find the answer to this question and give his biological father an answer, which would also be an explanation to himself. Now that he was very close to the answer, Yi Chen even had the illusion that he was more timid as he got closer to home. Chapter 92 The Truth 2. Seeing this, Yi Chen asked the question he wanted to ask most. Tan Lin nodded, then shook his head. Someone did die that day, but I didn't kill him. Who is that? Yi Chen asked. He rushed in and saved the little bitch. Uncle Li didn't care because he was grateful for the deep relationship between master and servant. But who knew that the little bitch went to the rooftop first? She wanted to commit suicide. After all, her innocence was gone. Then the driver went to the rooftop to save her. The driver had good intentions when he went to the rooftop to save someone, but who knew that the little bitch didn't want to live anymore? She was determined to die, so the two of them fell off the building together. Later, this matter was handled by Uncle Li and my dad without anyone noticing. Tan Lin's eyes were empty and his narration was somewhat disorganized, but every word made Yi Chen extremely sad. Thinking back on the decades of hard work my mother put in to raise me, how she endured the cold stare and exclusion from others, thinking back on how I was verbally abused and pointed at and called a jinx since I was a child. The more Yi Chen thought about it, the angrier he got. He punched Tan Lin directly on the nose, causing him to bleed from his nose. He felt like he was falling 3,000 feet like a waterfall. Yi Chen wanted to fight again, but was stopped by Yi. Boss, stop fighting. It won't help even if you beat him to death. Yi Chen roared in pain. The man who died was my father, not yours, so you naturally don't care. My father died early. Can you understand the days of an orphan and a widow begging for a living under someone else's roof? You can't. Because he had no father, Yi Chen's mother Zhang Yun had to act as both father and mother to raise him. Now, although he is only in his early 40s, he looks like he is in his 50s or 60s. Yi Chen slammed his fist against the wall, blood oozing from his fist. He seemed to want to express all the grievances he had suffered over the past 20 years, although he knew that doing so was a manifestation of impotence and rage. The key to the boss's problem is. Yi wanted to say something but paused. He knew that what Yi Chen needed most at this moment was time to calm down. Yi Chen waved his hand, patted Yi on the shoulder, and then his tone became softer. It was my attitude just now that was wrong. I'm going to go out and smoke a cigarette to calm down. Don't be offended, brother. Although Yi is a tool given to him by the system, after spending such a long time together, Yi Chen is really satisfied with him. Yi not only has excellent business capabilities but is also hardworking and good at observing people's expressions. More importantly, Yi is very loyal. Yi Chen stood outside and smoked a few cigarettes. The night breeze blew gently on his face, making him instantly more sober. The most difficult thing for people to do is to stay true to their original aspiration. Just imagine if Yi Chen did not have the luck of the heaven-dropping system. Even if he was a son-in-law dependent on Li Luoluo at this time, he would never be able to stand out in the Li family, let alone help his father clear his name. After re-entering the house, Yi Chen was much more energetic and rational. He looked at Yi and asked, "What was the key to the problem you just mentioned?" Yi looked at Yi Chen with a serious expression. He was worried about the boss. After observing for a moment and finding that the other party was in an absolutely rational state, he slowly told him the new clues he had discovered. Boss, your father Yi Lian didn't die from falling. When he fell from a tall building, his clothes rubbed against a long nail. It was winter at the time, so the clothes were thick. Uncle Yi didn't fall directly from the building. You go on. Yi Chen's eyes turned red after hearing Yi's words. With slightly trembling hands, he continued to take out cigarettes from his arms and simply started smoking one after another. Both tobacco and alcohol have the effect of numbing the human nerves. This is why people continue to smoke even though they know that smoking is harmful to health, because its effect is indeed magical. Uncle Yi was probably hung on the wall of a certain floor, and then he climbed in through the windowsill, which resulted in the scars of being beaten. This kind of superficial skin injury is completely different from the injuries caused by falling from a height. This is the forensic report at the time. Boss, you. Yi couldn't bear to continue talking. It was extremely cruel to let his son face the tragedy of his father's death. Give it to me. Yi-Chen pinched out the ash and took the death certificate from Yi's hand. Due to its age and improper storage, the cover of the certificate was not only yellowed, but also had several fragmented pages missing. Where did you get this information? The sound Yi-Chen made from his teeth made people feel cold. This was the conclusion drawn by the forensic doctor of the forensic department at the time. Later, this information disappeared inexplicably. I restored it through special methods. Yi looked at Yi-Chen worriedly, because emotions can easily make a person irrational, and he didn't want Yi-Chen to lose the big picture for the small. Yi-Chen fell into deep thought. According to the appraisal report, his father's life should have been saved by the hanging hook. He thought he had escaped, but he was strangled to death by someone hiding in the room, which left a red mark on his neck. Later, the murderer pretended that Yi Liang had committed suicide by jumping off a building and threw him down from a high place. Yi, what do you think about my father's death? Who killed him? Yi-Chen suffered temporary brain hypoxia due to the tremendous pain. He looked at Yi blankly, hoping to get some constructive advice and opinions. Boss, your behavior reminds me of a popular saying on the internet, Yuan Feng, what do you think? Yi didn't know whether to adjust the atmosphere. He patted Yi-Chen's shoulder and said earnestly, Boss, don't worry. What you need most now is rest. Before the truth comes out, I will monitor Li Tongshen and Tan Lin. They will not escape our surveillance. Seeing Yi-Chen's worried look, Yi continued, as for wanting to investigate the truth of what happened back then, we must first find out all the people in that building back then, and then check the suspects one by one. In the end, we can use the method of luring the snake out of its hole. Luring the snake out of its hole? Yi-Chen was very curious about this word. After all, letting the murderer fall into the trap himself was the best strategy. Yi told Yi-Chen his plan one by one, and Yi-Chen's uneasy mood gradually calmed down. He took a few more puffs of the cigarette, then crushed it out fiercely, then waved his fist at the sky and shouted, Dad, I will avenge you. Please bless me with a smooth journey this time, your spirit in heaven. At this time, gray rain fell from the sky, as if Yi Liang's spirit in heaven was comforted. Chapter 93 Revenge. Dad, I will avenge you. Please bless me with a smooth journey this time, your spirit in heaven. At this time, gray rain fell from the sky, as if Yi Liang's spirit in heaven was comforted. Gao Shan has been a little uneasy these days. He always feels like something unclean has entered the house. Every time when he goes to bed, he hears a loud noise outside the window. Ever since his son Gao Long's death, Gao Shan has been using sleeping pills to help himself fall asleep, but things have been strange in recent days. He couldn't fall asleep even after taking the pills for several days. Sometimes outside the window there is the sound of a cat meowing, sometimes a crow cawing, sometimes a woman crying, and even Gao Shan felt that if he didn't go find the immortal, he would probably be possessed by some evil spirit. On this day, Gao Shan invited Wang Daxian to his home to perform a ritual. He did not believe in Wang Daxian's ability because he originally wanted to invite Zhang Daxian, but Zhang Daxian's wife had gone to give birth, and Wang Daxian appeared out of nowhere. Where are you from? Why haven't I heard of you before? Although Gao Shan was old and frail due to the shock of his son's death, he was not as crazy as an old Taoist priest, so he was still wary of people. Wang Daxian was none other than Yi in disguise. He laughed faintly. Your son lost his life because of that beautiful woman, your wife died because she ran a red light for 3 seconds when crossing the road, your sister was dismembered because she met the wrong person, and your mother had a stroke because she stole $10 from the owner's house and was bitten by a dog. Before Yi could finish his words, Gao Shan was already convinced. Most of the things happening in his family were sad, so he usually wouldn't tell anyone about them. What's more, the family has gone through many changes, and Gao Shan has moved several times in order to change the feng shui, so the neighbors here know nothing about him. Gao Shan now believes from the bottom of his heart that Wang Daxian is the chosen one, otherwise he would not have opened his third eye and seen everything. Wang Daxian stroked his beard and gave Gao Shan a white look. It is said that if you employ someone, trust him. If you doubt him, don't employ him. Since you don't trust me, there is no need to invite me back to perform the ritual. After saying this, Wang Daxian wanted to leave. After all, as an ambassador, he still had to show the temper of a master. Gao Shan quickly pulled the other person back, and then asked with difficulty, "Master, you are indeed an otherworldly expert. What exactly caused my bad luck, and how can I get rid of it?" Wang Daxian took out a yellow paper talisman from his arms, stuck it on Gao Shan's forehead, and then recited a spell. "Hurry up, as the law commands, the demons, gods and snakes, open the way, spy on the secrets of heaven, open." Although what he said was a cliché, Yi was usually very busy with his work and he rarely read books or watched TV dramas, so he had done his best to come up with these few random sentences. Who knew that Gao Shan was usually a homebody, whose only hobby was playing with birds and growing flowers? He was completely stupefied by Wang Daxian's few words. 20 years ago, you killed a colleague because of extreme anger. That person's ghost never reincarnated because he hated you, and now he is pestering you. Is this true? Wang Daxian only asked half of the questions and lied for the rest. After all, if he pointed out the names, it would lose its mysteriousness and instead arouse other people's suspicion. Gao Shan thought for a while, then cold sweat wet his back. He widened his eyes in horror and wiped the sweat beads falling from his forehead. Indeed. That person competed with me for the position. I worked hard for 10 years just for that position. Why should I leave the position to him when he has only been here for a year? I don't accept it. But people are gone and things have become cold. It has been 20 years since this incident happened. Why is this person still pestering me? Great Immortal, you must have a way to help me, right? Since you can spy on the secrets of heaven, you must have a way to save me. Wang Daxian continued to stroke his beard, with an embarrassment on his face. It's not impossible to help you, but this person's ghost has been wandering in the world for too long. He saw his orphans and widows being bullied, so he absorbed too much resentment. So getting rid of him will cost me a lot of cultivation. Adhering to the principle of speaking halfway, Wang Daxian looked embarrassed and said that he would not get into trouble without excellent compensation. When Gao Shan heard this, he immediately vowed, "Don't worry, Immortal. I have worked hard all my life and saved a lot of money. As long as you can help me get rid of the evil spirit, I will give you any amount of money. This number." Yi stretched out 3 fingers and shook them. He had no shortage of money, but he was just trying to help Yi Chen blackmail. 3 million? Okay, I have it. Gao Shan shouted excitedly. He had no children anyway, so there was no point in keeping so much money. He just wanted to have a stable old age. Damn it, I just wanted Yi to blackmail me for 30,000, but you gave me 3 million for free. You are really a parasite of the Li family. Yi Chen, who had been monitoring all this in secret, was inspired. He never expected that the development of things would be so dramatic. Gao Shan killed his father, and he killed Gao Shan's son Gao Long. It really is revenge has not come yet. In order to prevent Wang Daxian from not believing him, Gao Shan took out a check and signed it for 3 million. Then he waved it to show Wang Daxian the ticket number and put it away. "Master, as long as you share my worries, I can give you the money right away." Wang Daxian took out a bottle of potion from his arms and said, "Drink it and then walk around this fire basin 49 times. I will save the soul and it will stop following you." Wang Daxian, I have done everything you asked. Is this the end now? Gao Shan did as he was told. At this moment, a cold wind blew from behind him. He turned around and looked at the door, only to find that the person standing at the door looked very much like Yi Liang. He was so scared that he quickly knelt down. "Brother Yi, I was jealous of you and wanted to kill you. You thought I was helping you out of kindness, but I didn't expect that I would be the one stabbing you in the back. I'm so sorry. Now I have no children or grandchildren, which is karma. Please don't bother me anymore." Gao Shan's voice was so mournful that he was too frightened to look up at the ghostly figure. Only after he heard the voice did he realize that the person was not Yi Liang. "You still believe in karma, you have brought this upon yourself. And I killed your son with my own hands. It must be very painful to see your enemy right in front of you but unable to do anything about it?" Yi Chen approached the mountain step by step, the mockery and disdain in his voice evident. Chapter 94 Husband, I mind. "You still believe in karma, you have brought this upon yourself. And I killed your son with my own hands. It must be very painful to see your enemy right in front of you but unable to do anything about it? Yi Chen approached the mountain step by step, the mockery and disdain in his voice evident. Gao Shan was terrified. His eyes widened and his tongue became tangled. So, it turned out to be you. I should have known earlier that you are Yi Liang's son. Gao Shan was very upset. He said that when he first saw Yi Chen, he felt that he looked like someone, but he couldn't tell who he looked like. Now if you look closely, Yi Chen's eyebrows and eyes are very similar to Yi Liang's, they are father and son. So you're not some great immortal. Everything is a conspiracy planned by the two of you. You killed my son. I'm going to fight you. Gao Shan stood up violently, picked up the candlestick next to him used for rituals, and rushed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood there calmly. He was extremely fast and was not afraid of anything. Unexpectedly, Gao Shan was so excited that he didn't see the obstacle under his feet and stumbled to the ground. The candlestick in his hand was pointed upwards and pierced directly into his left atrium. Yi stepped forward and half knelt, and used his hand to feel Gao Shan's breath, then said to Yi Chen indifferently, "The breath is weak, the pupils are dilated, he is dead. It's better for him to be dead, so that I don't have to touch his dirty blood. He should have died 20 years ago." Yi Chen watched coldly, then walked to the balcony and smoked silently. Looking at the grey drizzle, Yi Chen murmured to himself, "Dad, your son has avenged you today. I hope you know it in your netherworld." He sighed and didn't notice Yi walking up to him. Yi held the check for 3 million in his hand. "This is from the old man. He has no successor anyway, so it would be a waste if he doesn't take the money. Use 10,000 to bury him, and the rest will be yours." Yi Chen said indifferently, without even looking at the check. Sometimes people's greed and desires are aroused by money and power. Although they are valuable, they can also make people lose their way. Seeing that Yi did not move, Yi Chen turned around and patted him on the shoulder. "You have privately established several Hope primary schools. Since so many places need money, just take it. It can also be regarded as my contribution to the future Hope of Xia." Yi looked at Yi Chen in surprise. He thought that what he had done was secretive enough, but he didn't expect that Yi Chen knew everything. All along, Yi Chen never asked what Yi did. The two of them seemed to have an unspoken labor relationship, but unknowingly, their relationship had become like that of brothers. "Then I'll be honored to refuse it." Yi said no more and put the check into his arms. "Then what should we do with Li Tangshan and Tan Lin?" Yi asked immediately. "Give them this amnesia pill." Yi Chen took out 2 pills the size of marshmallows from his arms. These were the amnesia pills he had just exchanged from the system. As the name suggests, forgetfulness pills can make people forget everything they have experienced in the past week. Oh, and give each of them one of these impotence pills. Even though they didn't kill my father, there were reasons why everything happened, and it was all thanks to them. Yi Chen exchanged 2 new pills in the system, and he couldn't help but sigh at the system mauls everything. "Okay," Yi responded as he put away the 4 pills. But because he collected them in such a hurry, Yi got confused later. He gave 2 forgetfulness pills to Li Tangshan, and gave the other 2 erectile dysfunction pills to Tan Lin. The result was a coincidence. Tan Lin had taken the truth potion when he told the truth, so he didn't remember most of the things. It was just that Yi Chen prepared a forgetfulness pill for him just in case. 1 plus 12, so the effect of using 2 pills in combination is double the power. Of course, all of this is in the past. The birthday celebration of the Li family's ancestor was held as scheduled. Because Li Luoluo found the heirloom, her mother's tablet was moved into the Li family's ancestral hall as she wished, and everything went smoothly. However, the Li family discovered that Li Tangshan, the eldest grandson of the eldest branch of the family, had lost all his memory at once. He could not even recognize the elders in the family. He forgot everything he said in the last second the next. His memory was not even as good as that of a goldfish. Even though he went to the largest hospital in the capital, went abroad for treatment, and tried both Chinese and Western medicine, the cause of his memory loss could not be solved, and the eldest branch of the Li family declined as a result. Some people said that Li Tangshan was possessed by evil spirits, some said that it was retribution for his past sins, and some said that it was because the Li family was too big and too chaotic and there was a lot of power scramble. In short, there were many different opinions and none of them hit the point. Yi Chen stood on the balcony smoking and enjoying the breeze. Recently, he found that it was quite good to be a laid-back and idle person. He did not need to carry too many things in his heart and could be his heartless self. "Honey, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about me?" Li Luolua's charming voice came from behind. She wrapped her slender arms around him and rubbed her soft face against Yi Chen's back. When Yi Chen turned around, Li Luoluo discovered that he was smoking. Her little face changed instantly. She snatched the cigarette butt from the corner of Yi Chen's mouth and put it out with a bit of coquettishness. "Hubby, why are you smoking again? I've noticed that you smoked too much recently. It's not good for your health. Aren't we planning to have another baby?" Li Luolua's voice became smaller and smaller, and she felt like she was seducing someone by saying this. It seems that the wife wants to have a taste of her husband. "Have you figured it out?" Yi Chen grabbed Li Luoluo and held her in his arms, then poked her with his stubble, causing the beauty to smile sweetly. "Hate it, stop poking me with your beard, it's so itchy." Li Luoluo used her small hands to tickle Yi Chen, but her slender waist was clamped and she couldn't move. Men always want to leave something inside the body of the woman they love. Yi Chen grinned evilly, then grabbed Li Luoluo's two restless little cat paws with one big hand. "You little wild cat are so naughty, when will you be good?" "Humph, I don't want to become a docile little kitty and let a big tiger like you bully me at will." Li Luoluo pouted and looked up at Yi Chen. "Then when will you give birth to two little tigers for me?" Yi Chen rubbed Li Luoluo's flat belly with his big palm. "Two more, I don't want them." Li Luoluo opened Yi Chen's hand and pouted. "Husband, do you know that your figure will deteriorate when you are pregnant?" "It's okay. I don't mind. But I do mind. There are so many news reports online about actresses getting pregnant or their husbands cheating on them." As Li Luoluo spoke, a trace of sadness appeared on her face. Chapter 95. The wind is blowing, it's time. But I do mind. There are so many news reports online about actresses getting pregnant or their husbands cheating on them. As Li Luoluo spoke, a trace of sadness appeared on her face. Yi Chen lowered his head to kiss Li Luoluo's little face, then said affectionately, "Honey, don't let your imagination run wild. I think instead of standing by the abyss and envying the fish, we should retreat and weave a net, honey. You, don't mess around, we are on the balcony." Li Luoluo felt the coolness in her lower body and quickly pushed it away. Yi Chen stopped what he was doing, picked up his little wife, and brought her to the bedroom with a big bed. By the time it was over, it was already a moonlit night. The next day, Yi Chen cleaned the house while Li Luoluo went to work, mainly because he played too crazy last night and made the whole room a mess. Originally, these trivial matters could be left to the servants, but Li Luoluo was too shy to do it. In order to let his wife go to work with peace of mind, Yi Chen volunteered to take on the task. He found a robot vacuum cleaner, stuffed all the sheets and quilts into the washing machine, and cleaned the bedside table inside and out until it was spotless. But when Yi Chen opened the cabinet door, he found a small medicine bottle inside that was very strange. Why is it weird? Because it is placed at the very innermost part, as if Li Luoluo placed it there suspiciously, and even covered it with a face value box. Seeing the words on the medicine bottle, Yi Chen was completely stunned. It turned out to be contraceptive pills. Yi Chen felt a lightning strike for a moment. He was in a trance for a few seconds before sitting down. He opened the bottle cap and found that there were only a few pills left. Li Luoluo actually used this method to harm her own body in order to avoid pregnancy. Yi Chen was stunned for a long time and threw the medicine bottle into the trash can. He had no intention of cleaning anymore as he felt the room was very stuffy. Driving around aimlessly outside, Yi Chen sorted out his thoughts. Was he asking for too much? Was he too greedy? Did he push Li Luoluo too hard? If you don't want to have children, you can just tell him directly. Why would you lie to him? Obviously what I said yesterday was that I was planning to have a child. Yi Chen felt his mind was in a mess. He held the steering wheel with one hand and his cell phone with the other. After hesitating for a long time, he deleted the words he had entered them again, and deleted them again. He felt like he had a lot of things he wanted to ask Li Luoluo, but he didn't know how to ask them in the safest way. There seemed to be an insurmountable gap between the two of them. They were no longer the same as before. Boom! The car rear-ended the car in front. Yi Chen's whole body was numb, and he sat in the driver's seat motionless. It was not until the owner of the car in front got out and knocked hard on Yi Chen's glass window that he slowly rolled down the window. "How do you drive? You hit a dent in my new car? Are you blind?" Wang Yuda roared in exasperation. Seeing that Yi Chen was driving a Bora, he concluded that the other party was a poor and powerless person. "What's your cell phone number? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here. Damn, I just bought an Audi A6. You're blind. Wang Yuta saw that Yi Chen was absent-minded and didn't even bother to look at him, and he was so angry that he cursed. How much is it? I'll accompany you. Yi Chen felt annoyed and took out his bank card from his pocket. He was now overwhelmed by the uncomfortable emotions. However, before he handed over the bank card, Wang Yuta slammed it to the ground. I don't have a POS machine, why would you give me a card? How do you know if there is money in your card? Did you listen to me, you little brat? Wang Yuta grabbed Yi Chen by the collar, but before he could exert any force, his wrist was twisted backwards and he heard a click sound of bone breaking. Murder, damn, it hurt so much. Whoa. When Yi Chen let go of his hand, Wang Yuta sat down on the ground in pain, grimacing. Two cars parked like this in the middle of the road affected traffic safety, and soon the traffic police from nearby came over. Coincidentally, the traffic policeman who came was Wang Yuta's cousin, Wang Youfa. Brother, Officer Wang, you have to help me. He not only crashed my new car into a dent, but also broke my wrist. Wang Yuta originally wanted to call him brother, but was frightened by Wang Youfa's cold look. He knew that his cousin didn't like people claiming to be relatives. Oh, is that true? Let me test whether this person is drunk or not. Wang Youfa saw that Wang Yuta did not try to make connections in public, so he slowly wanted to use his power to help his cousin. Yi Chen did not cooperate. Seeing the other party flirting with each other, he guessed something in his heart. Officer, why didn't you test him first but instead stared at me? Are you two a family? I'll test you first, and then test him. Any questions? When Wang Youfa saw Yi Chen questioning him, he couldn't save face and immediately put on a stern face and showed off his authority. Okay, you test it. Yi Chen said calmly, and cooperated with Wang Youfa to do the alcohol test. He was not afraid of Wang Youfa, but he felt that it would be very troublesome to go through the process if they quarreled over such a trivial matter. Besides, he was not the one at fault in the first place. If Wang Yuta hadn't been looking for trouble, there would have been no need to escalate the matter. Wang Youfa pretended to finish the test. He called on Wang Yuta by name and asked him to explain what happened, and then took notes with a pen. When Yi Chen was about to speak, he interrupted him deliberately. Okay, you and I will go to the management office first, and all the cars will be confiscated. Wang Yuta got anxious when he heard this. He had just bought his new car and was planning to show it off to his friends, but now it was detained and he didn't know how long he would have to wait. As a result, Wang Youfa gave a look to let Wang Yuta know that there was money to be made, otherwise his cousin would not have been looking for trouble. Only then did Wang Yuta realize that Yi Chen was wearing a Patek Philippe jade watch on his wrist. Wang Yuta realized it belatedly and was extremely upset. If he had known that this guy was so rich, he should have taken the card by himself and avoided sharing the loot with his cousin. Yi Chen is not stupid. He just felt that Officer Wang's eyes were like sharp hooks. He stared at the Patek Philippe jadeite on his wrist as soon as he came. It seemed that he was a gangster. Next, the Wang brothers directed and acted in the film themselves. Yi Chen knew how the plot would develop just by thinking. Wasn't it obvious that they were going to take a piece of fat meat from him? Yi Chen was already in a bad mood when he went out today, and now some villain was eyeing his money. He felt as sick as if he had eaten a fly. However, beating people will not solve the problem this time. After all, they are officials and he is a civilian. If that is the case, then let us go big. The wind is blowing, it's time for the Wang brothers to have a feast. Chapter 96, Dragon Marshal is here. Yi Chen was invited to sit in the police station, and he cooperated with the record-taking and investigation patiently. After Wang Yu asked 2 or 3 questions, he left Yi Chen alone, then pulled his cousin Wang Yuta over and whispered a few words to him. Don't be impatient. For rich people like him, we should play the long game and catch the big fish. Let him hang out first, and then he will get impatient and spit out the money naturally. Wang Yuta forced a bitter smile on his face. He felt it was hard to share the money, but now it had come to this. It was all his fault that he was so stupid back then. Brother, I was the one who lured this big fish. One should never forget the well digger when drinking water. When the time comes to share the dividends, you must. Wang Yuta rubbed his fingers and grinned slyly. Don't worry, brother. I know what's going on. It will be a 50-50 split. Wang Youfa whispered, then saw that there was no one around, and patted Wang Yuta on the shoulder. Brother, I have your brother to protect you, let's do more tricks when the time comes. This sentence is nothing more than showing off his own ability. Without him, Wang Yuta would not feel at ease even if he made money. Yi Chen on the other side felt sleepy. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. He didn't have anything important to do anyway, so he simply took a nap in the lounge. Seeing that Yi Chen was not in a hurry but rather relaxed, and didn't even show any intention of getting rid of him, Wang Youfa panicked and simply ran over and pushed Yi Chen. This is not your home, not a place to sleep. Wake up now. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at Wang Youfa impatiently. You care about eating, sleeping, and farting? Why don't you go to heaven? Contact your family. Wang Yu was furious. You can get a 50% discount if you bring it back now. If you don't, I won't wait any longer. Seeing that Yi Chen was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, he simply asked the family to take the person away. It would actually be faster to talk to the family at that time. Yi Chen looked at his confiscated mobile phone and found it again. He opened the contact list and saw the word wife in large letters. He suddenly felt upset. Thinking of Li Luola's ambiguous and insincere attitude towards the pregnancy, Yi Chen felt a little disheartened and threw his phone aside in anger without even looking at it. Wang Youfa looked at Yi Chen with disappointment, walked over and silently picked up the phone. He really met an old man today. It happened that Lin Feng called Yi Chen at this time. After Wang Youfa answered the phone, he told him the situation. When he heard the other party say that the money was enough to take good care of his elder brother, he was very happy but had to pretend to be calm. When Wang Youfa returned the phone to Yi Chen, he said casually, "Oh, you little brat, your wife is so pretty. No wonder you look listless all day long." As a man, I understand. Yi Chen was already feeling annoyed, and when he saw Wang Youfa flipping through his phone to look at pictures of his wife and making comments so brazenly, he stepped over and stomped on the phone, breaking it. Lifting Wang Youfa's collar with one hand, Yi Chen said coldly, "Who allowed you to look at my phone? How dare you talk about my wife? What's wrong with your phone? I was just looking at the photos and saying a few words, why didn't you tell me?" Wang Youfa straightened his back and said with a stiff face, he found that his cousin and his men were watching outside, and he couldn't afford to lose face. "Don't show it to me. Don't tell me." The veins on Yi Chen's forehead bulged. No matter how much his little wife had let him down, he would not allow others to covet or tease her for even a moment. After he finished speaking, he swung his fist directly. To be honest, he had been annoyed with Wang Youfa for a long time. He was a bully who took advantage of his position to enrich himself. Wang Youfa was hit hard by Yi Chen's punch. His glasses were knocked to the ground and even his hairstyle was messed up. When the people who had just been peeking outside saw this scene, they immediately rushed in. What was even more exaggerated was that Wang Yuta actually held up his cell phone and shouted, "Damn, I got video evidence of you beating Officer Wang. Just because you have a little money, you think you're so great? How dare you hit someone? Oh, you took the picture?" Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Yuta, who looked excited. "I caught you on camera. Not only did you hit me just now, but you even hit Officer Wang. I'm telling you, you're dead. You'll have to pay the price." Wang Yuta suppressed his excitement, implying that he was afraid that Yi Chen would not hit people, otherwise he would have no reason to ask for the big question. Yi Chen pretended not to believe it, then approached Wang Yuta at lightning speed, threw his phone to the ground, and stepped on it to crush it. "Is the evidence gone now?" Wang Yuta saw his phone turned into powder in an instant. He wanted to cry but had no tears. "Fuck, I just bought an iPhone 13 Pro Max. You are going too far." His new car and new mobile phone were both crushed by Yi Chen. Wang Yuta felt like he was about to have a myocardial infarction. Wang Youfa was still lying on the ground groping for his glasses. He was severely myopic and couldn't see anything clearly without his glasses. "Your grandpa actually knocked my glasses off. I'm going to make you so miserable that you can't take care of yourself." Wang Youfa thought so, and after he put on his broken glasses, he pointed at the surveillance camera on the wall. "Don't panic, don't be anxious. We have surveillance here. He won't get away with it if he commits a crime." As soon as these words fell, a young clerk rushed in hurriedly and said breathlessly, oh no, our unit has been surrounded by Long Shuai. There are so many people outside, I'm scared to death." The young man who rushed in said this, with beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a scene. What is Long Shuai? Some people immediately expressed their confusion. After all, the legend of Dasha's dragon marshal disappeared in a great war 3 years ago. How could he appear again? It's our great Xia's dragon marshal. If you don't believe me, go out and see. What a majestic military formation. They're all carrying weapons. The young man spoke as his eyes widened in horror. He had only seen these scenes in movies before, and this was the first time he saw them in real life. It was quite shocking. Hearing the young man's confident words, some people looked out the window and sighs broke out in the crowd. I saw the army outside the window standing in a solemn manner, all of them in neat uniforms. The leading commander looked majestic and powerful, indeed like a great general. Director Li came down from upstairs in a hurry. He walked out the door, followed by a group of cadres of all sizes. When the crowd who were watching the excitement here saw this situation, they immediately changed their focus to another battlefield. After all, the leaders of the entire bureau had come to greet them, and no one would dare to believe that it was not Long Shuai. Chapter 97. He actually hit her? I saw the army outside the window standing in a solemn manner, all of them in neat uniforms. The leading commander looked majestic and powerful, indeed like a great general. Director Li came down from upstairs in a hurry. He walked out the door, followed by a group of cadres of all sizes. When the crowd who were watching the excitement here saw this situation, they immediately changed their focus to another battlefield. After all, the leaders of the entire bureau had come to greet them, and no one would dare to believe that it was not Long Shuai. Li Chanan saw the neatly organized army outside the door. Lin Feng was standing in the middle in a neat military uniform. He compared him with the Marshal Long in the photo and there was absolutely no mistake. Everyone stand at attention. Salute to Marshal Long. Li Chanan roared loudly, and the scene instantly became silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with reverence, not even daring to breathe too hard. At this moment, one could hear a pin drop. Long Shuai, please come in. Li Chanan bowed humbly, and the smile on his face made people feel uneasy. I don't know what wind brought Long Shuai here, he is the war god of Dasha who has disappeared for 3 years. Lin Feng glanced at Li Chanan indifferently, then took off the white gloves on his hands. I heard that my people were arrested by yours. They seem quite arrogant. Long Shuai, this is not a joke. How could we have captured your people in such a small place? I'm afraid this must be a mistake. As Li Chanan said this, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and he wiped them with tissue from time to time. Lin Feng remained silent, but a sharp glare from him made Li Chanan panic. He immediately ordered his men to check the people who had been arrested recently. Long Shuai, I dare not question you. What I mean is, it is possible that one of my men made a mistake and arrested your people. Please don't be anxious. If you don't mind, go in and have a cup of tea first? Li Chanan kept wiping his sweat. He felt that Long Shuai's aura was too strong. He had the kind of authority that only people in high positions could bring. Lin Feng didn't consider himself an outsider either. He walked in with a swagger, then leaned on the sofa with his legs crossed. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you can't find Yichen within 3 minutes, I will destroy you here. Li Chanan immediately became scared when he heard this and quickly ordered his men to arrest the person. His subordinates were also very helpful and brought Yichen here in less than 3 minutes. When Lin Feng saw Yichen coming out, he stood up without saying a word and gave Yichen a warm hug. Brother! You've suffered. I'm late. Boom! Li Chanan's brain was filled with lightning and thunder. The person imprisoned was actually Long Shuai's eldest brother? What kind of concept is this? This is simply the eldest brother's eldest brother being locked up. Li Jiangan felt a tight headache. He took the opportunity to roll his eyes at his subordinates and muttered softly. Which fool has kidnapped the wrong person? This is simply trying to cut off my escape route. On the other side, Lin Feng was still hugging Yichen, then he glared around and shouted, Who is Wang Youfa? I remember he was the one who asked me to come and get someone? Li Chanan was worried about not being able to find a scapegoat. When he heard Lin Feng say this, he immediately had an idea in his mind. When Wang Youfa heard this, his legs went limp, and he knelt down with a plop and cried, Ignorance is not a crime. I didn't know this person was Long Shuai's eldest brother. I'm really sorry. If saying sorry works, then what's the point of having a police department? Lin Feng looked at him coldly, and the aura and majesty Zhou Shen exuded were frightening. Li Chanan walked up to him with a look of disappointment and kicked Wang Youfa hard. You've offended Long Shuai, so you don't have to come tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Wang Youfa burst into tears. He had worked so hard to use his connections and backdoors to get this lucrative job, how could it just be gone like that? Wang Yuta was stunned. He didn't expect that his elder brother would be laid off just 1 month after taking the job. His car was definitely hit by Yi Chen, and it had to be repaired. Even if Long Shui came, he wouldn't admit his fallacy, right? This guy not only rear-ended my car, but also beat me. The video surveillance clearly captured it. Wang Yuta didn't know Long Shui. He just wanted compensation and medical expenses. Since his cousin had been dismissed from his official position, he could make the decision for himself. Are you f***ing crazy, Wang Yuta? How could I take the blame if it weren't for you? It's all your fault, you jinx. You're about to die, and you still care about that little bit of money. While Wang Youfa was being scolded by Li Chanan, he took out his anger on his cousin Wang Yuta and stepped on him. Li Chanan felt annoyed when he saw this dog-eat-dog scene. He called the security guard to quickly take the man away, and then accompanied Yi Chen to get the car with an apologetic smile on his face. At this time, a beautiful figure walked in from outside. It was none other than Li Meilin. Dad, who is the distinguished guest today? You guys have quite a scene outside. As soon as Li Meilin stepped into the hall, she saw Yi Chen and frowned slightly. It's you. Pervert. Yi Chen curled his lips. He didn't expect to meet Li Meilin here. It's true that enemies always meet. You keep saying I'm a rapist, but have I ever raped you? You damn pervert, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Li Meilin was so angry that she cursed. She thought of the scene of being molested by Yi Chen that day, and she felt terrible. Dad, he bullied me. Catch him right away. Li Meilin shook Li Chanan's arm and acted coquettishly. Asshole. He's not a pervert. He's Long Shui's elder brother. Li Chanan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. How could he have given birth to such a tactless daughter? Compared with his son, she was really not even a little bit worse. Long Shui? What Long Shui? Yi Chen is just a little scoundrel who knows a little martial arts. Dad, don't be fooled. Li Meilin firmly believed that Yi Chen was a scoundrel. Before she could finish her words, she was slapped in the face by Li Chanan. Bang! The slap made a loud and crisp sound, and soon a red and swollen spot appeared on Li Meilin's pretty face. He who knows the times is a hero, and Li Chanan is such a person. Li Meilin's eyes quickly filled with tears. She looked at Li Chanan in disbelief. Her father had never been willing to touch her even a finger since she was a child, but today he beat her for the dead rapist? Li Meilin grew up in a pampered environment and had never suffered such bullying. So when she found out that her father, who had always been very kind to her, would beat her like this, the despair and collapse in her heart were like a landslide. Li Chanan was actually in great pain, but he also understood a truth, that is, in this world, the strong prey on the weak, and the weak have no right to speak, so he would not allow Li Meilin to treat Yi Chen like this. Chapter 98 Two Choices. You actually hit me? You hit me for such a person? I don't have a father like you. Li Meilin cried loudly, covering the right side of her swollen face, and ran away. Li Chanan sighed and looked at his hands. He was stunned for a moment. His precious daughter, whom he had held in his hands in the past, was actually hit by him one day. Liener. Li Chanan looked at his daughter's back as she ran away with a sense of loss. He quickly ordered his subordinates to run over and follow her, fearing that his daughter would do something out of line because of her depression. Yi Chen felt that this scene was extremely ironic. It was neither reasonable nor logical for him to continue to cause trouble for Li Chanan. After all, Li Chanan is the father of Li Yifan and Li Meilin. He has not offended himself. He is just a pawn in the ups and downs of officialdom. Brother Yi, can you teach them a lesson? Lin Feng looked at Yi Chen and asked. His 3-year period was up and it was time for him to show his talents. Yi Chen whispered a few words to Lin Feng, but didn't say much else. The meaning was roughly: just kill the 2 wealthy brothers, and don't hurt the other innocent people. Lin Feng made an OJBK gesture, and then asked his men to catch Wang Youfa and Wang Yuta like catching chickens. The 2 brothers Fat Ada screamed in pain. They didn't expect that Yi Chen actually had such a big tree behind him to provide shade. This time they really lost both the wife and the army. This is my elder brother. You have offended him, so give him to me. As Lin Feng was speaking, a wicked idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Either stand on your head and eat shit, or dance ballet on a knife edge. Choose one. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chang'an had his men prepare the 40-meter-long sword. The shiny and sharp blade was chilling. At the same time, the toilet bucket on the other side was filled with yellow feces, and the feces soup was emitting bursts of hot steam, which looked very disgusting. When Wang Youfa saw this scene, he vomited all the scallion pancakes he had eaten in the morning. When he was going to school, he passed by a tree and a big bird on the tree pooped all over him, making him stink. Wang Youfa still remembers that he took 7 baths at one time and his skin was rubbed bare. Wang Yuda was different. He saw the bright sword and wondered if he would dance ballet on it and his feet would be covered in blood. What the hell? Hurry up and choose, otherwise our precious land of Director Li will be stinking up. An adjutant under Lin Feng assessed the situation and, while fanning the flames for Long Shui, he added fuel to the fire. Li Chang'an smiled flatteredly and said, No, Marshal Long's presence here makes my little place shine. Wherever Marshal Long is, our place is always fragrant. Lin Feng felt at ease after hearing this. This was the power of power. Otherwise, why would so many people fight so hard to climb to the top? They were willing to fight until their heads were broken and bloodied. If you don't choose, then. Lin Feng's adjutant kept his hand on the handle of the gun. He looked at the 2 fat Ada brothers provocatively, then grinned evilly. Wang Youfa was so scared that he almost wet his pants. What he feared most since he was a child was bleeding, so he simply pinched his nose and walked to the big knife. Take off your shoes. Otherwise, why would I let you dance? The adjutant frowned sarcastically, then rubbed his hand back and forth on the holster. The meaning was self-evident. Wang Youfa had a depressed look on his face. He took off his shoes tremblingly, then stretched out one foot to test left and right, like a dancing seabird walking on the beach. Are you going to jump or not? Are you going to play with it again? The adjutant felt unhappy, so he stepped forward, pushed Wang Youfa, and pushed him out. Wang Youfa's foot touched the tip of the knife, and he grimaced and wailed in pain. Jump! Why don't you jump? If you don't jump, don't blame me for the accidental discharge of my gun. After the adjutant said this, before he started moving his hands, Wang Youfa began his performance while crying, dancing ballet on the tip of a knife. The whole hall was instantly filled with the smell of blood. The red blood was so shocking that the timid ones didn't even dare to open their eyes. Some people are afraid of blood and will faint after seeing blood. The adjutant observed the satisfied look on Lin Feng's face, then turned to the trembling Wang Yuda. It's your turn. You can't just sit there and watch. Which one do you choose? Eat shit. Wang Yuda said this tremblingly. He walked slowly to the shit bucket in despair, then sniffed the smell reluctantly and almost vomited out what he had eaten today. At this moment, the adjutant had walked up to him without anyone noticing, then pressed the back of his head and pressed Wang Yuda's entire face into the shit bucket. Everyone in the audience was shocked. They covered their noses and stepped back, fearing that the feces would splash on them. Yi Chen waved his hand in disdain and walked out with big strides. This scene really made the air turbid and made him feel nauseous. He had to go out for some fresh air. Lin Feng left the adjutant to supervise the work, and then followed out with a large number of people. As soon as Yi Chen walked out of the police station, he saw a mecha tank parked on the side of the road, and then he glanced at Lin Feng with suspicion. Lin Feng immediately explained, Brother Yi, I am really Long Shui, I just didn't tell you before. Today is the day when my 3-year term ends, so I drove a tank to pick you up today. I didn't mean to hide it before, I really have something to hide. Yi Chen interrupted Lin Feng, patted his shoulder, and said meaningfully, I know, you don't have to explain. As Dragon Marshal, you have to pay attention to your own personality. Lin Feng looked at Yi Chen in surprise, not knowing whether the other party really knew it or was pretending to know it. Yi Chen has always been very powerful, and even if what he said was 70% false, he felt it was 100% correct. At this moment, Lin Feng received a call from the hospital, saying that his wife had given birth and there was a medical accident. Lin Feng didn't have the patience to listen any further, so he hung up the phone and yelled to another adjutant, Where is the nearest helicopter? Hurry! The adjutant was so scared that he didn't dare to look up. He answered timidly, reporting to Marshal Long, the helicopter is nearby, but the captain just went back to give birth. He is not here. When Lin Feng learned the answer, he was about to collapse. Now the fastest way was to use a helicopter, but the captain was a pregnant woman and happened to go back to give birth at this time. Yi Chen saw the anxious look on Lin Feng's face, and he also felt a little uneasy. Coincidentally, at this moment, the mechanical prompt sound of the system in his mind rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping the brothers wait for 3 years. The host is rewarded with the helicopter flying skill. Do you want to claim it? Need I say more? Must receive it. Chapter 99 Twin Sons. Yi Chen saw the anxious look on Lin Feng's face, and he also felt a little uneasy. Coincidentally, at this moment, the mechanical prompt sound of the system in his mind rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping the brothers wait for 3 years. The host is rewarded with the helicopter flying skill. Do you want to claim it? Need I say more? Must receive it. When Lin Feng heard that the helicopter captain was not there, he wanted to smash the helicopter. His wife Shi Linghui is still in the hospital and he doesn't know how is her condition. I'll drive it. Yi Chen patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and comforted him. If you hadn't come to pick me up today, you would be in the hospital with your wife now. Although it is necessary, what does it have to do with flying a helicopter? Lin Feng didn't understand, but when he saw the determined look on Yi Chen's face, he felt less uneasy. Long Shui, this helicopter is a new UH-60 model imported from the United States. If it is not operated properly, there is a risk of crashing at any time. Most people can't fly it. The adjutant reminded worriedly. He frowned and looked at Yi Chen, not knowing how this man had won the heart of Long Shui. Stop making so much noise. If you can do it, go for it. If you can't, then stop complaining. It's just flying a helicopter. Who is my eldest brother? Is he just an ordinary person? How can his eyesight be so poor? Lin Feng looked at the adjutant beside him unhappily. What he couldn't stand the most was someone saying that he, Brother Yi, was not good enough. After Lin Feng got on the helicopter and started it, he experienced the feeling of flying in the clouds. Wait, Brother Yi is just a son-in-law, at most a gang leader of the Qinglong gang and the CEO of a listed company. When did he learn to fly a helicopter? After calming down, Lin Feng regained his rational thinking, and then felt a little scared belatedly. Brother Yi, when did you learn to fly a helicopter? Can you tell me about it? What's the difference between flying a helicopter and driving a tractor? I think they're similar. Yi Chen said lightly, glancing at the tall buildings below. The people in the city were as small as ants, busy starting their day. Driving a helicopter equals driving a tractor. Yi Chen felt a rumbling sound in his head. It turned out that he was too rude. Brother Yi, you are awesome. Don't worry, bro. I'll get you to the hospital rooftop in a minute. In order to increase the horsepower, Yi Chen turned the accelerator lever, but because the force was too great, the lever was torn off by him. Shit. Lin Feng widened his eyes again, looking at the scene in disbelief. He felt like his blood pressure was about to rise. Maybe his baby hasn't even been born yet and he, as a father, has already passed away, Lin Feng thought sadly, and then began to look for the parachute. Don't panic, buddy. It's just a tension rod. You can use this lighter to block it and temporarily replace it. Yi Chen comforted Lin Feng and demonstrated to him how to use the lighter, and the latter's restless heart finally calmed down. Brother Yi, you really scared me to death. Please don't be so scary, okay? Before Lin Feng could finish his words, the helicopter had already landed magnificently on the rooftop. He rushed down at flying speed and went straight to the outside of the delivery room. Sir, you can't go in now. Our doctor is delivering the baby inside. The delivery room must be kept completely sterile. A nurse saw Lin Feng trying to go in and rushed over to stop him, but it was too late as Lin Feng had already rushed out. After seeing the bloody scene, a baby covered in blood was born from the cave. Lin Feng felt nauseous, but thinking that this was his own child, he used his strong willpower to support himself and walked over. As a result, the social death scene came immediately. The woman lying on the delivery bed was not Shi Linghui. The pregnant woman did not receive anesthesia because she was having a natural birth. When she saw the strange man appear in the operating room and staring at her lower body, she instantly let out a deathly scream. Get out! You rascal! Get out, get out! Lin Feng quickly bowed to apologize, and then immediately left the delivery room. Because he was anxious to find Shi Linghui, he went to the wrong delivery room. The Shanghai Maternity and Child Health Hospital is very well known and has a lot of customers, resulting in many delivery rooms. Mei, where the hell are you? After Lin Feng walked out of the delivery room, he was breathing heavily. The bloody scene he just saw was so horrifying that he really didn't have the confidence to go in again for the time being. Yichen walked up to Lin Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and then told Lin Feng the news that Yi Yi had found out. Don't worry, your wife has given birth safely. Boy, you have twin sons. What, already gave birth? Why did my adjutant just say there was a medical accident? Lin Feng was surprised and happy, with a look of astonishment on his face. At the same time, he took a deep breath, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. The doctor got the wrong room number and contacted the wrong family. Your wife is in the room next door. Yi Chen replied with a smile, at least mother and child are safe. If Lin Feng hadn't come to rescue him today, he would not have left his wife to give birth. When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately wanted to rush in again, but fortunately Yi Chen was quick to grab him. She gave birth in the delivery room next door, but she has been pushed into the lounge. Please don't barge in. Lin Feng looked at Yi Chen gratefully. He was too impatient just now, which caused such an embarrassing situation. After finding Shi Linghui's ward, Lin Feng rushed in excitedly. When he saw Shi Linghui lying on the bed, soaked in sweat, he cried with gratitude and sadness. Honey, you've worked so hard. I should have been with you. I remember your due date is still half a month away. I'm really sorry. Lin Feng learned that Shi Linghui happened by chance, and when he thought about the bloody scene he had just seen, he felt very sorry for his wife. Although Shi Linghui was still very weak, she did not fall asleep. She saw her husband rushing in, and the first thing he did was to comfort and care about her instead of focusing all his attention on the child. She felt warmed in her heart. Her husband cares about her the most. Shi Linghui smiled sweetly and pointed to the crib next to her. Husband, go and have a look. The children will be sent to take a bath later. Lin Feng followed Shi Linghui's gaze and found two chubby little balls. Their eyes were not fully open, and they looked so adorable. Wow, babies, open your eyes and look at daddy. Lin Feng smiled brightly. At this moment, he was willing to give his entire life to protect the mother and her two children. Yi Chen stood at the door and looked at this loving scene, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Just at this moment, Li Luoluo rushed in from outside. Chapter 100 I Forgive My Wife. Yi Chen stood at the door and looked at this loving scene, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Just at this moment, Li Luoluo rushed in from outside. She walked right past Yi Chen and came to the bed. Looking at the two cute babies, Li Luoluo was extremely happy. Congratulations, Huihui, on giving birth to two big fat boys. Then our two families can arrange a baby marriage. Let the nurses take the babies to have a bath first, and I'll accompany them throughout the whole process. Li Luoluo exchanged a few words with Shi Linghui and then left. She tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve and motioned for him to leave first. Yi Chen felt mixed emotions. He originally wanted to act cool and didn't want to talk to Li Luoluo so soon, but when he saw her sweet smile, Yi Chen's heart melted instantly, and a faint smile of reconciliation appeared on his frosty face. Hubby, look at how cute the babies are. It will definitely be very interesting when our two families form an arranged marriage. Li Luoluo looked through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows at the babies being bathed by the nurses. The curiosity and excitement on her face were like that of an innocent girl who had never seen the world. So, what does that bottle of birth control pills in your bedside table mean? Yi Chen replied with feigned indifference. He felt like he would be suffocated to death if he didn't speak out, so he might as well just come straight to the point and confront her. When Li Luoluo heard Yi Chen say this, she felt like she was struck by lightning. Her back was slightly stiff. She didn't dare to look directly at Yi Chen's sharp gaze, and just murmured in a low voice. Honey, when did you find out? I've actually wanted to confess this to you for a long time. Can you please trust me a little? Don't let your imagination run wild. It's not what you think. Yi Chen looked at Li Luoluo's coquettish look, and his hard heart quickly softened. A layer of gentle color appeared on his cold face, and his big hand took the initiative to hold Li Luoluo's small hand. Honey, you promised me that you must explain it to me clearly. I, your husband, get very angry and jealous. If you don't want our baby, it means you don't love me anymore. Li Luoluo's pretty little face nestled gently in Yi Chen's arms, her beautiful watery eyes were filled with mist, and she looked like a charming and amorous little fox. Hubby, don't let your imagination run wild. I'll explain everything to you when I get back. Let's just take a good look at the baby now, okay? Okay, don't look at me like that. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist committing a crime in a holy place like a hospital. Yi Chen rubbed his brows and pinched Li Luoluo's perky buttocks hard with his big hand, causing the beauty in his arms to cry out. Honey, I'm going to spank your little butt hard tonight, and then put our tiger baby in your belly, okay? Hubby, you are so frivolous. I hate you so much. Don't talk about it here. Don't pinch me. Lilualawa's little face was soon flushed with embarrassment. When she saw the strange and inquiring looks from the passing nurse, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Yi-Chen couldn't stand Lilualawa's shy look the most. He wanted to find a place to do it for her, but if he did that, he would seem too beastly, so he suppressed the anger in his heart. Lilualuo turned around and didn't want to look at Yi-Chen's burning gaze. Just as she was about to move away from Yi-Chen, she was grabbed back by his big hand. Feeling it, Lilualuo was so scared that she almost cried. She gently pulled the bottom corner of Yi-Chen's clothes. Hubby, can you please hold it in for a while? Please don't do this here. Honey, am I such an animal in your eyes? You say I am so inhumane? Am I a man-eating tiger? Yi-Chen was a little annoyed. He didn't expect Lilualuo to be so scared. That's not what I meant. How about we go to the car and help you calm down? Lilualua's voice became smaller and smaller. She knew that Yi-Chen was very angry about the birth control pills, and this time she seemed to be begging for mercy. Yi-Chen didn't expect Lilualuo to say this, so what is he waiting for, unless he is not a man? Yi-Chen hurriedly pulled Lilualuo into an empty room nearby and locked the door. Honey, this is someone else's ward. Isn't that bad? Let's go to the car, shall we? Lilualuo almost knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. She nervously twisted her light blue A-line skirt and looked at Yi-Chen nervously. Honey, I didn't drive here. I came by helicopter. Or you can take the helicopter. Yi-Chen smiled maliciously, then pulled all the curtains tightly and turned on the lights to admire his trophies. Lilualuo had been stripped naked by Yi-Chen at this moment. She shyly crossed her legs to block. Don't be afraid, honey. Yi-Chen lay on the bed, then looked at his pretty little wife with a solemn look. Honey, I'm not ready yet, don't stare at me like that. Lilualuo lowered her head following Yi-Chen's fiery gaze, looking at her big white rabbits. She shyly covered them with one hand, but it created a sense of beauty that was both resisting and welcoming, hazy and intoxicating. Bring it here. Yi-Chen really couldn't wait any longer, so he grabbed Lilualua's slender wrist and brought her delicate body towards him. Lilualuo cried out softly. But I didn't dare to be too presumptuous, after all, this is a hospital. Yi-Chen and Lilualuo were whispering to each other. The relationship between a husband and wife needs constant adjustment to remain strong. Lilualua's face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. Yi-Chen, are you there? I have something to talk to you about. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice was heard outside the door, and he sounded very anxious. The main thing is that Yi is guarding outside the room. People who are familiar with Yi-Chen can see that if this person is not inside, where is he? Lilualuo was so shocked that she wanted to push Yi-Chen away. Lin Feng is here to see you. Don't be afraid, wife. Yi is guarding outside. He can't get in. Yi-Chen used his big hands to restrain Lilualua's slender waist. Doesn't that mean Yi heard everything we said just now? Lilualuo covered her pretty face with her hands. She was really embarrassed. What's the big deal? Just treat Yi as a tool and that's it. Lin Feng, who was outside, was also smart. He heard the seductive sounds coming from inside, guessed something roughly, and then walked away tactfully. Chapter 101 Storm. When Yi-Chen and Lilualuo came out of the room, Yi was still waiting outside the room. Seeing that the boss had come out, he pointed at Lin Feng, who was squatting by the wall smoking, and left first. Lilualuo left quickly and shyly. She decided to go and stay with her best friend. She would be socially awkward if she stayed here for one more minute. Yi-Chen felt extremely ashamed. He didn't expect that Lin Feng was actually squatting in this corner waiting for him. If he had known this, he would have ended the fight quickly. Brother Lin, what are you doing here? Don't you know that smoking is prohibited in hospitals? If you want to smoke, go to the smoking room. Yi-Chen walked up to her familiarly, put his arm around her shoulder, and took out the yellow crane tower gold brick given by the system from his pocket. You have to know that this pack of cigarettes costs 30,000 yuan, and the most important thing is that it is simply out of stock, and you can't buy it even if you want to. Lin Feng stuffed the cigarette into his pocket. He gave Yi-Chen a meaningful look, then pointed downstairs and said, Brother Yi, don't blame me for not reminding you. Li Meilian has even chased you to the hospital. If I hadn't known that my sister-in-law was here, I wouldn't have bothered to care about you. Yi Chen replied in confusion. Li Meilian came to the hospital to chase me? I have nothing to do with her. Besides, you saw her in the police station. She kept saying that I bullied her and wanted to cut me into pieces. How could she change so much in an instant? Brother Yi, I have told you what I have to say. Whether you believe it or not, it is up to you to decide what to do next. It is said that even a judge cannot judge family affairs. I will not get involved in this matter. Your 2 future sons-in-law are still counting on their father to take care of them. After Lin Feng gave his instructions, he left. He now has to be a model husband and a full-time dad, and he really can't handle it all. Yi Chen shook his head and sighed. Last time he just punished Li Meilin at most, it couldn't be said to be bullying at all. Besides, he didn't really do anything to her. Now that he was held responsible, it was bound to be making a fuss out of nothing. Before he had taken a few steps, Li Meilian appeared from the corner of the corridor like a shadow. She seemed like a different person. The sharpness in her eyes was much less and more tender and affectionate. Brother Yi Chen, you are partial to one person and not to another. I have been looking for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to come here to hide from others. Are you crazy? You were trying to survive in the police station just now. I don't have time to go crazy with you now. Get out of here. Yi Chen pushed Li Meilian away angrily. He knew that Li Luoluo was still in the hospital. If his wife saw it and misunderstood, it would be troublesome. Li Meilian didn't expect Yi Chen to treat her so rudely. She staggered and took a few steps back. If she hadn't held on to the windowsill, she would have fallen to the ground. Wowo, you are such an unfaithful man, such a fickle man. When you wanted me, you used sweet words to please me, but now that you are tired of playing with me, you want to kick me away. Li Meilian took the opportunity to cry. She squatted on the ground with her back against the wall. The sound attracted patients and their families from nearby wards. Yi Chen was just about to leave this place of trouble. He couldn't understand why Li Meilin had changed so much, but there was one thing he understood, which was that he must not let his wife misunderstand him. Just as he turned around, a petite figure walked over. It was Li Luoluo who came over after hearing the voice. Miss, this is an important area of the hospital. Could you please keep your voice down? You are disturbing the patient's rest. Li Luoluo originally wanted to persuade them, but when she saw Li Meilian and Yi Chen arguing with each other, fireworks suddenly exploded in her mind. Although Li Meilian has a bad temper and is proud and willful, she still has the ability to judge people. The moment she saw Yi Chen's eyes looking at Li Luoluo, she knew that this woman was her enemy. Wow, little sister, please give me some advice. This man just abandoned me after having fun with me. He dumped me when he got tired of playing with me. Isn't he such a scumbag? Li Meilian not only sobbed but also looked at Yi Chen with resentful eyes. Li Luoluo pretended to be calm and calmed herself down, then said to Li Meilian, Miss, if you don't mind, come in and talk about it. Maybe there is some misunderstanding? She did not fall for Li Meilian's trick and call her sister. After all, men cannot be shared, and Yi Chen will only be her own husband. Li Meilian saw the disgust and forbearance on Yi Chen's face, thought about it and agreed to Li Luoluo's suggestion, and promised to go to the room first to talk. After all, no man would like a woman who is unreasonable. Yi Chen remained silent. He knew that any explanation at this moment would be a cover-up, and cover-up was the truth. As for Li Meilin, Yi Chen had a clear conscience and he had not done anything to let her down. After they arrived at the room, Yi Chen, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Don't pretend. Tell me what it is. If I can help you, I will. If you choose to make trouble, then I can't help you. Li Meilian burst into tears when she heard this. She had really no other choice but to resort to this desperate measure. It turned out that she did this just now because someone was following her. Li Chanan was just kidnapped, and the kidnappers directly targeted Yi Chen. As long as Li Meilian can sleep with Yi Chen and carry out the honey trap, Li Chanan will be released, otherwise he will be ruthlessly killed. Although Li Meilin is usually arrogant and willful, she is a filial daughter after all. It is impossible for her to watch her father fall into danger without rescuing him. But she didn't expect that Yi Chen would see through her plan so quickly. Brother Yi, do you have any way to save my dad? Even my brother is helpless this time. I can't find out who kidnapped my dad, woo. After hearing this, Li Luoluo's anxious heart finally calmed down. She was still suspicious about what Yi Chen had done just now, but it seemed that she was just overthinking after all. Don't worry, let me send someone to help you check. Also, this is my wife. I hope you can clarify with her that the relationship between us is not what you said before. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he looked at Li Luoluo. He really didn't want her to be suspicious and sad. Although he did some things wrong, he didn't mentally cheat on her. Li Meilian could see that Yi Chen loved his wife very much, so she cooperated with Li Luoluo in explaining, although deep down, she still felt sour and uncomfortable. After all, she already knew Yi Chen's strength. If Yi Chen was just an ordinary person, Li Meilian would not think it was a pity. However, she did not expect that such an outstanding man like Yi Chen could be so infatuated. In addition, Li Meilian was even more jealous and envious when she saw that Li Luoluo was such a beautiful person. Now she seemed to understand why Yi Chen looked down on her, and she was unwilling to deceive herself anymore. Before, she always thought that Yi Chen had seen too many vulgar people, so he was not used to seeing such a highbrow person like her. It turned out that she was wrong from the beginning. Chapter 102. The situation is serious. Li Meilian briefly explained a few words, and Li Luoluo interrupted her. Aren't you putting the cart before the horse now? I think the most important thing for you right now is how to rescue your uncle. Li Meilian was surprised. She looked at Li Luoluo with gratitude. She never expected that this woman who looked like a fairy would be so considerate. Yi Chen must be blessed in 8 lifetimes to marry such a good fairy wife. At this time, Yi Yi had already passed the information over. It was said that Li Chanan was kidnapped while inspecting Hongqi Middle School. According to informed sources, the kidnapper should be the father of a female student at Hongqi Middle School. The specific news report was attached at the back, and Yi Chen fell into deep thought after reading it. What information is it? If it's related to my dad, can you show it to me? When Li Meilian saw the worry on Yi Chen's face, she felt that the matter must be complicated, so she asked anxiously. Yi Chen handed her the phone, which contained a message from Yi Yi. Li Meilian's face suddenly changed after seeing the message on the phone. She grabbed Yi Chen's arm and muttered to herself, "My father is definitely not the kind of person who abuses his power for personal gain. This person must have got the reason wrong. Now he insists that it was my father who did it. He is abusing lynching." After saying this, Li Meilian vomited blood from her mouth and fell into a coma. Yi Chen was speechless. This girl's ability to withstand stress was so weak. She was not even a little bit worse than her brother Li Yifan. "Husband, please go and save those people. Leave Miss Li to me." Li Luoluo came forward to support Li Meilian and she comforted Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion. "Wife, you are too kind, you are simply not holding grudges. If you say so for the time being, I will ignore this unruly little girl even if you kill me." Li Luoluo smiled and said, "Husband, nothing happened between you and this girl. I believe you. Why should I bother you with this matter? If I do that, wouldn't it just push you away? That's what those vixens want, right?" Li Luoluo's words were a reminder to herself and Yi Chen at the same time. It's not that she doesn't know some things, but she just doesn't want to believe them and turns a blind eye to them. However, this doesn't mean that she is a little fool who was kept in the dark. Yi Chen was silent for a moment, then he held Li Luoluo's hand, pulled her into his arms, and explained softly, "Don't worry, honey. No matter how great the temptation is, I will never cheat. You and my 2 daughters are the driving force behind my struggle. Mountains of gold, silver, beauties and luxury cars are not as valuable as one of your toes. You must believe that I will always love you." Li Luoluo hit Yi Chen's chest with her pink fist, and then she murmured, "I don't care whether you are rich and powerful, I only care that you come back safely. You can help others, but you must pay attention to your own safety first, otherwise you will let us down." After hearing what Li Luoluo said, Yi Chen was even more deeply moved. He did not expect that Li Luoluo's love for him would be so selfless. Those wild flowers out there, even if they fall in love with him, they only love his power and money. No other woman will love him as purely as Li Luoluo. So, you only have one wife, so you should pamper her well. Wife, if I cheat on you one day, you will chop me up and feed my little yellow catkin to the family. I, Yi Chen, swear to the heavens here. Hate it, husband, don't allow you to swear such a vicious oath. That will affect our future happiness. Yi Yi heard the couples flirting outside the door. He rolled his eyes to the sky, spread his hands and muttered to himself. "Good man, Li Chanan's life or death is uncertain now, can you two just stop it? You have to find him first." It was better for Li Luoluo to push Yi Chen away, which ended the intimate contact between the two. By the time Yi Chen arrived at Hongqi Middle School, the entire school had been emptied by the school, except for some police officers who were still standing guard here. Inside the dance studio, the kidnappers were hiding with Li Chang'an abducted. Outside, there were hundreds of police officers and some spies planted by Li Yifan. Yi Chen couldn't enter because he had the police officer ID that Yi Yi helped him make. He was also very puzzled when he walked in. With so many policemen and Qinglong gang spies here, what did a non-staff member like him need to worry about? But the strange thing is that this matter is not only related to Li Chang'an, but also to Yi Chen. But the key to the problem is that Yi Chen doesn't know Li Chang'an at all. However, in the dance studio, the masked gangster had a ferocious look on his face, and then he forced Li Chang'an to cooperate with him at knife point, otherwise he would end up being stabbed in and out. Tell your daughter to hand over the video of Yi Chen's mischief. Otherwise I will stab you to death. Wu Xinyuan ordered fiercely, and at the same time he shouted to the police outside, evacuate all your people. Otherwise, I will burn everything here with a lighter. Don't think I don't have a backup plan. The backup plan I have will make you guys pay for it. At the same time, Sir Wang outside was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He was Li Chang'an's right-hand man. In 2 months, Li Chang'an will promote him to a full-time position. If something happens to Li Chang'an at this time, and other people are sent by the higher-ups, all his hopes of promotion will be ruined. This was the result of his 3 years of hard work. He had worked like a slave for Li Chang'an for 3 years, how could he let this opportunity for promotion slip away? Wang Zhongmo clenched his fists and smashed them against the wall, forcing the forces on both sides to retreat quickly. At this time, a subordinate came running over in a hurry and reported something that made them very passive. According to parents, there are still 3 children who have not returned home, and it has been 3 hours since the school dismissed the children. Combined with what the kidnappers just said, if nothing unexpected happens, these 3 children might be in the dance studio now. This is the secret weapon and backup plan that the kidnappers have been talking about. Attention, everyone inside. Now as long as you agree to negotiate with us and not harm the hostages, you can make any request, and we will try our best to satisfy you. Wang Zhongmo held up a loudspeaker and shouted towards the dance studio. Li Chang'an's survival just now was related to his promotion. The life and death of his students would even affect the end of his political career. No matter what, we can't let any problems happen to the hostages. Wang Zhongmo looked forward and saw several bloody pits on his clenched fists from hitting the wall. Chapter 103 Hostage Danger. Attention, everyone inside. Now as long as you agree to negotiate with us and not harm the hostages, you can make any request, and we will try our best to satisfy you. Wang Zhongmo held up a loudspeaker and shouted towards the dance studio. Li Chang'an's survival just now was related to his promotion. The life and death of his students would even affect the end of his political career. No matter what, we can't let any problems happen to the hostages. Wang Zhongmo looked forward and saw several bloody pits on his clenched fists from hitting the wall. Hand over the video of Yi Chen's mischief. Otherwise I will stab Li Chang'an to death. And then kill all the students like him. Anyway, I have a rotten life too, I don't want to live anymore. Wu Xinyuan's emotions began to develop towards the edge of collapse. Are the people outside really brainless or just pretending to be brainless? He didn't want to repeat the same thing for the 3rd time. Wang Zhongmo was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan at this moment. He didn't even know who Yi Chen was, so how could he hand in the video? Just as Yi Chen was about to take a few steps forward to confess his name, he was pulled back by someone. When he looked back, the person was none other than Li Yifan. Although Li Yifan's voice was small, he was close to Yi Chen so it was clearly audible. Brother Yi, don't go. If you go, both you and my dad will die. Don't you believe in my ability? Yi Chen replied in a low voice. Li Yifan explained, do you think he really wants your life? He doesn't want you as a person, but wants to ruin your reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't want the video of you messing around. Yi Chen was suddenly horrified. Although he had guessed the other party's purpose a long time ago, when he heard this fact from other people, Yi Chen still felt that the person who planned this incident really had ulterior motives. Maybe you don't know, but based on the information I know, this guy inside seems to be good friends with a guy named Guwan. Li Yifan opened the collected information on his mobile phone and showed it to Yi Chen. It turned out that Guwan had once given Wu Xinyuan a meal when he was down and out, so the latter completed Guwan's request at such a critical moment. Yi Chen thought for a long time but couldn't figure out who Guwan was. Instead, Li Yifan saw Yi Chen's confused expression and showed him a photo of Qin Roshue. You should know this girl, right? She is your daughter's kindergarten teacher? Guwen has been secretly in love with Qin Roshue for many years, but he couldn't get her love, so he gradually developed murderous intentions. Brother, what else have you investigated about me? Yi Chen felt a chill on his back, and now he was in terrible condition, as if all his privacy was exposed to others. Don't be so conceited. Besides wanting you to want to be my brother-in-law, I don't need your chastity. Why would I need to investigate your relationship? Besides, isn't it easy for me, the leader of the Qinglong clan, to investigate these things? Li Yifan said this quite conceitedly, and there was no anxious look on his face. Instead, he was unusually calm. Brotherly, the person who was kidnapped here is your father. Why are you acting like nothing happened, as if it's not your father who is in danger? He is not my father. The reason why my mother is with him is because she is forced. Li Yifan spread out his hands and said indifferently. So, your purpose of coming here today is not to save Li Chanan, but to kill him? Or to stop the police from rescuing him? Yi Chen finally understood the development of the story at this moment. No wonder Li Chanan, as the leader of the Qinglong gang, was standing here so calmly and contentedly when he said that his father had been kidnapped. It was your sister who asked me to come and save people, but now it's you who doesn't allow me to save people. I feel like my head is about to explode. Yi Chen said this with great entanglement. He was now struggling over whether to save this person or not. Go and save him, brother Yi. I can't let Li Chanan die so easily. My mother has disappeared since she gave birth to Malian for him. He said he was treating my mother, but in fact he was hiding my mother. Li Yifan's hawk-like eyes reflected a bloodthirsty cold light. He couldn't let Li Chanan get away like this. He had to find the whereabouts of his mother. Brotherly, if that's what you want, please tell me earlier. I have a truth potion here. If you give it to the old man, he will tell me everything, right? Yi Chen said as he took out a transparent glass bottle from his pocket, which was filled with colorless and odorless transparent liquid. Li Yifan carefully took the potion, then looked at Yi Chen with gratitude and admiration and said, Brother Yi, you are really amazing. You have all kinds of strange things here. Damn, I should have asked you for advice before I did it. Yi Chen said awkwardly, Okay, since you and I have reached the same goal now, just go in and rescue the person first. As for how you want to seek revenge on him later, you don't need to tell me. But I don't have the video now. How can I show it to the kidnapper? Yi Chen was in distress again. It was too late for him to ask Yi to make a video temporarily and to develop facial AI recognition. Li Yifan just said that if he went in now, the kidnappers would kill the hostages and the lives of the hostages would not be guaranteed. And according to the police's infrared exploration, the current situation inside is extremely critical and special. Not only was Wu Xinyuan's body covered with explosives, but the fuse also tied up 3 middle school students around 14 years old. Behind them was a large oil drum full of oil, which was extremely dangerous. Don't worry about this. I have the video of you and my sister here. It's a pity that it was lost. There is only the first half and not the second half. I'm wondering if you are Tang Sang, you little brat? My sister's clothes were almost stripped by you and you just watched and did nothing? Li Yifan opened the cached video on his phone, and what was playing was the part where Yi Chen teased Li Meilin in the KTV that day. I have a way to piece this together. Yi, who had been standing aside calmly, suddenly spoke. Yi was not lying, he really had a way to help Yi Chen. After all, Yi was the top hacker in Daxia, so he was confident in this and naturally admitted it openly. Action videos like this are nothing more than transplants. To put it bluntly, they are made with an AI program. The body and other parts are from someone else, the head is just a model, and the expressions and other things can be made separately. In this area of technology, if Yi dares to claim to be second, no one dares to say that he is first. Yi Chen believed in Yi's ability. He was overjoyed that someone could help him solve this problem at this time. He looked at Yi with gratitude, and the gratitude and excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Chapter 104, Backfire. Li Yifan opened the cached video on his phone, and what was playing was the part where Yi Chen teased Li Meilin in the KTV that day. I have a way to piece this together. Yi, who had been standing aside calmly, suddenly spoke. You. I'm so annoying. Don't tell your sister-in-law about this. I can't let her have any evidence against me now. Yi Chen put his arm around Yi's shoulders and watched him swipe through the video on his phone. Seeing Yi log into various pornographic websites, and specially looking for actors with similar figures to Yi Chen and Li Meilin based on the scenes, lighting, and sound effects. The operation was so smooth that Yi Chen was almost stunned and dropped his jaw. How the hell did you log into these websites? I should have known that I would ask you for these learning resources. Don't you know that Da Ji always keeps the good stuff hidden and doesn't selflessly share it with me? Yi Chen couldn't help but complain. He said it unintentionally, but the listeners took it seriously. Li Yifan on the side coughed a few times. Brother Yi, when I first saw you, I felt that you were a genius and a martial arts prodigy. No wonder you were so good in bed. It turns out that you have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Even the sun and the moon would be ashamed of you. Brother Li, you are even more ridiculous than me. Also, the person in this video is your sister. It's not good for you to look at her white body like this, right? Yi Chen covered Li Yifan's eyes and said jokingly. Although he admitted that he was a lustful man, he felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart when brother and sister were having an affair. She's not my biological sister. She's the bastard that bitch stole from outside. Li Yifan's gloomy eyes revealed a dangerous gleam. That woman is so shameless. She stole my mother's man and didn't even cherish him. But that's true. To put it bluntly. Brother Yi, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Halfway through his words, Li Yifan suppressed the urge to complain. After all, family disgrace should not be made public, so it was better for him to say less. Brother Li, you married your sister to me, not to torture her, right? Even if she is not your biological sister, she has grown up by your side, right? She has long regarded you as her own brother. Yi Chen was speaking the truth. From Li Meilin's perspective, Li Yifan was just an older brother who had cared for her and taken care of her meticulously since she was a child. Brother Yi, you don't know this. If you want to destroy a person, you must first praise her to the top. The feeling of being hurt by the one you love is different from the feeling of being hurt by your enemy. When Li Yifan said this, his elegant and romantic image collapsed. In Yi Chen's eyes, he looked more like a devil who eats people without leaving any bones. Although this little girl Li Meilin is really annoying, she is arrogant, suspicious, narcissistic, and selfish. But Yi Chen was still puzzled and upset. He put himself in Li Meilin's shoes and thought that this was simply a devilish and perverted brother. Just when Yi Chen was sinking into deep thought, Wu Xinyuan's voice came from the dance studio. Do you have the video I want? I'll count down to 3 more. If there is no video, I will just go all the way. There is no room for negotiation. Got it. Those of you inside, don't act rashly. Wang Zhongmo nervously asked someone to deliver the video, which was the one that Yi Tsai had made. What's your name, brother? Are you from our technical research department? Why haven't I seen you before? Wang Zhongmo looked at Yi Yi in confusion, but did not get any answer. He was about to ask something else when he got the latest news that Wu Xinyuan's family had been found, and currently his wife and elderly mother had arrived. It would be great if we could find the kidnapper's family. This way we can ask the family to persuade him, and maybe we can get him to withdraw without any effort. Wang Zhongmo thought so, and then arranged for people to do ideological work with Wu Xinyuan's family, telling them what to say and what not to say. At this moment, Wu Xinyuan, who was in the dance studio, received the video he wanted and shouted excitedly, "Go on, I got the video for you, ha ha ha." Finally, he repaid the kindness of having a meal when he was down and out. Wu Xinyuan immediately sent the video to Gowon on the other end, and then it was his own grudge. Li Chanan, if you hadn't withdrawn your investment from our Pingyang County Hope project, my son wouldn't have had to come to Shanghai to work and go to school with us. He wouldn't have been isolated and bullied by other kids. Everything was decided by your action. You're the one who killed my son. Give me back my life. All that Wu Xinyuan did was for revenge. The 3 teenagers tied up at the back were the classmates who bullied and isolated his son. He killed them today to seek justice for his dead son. When he was about to take out his lighter, an old female voice outside attracted Wu Xinyuan's attention. It was his 70-year-old mother, Wu Ma. Son, please don't do anything stupid. Our Wu family has been a single-line family for 5 generations. If you die, how can I face your damn father in the underworld? Son, if anything happens to you, I might as well die here today. Woo. Aunt Wu cried with tears and snot, and her old face was full of wrinkles. Wu Xinyuan glanced at his mother outside the door, and was so angry that his teeth itched. If you hadn't brought my son to the city to find us, my son wouldn't have died. You made our Wu family extinct. You also contributed to all this. Wu Xinyuan's words were like a knife stabbing Wu Ma. She never expected that her son would blame her like this and blame her for his grandson's death. Wu Ma started to try to commit suicide and the situation got out of control. Wang Zhengmo quickly had someone take the crying Wu Ma away. Now was not the time to ask people to come and cause more trouble. Why don't we ask Wu Xinyuan's wife to come over and try to persuade him? The subordinate suggested. Wang Zhengmo was already in a bad mood, and he became even more furious when he heard this. He patted his subordinate's head and replied unhappily. It's all your fault for having such a bad idea. I've already suffered a loss. What if his wife says something extreme again? Should I save this hostage or not? I don't think so. At this moment Yi Chen walked closer to Wang Zhengmo and said in a calm tone. You, who the hell are you? Wang Zhengmo retorted angrily. Although Wang Zhengmo's name is Zhengmo, what he lacks most is actually intelligence. So he knows what he lacks, and he relies on tricks to get promoted. Sir Wang, this person seems to be Marshal Long's elder brother. Director Li even apologized to him before. The subordinate explained to Wang Zhengmo in a low voice. I am a little blind and don't know the real talent. Sir, if you have any good ideas, please share them with me. Wang Zhengmo's expression changed rapidly, and at this moment he looked like a pug with a smiling face. Chapter 105, Selling Fake Goods is Immoral. Sir Wang, this person seems to be Marshal Long's elder brother. Director Li even apologized to him before. The subordinate explained to Wang Zhengmo in a low voice. I am a little blind and don't know the real talent. Sir, if you have any good ideas, please share them with me. Wang Zhengmo's expression changed rapidly, and at this moment he looked like a pug with a smiling face. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at Wang Zhengmo. This guy changes his expression faster than turning the pages of a book. He is simply a real villain. Look at this woman who has been protecting her belly with her hands and holding up her waist from time to time. This means she is pregnant. Pregnant? What if she has a stomachache? Wang Zhengmo retorted subconsciously, then thought of Yi Chen's identity, and then put on a fawning attitude. She has been subconsciously protecting her abdomen, which means she knows she is pregnant. Besides, she has all the common early pregnancy symptoms. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at Wang Zhengmo and explained, nausea, vomiting, chills, fatigue, breast swelling. Wang Zhengmo? What do you think of this last one? Seeing Wang Zhengmo's surprised look, Yi Chen immediately changed his words and said, I just said it casually. The last one doesn't count. Wang Zhengmo could only try his best now. Besides, he was too busy trying to curry favor with Yi Chen, so he did not think about it for long and directly asked someone to invite Wu Xinyuan's wife out to persuade her. Wu's wife looked to be in her 30s but still plump. She walked with a lithe gait and a curvy figure. It was inevitable that Yi Chen would use that word to describe her. Hubby, please don't do anything stupid. If we lose the child, we can still have another one. If you abandon me, I really don't plan to live anymore. Wu. Hearing his wife sobbing outside, Wu Xinyuan leaned out to see. He loved his wife very much, so his heart was in pain. Don't cry, honey. It's me, Wu Xinyuan, who is sorry for you. If the doctor hadn't found out that I have asthenospermia, we wouldn't have only had one child. Whoa. Don't lie to me, I'm already a useless person, and I'm destined to have no children in this life. Wu Xinyuan cried very sadly and desperately. It would be easy for him to end it all, but what he was most worried about was his wife. It's not like that, old Wu. I'm pregnant. We are pregnant. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you would be disappointed because I wasn't sure whether it was true or not. It was not until this afternoon that I did an ultrasound and confirmed that I was pregnant. Wu's wife's voice began to tremble, and she spoke excitedly, stroking her belly with one hand. Are you telling the truth? Didn't those people lie to you like that? Wife. Wu Xinyuan began to waver. He didn't want to end up with a desperate situation. If his wife could get pregnant again, then he would still have hope of continuing his family line. What if your wife gave birth to a daughter instead of a son? Or maybe her child is not yours? The dark personality in Wu Xinyuan's body revived. Over the years, Wu Xinyuan was under tremendous pressure and immersed in the pain of his son's death, which caused another dark personality to split out of his body. Damn. Never mind. Just die. Wu Xinyuan's dark personality took over and controlled the sovereignty of the body, causing Wu Xinyuan to become insane. Damn it. I don't believe it. Death is the end of everything. Wu Xinyuan shouted and took out a lighter to light the engine wire. For him at this moment, death was also a relief. When Li Chanan heard the shout, he was immediately scared to death. This was the first time in all his years of working that he faced death so personally. Urine spilled down from his trouser legs and directly extinguished the engine line. Wu Xinyuan cursed and was about to reignite the engine, but in despair he discovered something even more tragic. Damn! All the engine cables are damp. Pinduoduo is selling fake products. Wu Xinyuan's scolding was good. He bought this bomb on Pinduoduo, and now he finds out it's a fake. Yichen seized the opportunity and threw a stone in his hand through the crack in the door. It bounced directly onto Wu Xinyuan's forehead. The latter screamed and took a few steps back. Bring it here. At this moment, Wang Zhongmo's soldiers rushed in from outside and directly controlled Wu Xinyuan, leaving him no chance to take advantage. Wang Zhongmo was pinned to the ground by several people but was quickly subdued, and Yi Chen became the hero who saved him. Thank you, grateful and touched. Li Chanan was more excited when he saw Yi Chen's face than when he saw his biological father. He felt that this kid was simply his savior. What he didn't know was that there would be even greater challenges ahead. Li Yifan squeezed out of the crowd, and when he saw Li Chanan, he rushed up and gave him a bear hug. Li Chanan was able to see Li Yifan's face clearly, so he stopped his men's actions and asked in surprise. Son, you finally don't hate me anymore, do you? I'm so sorry for not fulfilling my responsibilities as a father for so many years. Li Yifan's eyes were filled with tears. His performance at this moment was genuine. If Yi Chen hadn't known about the conflict between him and Li Chanan, this would have really been a scene of a loving father and a filial son. Now that we have reconciled, let's get together. I have been studying abroad for so many years, and it's a rare opportunity for me to come back to see you. Li Yifan held up the frame of his gold-rimmed glasses. His scholarly temperament was very elegant, which made people less wary. Li Chanan agreed without thinking twice. He felt that he was a man who has survived a great disaster, and will be blessed in the future, so the most important thing now was to enjoy himself while he could. Li Chanan hadn't seen his son for at least 10 years, and to be honest, he felt quite guilty towards Li Yifan. Yi Chen watched the father and son leave. He always felt that this matter was not simple, but other people's affairs had nothing to do with him, so he hurried to find his wife. Yi Chen shook his head and turned to leave. He was eager to go home and wanted to rush into the arms of his little wife. Maybe if they work harder, my sons can form a team to play football. There will be something to play with then, Yi Chen thought to himself. He thought about the perfect life in his old age and couldn't help but feel happy. By then, I will be the head coach of the football team, and watching my sons and grandchildren sweating on the field, that feeling will be really great. It is just like a military strategist who is in charge of the country and plans the strategy, watching his chess game become rich and colorful. It is quite an enjoyment in life. The beauty of this kind of life can only be understood but not described, so Yi Chen thought about it with a satisfied smile on his face, and his pace to go home was also quickened a lot. Chapter 106, A Dragon Gives Birth to a Dragon, a Phoenix Gives Birth to a Phoenix. The atmosphere in the study room illuminated by dim lights was very warm and happy. Li Yifan looked at the decorations on the bookshelf. The old photo on the top was a happy family portrait of a family of 3. It's just a pity that the family of 3 in the photo is not him and his parents, but Li Chang'an and that woman, and the child in the photo is none other than Li Meilin when she was a child. Yifan, these photos are from the past. Actually, I also regret why I did that in the first place. Li Chang'an looked at the photo hesitantly. He had some words buried deep in his heart that he never had the chance to say, and he couldn't find the person he wanted to tell. Oh? You still regret it? What do you regret? I'm very interested. Why don't you tell me? Li Yifan adjusted the gold wire glasses frame on his face and asked with a joking smile, full of sarcasm, without paying any attention to the embarrassment on Li Chang'an's face. These are all the sins I committed when I was young. Yifan, I am sorry for you and your mother. Now I am old and I am suffering retribution. There is no one around me who cares about my warmth. Sometimes I often think, if I hadn't been so stupid, then there wouldn't have been so many accidents between your mother and I, and you wouldn't have hated me so much. Li Chang'an had tears in his eyes. He was too embarrassed to cry in front of his son, so he could only wipe them with tissues. I missed 10 years of your life. When you were still little, I often quarreled with your mother over trivial matters. Now that I think about it, I am really sorry for you. Li Chanan's shoulders began to tremble slightly, and his emotions were out of control, like a floodgate that had been opened. Li Yifan's cunning eyes were reflected from the thick lenses of his glasses. He couldn't believe that the old man in front of him would one day say something so inconsistent with his personality. Laugh. A bohemian laugh. Crazy laughter. Li Yifan felt like he was about to laugh until tears came out. He really found it funny. My mother actually wasted most of her youth because of the old man who was indecisive. She became mentally disturbed by disappointment and sadness and finally ended up with a tragic end. There is no way to know even whether he is dead or alive. You still know how to regret. But what's the use of regretting? If regretting was useful, there wouldn't be so many people regretting it. Li Yifan's words were like nails that pierced Li Chanan's heart. After hearing this, Li Chanan felt like a knife was stabbing his heart. He looked at Li Yifan in pain and then grabbed his hair. It's not entirely my fault. If you look at it from my perspective, you will understand my father. Bullshit. You are not worthy of being my dad. Stop calling me dad all the time. It makes me feel sick. The desk lamp on the table was knocked to the ground and the bulb shattered into glass shards. Li Yifan looked at the man in front of him anxiously, this indecisive man, who hurt others without knowing it and only knew how to climb up by relying on the power of women and ant like man. Ha, you may have been kept in the dark. In fact, Li Malian is not your daughter at all. Li Yifan said with a smile. He felt very happy as he watched the changes in Li Chanan's expression. Li Chanan was devastated at this moment. How could the daughter he had loved for 20 years not be his own daughter? I know you definitely don't believe my one-sided statement, but this paternity test is written in black and white. If you still don't believe it after reading it, you can go to the hospital to verify it yourself, or go for another test directly. Li Yifan threw out the paternity test from his briefcase. He crossed his legs and looked at the scenery outside the window. He looked calm and composed, as if he was a third party who had nothing to do with the matter. Li Chanan took the paternity test thrown by Li Yifan with strength and calmness. At first, he was smoking and wearing reading glasses to look at it, but later his hands could not stop shaking. In order to verify the authenticity of the appraisal report, Li Chanan even called his secretary. Then he sat decadently on his chair and waited, smoking one cigarette after another. During this time, the two of them didn't say a word to each other. Li Chanan looked calm on the surface, but his heart was actually in turmoil. It was not until his secretary called to report the verification results that Li Chanan was forced to believe that he had been cuckolded for more than 20 years. Zhao Iran, this bitch, is simply. Li Chanan grabbed his clothes at his chest and almost fell to the ground. He had too many things to say in his heart, and when he caught a glimpse of the gloating expression on Li Yifan's face from the corner of his eye, he found it extremely glaring for a moment. No matter what, he couldn't embarrass himself in front of his son. Li Chanan couldn't afford to lose face like that. Li Chanan called his concubine Zhao Iran, Li Malian's mother, and glanced at Li Yifan, trying his best to look calm. You go out first. I will make the decision on this matter. Ha, seeing you two, a model couple, makes me feel sick. Li Yifan snorted softly. He had achieved the purpose of his visit today, so there was no need to stay any longer. He likes to torture people for a long time, making them die like a frog boiled in water. It would be meaningless if they died too quickly. After leaving Li Chanan's study, an enchanting woman in a custom-made cheongsam appeared. She looked very well maintained. She was Li Mailan's mother, Zhao Iran. Ha, a dragon gives birth to a dragon and a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix. A mouse's son will dig holes, and a chicken's son will never become a phoenix no matter how much he tries to curry favor with his father. Zhao Iran's sarcasm towards Li Yifan was direct to his face. She always spoke quickly, relying on the support of her mother's family. It's true that my mother is a countrywoman, but she is innocent after all. She is not as dirty and despicable as you. Li Yifan said sarcastically that he had always been verbally abusing Zhao Iran. Now he had the capital to do so. Li Yifan jokingly pinched Zhao Iran's buttocks with his hands, and then said maliciously, "Little mother, you should go in quickly, the old man is very angry. About you cheating on him, this DNA test is no joke." After saying this, Li Yifan strode away, leaving Zhao Iran with weak and trembling legs. She was extremely panicked and began to look into the study room with an uneasy look. Come in. What are you still doing outside? Do you want me to invite you in? Li Chanan's words came from the study, carrying the aura of a superior who was intimidating without even getting angry, and frightened Zhao Iran so much that she trembled. Chapter 107 Green Hat. He had every right to do so.
Li Yifan jokingly pinched Zhao Yiren's hips with his hands, and then said maliciously, "Little mother, you should go in quickly."
The old man is very angry. About you cheating on him, this DNA test is no joke.
After saying this, Li Yifan strode away, leaving Zhao Yiren with weak and trembling legs.
She was extremely panicked and began to look into the study room with an uneasy look. Come in. What are you still doing outside? Do you want me to invite you in?
Li Chanan's words came from the study, carrying the aura of a superior who was intimidating without even getting angry, and frightened Zhao Yiren so much that she trembled.
Take a look at this report.
Li Chanan looked at Zhao Yiren, with deep resentment in his tone and eyes. Zhao Yiren thought of what Li Yifan had just said, and was so frightened that she fell to her knees on the ground, her still graceful body trembling.
Li Chanan took a big step forward, clamped Zhao Yiren's chin with his hand, looked at her tearful face, and said with a sly smile, "You're crying before you even see it. Do you know what I showed you?" "What are you looking at? Isn't it the DNA report?"
While Zhao Yiren was pretending to cry, she was also very smart and had already thought of a way to deal with the situation.
"Husband, listen to me.
Yifan has been holding a grudge against me for a long time, otherwise he wouldn't have run away from home for so many years.
Don't believe anything he shows you. This kid is quite cunning.
He's doing well now and has a lot of connections, so it would be easy for him to fake a DNA test."
You didn't even check if this was a DNA test, and you knew that? Or have you been hiding something from me for a long time?
Li Chanan pinched Zhao Yiren's chin angrily, and one could even hear the cracking sound.
It hurts, husband. I don't know anything.
It's all the fault of that brat Yifan. Husband, please don't believe his one-sided words.
Zhao Yiren knew that she must not panic no matter what.
As long as she insisted that she did not do it, Li Chanan might let her go because of their old friendship and the kindness her father, the former director, had shown her.
Seeing is believing, hearing is not. The ancients said that it makes sense.
Since you refuse to admit it, then take a look at these photos. As Li Chanan spoke, he scattered all the photos in the file bag on Zhao Yiren's face.
These were all left by Li Yifan.
The man and woman in the photo are acting intimately, and the woman is none other than Zhao Yiren. Zhao Yiren cursed in her heart for being tricked by Li Yifan, but she was still strong and calm as she cried, "Husband, you don't know, this is all.
I was forced to do this. You were promoted because of me. Is it all because of your sleeping skills? You really are so charming."
Li Chanan looked at Zhao Yiren, who seemed to be hesitant to speak and was almost angry enough to vomit blood. It was the first time he had seen such a shameless person.
I was forced to do that. I was planning to tell you, but I just can't bring myself to say it. Chang'an, you have to believe me, I was really forced to do that. You are the one I love the most.
At this moment, Zhao Yiren was certain that what Li Yifan had just said was a lie to her.
There was no such thing as a DNA test.
Even if Li Chanan had to go to the hospital for a test later, she could use her connections to make a false certificate.
You still refuse to admit it. Fine, I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Look at what this is. Li Chanan was so angry that he coughed up blood.
He was originally more than 10 years older than Zhao Yiren, and now he was mentally depressed.
They looked like father and daughter separated by a generation. Zhao Yiren flipped through the appraisal report in her hand and was horrified. She didn't expect Li Yifan to be serious. She was careless after all. What else do you want to say now? I was really blind at the beginning, that's why I feel so guilty towards Dumei. It's all because of you, a stinky woman who doesn't keep her husband's chastity. It's really not worth it.
Dumei is Li Yifan's biological mother, the rural woman who came from the countryside, worked diligently at needlework to earn money, and used the money she earned to pay for her husband's tuition.
Ha, you are regretting it now? I tell you, don't forget what you promised my dad. If my dad hadn't been so kind to you, how could you have risen so high in the world?
Zhao Yiren simply decided to go all out and confront him.
If you hadn't been so sexually unsatisfied back then, when I was pregnant, how could I have had a miscarriage? Later, due to the miscarriage, my endometrium became thinner, and then Malian was accidentally miscarried. The doctor said that Malian was my last child, and if I had an abortion, there would be no chance of having another child. Zhao Yiren spoke so confidently that she totally ignored Li Chanan's expression, which was turning from cloudy to gloomy. Bitch! Li Chanan roared angrily and slapped him. It was the first time in his life that he heard someone talk about an extramarital affair so confidently and without any remorse. Ha, why should I be afraid of you? When my father recommended you for the position, you wrote a letter of guarantee.
Zhao Yiren had a way out left by her father, so she was naturally not anxious or panicked.
No matter how much I have done, I have worked hard. I have given you my youth and beauty for so many years, and you call me a bitch in return?
Li Chanan, you are really heartless and ungrateful. As she spoke, Zhao Yiren's tears began to flow. Li Chanan certainly knew the secret, which was why he didn't dare to expose his guilt.
Whose child is Li Meilian?
Li Chanan asked dejectedly. He had truly treated Li Meilin as his own daughter for so many years and his love for her was real.
Does it matter whose child it is? It's not yours anyway.
Zhao Yiren is aggressive and she always behaves like a daughter of an official family.
You bitch.
No wonder Meilian has such a bad temper, it turns out that everything is due to you. Li Chanan slapped her again, but this time he didn't hit Zhao Yiren's face, but her butt. He felt jealousy burning in his heart, and a deep despair and anger burning in his heart. He untied the belt of 7 wolves and started whipping him with the whip one after another. Zhao Yiren begged for mercy, but discovered a more terrifying side of Li Chanan.
Of course, this is a story for later.
When a man becomes perverted and crazy, it cannot be explained in just a few words. All of this was Zhao Yiren's own fault, and she knew it in her heart. In addition, it was something that could not be exposed to the public, so it was not convenient for her to complain everywhere. She had to endure her own affairs slowly, and there was no way to make up for it by saying more.
Chapter 108 You Can't.
He felt jealousy burning in his heart, and a deep despair and anger burning in his heart. He untied the belt of 7 wolves and started whipping him with the whip one after another. Zhao Yiren begged for mercy, but discovered a more terrifying side of Li Chanan.
Of course, this is a story for later.
However, Li Meilin was unaware of this at the moment. She came here with her mother Zhao Yiren. When she heard the noise in the room, she was so scared that she wanted to go in and dissuade them, but was stopped by Li Yifan at the stairs.
What did you talk to Dad about? Why was he so angry in there? Li Meilin always thought that their family was happy and harmonious.
Even though Li Yifan seemed to be out of tune with the family, as long as she made efforts to reconcile, their family would definitely get better.
Ha, do you really think they are quarreling? You are still too young and don't know what adults think at all. Beating is affection and scolding is love.
Li Yifan glanced at Li Meilin jokingly, gently pulled her arm, and brought her to the glass window in front of the study. When Li Meilin saw the shadow on the curtain in front of the glass window, her face suddenly turned red.
No matter how naive she was, she knew what the two people inside were doing at the moment.
Li Meilin covered her eyes and stomped her feet coquettishly.
Oh, I don't want to watch it anymore. Let's go quickly. We can't stay here for long. Li Yifan looked at Li Meilin's small face.
Under the moonlight, he could vaguely see tiny hairs on her face, which made her look pure and sexy. Li Yifan calculated his age in his heart, thinking that he was almost 35.
Then he looked at Li Meilin's energetic and youthful body.
In comparison, he seemed really old.
Mind having a drink with me?
Li Yifan said with a smile, then his arm intentionally or unintentionally passed across Li Meilin's slender waist. We can drink together as brothers and sisters, but the prerequisite is that Yi Chen is not allowed to come.
I don't like him at all. Yi Chen is not my type at all. Forget it, let's not talk about him for now. Let's go and have a drink. Li Meilian hooked Li Yifan's arm, she was as happy as a heartless child.
Li Yifan generously took out all of his collection of fine wines. While they were drinking, he looked at Li Meilin's red face, with an ambiguous look in his eyes.
Meilian, what kind of man do you like? I'll find one for you. I like men like you, who are elegant, humorous, and scholarly. He. Brother, let's have another drink. Done. Li Yifan drank heavily, and the desire somewhere in his heart seemed to be provoked.
Li Meilin had no idea what was going on in Li Yifan's mind at this moment. Her beautiful eyes were blurred and her rosy little face was slightly hot. Leaning her head gently on Li Yifan's strong and sturdy chest muscles, Li Meilin began to recall the past in a slightly drunken state.
Do you know that when I was a kid, my classmates bullied me and said my mom was a bad woman? They beat and scolded me.
If you hadn't escorted me to and from school every day and sent people to drive those classmates away, I might have been bullied at school like those kids reported online.
There were sparkling tears in Li Meilian's beautiful eyes.
She recalled that when she was a child, if it weren't for Li Yifan's protection, she would have been bullied and depressed.
Let the past be the past, Meilian. Li Yifan's voice was a little hoarse. From his perspective, he could vaguely see the ravine between Li Meilin's breasts.
Brother, this wine of yours is really delicious.
I want to drink more. Meilian, you are drunk, do you know that? Meilian? Meilian? After an hour or so, Li Meilian woke up from her coma.
She felt her head was heavy and her body was chilly. Only a thin layer of clothes covered her lower abdomen, and all other clothes were scattered on the ground. She was naked and screamed in panic. The scream drew sighs and sympathy from the man in the corner. Li Yifan took a deep puff of his cigarette, his voice hoarse but with deadly temptation.
Meilian, I will be responsible for you and I will treat you well for the rest of my life. You, how could you do this to me? Li Meilin pulled her clothes to cover her body. She realized what had just happened between her and Li Yifan, and her entire worldview was shattered. Why shouldn't we do this? Li Yifan continued to smoke.
He blew out smoke rings and stared at Li Meilin's white and slender legs with burning eyes.
Memories flooded back like a tide. You are lying to me. You must be lying to me. Ask Zhao Yiren. She knows everything about this matter. You are not Li Chahan's daughter. As Li Yifan said this, he walked towards the trembling Li Meilian.
He sat on the edge of the bed, took a deep puff of his cigarette, and blew the smoke rings onto her frightened and shy face, with an ambiguous look in his eyes.
That can't be the case. You are talking nonsense. You are making excuses for your bestiality, right?
Li Meilin felt timid and scared. Relying on her attachment to Li Yifan over the years, she stretched out a slender wrist and gently shook the corner of Li Yifan's clothes. Li Yifan felt annoyed and shook off Li Meilian's hand, and
Don't do this to me. Li Meilian was pulled over by a domineering force. I will be responsible for you.
Li Yifan's eyes became deep and sharp, and his big hands moved mercilessly, causing the other party to tremble in fear wherever they passed.
Even if, you can't do this to me.
Li Meilian cried in despair.
She wanted to escape but was completely powerless. Be my woman, don't you understand now?
Seeing Li Meilin crying, Li Yifan felt upset. He thought there was another way to make people accept the reality, which was to suffer even more deeply.
Li Yifan lay down on his back, ignoring Li Meilin's crying and taking off his pajamas. Chapter 109, Cooking Skills Improved by a Huge Step. Yi Chen returned home, feeling exhausted.
It was his friend's wife giving birth, but why did she seem to be more exhausted than himself?
Hubby, you're finally home. Come and teach me how to make chicken soup.
Sister Ping is out for something, and I can't learn it by myself even if I watch online tutorials.
Li Luoluo asked for advice with red eyes. She was so aggrieved that she was about to cry. Why am I so stupid? I still can't even make chicken soup. Wow.
Yi Chen held his forehead and felt a headache. Wife, we can just order a takeaway online, there is no need to cook it ourselves.
Li Luoluo blared at Yi Chen coquettishly, pouted and shook her head and said, that won't do.
Although we may not find out if we order takeout online, it will show that I am not sincere enough if I do that. I promised her that I would let her taste my cooking skills. We should not go back on our word. After hearing this, Yi Chen thought of Li Luoluo's dark cuisine, and he broke out in a cold sweat for sure lingui from the bottom of his heart. But under Li Luoluo's constant nagging, Yi Chen had no choice but to agree to teach her cooking.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, the intimacy value with his wife has steadily increased, and he has obtained a bottle of God-level chicken essence.
Just a little bit, and water becomes chicken soup.
Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind, making him extremely excited for a moment.
It really is true that you just open what you need.
Yi Chen pretended to look for something in the cabinet, but actually he took out the bottle of God-level chicken essence from the system space and handed it to Li Luoluo.
Wife, try adding a little of this to your soup. I guarantee that the soup you make will be extra delicious. Of course, you can also add it when cooking other dishes. That's it? Honey, you're being too perfunctory.
I thought you were going to teach me a lot of cooking skills, but why did you just give me a bottle of chicken essence?
Li Luoluo was extremely disappointed.
She thought Yi Chen would teach her his unique secret recipe. After all, he cooked such delicious meals.
Honey, please don't wrongly accuse me. I have always been completely sincere to you. If you say this to me, I will be wronged to death.
Yi Chen shouted helplessly, then pointed at the bottle of chicken essence and said, Don't look at this as a bottle of chicken essence, but it is not an ordinary bottle of chicken essence.
This is my heirloom, I won't give it to ordinary people. After hearing such nonsense blatantly, Li Luoluo actually believed it. When Yi Chen wanted to take the chicken essence away, she hid it in her arms and refused to give it to him. Since you've already given it to me, there's no reason for you to take it back. You're really such a jerk. Whoa, I won't play with you anymore. Li Luoluo said with a smile, then opened the bottle of chicken essence and started using it. There was no other way now, he could only give it a try. When the chicken soup was served, Li Luoluo took a sip to prevent it from tasting bad. But just this one sip whetted her taste buds. Oh my god, what kind of divine chicken soup is this? It tastes so good. How many bottles of chicken essence do you have left, honey? Can you give them all to me? I haven't made the ones at home yet. This is the only bottle we have in stock right now. I'll bring them to you when the others are made. The price of telling a lie is to tell countless lies to cover it up. Yi Chen is well aware of this. Yi Chen was very puzzled. Isn't it just a bottle of chicken essence? Could it be that this chicken soup is really delicious? Thinking of this, Yi Chen also tasted the chicken soup and was instantly shocked by its deliciousness. Wife, your chicken soup is so delicious. I feel like with your current cooking skills, you can open a restaurant directly. After you open it, the business will be packed with customers every day. It will be endless. Honey, how about I try making other dishes to see if this chicken essence is really that effective, or if my cooking skills have improved greatly? Li Luoluo felt embarrassed by Yi Chen's praise. She saw the ingredients next to her, lettuce and shredded pork, and decided to show off her cooking skills. Yi Chen nodded. He didn't think too much about it. The main reason was that he was hungry after working so hard. If Li Luoluo cooked a few more dishes, he could also have a full meal at the same time. Following the online teaching process, Li Luoluo made several home-cooked dishes. Before adding the chicken essence, she tasted a few flavors and almost vomited. After adding the chicken essence, Li Luoluo tasted the dish she made, and her eyes lit up. It tasted better than what a top chef would make. Even though the ingredients were very ordinary. I'm a little hungry, do you mind if I eat something first? Yi Chen asked, and after getting Li Luoluo's consent, he went to get a big bowl of rice, and then started eating with the stir-fried vegetables. The portions Li Luoluo made were originally large, but now it seemed that they were not enough. Yi Chen was eating with his mouth full of oil and couldn't stop at all. Tuanchuan and Yuan were playing in the yard, but they rushed in when they smelled the fragrance from the kitchen. They watched Yi Chen eat, and their drools were so much that they thought the Milky Way was falling from the sky. My dears, do you want to eat the food that mommy cooks? It's so delicious. Li Luoluo showed off proudly. You know, Tuanchuan and Yuan usually don't eat the food she cooks. However, to her disappointment, Tuan and Yuan still shook their heads firmly, pointing at the portion Yi Chen was eating. Dad, we want your portion. Yi Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and at the same time he felt particularly sympathetic towards Li Luoluo. The portion I'm eating was made by Mom, so don't talk to Mom like that. After hearing what Yi Chen said, the two little ones were stunned. They looked at Li Luoluo in disbelief, and then said in unison that they wanted to eat it. The main reason was that Li Luoluo's cooking in the past was so bad that the two little kids were forced to cry while eating it. The two little guys ate the food made by Li Luoluo and drank the delicious wolfberry and red date chicken soup, and they clapped their hands with joy. I didn't expect Mama's cooking to be so delicious. From now on, I will eat meals cooked by my mom every day. The two little ones eat well and sleep well. Li Luoluo looked at the father and daughter who were eating seriously with satisfaction. She smiled with curved eyebrows and felt satisfied with her life. But when she looked at the kitchen again, she was about to collapse. The portion of food that she had specially reserved for Shi Linghui was actually eaten up by the father and daughter. It seemed that she would not go to the hospital to visit for a while. Hey, eat your food slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. People who eat seriously are the best. Children, go ahead. Yi Chen didn't care. He was really too hungry, so he ate as much as he could. Woo, Daddy is a bad guy. Daddy stole our food. Mommy, beat Daddy. The two little guys had been pampered for too long, so naturally they were far behind in the fight for food, so they simply sought help from an external force, Li Luoluo. In fact, Yi Chen would not have eaten so much in the past. It was just that he was a little hungry today, and the food was so delicious that he couldn't hold back. The key point is that the two little guys just won't give in. This is really unexpected. It seems that today's meal is really delicious.
I am so sleepy that I almost fall asleep while typing. Everyone should go to bed early.
The new year is coming soon. I must eat well, drink well, and stay healthy.
May everything go well, may all my wishes come true, and may good things come in pairs.
May the year of the tiger bring me good luck. Happy New Year's Eve. Good night, friends, sweet dreams. Chapter 110, Quarrel. Yi Chen didn't care.
He was really too hungry, so he ate as much as he could.
Woo woo woo, Daddy is a bad guy. Daddy stole our food. Mommy, beat Daddy.
The two little guys had been pampered for too long, so naturally they were far behind in the fight for food, so they simply sought help from an external force, Liluluo.
Okay, eat slowly. If it's not enough, Mommy will make more for you. Don't rush to grab it. Daddy is an adult, so he gets hungry quickly.
Liluluo thought for a long time before coming up with such a lame excuse.
Daddy, are you hungry? Yuan opened her eyes wide and only half understood what was going on. Tuan acted like an older sister at this time and spoke in a mentoring manner. Teacher Xiaoxue said in class that physical labor can easily make people hungry. Dad must have done too much physical labor. Did Dad do too much physical labor? Yuan murmured, looking at Tuan for an answer. Silly boy, it seems that Daddy beat Mom again yesterday.
Oh, beating people is also a physical exercise. Yuan was enlightened by Tuan's words and said with sudden enlightenment.
It was Yi Chen and Liluluo's turn to go crazy in the wind. Had they really made such a big noise yesterday? Why did the two little ones hear it? The children are still young and ignorant now, but in a few years they will all understand it, then it will be the end, right? Yi Chen looked at his little wife's face that was about to bleed, and the soft flesh on his waist was pinched hard by the other party. Hubby, please explain this to the babies.
Liluluo complained in a low voice out of shame that she couldn't die in the hearts of her children.
Yi Chen didn't fully understand what Liluluo meant.
He was too tired these days, so his brain couldn't function properly.
My dears, Daddy didn't mean to hit Mommy. Daddy and Mommy were just playing a game.
Yi Chen racked his brains to think of a reason, but was interrupted by Tuan before he could finish his words.
Dad, you don't need to say anything, we all understand. Beating is affection and scolding is love. Yes. Daddy beats Mommy because Daddy loves Mommy. Tuan and Yuan talk to each other very often.
The two little ones are almost 3 years old, so their language expression has improved rapidly recently. Xiao Peng has said before that his dad loves his mom so much that they often fight and never sleep.
Mom, does it hurt? If it hurts, tell me and I'll help you poop. Liluolua's pretty face became even more shy at this moment.
She was surrounded by two little guys, who asked her irrelevant questions.
She didn't know what to answer for a moment. Alright, stop fighting, you two. Yi Chen rudely found an excuse to drive the two little ones away. He finally had the chance to try his wife's cooking, but the atmosphere was completely ruined by the quarrel between these two little enemies. Wow, Daddy is mean to me. Mom, look at how mean Daddy is to us.
No wonder Xiao Peng said that men become bad-tempered when they have other women outside.
Tuan has a large vocabulary and is good at adding exaggeration to words.
The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously.
When Liluluo heard this, she felt terrible and asked in a questioning tone. Dad has a woman outside? Who is it? Children are the least likely to lie.
Liluluo felt very nervous, as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned.
Teacher Xiaoxue. Tuan continued to add fuel to the fire. Yi Chen was desperate.
It was not right to stop it, nor was it right to let it go. He felt that even if he had 8 mouths, he would not be able to explain it clearly.
Tuan, you are just a kid, stop talking nonsense. This was the first time Yi Chen was so angry. He didn't expect Tuan to talk nonsense so openly. Wow. Mommy, go beat the poop. He's a big bad guy. It was also the first time that Tuan saw Yi Chen so ferocious, and he was so scared that he quickly hid in Liluluo's arms. When Liluluo heard what the children said, her brain was temporarily deprived of oxygen. After a long while, she finally realized that she was so nervous that she forgot to breathe. Teacher, Xiaoxue? Can you tell Mama about it, babies? Liluluo didn't look at Yi Chen.
She held the two little ones in her arms, her voice a little hoarse and nasal.
I had to pee last time. Teacher Xiaoxue and Teacher Fangfang said so.
She said she wanted to be Daddy's woman.
Tuanchuan spoke very loudly. Yeah. Teacher Xiaoxue said she likes Daddy and that our Daddy is very masculine.
Yuan didn't know what boyfriend power meant, so she forgot the words to express it. Li Luoluo looked at Yi Chen in shock, and her beautiful eyes were soon filled with tears. Although she knew that children would not lie and this might be Qin Roshua's wishful thinking, she just didn't want her man to be remembered by other women.
Babies, you guys go play with Auntie Tauzi first. Mommy wants to talk to Daddy alone. Li Luoluo called the maid Tauzi and pushed the two little guys out.
She suppressed her inner discomfort and pretended to be calm.
Hubby, I think you really need to explain to me what's going on. Yi Chen's face was filled with embarrassment. These two little girls were really leaking air. Why were they always finding fault with him? It's nothing.
The relationship between me and their teacher Qin Roshue is clean and innocent.
We can stand the test. You actually know her name. I told you, why are you paying attention to the name of a kindergarten teacher?
Li Luoluo felt extremely sad, and she looked at Yi Chen in pain.
Wife, you are just trying to find a pretext to accuse me.
I often pick up and drop off the children, so it's not surprising that I know their teacher's name.
Yi Chen felt that Li Luoluo was being unreasonable and that what she said was simply groundless accusations.
Then why did Qin Roshue say that to her colleagues?
Why did she say she liked you? And she also said she wanted to be your woman? Doesn't she know that you are a married man? Li Luoluo's emotions further collapsed.
She didn't expect that Yi Chen was too lazy to even explain.
Your husband is excellent, so he will naturally attract many men. If there is no trust between husband and wife, then let's forget about it. Yi Chen was really angry. He didn't know why Li Luoluo would rather believe the two dolls' words than his. Honey, I really didn't expect that you would think of me this way. You would rather believe the words of two little kids than believe me. I am so disappointed. Yi Chen was really sad.
He couldn't control his emotions and blurted out everything in his heart. One reason was that he was too excited, and the other was that he felt that there was no overnight hatred between husband and wife, and if there was anything to say, just say it directly.
Holding it in was not a good thing. Chapter 111 Reconciliation.
Then why did Qin Roshue say that to her colleagues?
Why did she say she liked you? And she also said she wanted to be your woman? Doesn't she know that you are a married man? Li Luoluo's emotions further collapsed.
She didn't expect that Yi Chen was too lazy to even explain.
Your husband is excellent, so he will naturally attract many men. If there is no trust between husband and wife, then let's forget about it. Yi Chen was really angry. He didn't know why Li Luoluo would rather believe the two dolls' words than his. Attracting bees and butterflies? Good job, Yi Chen. You finally said what you wanted to say.
Li Luoluo's emotions broke down further and she held her stomach in pain.
All right, let's stop talking. I think what we both need most right now is to calm down.
After Yi Chen said this, he wanted to slam the door and leave.
He has experienced so many things in the past few days.
In fact, he is still worried about the birth control pills.
Li Luoluo didn't explain it clearly to him, and he didn't intend to care about it.
Now his wife is questioning him just because of a few ignorant words said by a child.
But before Yi Chen had taken a few steps, he saw Li Luoluo falling onto the sofa behind him from the corner of his eye.
Without thinking, he rushed over and hugged Li Luoluo tightly in his arms.
By the time the private doctor arrived, Li Luoluo had already woken up from her coma.
She lay on the bed, wrapped herself in a quilt tightly, trying to isolate herself from the outside world.
Yi Chen is talking to the doctor at this moment. Mr. Yi, your wife is pregnant. What? She's pregnant?
She's been taking birth control pills before. Yi Chen was surprised because he remembered that Li Luoluo had been taking birth control pills before and should not have gotten pregnant.
It's only been a few days since I last took the medicine, and it won't happen that fast. Mr. Yi, it's like this. Birth control pills can't be 100% effective. There's still a possibility of pregnancy. So it's reasonable for your wife to be pregnant. Yi Chen, please go out first. I need to talk to the doctor alone.
Li Luoluo's face was calm, but she looked at Yi Chen with a somewhat cold look, which made Yi Chen feel particularly uncomfortable.
The most painful thing is the name. Now even my husband doesn't want to call me that.
It's obvious that all the quarrels were caused by the children's groundless talk. Yi Chen still walked out of the room. He stood in the corridor and smoked, taking big puffs of cigarettes, as if as long as he did this, his troubles would drift away with the tobacco. I don't know how much time has passed. Yi Chen saw the doctor coming out, and he stopped the doctor.
Doctor, can you tell me what my wife said to you? The doctor showed an embarrassment on his face.
Although he knew how important Yi Chen was in Li Luoluo's heart, he was hired by Li Luoluo after all.
If his master didn't allow him to say something, he would definitely not say it.
Yi Chen saw the doctor's dilemma, so he pulled him into the yard, took out a check from his pocket, and with a wave of his hand, wrote 1 million on it. Just tell me, this money is yours.
Mr. Yi, please don't make things difficult for a doctor like me.
Miss Li told me not to tell anyone about this matter, especially not to you.
I can't sell her out for money.
Oh. Yi Chen calmly put out his cigarette and took out a pistol from his arms.
You won't betray your master for money, but will you betray your master for your life? My gun is not a toy gun, why don't you try it?
Yi Chen curled his lips in a wicked smile, the sharpness in his eyes could kill people. The private doctor was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground. Although he was in a dilemma and had no way out, his own life was more important than his work.
Mr. Yi, please spare my life. Mr. Yi, please have mercy on me. I will tell you everything.
The eldest lady just asked me to help her abort the fetus, and said that this matter must not be known to anyone else. When Yi Chen heard the word abortion, he felt mixed emotions and felt extremely uncomfortable. But Yi Chen is a rational thinker after all, and he knows that he should not lose his composure because of one-sided words.
Why did she want to have an abortion? Did she tell her? Let me tell you. Mr. Yi, can you please put down your gun first?
The private doctor was terrified. It was the first time he had seen a real gun. Yi Chen put down the gun and waited for the next words. The eldest lady has actually always had stomach problems, and she has always cooperated with the treatment. It's just that her illness got much better after she met Mr. Yi. But recently, the young lady found that her old illness had recurred, so she had to take medicine again. The private doctor was so scared that he told everything he knew. After listening to this, Yi Chen thought quietly, and then he realized why Li Luoluo had to take birth control pills recently. Because of the stomach medicine she takes, if Li Luoluo gets pregnant, she will definitely worry about the health of the child because of the medicine, so she can only use contraceptives to prevent this from happening.
You go now.
After Yi Chen finished speaking, he walked towards Li Luoluo's room. Looking at the delicate beauty lying quietly on the bed, Yi Chen's heart was in a mess. You can tell me if you have stomach problems, and you can also tell me directly if you are not suitable for pregnancy.
Why are you hiding it from me?
Yi Chen said straight to the point, I can take safety measures, so you don't have to force yourself to take birth control pills. Li Luoluo didn't expect that her private doctor would betray her so quickly. She blushed and said nothing, looking into Yi Chen's eyes a little unhappily.
I want you to have a better experience. After a long time, Li Luoluo finally told Yi Chen the reason that made him laugh and cry. Are you stupid? Are you torturing your body just for this reason? Are you a child? Yi Chen hugged Li Luoluo into his arms with heartache.
He really didn't expect that his wife, who was smart all her life, could be foolish for a moment.
Actually, I don't like it when you don't wear it either.
After saying this, Li Luoluo felt her face getting even redder. She murmured and simply buried her head in the quilt. Yi Chen pulled Li Luoluo's quilt away and said seriously, we are husband and wife, and we can discuss everything.
I shouldn't have been so mean to you just now. Husband, are you not angry anymore?
Li Luoluo's voice became smaller and smaller.
I am angry. How can I not be angry? But you are a patient now. For your health, I have to hold it in. Yi Chen said.
It would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry, Yi Chen thought to himself, but when he saw his wife's pitiful, helpless and coquettish look, his heart would soften inadvertently. Yi Chen couldn't help but think in his heart, after all, she is his woman, what else can he do if he doesn't spoil her?
This is what a man must do.
And looking at this from another perspective, this matter is indeed for the sake of Li Luoluo's health, and Yi Chen is considering it from a long-term perspective.
Chapter 112 Wife, I can help you cure your illness.
Li Luoluo looked at Yi Chen's livid face and naturally knew that what he said was not a lie. She lowered her head and said nothing, her slender fingers constantly pulling at the bed sheets.
I'm sorry, honey. Actually, I was also struggling and hesitant.
After all, my stomach problems sometimes get better and sometimes get worse. When they get worse, I take some pills or something. I thought it was a minor problem, so I didn't take it seriously and didn't tell you. Lilualua's voice became smaller and smaller. She felt that what she said was a little hard to forgive even for herself.
Yi Chen looked at Lilualua's lower abdomen.
He was truly heartbroken. He felt sorry for the unborn child, and also for the pain his wife would have to go through to have an abortion. If you had told me the truth earlier, I would not let you suffer even if I had to. Besides, that's our child.
Yi Chen's words pierced Lilualua's heart like a needle.
Although she knew that the other party did not intend to blame her, as a mother and child are connected by heart, and she also felt a lot of unspeakable pain in her heart.
Honey, I'm sorry. I didn't think it would be such a coincidence.
I always staggered my ovulation period and took birth control pills.
Who knew I would get pregnant? Okay, let's not talk about the baby for now. Honey, what's the matter with your stomach problem? Why didn't you tell me about it? Maybe I can help you solve it.
Yi Chen's eyes were solemn and concerned. What he was most worried about now was Lilualua's stomach problem.
Ding! It is detected that the host needs SS-level Chinese medicine divine doctor technology.
The points required for redemption are 28,888 points of the Nanny value.
Do you want to redeem it?
The system's mechanical voice suddenly rang in Yi Chen's mind. It really was the devil himself.
Yi Chen exchanged the money without even thinking. It seems that his wife's illness can be cured now.
After all, the products of the system must be high quality.
Yi Chen is 100% sure that he can cure Lilualua's illness.
Lilualuo hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to tell Yi Chen the truth, when suddenly her cell phone rang. I looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Shi Linghui calling.
Honey, I need to answer a call.
Lilualua's voice was very unconfident. She realized her mistake belatedly and became timid in front of Yi Chen.
Yi Chen answered calmly. He walked towards Lilualua's big bed and sat down.
Looking at his delicate wife with gentle features and smelling the subtle fragrance from her hair, Yi Chen felt particularly at peace.
Miss, the doctor you asked me to find for you has returned to the Magic City. If you are available this afternoon.
As soon as the phone was connected, Sister Ping's voice came out.
Thank you for your kindness, Sister Ping. I have some things to deal with right now, so it's not convenient to talk.
Lilualuo looked at Yi Chen beside her, and immediately said something else to interrupt Sister Ping on the other end of the phone. Sister Ping was no fool, of course. Generally speaking, if a young lady said this, it would mean that it was inconvenient for her to speak, so she ended the conversation with just a few words. Yi Chen frowned and reached out to pinch Lilualua's little face full of collagen.
Honey, are you hiding something from me? Why are you so secretive when you answer the phone and say a few words? No, husband, you are overthinking it. My aunt is just having a minor health problem and asked me to find a doctor for her.
Lilualuo smiled and tried to slap Yi Chen's hand away, but the other party's hand was very strong and her little face turned slightly red.
Oh, is that really the case? Then I'll call Sister Ping and ask her now.
Yi Chen was a ruthless man who didn't talk much. He simply took out his cell phone and pretended to make a call, but in fact he was forcing Lilualuo to tell the truth. Hubby, please don't call Sister Ping.
She won't tell you. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you.
Lilualuo made up her mind and wanted to talk out the problem that had been bothering her for a long time. After all, Yi Chen has discovered some clues now, and her concealment will only make people feel that she is perfunctory and distrustful.
Yi Chen loosened his hand and looked at Lilualuo leisurely.
For some reason, his sixth sense as a man told him that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Lilualuo's beautiful eyes drooped slightly, filled with reluctance and worry, and her tone was gentle. Hubby, actually, people in our Li family have always had stomach problems. My great-grandfather, third uncle, and fifth aunt all died of stomach cancer.
Even now, my father is in the advanced stage of stomach cancer.
Lilualuo's voice became smaller and smaller, and her tone was filled with discomfort and grievance.
I have never told you this.
After all, stomach cancer is a hereditary disease in our family.
Some diseases cannot be cured by medicine. Actually, this is the result of my last examination. Lilualuo stopped talking halfway. She was only 23 years old, at the prime age of youth.
It would be too cruel to ask her to say with her own mouth that she was in the middle stage of stomach cancer.
Yi Chen took the diagnosis handed over by Lilualuo.
He pulled it out from under the pillow and it had some slight wrinkles. Seeing the words written in black and white on the paper, mid-stage gastric cancer, Yi-Chen felt his brain boom. Cancer, a tumor disease, has become an incurable disease that is difficult to conquer with the current medical technology and level. Looking at the beautiful, pure and gentle Li Luoluo, Yi-Chen really didn't dare to associate such a stunning beauty with a cancer patient. A tear fell from the corner of his eye. It is said that men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are not emotionally moved. Yi-Chen felt that a soft spot deep in his heart was touched. He really wanted to hold hands with Li Luoluo and grow old together. He really didn't want to lose such a lovely wife. Li Luoluo saw Yi-Chen's discomfort and heartache. She stretched out her little hand to wipe Yi-Chen's tears and comforted him with a smile. "Hubby, why are you crying? I'm only in the middle stage. There's still hope for treatment. The doctor also said that the possibility of recovery is very high." "Why did you tell me now? If you had told me earlier, I could have helped you share the burden. Even if I can't cure you, I can." As Yi-Chen was talking, he suddenly realized where he had said it wrong. It seemed as if he had just exchanged for SS God-level Chinese medicine technology. According to the pharmacological knowledge of Chinese medicine, gastric cancer might not be incurable. "Wife, I think I can help you heal." Yi-Chen's tone suddenly changed. He looked at Li Luoluo with burning eyes and stroked her delicate shoulders with both hands, but he didn't dare to use too much force for fear of hurting her. Li Luoluo was confused for a while, thinking that Yi-Chen was trying to comfort her, so she forced a smile and said, "Honey, I know how you feel, but this is not an ordinary illness. Don't worry, the doctor's sister Ping found is an expert who came back from the United States." "Wife, I'm telling the truth." Yi-Chen looked at Li Luoluo again, his eyes filled with eagerness and sincerity. Chapter 113 Chinese Medicine and Acupuncture. "Wife, I'm telling the truth." Yi-Chen looked at Li Luoluo again, his eyes filled with eagerness and sincerity. Seeing that Li Luoluo still didn't believe what he said, Yi-Chen wanted to say something to prove himself. "Honey, have you forgotten? I know acupuncture, and my technique is very good. And wasn't the massage on Nuna very good last time?" "Ah. That has nothing to do with medical skills." When Li Luoluo heard Yi-Chen say this, her face turned red with embarrassment. She thought of that scene and still feels a little embarrassed. That's right. It has little to do with medical skills, but I can use silver needles to prick acupuncture points, as you know." As Yi-Chen spoke, he took out a bag of beautifully packaged silver needles from the system space and pretended to take them out from his pocket. "Honey, I know you want to comfort me. My illness is no joke. If you are free this afternoon, can you accompany me to the hospital?" Li Luoluo's eyes dimmed. She could understand Yi-Chen's current impatience, but that didn't mean she believed what Yi-Chen said. "Honey, don't disbelieve me. Chinese medicine is very profound. Let me give you a few acupuncture treatments. Maybe your stomach cancer will be cured." Yi-Chen spoke with confidence. He had just searched in his mind for how to treat gastric cancer, and unexpectedly he actually found the relevant silver needle acupuncture secrets. It is said that traditional Chinese medicine is profound and extensive. Looking at the clear steps of acupuncture with silver needles in his mind, Yi-Chen was truly filled with emotion. However, to Li Luoluo, what Yi-Chen said sounded more like a joke. "Wife, please undress quickly. I'll give you a few injections. If you don't believe me, go to the hospital for another checkup to see how your body is recovering." Seeing that Li Luoluo didn't say anything for a long time, Yi-Chen simply stretched out his hands forward and wanted to help Li Luoluo undress. Li Luoluo's face was almost red as blood. She felt that Yi-Chen might have other intentions in doing this, but she was too embarrassed to refuse directly at the moment. "Husband, if you want to touch me, just do it. There's no need to talk so much. We are husband and wife." Li Luoluo blushed as she watched Yi-Chen unbutton her clothes. She usually didn't wear a bra when she slept, as this would facilitate the secondary development of her breasts and make her sleep more comfortably. As soon as the buttons were unbuttoned, two big white rabbits jumped out, which stunned LSP Yi-Chen. "Honey, you don't wear a bra when you sleep. I didn't mean to tease you. Don't look at me so sadly. I'm not complaining. If the babies come in, it will have a bad impact." Li Luoluo lowered her head, her ears were almost red, and she looked at Yi-Chen's hand hanging in the air for a long time without moving, so she simply reached out to grab it herself. Yi-Chen was really serious this time. He wanted to help his wife cure her illness without any distractions. There was not a single distracting thought in his mind.
However, Yi Chen's defense was broken in the next second. Because at this moment his hand was grabbed by Li Luoluo's hand and guided to. Honey, you want a massage or something? It's up to you. Li Luoluo's voice became smaller and smaller, but it was full of endless temptation. Yi Chen felt, and some inappropriate thoughts in his heart exploded wildly. The sheep has already fallen into the wolf's mouth, why don't you eat it? What are you holding on to? Yi Chen knew that he was not a saint, but just an ordinary man. It was normal for ordinary people to have 7 emotions and 6 desires. After comforting himself for a few words, Yi Chen was no longer polite. Wife, why do I feel like you're still very happy? Hate it, you are pushing your luck. But what I just said is true. I really know Chinese medicine, so I am not just talking about curing your illness. Li Luoluo looked at Yi Chen with a dazed look in her eyes. She watched Yi Chen pick up a silver needle and stepped back in fear. Honey, I'm a little sick of needles, you should put it away. I won't hurt you, don't be afraid. The needle piercing your body is just like a mosquito bite. It doesn't hurt at all. Yi Chen pulled Li Luoluo's arm and brought her to his side. I will just gently insert a few needles into your stomach and then inject some vital energy into it, and your illness will be cured soon. Yi Chen explained seriously, but to Li Luoluo, his words were like someone who had read too many cultivation novels. How could they be so unreliable? But I really am afraid of needles. Honey, please don't lie to me. Before Li Luoluo could finish her words, Yi Chen immediately gave her an acupuncture injection. But as luck would have it, because Li Luoluo had been dodging, Yi Chen stabbed the wrong place. The silver needle in his hand did not pierce Li Luoluo's stomach, but was pointed upwards, directly into. Li Luoluo's face turned pale with pain, and her beautiful and tender eyes were filled with tears. She had been afraid of pain since she was a child, and this time the pain was really excruciating. Seeing his wife crying after being stabbed by him, Yi Chen felt very sorry. He meant well but ended up doing something bad. My wife told you to be patient and not move. Please don't move. I will continue to give you the acupuncture. Wow, I don't want to get a needle. I've been afraid of injections since I was a child. Please take these away. Li Luoluo was crying with tears in her eyes. She looked down at the needle on her chest. She wanted to kill Yi Chen. Honey, even if you take dialysis treatment from Western medicine, you still have to endure the pain, and that pain is dozens of times more than that from acupuncture. Think it over first. What Yi Chen said made sense. He knew that Li Luoluo was afraid of pain, so he just exaggerated his words. Li Luoluo was frightened by Yi Chen's words. Now that she had calmed down and felt the silver needle on her chest, she felt that it didn't hurt that much. Until now, because of the sudden weaning of Yuan, Li Luoluo's milk engorgement has not been cured, and she was too embarrassed to tell Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, today it was cured by accident. Honey, don't be anxious or panic, or I'll put the needle in the wrong place again. Yi Chen said embarrassedly, holding the silver needle in his hand. He found the position of Li Luoluo's stomach. The needle really doesn't hurt, it's just like a mosquito bite, but seriously, your breasts are really nice. In Li Luoluo's view, Yi Chen's generous praise was more like a flirtation from an LS. She shyly lowered her head, not wanting to meet Yi Chen's gaze. At this moment, the 7 silver needles in Yi Chen's hand pierced down quickly, accurately, and fiercely, forming a diagram of the Big Dipper. Chapter 114 Big Dipper Map. At this moment, the 7 silver needles in Yi Chen's hand pierced down quickly, accurately, and fiercely, forming a diagram of the Big Dipper. Li Luoluo looked at the silver needles on her body in surprise. She felt like an ugly hedgehog, with a depressed face. Just at this moment, the voice of the maid Taozi rang out from outside. Miss, son-in-law, someone is here to visit. She says she is Miss Qin, the kindergarten teacher of the 2 young ladies. Yi Chen looked at Li Luoluo awkwardly. At this moment, Li Luoluo's embarrassment and shame were no less than Yi Chen's. Tell me the truth. Is there something between you and Teacher Qin that you are hiding from me? Otherwise, how did they find your home? There is nothing wrong between her and me, and heaven and earth can bear witness to that. If you still don't believe me, then I don't know what to say. Faced with Li Luoluo's questions, Yi Chen expressed deep helplessness. Although we know that people are extremely possessive in love, at the same time this possessiveness will make the other party very uncomfortable. Li Luoluo pouted her lips and was gloomy for a few seconds before she realized the main contradiction. Hubby, please take out all the needles for me. How can I meet guests with my chest exposed like this?
Li Luoluo only remembered meeting Qin Roshue 2 or 3 times. Since Sister Ping was usually the one who picked up and dropped off the children, she really didn't have much impression of her.
You are both women, just being honest with each other. Why is your face so red, wife? Are you shy? Yi Chen teased deliberately. He liked to see his little wife flirting without realizing it.
It's already this hour, and you're still laughing at me.
You're really so mean.
Li Luoluo tried to scratch Yi Chen with her claws and teeth bared, but she lost her balance and fell directly into Yi Chen's arms.
At this moment, the maid Taozi's voice came from outside the door again. Miss, son-in-law? Miss Qin is outside the door.
She said she came to visit you for something. Yi Chen replied without thinking, my eldest lady and I are still busy.
Let her wait a little longer. Or come another day. Yi Chen said this purely out of rational considerations.
After all, acupuncture with silver needles was only the first step. He still had to input his true energy.
There were still many things to do, and he couldn't give up halfway. But Li Luoluo did not understand this sentence in this way.
What she understood was that Yi Chen felt that his attractiveness was greater than Qin Roshue, and Yi Chen was disgusted with Qin Roshue. After Li Luoluo had imagined and planned for a while, she looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of tenderness and affection. She shyly moved her body to prevent Yi Chen from touching her.
Honey, don't move. I need to inject you with qi now.
If you keep doing this, the needle will fall off.
Humph, you big rascal, if you want to touch me, just do it. Don't I know what you are thinking? Li Luoluo blushed.
She never expected someone to say such straightforward words.
Yi Chen was troubled instead. How the hell should he input his true energy?
Li Luoluo was not obedient at all in his arms. After a hand came forward and held the big white rabbit, the little wife became much more obedient and stopped moving. Li Luoluo's beautiful eyes were filled with shyness, her long, curled eyelashes trembled slightly, her pearly teeth were slightly parted, and in order to prevent herself from making any sound, she even covered her cherry lips with her hands. Seeing how emotional Li Luoluo was, Yi Chen thought to himself that as a man full of masculinity, he should have gone through the whole process as a matter of course, but in an urgent matter, he still had to input his true energy. Yi Chen silently recited the purity mantra several times in his mind and took a few deep breaths. Without forgetting his next task, Yi Chen carefully circulated the qi in his dantian and then transferred the qi in his palm into Li Luoluo's chest. Gathering from the chest downwards, the true energy will slowly be injected into Li Luoluo's stomach, repairing her stomach tumor and playing an unexpected role. Even when Yi Chen's hand left her, Li Luoluo still felt a sense of loss. She opened her eyes slightly, with a hint of moisture and confusion in her eyes.
Honey, there seems to be a warm current on your hand, it's really comfortable, is that really true energy? What Li Luoluo actually wanted to say was whether Yi Chen could continue to put his hand on her chest, but she was too shy to say it. If it's not real qi, could it be fake qi? Yi Chen was almost laughing at Li Luoluo's anger.
He then took out the silver needles one by one and put them into the needle bag.
The tumor in your stomach is not big.
The amount of qi I just injected into it is not much, but it has almost made it smaller.
If you want to recover, you need to continue with 6 more courses of acupuncture. Only then can the tumor be completely eliminated.
Yi Chen explained as he was packing up that the secret of the 7-star diagram and silver needle acupuncture is to administer the needle 7 times, so as to avoid overdoing it and causing the patient's body to be unable to bear it.
But this had a completely different meaning to Li Luoluo.
She thought Yi Chen was taking advantage of her out of shyness and making up an excuse.
Hubby, why are you becoming more and more shy? I understand. Shy? Shy about what? Yi Chen expressed his confusion.
He felt that their conversation channel seemed to have been connected across servers.
What I mean is, if you want to touch me, just be direct. As a wife, I have an obligation to make you happy. Honey, why have you become so lewd recently?
I really don't mean that, I'm talking about serious things.
Yi Chen was so angry that he laughed again.
If he hadn't taken into consideration that Li Luoluo was still pregnant, he would have almost rushed forward.
You stinking bad guy. You stinking hooligan. You obviously think so too, why are you pretending to be a gentleman now? Whoa, I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore.
Li Luoluo felt that her image as a lady was about to collapse. She became incoherent with anger and punched Yi Chen's chest with her little fist.
Oh, honey, I'm serious. Don't rush to the hospital for an abortion. Maybe I have a solution. Yi Chen grabbed Li Luoluo's little hand and held it in his arms.
He was not sure if there was any specific solution, so he did not want to give Li Luoluo too much hope. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Li Luoluo, who was originally laughing, quickly dimmed her bright eyes when she heard Yi Chen's words. She thought of the baby in her belly and her own willful behavior, and suddenly felt that she was not a qualified mother.
I was wrong, baby.
Mommy shouldn't have been greedy for temporary pleasure, which led to your current situation. Woo. Li Luoluo placed her hand on her lower abdomen. Although the embryo was still very small and weak, as a mother, she could feel the connection between mother and child.
Okay, stop crying. It's unlucky. Besides, I may not be able to help your husband.
Yi Chen comforted her softly and wiped away the tears from the corners of Li Luoluo's eyes.
Chapter 115 Jealousy. Okay, stop crying. It's unlucky. Besides, I may not be able to help your husband.
Yi Chen comforted her softly and wiped away the tears from the corners of Li Luoluo's eyes.
Really?
Li Luoluo put on her clothes, looked at Yi Chen with hope, and then pushed Yi Chen as if she remembered something.
Oh, honey, Teacher Qin is still standing outside. Let's invite her in.
Yi Chen just remembered it and said belatedly, Wife, I have to make it clear to you again about this matter.
Teacher Qin and I have not done anything beyond the rules.
If you don't believe me, I can swear that if there is anything beyond the rules between me and Teacher Qin, then the sky will be struck by lightning and I will not. Li Luoluo quickly stepped forward and covered Yi Chen's mouth with her little hand, not allowing him to continue speaking.
Hubby, please stop talking like that.
You are not allowed to say such unlucky things.
I believe you, okay? Please stop talking nonsense next time. Smelling the fragrance coming from his wife's hands, Yi Chen nodded.
The couple packed up and went to the hall, where Qin Roshue had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Qin Roshue saw Yi Chen's figure, her eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't help but feel excited. But when she saw the graceful woman standing next to Yi Chen, and knew that it was Tuan Tuan and Yuan's mother, Li Luoluo, Qin Roshue felt uncomfortable again, and complex emotions such as envy, entanglement, and inferiority surged in her heart.
Hello, Teacher Qin.
I'm really sorry to have kept you waiting for so long.
Mainly because you didn't tell me before you came.
My husband and I were busy with something just now, so I'm sorry that I can't take good care of you. Please bear with me. Li Luoluo smiled sweetly, holding Yi Chen's arm. Although she was talking to Qin Roshue, the stars and the sea in her eyes, as well as her tenderness and love, were all directed to Yi Chen.
I'll be fine in a while.
It's my fault for not informing you in advance and visiting you suddenly. When Qin Roshue saw such a perfect couple in front of her, she felt extremely sad, and an indescribable emotion began to brew in her heart.
By the way, Mr. Qin, what are you doing here this time?
Li Luoluo looked Qin Roshue up and down and asked. She felt that Qin Roshue looked youthful and pretty, and although she was beautiful, her figure was still not as good as hers.
For example, her cup breasts were not even 1 or 2 levels lower than hers.
Qin Roshue followed Li Luoluo's gaze and looked down at her chest, her face suddenly turned red. She had never thought there was anything wrong with her. At least she looked good in clothes. But today, it seemed that she was not a little bit worse. She had never felt as inferior and confused as she did today.
Qin Roshue tugged at her clothes unnaturally.
She tried hard to straighten her chest and raise her head, wanting to make herself look more beautiful.
Ms. Li, I came to you and Mr. Yi today just to talk about Yuan.
Qin Roshue felt that calling Yi Chen brother in this situation would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. After thinking about it, she decided to change to a more appropriate name.
Although Yi Chen didn't say anything, he still looked at Qin Roshue with gratitude.
He was somewhat moved by her understanding and sensibleness.
When Li Luoluo heard that Yuan was in trouble, she immediately became anxious. Teacher Qin, can you tell me more specifically, what happened to Yuan in the kindergarten? Did she fight with other children again? Yuan had autism before, so it was very difficult for her to integrate into the kindergarten group. If Yi Chen hadn't come and provided more parent-child interactions, Yuan would have refused to go to kindergarten no matter what.
Qin Roshue saw Li Luoluo looking anxious, so she quickly waved her hands and explained.
Ms. Li, you are worrying too much. Yuan has been behaving very well in kindergarten recently. She didn't hit anyone. Then Teacher Qin, I came here today to ask you, as parents, do you know that Yuan is particularly talented in painting?
When Li Luoluo heard this answer, she immediately felt relieved.
It's good that the child didn't cause any trouble. Teacher Chin, do you mean that Yuan is very talented in painting? Yes, that's right. Ms. Elizabeth is an English painter specially invited by our kindergarten. She is committed to developing children's early painting talents. She found that Yuan has a talent for painting.
Chin Roshua smiled and took a sip of the freshly brewed osmanthus oolong tea, then explained patiently.
Oh? Really? That's really great. Li Luoluo was very happy.
She leaned her head slightly on Yi Chen's shoulder, acting like a little bird. Although Yi Chen liked Li Luoluo's femininity, he also knew that at this moment, Li Luoluo was just asserting her right to belong by doing this.
The war between women is so tense and yet without smoke of gunpowder. Yi Chen felt a little awkward.
He didn't want to be an object, so he adjusted his sitting position a little uncomfortably.
However, such a subtle action made the sensitive Li Luoluo suspicious.
She thought Yi Chen did this because he was feeling uncomfortable.
Li Luoluo observed the unnatural expression on Chin Roshua's face again, and she felt more and more that there was something fishy going on.
No, she couldn't doubt so openly.
It was a stupid woman's choice to do so. It was simply pushing her man away.
Li Luoluo made up her mind, and she was also confident that she was definitely more attractive to Yi Chen than Chin Roshua, whether in terms of appearance, figure, or the emotional foundation of the couple.
Hubby, Yuan has a talent for painting. It's all because of your genes. Oh, really?
Yi Chen was ashamed. He felt that once a woman became jealous, it would be terrible.
Yeah, that's right.
My friend said last time that my husband and I both have excellent genes, and our children will be cute and talented.
Model couples like us should have more children. Li Luoluo's little hand slid down Yi Chen's arm and into his pocket.
This action seemed ordinary, but it scared Yi Chen, because the first thing Li Luoluo did after putting her little hand into her pocket was to pinch him.
Although it doesn't hurt, it does serve as a warning.
Oh, then let's have more children.
Yi Chen said cooperatively.
Oh, you're so annoying. Last time, you said we were going to give birth to a football team.
I'm not a sow.
Li Luoluo became shy, without any sign of acting. Yi Chen could only sigh that jealous women are really scary.
Women are dangerous animals. They are really different from men.
Especially when it comes to matters of the heart, they will never give in.
Chapter 116, Fulfilling the Promise.
Oh, you're so annoying. Last time, you said we were going to give birth to a football team.
I'm not a sow.
Li Luoluo became shy, without any sign of acting. Yi Chen could only sigh that jealous women are really scary.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Chin, you didn't come here just to talk about that teacher Elizabeth or something, did you?
Yi Chen smiled awkwardly. He tried his best to change the subject because the back of his hand was pinched several times and it hurt so much.
Chin Roshua looked at the sweet couple with a sense of loss. She felt short of breath every moment she stayed there.
When she heard Yi Chen's question, her thoughts were brought back to reality.
Oh, it's like this. Ms. Elizabeth thinks Yuan is a talented person and she wants to take Yuan as her apprentice.
As you know, I can't make the decision on this matter, so I want to ask for your opinion as a parent.
Chin Roshua quickly adjusted her state. At least she didn't want to look so out of control in front of Yi Chen and his wife. This is a good thing.
Yuan used to be a very introverted child, but when she draws, she can explore her inner self. But whether to let Yuan become a disciple or not, I think it depends on the child's own wishes.
Li Luoluo said with an elegant and polite smile.
She took a sip of the yirgachef brought by the maid and savored it with great satisfaction.
Honey, this coffee is really rich and mellow. Do you want to try it?
Li Luoluo said as she handed over the coffee cup she had taken a sip of and placed it next to Yi Chen's mouth. Yi Chen naturally opened his mouth and took a sip.
The taste was actually no different from the usual coffee.
Perhaps because it was fed by his wife, he felt it tasted much better. After seeing this scene, Chin Roshua felt deeply inferior again. Compared with Li Luoluo, even her external material conditions were nothing. Li Luoluo saw the embarrassment and inferiority that flashed across Chin Roshua's face for a moment. The woman's possessiveness and competitiveness made her feel very proud. At the same time, she observed that Yi Chen never looked at Chin Roshua during this period.
Was she judging others by her own standards?
Li Luoluo suddenly felt guilty and self-blaming, and was also a little worried that Yi Chen would see through her thoughts.
Then Ms. Li, how about we arrange a time for you and Ms. Elizabeth to meet on another day?
Then we can let Yuan decide for herself whether she wants to become an apprentice to this English teacher. After Qin Roshue said this, she found an excuse to escape. She really didn't want to continue being forced to eat dog food here. Somewhere in her heart she kept shouting at herself, Yi Chen is a married man, Yi Chen is a married man, she must not be his mistress. After Qin Roshue left, Yi Chen lit a cigarette a little depressed. Just because he didn't say something didn't mean he didn't understand it in his heart. In fact, Yi Chen understood what Li Luoluo had done just now as a woman's possessiveness, but at the same time he also understood that this was a sign that the couple did not believe it. Li Luoluo saw Yi Chen's brows slightly frowned, and naturally knew that he was angry. She approached him like an obedient and docile kitten, and spoke in a coquettish voice. Okay, honey, it's all my fault for being too jealous. Can you please stop being angry? When you get angry, you seem to age 10 years. Please stop being angry. Yi Chen let the kitten in his arms act coquettishly. He finished smoking 2 cigarettes before calming himself down. I think you are incorrigible. I am not an object. Why do you have such a strong desire to control me? Hubby, do you really think of me like this? Li Luoluo felt that Yi Chen's words were like a knife stabbing straight into her heart. She didn't expect that Yi Chen would think of her like this. Obviously, if you love someone, you will regard him as everything. I love you, so you are everything to me. I treat you like this because of love. If one day your love suffocates me, if one day I run away, what will you do? Yi Chen looked at Li Luoluo, who was about to cry. He suppressed the blockage in his heart and said what he had been holding back for a long time. You actually thought about running away? Li Luoluo's mind went blank when she said this. She took a few steps back and looked at Yi Chen again, as if she couldn't believe that these words came from the mouth of a man so familiar to her. Yi Chen felt very uncomfortable being questioned by Li Luoluo, but he was also sensible. After all, Li Luoluo's illness had not been completely cured yet, and he could not bully her. After thinking about this, Yi Chen's tone and expression softened a lot. Wife, I'm talking about if, why are you so fragile? You're such a crying little cat. Seeing Li Luoluo's shocked and disappointed expression, especially her red eyes that looked like she was about to cry, Yi Chen's heart suddenly softened again. Are you kidding me when you say that? You're such an asshole, woo-woo. I almost forgot to breathe just now. Do you know how much my heart ached at that moment? Li Luoluo clearly told herself not to cry, but she couldn't help but let her tears fall. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Yi Chen left her one day. Yi Chen reached out and put his arm around Li Luoluo's thin shoulders, buried her head in his chest, then sighed deeply, his heart full of self-blame and regret. Okay, honey, please stop doubting me, okay? I'm also a human being, I have feelings too, I'm afraid one day I'll get tired of it. Just now it was just an assumption of mine, not a joke, it's all my fault, okay? Yi Chen sniffed the fragrance coming from Li Luoluo's hair, and he felt deeply guilty. Perhaps women who fell in love were different from men. Men had other spiritual support besides love, but most women did not. Wow, you're so annoying, you bastard, I was really pissed off by you just now. Li Luoluo fell into Yi Chen's arms and sobbed. She hit Yi Chen's chest with her little pink fists, and then tears kept flowing. It's all my fault. I may have been under a lot of mental pressure recently, and I didn't consider you when I spoke. Yi Chen reached out to wipe the tears from Li Luoluo's face. He knew that Li Luoluo was most inappropriately emotional at the moment, so he felt even more pity for her. Li Luoluo looked up at Yi Chen's firm and strong facial features. She felt that her life was destined to be with this man. His every word and action was enough to affect her emotions. Just as Li Luoluo was looking at Yi Chen with tears in her eyes, an unexpected kiss came down upon her, catching her off guard. Sometimes two people in love are so strange. They may be arguing tensely in the last second, but they may be as sweet as usual because of love in the next second. Li Luoluo cooperated passionately, as if at this moment only if the two of them hugged each other until the end of time could it be proved that they were deeply in love. Gradually, the temperature in the living room rose again. Yi Chen picked up Princess Li Luoluo and went straight into the bedroom. After a while, the two of them hugged each other intimately, and at this moment there was only each other between the world. Li Luoluo took the initiative to respond. She had never been so crazy and bold as she was today, but Yi Chen stopped when she was just one step away. Husband. Li Luoluo's face flushed, and the desire in her eyes was no less than Yi Chen's. Wife, you are not in a good physical condition right now and you can't be naughty. Yi Chen sighed. It took him a lot of willpower to stop at the critical moment. I'm sorry, I forgot. Li Luoluo wanted to die at this moment, and she almost forgot about this matter.
It's okay, we have other ways.
Yi Chen grinned evilly and took out the treasured things he had collected from under the bed.
Li Luoluo leaned over to take a look, and her face instantly became even redder. No, I don't want to wear this.
Honey, don't forget who promised to wear black stockings for me.
Yi Chen chose a hollow chingsu dress and handed it over to Deceive. Good girl, put it on and show me. Ah.
Li Luoluo looked through the clothes in her hand that could not be called clothes. All the places that should be covered were hollowed out, and it was no different from not wearing anything. Thinking about how she had just made Yi Chen angry, Li Luoluo really wanted to satisfy Yi Chen, but her physical condition stopped her.
Hubby, turn around and I'll put it on. It's not like I haven't seen you naked before. Just put it on in front of me. I love to see it.
Yi Chen's words were very explicit. He liked to see his shy little wife blushing with shyness because of his teasing. Li Luoluo nodded in agreement, even though at this moment she was as red as a boiled shrimp and her face was about to bleed.
Chapter 117 New Skill Awakening.
When Yi Chen woke up the next day, he still felt sore back and leg cramps. Li Luoluo's wrist was so sore that she could only look at Yi Chen with resentment.
Honey, you said it would only take a while, but after last night, my wrist hurts so much.
Yi Chen spread his hands helplessly and said, You can't blame me here. If it weren't for the baby's health, I wouldn't have resorted to such a desperate measure. Just as the two were talking, Yi Chen and Li Luoluo's cell phones rang at the same time. When Yi Chen saw the incoming call on his phone, it was Lin Feng, while on Li Luoluo's side, the incoming caller number showed Shi Linghui.
Yi Chen and Li Luoluo looked at each other. Both husband and wife felt that something was wrong, and then they answered the phone separately.
After a round of greetings, Yi Chen and his wife finally learned what had happened. It turned out that the newborn babies had a high fever. A high fever is extremely fatal for a baby who is only half a month old. If not treated in time, the baby may suffer from cerebral palsy and become an idiot at best, or die prematurely at worst. Thinking of her best friend crying helplessly over there, Li Luoluo quickly got up and put on her clothes, her voice full of worry.
Honey, what do you think we should do?
Hui is still in confinement and the two babies have encountered such a thing.
I just heard her crying. It's so disturbing. Yi Chen was also getting dressed quickly at this moment.
Through the conversation he had just had with Lin Feng, he also knew his friend's worries and sadness, and he would not call for help unless it was absolutely necessary. It's no use for the two of us to think about it here, let's go over and take a look first. Yi Chen is a man after all, so he is calmer than Li Luoluo when facing emergencies. After he put on his clothes, he went to the garage to get the car. When the couple arrived at the hospital, Shi Linghui and Lin Feng were waiting at the door of the ward, anxiously and desperately.
Hui, you're still in confinement, go to bed.
Li Luoluo trotted over and supported her best friend.
She patted Shi Linghui's back gently.
Although she was worried and anxious, it was obvious that these emotions could not solve any problems at that time. Yi Chen pulled Lin Feng aside, carefully inquired about the specific situation, and then the two of them walked into the ward. The doctors in the ward were also in a state of panic at the moment. Under pressure from Long Shui, if they failed to cure Long Shui's son this time, he would be in danger of losing his life.
Lin Feng's adjutant held a gun in his hand and threatened the doctors viciously. The atmosphere in the ward was solemn and terrifying.
If you can't cure Marshal Long's sons, I'll kill you. When the adjutant saw Lin Feng coming in, he quickly said something in a very formal manner. One doctor was sweating profusely, newborns are already fragile, and they can't be CT scanned. We as doctors are in a very difficult situation. Another younger doctor quickly agreed, and this symptom is really weird.
It feels like.
The young doctor said a few words, but when he saw Lin Feng coming in, he was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. The adjutant immediately slapped him, as if this was the only way to show his loyalty to the emperor.
You stuttered at the critical moment.
Now is a critical moment that concerns the survival of the little dragon generals.
If you can't straighten your tongue, just cut it off and feed it to the dogs.
When the young doctor heard this, he was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground and cried, "The symptom is like Xiao Longshui being possessed by an evil spirit.
It's really too evil, and the fever-reducing patch and oral medication can't solve it. Drag him out."
Lin Feng felt that his IQ was insulted.
Isn't this just listening to your words? Etc.
At this time Yi Chen spoke up, I think what this young man said is true. There was another reason why Yi Chen called a halt. Lin Feng has just returned to the position of head coach not long ago. If he is labeled as bloodthirsty because of his brutality, it will be bad for his future development. When everyone heard Yi Chen say this, they all looked at Yi Chen in surprise, thinking that this person was really seriously ill. Then, just a moment ago, the system in Yi Chen's mind automatically activated the skills of an S-level demon hunter.
This is too awesome. Yi Chen himself was stunned and felt dizzy. Good night, friends, sweet dreams. Chapter 118 Terrifying Opponent.
When everyone heard Yi Chen say this, they all looked at Yi Chen in surprise, thinking that this person was really seriously ill. Then, just a moment ago, the system in Yi Chen's mind automatically activated the skills of an S-level demon hunter.
But the onlookers didn't know this, especially the young nurses who were just starting out and were a bit gossipy. Who is this person? What era is this? Why is he still promoting feudal superstition? Shu, keep your voice down. This guy is still Long Shuai's friend.
He makes money by talking nonsense.
What kind of evil spirit possession is this? The doctor just made up a random excuse to fool people, but this idiot actually went on to say that?
This guy looks pretty handsome, but I didn't expect that he has a bad brain. The young nurses were talking to each other, not realizing the seriousness of the matter at all. Lin Feng felt extremely annoyed at the moment. He was worried about his two sons. He would try any method now, not to mention that it was Yi Chen who said it. He gave his adjutant a look, and immediately a soldier came over and took the noisy nurses away.
As for the subsequent punishment, it was unknown. Brother Yi, what do you mean by this? Lin Feng asked anxiously. He now desperately wanted to save his child.
Yi Chen didn't say anything at first, but came to the beds of the two little guys silently. He reached out and touched the little guys' heads, which were hot. The spots between the eyebrows of the little ones were black, and Yi Chen was shaking with anger. This evil spirit was too rampant, and it even spared no babies who were only half a month old. The true energy in the palm of his hand was input into them without anyone noticing, and the two little guys stopped crying and making a fuss, and slowly calmed down. Lin Feng stepped forward gratefully. He wanted to kneel down and kowtow to express his gratitude, but Yi Chen, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed him.
Brother Yi, you saved my son's life. You are the reborn parents of the Lin family. I am willing to do everything I can to serve you. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. I have only temporarily suppressed the evil spirits in the children. I can only guarantee that they will be safe for 24 hours. If we want to get rid of the evil spirits, we still have to find the body that the evil spirits possess. Yi Chen pulled Lin Feng, patted his shoulder, and said with a stern expression. Lin Feng was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on his back when he heard this. He said painfully, "What kind of evil spirit is this? Why is it so evil? It doesn't even spare such a young child? Then Brother Yi, tell me how to find the body of this evil spirit?" Yi Chen counted with his fingers. It was not because he wanted to show off, but because it was the business instinct of a monster catcher. Brother Lin, have you come across any strange things recently? For example, have you come across any jade pendants or amulets that can change a person's fate? Lin Feng scratched his head and thought for a long time. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Time waits for no one. What if Yi Chen still hasn't caught the culprit after 24 hours? Wouldn't his two sons have to see Zhou Gong? He shook his head dejectedly and pulled a few strands of hair off his hands, which was another manifestation of excessive stress. Seeing that Lin Feng was in such a bad state, Yi Chen knew that forcing him at this time would not have any good effect. Instead of doing that, he might as well ask the children's mother. Arriving at the next ward, Shi Linghui's mood stabilized a lot after Li Luoluo's gentle comfort. She was still in the confinement period and was in a trance due to the tremendous mental stress. Shi Linghui's eyes were a little scatterbrained, her two jade hands entangled anxiously. As a mother, she and her children were closely connected, so she could feel everything she was encountering more deeply than Lin Feng. Seeing Yi Chen coming in, Li Luoluo quickly asked about the current progress. She was really worried. Yi Chen explained the current situation in a few words, and also said that what he needed now was a review of what happened in the past few days. Li Luoluo sighed, looked at Shi Linghui worriedly, then shook his head silently and said, "Hubby, please don't push her. Hui is in a trance because of the child's illness. If you push her any further, I'm afraid she will collapse." Yi Chen spread his hands and sighed helplessly. In Shi Linghui's current mental state, it was indeed difficult for her to cooperate with the investigation. His eyes looked at the surveillance camera outside the corridor.
Lin Feng followed Yi Chen's gaze and naturally saw the surveillance camera.
He immediately ordered someone to check the surveillance camera.
Yi Chen checked all the surveillance footage from this month, and a female nurse who appeared among them became his main suspect.
Find out her information within 1 minute. Lin Feng gave the order, but his men responded quickly.
According to the hospital's cooperation in the investigation, the female nurse was not from the hospital. Lin Feng was furious when he heard the news. It was obvious that this woman was the suspect.
Damn, I'm going to turn this person into ashes after I find her.
Lin Feng was shaking with anger. Yi Chen was more rational. He intercepted the photo of the female nurse from the surveillance video and then went to ask Lin Feng.
This woman, has she ever come into contact with children? I'm busy sometimes and can't always be with my wife and children. Hui, please be strong and help me remember this woman. When Raymond Lam approached Ling Hui, he gave his wife a deep hug.
He knew that as a mother, she was emotionally broken.
Brother Yi is very capable.
Believe me, as long as you cooperate with Brother Yi, the children will get better soon. Sure, Ling Hui's eyes originally had empty space, but after hearing these words, some light gradually returned to them. She put her fingers in her mouth, using the pain to make herself a little more awake. After seeing the female nurse in the video, Sure Ling Hui's pupils dilated again. She held her head with both hands and let out a shrill scream, looking as if she was in extreme pain. Lin Feng hugged Sure Ling Hui tightly. He looked at Yi Chen with pain and sadness, as if the reality was worse than he had imagined.
Ah!
Suddenly Lin Feng screamed and let go of his hand. At some point, Sure Ling Hui bit his arm hard and then rushed out. Because everyone knew that Sure Ling Hui was Long Shuai's wife, and she looked crazy, no one dared to step forward to stop her. After all, no one wanted to get into trouble.
Not good.
A gleam of light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and then he quickly followed Lin Feng out.
This evil spirit is even more terrifying than initially judged.
It is very powerful and can even possess a person at any time. When Lin Feng and Yi Chen rushed out, they were obviously running very fast, but Sure Ling Hui had already disappeared. At this time, there was a sighing sound outside the hospital. A large group of people gathered outside, all looking towards the rooftop.
Chapter 119 Brothers are like brothers.
When Lin Feng and Yi Chen rushed out, they were obviously running very fast, but Sure Ling Hui had already disappeared. At this time, there was a sighing sound outside the hospital. A large group of people gathered outside, all looking towards the rooftop. The two of them turned their heads and looked towards the roof. The person standing there was none other than Sure Ling Hui. Lin Feng suddenly felt his legs go weak and he could hardly stand. He stumbled along the wall and took only a few steps with great difficulty.
Yi Chen knew that Lin Feng was suffering from stress-induced syndrome.
He pressed some acupoints to help activate Lin Feng's tendons and veins, and he returned to normal. Lin Feng looked at Yi Chen gratefully, then strode towards the rooftop. On the rooftop, a cold wind blew and it was already autumn. Sure Ling Hui widened her eyes and looked at her legs, which were completely out of control, and walked towards the edge of the roof step by step.
No, she can't let herself be manipulated like this.
Sure Ling Hui bit her lips. Even though the corners of her lips were bitten and bleeding, her legs were still not under her control.
Wife, don't be upset. If anything happens, we can handle it together.
Besides, our son can still be saved. Lin Feng ran to the rooftop. Because of the intense exercise, he was breathing heavily.
Don't come over here.
If you get any closer, I'll stab you straight in with this dagger.
Ha 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 ha.
Sure Ling Hui smiled very strangely, with the corners of her mouth raised, but there was fear and helplessness in her eyes.
Wife, you have to believe me in Brother Yi. He will definitely help us find a way to save the children.
Lin Feng did not give up. He slowly approached Sure Ling Hui, thinking that his wife had suffered a mental trauma and could not accept the current situation for a while, so she did such an extreme behavior.
3.2 I told you, if you come any closer, this dagger will stab you in and out. You don't want your wife to die at such a young age, do you? I mean what I say.
When the dagger in Sure Ling Hui's hand cut her white neck, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. An even colder chill ran down his spine, and for a moment he dared not move forward. You, who are you? I'm telling you, no matter you are a human or a ghost, as long as you hurt my wife, I will not let you go.
We have never had any grudges against you. Go and harm others. Why do you harm my son and now harm my wife? Lin Feng was angry.
He roared in despair and watched Shi Linghui's every move nervously, fearing that the dagger in his wife's hand would hurt her in any way. Shi Linghui laughed sharply. At the moment, she was a possessed evil spirit, so there was a hint of frivolity and anger in her laughter.
You are really ridiculous, human. Does the devil need a reason to harm people?
The evil spirit possessing Shi Linghui's body began to distort her face, and Lin Feng's words forced her to recall the past. There are good and bad things, and of course the final ending is a complete tragedy, otherwise she would not have turned into ashes and become an evil spirit with no chance of reincarnation.
If I must give a reason, it's not impossible. It's that I'm envious and jealous.
I hate harmonious and happy families like yours. The scene of you newlyweds and children and grandchildren makes me feel uncomfortable.
If I feel uncomfortable, I will naturally choose to destroy it.
After hearing this, Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart again. He didn't expect that the reason for the evil spirit to cause trouble would be so far-fetched.
Don't hurt my wife and children. I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do.
Lin Feng was excited because he saw a red scratch on Shi Linghui's fair neck, with beads of blood the size of beans oozing out of it.
At this time Yi Chen also walked out from the corner of the corridor. He had actually arrived at the rooftop a long time ago.
The reason why he had not shown up was because he had been observing silently in the dark to see what the evil spirit's intentions were. When Shi Linghui heard Lin Feng say this, her eyes turned to Yi Chen behind Lin Feng, alert and cautious. As an evil spirit who had killed more than a dozen people, her intuition told her that Yi Chen was no ordinary person, especially the look in his eyes when he looked at her, which was so dangerous and terrifying.
Since you promised to do anything, then it's very simple. Kill the man behind you first.
Shi Linghui threw away the dagger in her hand, and the dagger was thrown directly at Lin Feng's feet. This was her test for Lin Feng. Lin Feng hesitated a lot. He frowned painfully and said, "Other things are fine, but not this."
Brother Yi is my brother.
Oh? Since your brother is more important than your wife, then go with your brother.
You don't care about your wife's life anyway.
As the evil spirit spoke, it controlled Shi Linghui's body and walked towards the edge of the rooftop step by step. When she reached the railing, she crossed her legs and sat on it, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng choked with sobs in pain. On one side was his wife, and on the other was his brother.
He didn't want to give up on either of them.
Yi Chen then approached Lin Feng and said, "Brother Lin, brothers are like limbs, and wives are like clothes.
If clothes are torn, they can be replaced, but if limbs are broken, they cannot be reattached." Yi Chen naturally said this deliberately for the evil spirit to hear.
After all, at this time he was crying bitterly and wishing that Lin Feng would stab him, which was very inconsistent with his personality. The evil spirit was not stupid and naturally would not believe it so easily. Lin Feng and Yi Chen have been together for a long time. He knows that some words are spoken with the ears, while some words can be understood with just a look.
Yi Chen is definitely not the kind of person who is afraid of death.
Lin Feng knows it with his toes. He saw the calmness in Yi Chen's eyes, and the tension in his heart was relieved a little, although he was still very worried about his wife's safety.
He said that already. Do you still think he's your brother? Hurry up and stab him. Hurry. If you hesitate any longer, I'll jump. Ha 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 ha. The evil spirit looked like she was watching the fun. She just thought the incident wasn't big enough, and the curiosity and excitement in her eyes couldn't be suppressed.
After Yi Chen used his fingers to tap on his trouser legs to transmit the Morse code, Lin Feng roughly understood the other party's intention. He directly rushed forward with the dagger tightly grasped and wrestled with Yi Chen. The two of them twisted their bodies to attract the evil spirit's attention, while moving closer to the edge of the rooftop. In order to prevent the dagger from hurting anyone, Lin Feng was always very careful. He was afraid that the swords would be ruthless when the two of them were fighting. But Yi Chen was careful and thoughtful. In order to perform the scene well, he directly held Lin Feng's hand and scratched his arm, creating the illusion that the two of them were wrestling and bleeding. Then, while the evil spirit was watching the fun, Yi Chen quickly took out a yellow talisman from his pocket, drew a few strokes on it with his own blood, and threw it directly at the evil spirit.
Chapter 120, To Save.
In order to prevent the dagger from hurting anyone, Lin Feng was always very careful. He was afraid that the swords would be ruthless when the two of them were fighting. But Yi Chen was careful and thoughtful. In order to perform the scene well, he directly held Lin Feng's hand and scratched his arm, creating the illusion that the two of them were wrestling and bleeding. Then, while the evil spirit was watching the fun, Yi Chen quickly took out a yellow talisman from his pocket, drew a few strokes on it with his own blood, and threw it directly at the evil spirit.
The evil spirit cried out inwardly that something was wrong.
She had just been watching this fight with great interest, and had not expected that these two people were actually putting on a show for her. The possessed Shi Linghui strode towards the railing and wanted to jump down to avoid Yi Chen's yellow talisman, but it was too late. The yellow talisman rushed over like a flash of lightning and stuck to Shi Linghui's back. At this time, a black smoke was seen rising from Shi Linghui's back. Lin Feng rushed over and hugged his wife, while Yi Chen quickly chanted a spell to capture the evil spirit. The people in the audience were stunned. It was the first time they saw evil spirits at work. They had only seen it in TV dramas before. Oh my god, who on earth is this Yi Chen? I feel like I'm watching a Taoist priest descending a mountain.
That's right.
If I hadn't seen that black energy, I really wouldn't believe that there are monsters in this world.
Emma, this person is definitely possessed by a demon. Look at him, how could a good person give up his rich life and choose to jump off a building? Who can tell me who this Master Yi is?
The husband of the daughter of the third wife of my eldest uncle's aunt's nephew seems to have been touched by something dirty. I want the contact information of this master. At this moment, Yi Chen did not hear the sighs of passers-by, but fiddled with the soul-locking bag in his hand. This unremarkable thing cost him 5,000 points of daddy value, and he really couldn't tell whether it was worth it. Hearing the roar of the evil spirit in the soul-locking bag, Yi Chen frowned and looked at the introduction of the soul-locking bag in the system. Soul-locking bag, any demons and monsters trapped inside will be digested and dissolved into demon pills as long as they stay inside for 72 hours. The power of the demon pills depends on the level of the demons and monsters. Yi Chen looked at the introduction of the soul-locking bag and fell into deep thought. It sounded like the demon pill should have extraordinary effects. After eating it, it would probably have a great effect on the practice of martial arts. At this time, Li Luoluo came running from behind. When she saw that Shi Linghui was fine, the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground.
Honey, what on earth is that in your hand?
Li Luoluo looked at the soul-locking bag in surprise, and could even hear the commotion and shouting inside. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. She grabbed the corner of Yi Chen's clothes and asked in a low voice.
This contains a monster, the evil spirit that possessed Shi Linghui. It won't be long before she is transformed into a demon pill. Do you want me to open it and show it to you?
Yi Chen smiled calmly and jokingly waved the soul-locking bag in front of Li Luoluo's face, scaring her so much that she almost cried out.
Take it away quickly. Take it away quickly, you are such a jerk.
Yi Chen locked the soul-locking bag into the system space, but heard a mechanical prompt.
Ding.
Host, please note that subduing a monster is not just about subduing her body, but more importantly, it is about converting her soul. Otherwise, the monster will always have the urge to escape. This evil spirit is a medium-level monster, so the host must not be careless. Yi Chen was shocked when he heard the prompt in his mind. He never expected that subduing the evil spirit would be so troublesome.
Save souls? Damn it, do you really think I'm omnipotent? Even Fahai doesn't give tasks this complicated, right?
I feel sorry in my heart, but I am very honest in my actions. Yi Chen found an excuse to get rid of Li Luoluo and came to a small empty room. The main reason is that his wife is too timid and he is afraid of scaring her.
Yi Chen shouted loudly at the soul-locking bag. You monster, you still want to escape and do evil? You met me today, so just consider yourself unlucky.
The soul-locking bag was still bouncing ding ding dong dong, mixing with the sound inside. It was sharp and piercing.
Damn it! I am only one step away from revenge. You will never be able to eat my demon pills even if you die. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, please tell me. I will do my best to fulfill them for you. I will not wait any longer. Yi Chen was not irritated by the evil spirit's words, but asked calmly. Don't be so hypocritical here. I have seen through you hypocritical people. You just want to save my evil thoughts, don't you? Then let me become a demon pill in your pocket. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, please tell me. I will do my best to fulfill them for you. I will not wait any longer. Yi Chen repeated. So the cycle repeats itself, and the evil spirit is the first to be unable to hold on. She thought this person was extremely annoying, just as annoying as Tang Monk chanting sutras. Brother, I surrender to you. Please stop chanting here. I have said it. The evil spirit mentality was destroyed and she burst into tears. She felt the tremendous harm she had suffered since becoming a monster.
It turns out that nagging is a kind of soul harm that affects everyone regardless of the three realms or species.
Okay, tell me what kind of injustice you have suffered that made you so extreme.
Yi Chen sat down cross-legged. This time he really intended to listen attentively.
All living things suffer, maybe he can save her.
The evil spirit spoke slowly, without any noise or sharpness. It turns out that her story was like this. Before she gave birth, she was a pregnant woman. She had been pregnant for 10 months and was ready to give birth. However, because her mother-in-law was reluctant to spend several thousand yuan on surgery, she kept letting her suffer in pain, saying that natural birth was good for the child. The person in charge of the hospital once asked a nurse to give an oxytocin injection, but unfortunately, the young nurse was in a bad mood because she was angry with her boyfriend that day, and her memory was impaired, so she took the wrong oxytocin injection and gave the anesthetic instead. Even an old sow would not be able to give birth naturally.
After listening to this sad story, Yi Chen asked, "So you hate your mother-in-law and that little nurse?"
The evil spirit's hatred was aroused, and she angrily hit the soul locking bag, and the sound became sharp again.
Yes. I hate them. If it weren't for them, my 2 babies and I wouldn't have died.
If you hate them, just seek revenge on them.
Why come here to harm innocent people?
Yi Chen said disapprovingly. Because of me, because I look down on these upper-class people.
Why are they born with a silver spoon in their mouths?
Just like us poor people, we deserve to be treated like lowly ants,
being trampled on by others without being able to fight back?
The evil spirit became more and more agitated, and the soul-locking bag was vibrating because of her emotions, and it looked like it could be broken at any time.
Chapter 121 It's my sister.
Because of me, because I look down on these upper-class people.
Why are they born with a silver spoon in their mouths?
Just like us poor people, we deserve to be treated like lowly ants,
being trampled on by others without being able to fight back?
The evil spirit became more and more agitated, and the soul-locking bag was vibrating because of her emotions, and it looked like it could be broken at any time.
Are there rich and poor ghosts? I really learned a lot today.
Yi Chen said calmly, and according to the technique in the secret book, he input a stream of true energy to suppress the soul-locking bag. The point is not about the rich or the poor.
Why do you always get the point wrong, brother?
The evil spirit collapsed further. She felt that she and Yi Chen were never on the same channel. This kind of chat was really tiring.
Then tell me what the point is? Shouldn't you seek revenge on those who hurt you? Why are you killing innocent people here? I am an evil spirit, a wicked soul. Do I need to talk to you about morality?
The evil spirit felt that she could no longer speak. She clamored to break through the obstruction, but was beaten and kicked until she was stunned. It turned out that Yi Chen did not play by the rules. He felt that using his true energy to suppress it was a waste, so he simply threw the soul-locking bag on the ground and stepped on it with his big feet. The effect was obvious to the naked eye.
The soul-locking bag didn't last long before it stopped moving due to the evil spirits shouting.
Yi Chen wanted to kick and hit again, but he felt someone's footsteps approaching from behind, and the air was filled with the fragrance of roses. He pretended to be unaware and continued, but when the figure behind him was 0.01 meter away from him, he suddenly threw it over his shoulder.
Xue Manxian was about to attack Yi Chen from behind.
She thought her steps were light enough, but Yi Chen, who was already on guard, threw her over his shoulder and threw her to the ground.
Xue
Manxian rubbed her slender waist in pain. She didn't expect that this man was so good.
Who are you? Don't think I will give in to you just because you are a beauty.
Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. When he saw Xue Manxian's face, he was still quite shocked, because this woman looked so much like someone.
Looks so much like Qin Roxue.
But Xue Manxian has a teardrop mole under her right eye, and her figure is more muscular than Qin Roxue. It is obvious that she has practiced martial arts, and the muscular arms look very cool. You, little brother, you don't show any mercy to women. Xue Manxian knew that she was not as skilled as the other person and could only use her wits and not be too hasty, so she softened her expression, hoping to lower Yi Chen's guard.
Don't seduce me, you are not qualified enough.
Yi Chen smiled. Indeed, Xue Manxian's face looked much more resolute, lacking the soft beauty of Qin Roxue's face. When Xue Manxian heard what Yi Chen said, she simply stopped pretending. She had a carefree boyish personality, so she just laid it out.
This demon pill is mine.
I have been keeping an eye on it for a long time, but I didn't expect you to get there first.
Oh, if you want it, you have to rely on me, right? You can't expect to pay with your body. Let me make it clear that I really don't like people like you, Yi Chen said jokingly.
He felt the movement in the soul-locking bag was getting smaller and smaller. It seemed that the evil spirit had been swallowed up and was about to gather into a demon pill.
Humph, you little brat. Actually, you've been poisoned.
When I approached you just now, I had already sprinkled you with incense. Otherwise I couldn't beat you, so why would I still be talking nonsense with you here? Shui Manxian had a cunning look of victory in her eyes.
She began to count on her fingers, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You are gone.
Feeling dizzy, Yi Chen had no time to think as he felt the soul-locking bag in his hand being taken away. There was even an icy blade in front of his eyes, about to pierce into his pupils, and everything that followed became an illusion.
Yi Chen has completely lost consciousness.
Now he is like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Just as Shui Manchuan's dagger was about to pierce Yi Chen's eyes, a clear and nervous voice sounded from the door.
No! Xian! You can't do this to him.
Qin Roshua's petite figure appeared at the door and she shouted nervously. The sudden call to stop caused the dagger in Shui Manchuan's hand to deviate, and it did not pierce Yi Chen's eye socket, but pierced his shoulder.
Sister! Why are you here? I've been looking for you for so many years.
Shui Manxian recognized Qin Roshua immediately after seeing her. After all, Qin Roshua looked very similar to her.
Brother Yi Chen. Qin Roshua ran to Yi Chen and burst into tears, ignoring Shui Manchuan's greetings. Xian, you are not allowed to hurt me.
I don't care what you are doing now, I will not allow you to hurt Brother Yi Chen no matter what. Shui Manchuan's face, which was originally filled with joy at seeing her sister, now revealed a look of despair and haggardness. It seemed that her sister no longer cared about her.
Don't worry, sis. He won't die.
He'll just bleed a little, Shui Manxian said, suppressing the disappointment in her heart.
That's good.
Qin Roshua murmured, then toward the corner of her skirt to help Yi Chen bandage his wound.
Sister, do you know that he is a married man? Don't be fooled by him.
Shui Manxian looked at Qin Roshua's meticulous movements and felt very disgusted. She saw the interaction between Yi Chen and Li Luoluo in the hospital, so she knew their relationship.
I know, Xian. What about you?
This man saw my face, I can't let him get out alive. After Shui Manxian finished speaking, her eyes turned fierce as she looked at Yi Chen.
No, Xian, you can't kill him. Qin Roshua became very emotional.
She stood in front of Yi Chen and did not allow Shui Manxian to do anything out of line.
Sister, you know he has a wife, why do you still want to be weak?
If I don't kill him, you will only get deeper and deeper.
Get out of the way. Shui Manxian held back the pain in her eyes.
She didn't know why, after not seeing each other for several years, the relationship between the sisters became so subtle and unfamiliar when they met again.
No, you can't kill Brother Yi Chen. Qin Roshua's eyes were moist and red.
She had long been secretly in love with Yi Chen, especially when Yi Chen helped her, she became attached to him. This feeling of love was like a wild weed that grew wildly, making Qin Roshua unable to extricate herself.
Because I've ruined his child.
Qin Roshua thought quickly and put her hand on her lower abdomen and said with a firm look in her eyes. Shui Manxian took a step back, looked at Qin Roshua in disbelief, and said with great sorrow. Sister, you are still following Mom's old path, you. The hidden pain and hurt in her heart were beyond words. Shui Manxian felt that this encounter was truly terrible. Shui Manxian threw away the dagger in her hand, then glanced at Yi Chen who was lying on the ground breathing rapidly, and smiled with ill intent.
In that case, sister, I will help you this time. Chapter 122 Detoxification.
Sister, you are still following Mom's old path, you. The hidden pain and hurt in her heart were beyond words. Shui Manxian felt that this encounter was truly terrible. Shui Manxian threw away the dagger in her hand, then glanced at Yi Chen who was lying on the ground breathing rapidly, and smiled with ill intent.
In that case, sister, I will help you this time.
Qin Roshua also noticed that Yi Chen's breathing was abnormal at this moment, and his body temperature was getting higher and higher, with a look of pain on his face.
Xian, what did you do to him? He looks so painful.
Qin Roshua was extremely nervous, and it could be seen in the look in her eyes when she looked at Shui Manxian.
What else can a soul-loving incense be?
It's the kind that can make people have a beautiful erotic dream after taking it, and then have fun in it, but in fact it means death due to unrequited love.
Shui Manxian looked at Qin Roshua with a gloating look on her face.
She looked down upon Qin Roshua's pain.
Xian, where is the antidote? Please give it to me quickly, please. Qin Roshua's tears dripped down her cheeks. She was really worried. Here, this is the antidote. It can temporarily relieve his pain after taking it, but the damage to his nerves will be lifelong, so you have to think carefully. Shui Manxian handed over the white medicine bottle in her hand, then looked at this sister who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar to her with a joking look. Is there any other way? Is there any that won't hurt your body? Qin Roshua asked anxiously. She pulled Shui Manchuan's arm and begged humbly. Of course there is. It's something that men and women enjoy doing. Shui Manxian spoke word by word while observing the changes in Qin Roshua's expression. But to her disappointment, the flash of relief on Qin Roshua's face hurt her. When Qin Roshua heard that there was a way, she couldn't hide the joy in her heart, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. Shui Manxian felt that this moment was terrible, just like the feeling she had 7 years ago when that woman took her sister away. The feeling of being betrayed was really uncomfortable. But there was one thing she didn't say. The pill she gave was poison. Taking it would only accelerate the death from the poison. The sexual intercourse between men and women is also half true and half false. What is true is that it can indeed detoxify the love incense, but what is false is that the woman must be a virgin to detoxify it. Shui Manxian knew that with this move of hers, Yi Chen would definitely die no matter what. She didn't want to stay here and be an eyesore, so she left with a meaningful smile. After all, the task assigned to her by her master was to obtain the soul locking bag, and Shui Manxian has always been a task executor with clear goals. Qin Roshua originally wanted to ask her sister if there was any other way to detoxify, but when she turned around, she could no longer see Shui Manxian. She looked at Yi Chen hesitantly, walked silently to the door and locked it from the inside. Because she was a weak woman, she didn't have the strength to lift Yi Chen onto the bed. Qin Roshua found a pillow to prop up Yi Chen's head, and then looked at the sky. She opened her dress slightly and sat on it shyly. On the other side, Lin Feng came to the ward carrying Shi Linghui. He ordered his men to pack up their clothes and leave quickly. With the departure of the evil spirit, Shi Linghui has regained consciousness, and the two babies are in good spirits and no longer have the high fever like before. Hubby, why are you leaving in such a hurry? I'm afraid the babies are too young to handle it. Shi Linghui asked while looking at the busy Lin Feng. You don't even know that you just walked up to the rooftop and wanted to jump off. I was so scared. I feel like I can't stay in this hospital any longer. It's really weird. Let's just hire a confinement nanny to take care of the baby at home. Lin Feng was packing clothes. After all, his wife's clothes could not be packed by others. What? Did I just go up to the rooftop? Shi Linghui was very confused. She had almost forgotten what had just happened. Lin Feng then stopped what he was doing and briefly recounted what had just happened. Shi Linghui was frightened and cold sweat soaked the back of her clothes. Looking at the two adorable babies still sleeping beside him, and thinking about how they almost lost their mother just now, Raymond Lam said that he had to get his wife discharged from the hospital immediately no matter what. This time we are all thanks to Brother Yi. My husband, please invite Brother Yi to visit us next time when you are free. By the way, please help check if our baby is out of danger. Also, Luo said that he wanted to arrange a marriage between the babies of our two families. I think it's time for everyone to sit down and talk about it in detail. Shi Linghui said this and prepared to get up from the bed to hug the babies. Because it was a cesarean section, she felt a tearing pain in the wound as soon as she got out of bed. The pain made her almost cry out. My stinky hubby, if I hadn't given birth to a baby for you, I wouldn't be so miserable. It hurts so much. Don't cry, my dear wife. How can you say that this baby is born for me? They have half of your DNA in their bodies. This is our child. Lin Feng has always been a straight man, and he is extremely straight when it comes to comforting others. If Yi Chen heard this, he would definitely teach him a lesson. That's different. If I hadn't given birth to a baby, I wouldn't have such a scar on my belly. Now it hurts so much every time I walk. Woo, you can't understand this kind of pain, so of course you are so shameless when you talk. Shi Linghui felt that Lin Feng did not put himself in her shoes. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, so he punched him with his fists. After all, Lin Feng is a man who loves his wife, and he has no regrets even when his wife beat him a few times. He lifted the hem of Shi Linghui's clothes lovingly, and looked at the scar there, and couldn't help but burst into tears. I'm sorry, my dear wife, for making you suffer. If men could give birth to children, I would love to suffer for you. Stop talking nonsense, it's so annoying. A grown man crying is so embarrassing. Your 2 sons are watching us. You are not setting a good example.
When Linghui saw Lin Feng crying, a soft spot in her heart was touched, and she used her hands to help wipe away his tears. I'm setting an example for those 2 brats. A man crying for the woman he loves is not an enemy's business. Lin Feng patted his chest and said, then he grabbed Linghui's little hand and kissed it. Linghui's hand was pricked by Lin Feng's stubble, so she pulled it out with a charming smile and complained with a laugh. Look at you, your stubble is growing too fast, it's prickly. Because of the baby and your affairs these 2 days, I haven't had time to shave. I look sloppy. Lin Feng sighed deeply, then licked his face and smiled. Fortunately, my wife doesn't dislike me. I know that my wife loves me the most.
How annoying.
Linghui said coquettishly.
Chapter 123 Don't Meet Again. When Yi Chen woke up from his coma, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening.
He touched his dizzy and swollen head, thinking about the erotic dream he had just had, and felt that everything seemed to be happening in reality. When he sat up, he found that all his clothes had been taken off and he was only covered with a quilt, and he was actually lying on the ground. Then what was even more surprising was that there was a woman with a good figure lying next to him, naked. When Yi Chen saw the woman's appearance clearly, he swallowed in fear. This was actually Qin Roshue. But the person in the dream just now was obviously his wife Li Luoluo. Looking at the fierce battle, Yi Chen knew what happened between him and Qin Roshue just by thinking with his toes. Yi Chen felt an inexplicable panic and a tightness in his chest, so he took out a cigarette from his clothes scattered beside him and started smoking. One cigarette after another filled the air, soon choking Qin Roshue awake from her dream.
Ahem.
Qin Roshue started coughing, her shy and rosy face had some tear marks. She buried her head in her chest, a little afraid to look directly into Yi Chen's deep gaze.
Brother Yi Chen, how long have you been awake?
Qin Roshue couldn't stand the awkward atmosphere, so she simply spoke first to break the silence.
It's been a while. Yi Chen said sullenly and continued smoking.
I had no choice but to do this. You were poisoned by my sister, and I had no other choice. Qin Roshue looked at Yi Chen's absent-minded look, and thought of how Yi Chen had been calling Li Luoluo's name when they were making love just now. She felt aggrieved and uncomfortable in her heart, so she simply told him the whole story. After hearing this, Yi Chen didn't say anything, but continued smoking. After a long time, he saw the depressed and sad expression on Qin Roshue's face, and then he asked belatedly.
That girl is your sister? I was wondering why she looks so much like you. It seems like she stole my soul locking bag. She is my half-sister. My father and her father are brothers, so we look very similar.
When Qin Roshue saw that Yi Chen was willing to talk to her, an expression of excitement and joy appeared on her little face.
Is that bag called a soul locking bag? That thing should be related to your uncle. I will try to find it for you. Yi Chen listened to Qin Roshue's explanation and felt it was outrageous. Anything could really happen in this world.
There was nothing that did not exist, only things you could not imagine. At this time, Yi Chen turned on his mobile phone and found many calls from his wife Li Luoluo. He hurriedly dialed back. As soon as the call was connected, Li Luoluo's voice came from the other side.
Wow, where are you now, husband? Do you know that I have called you over 50 times and no one answered? I am so worried about you.
Li Luoluo's voice was accompanied by sobs.
She was really worried. I just went to a meeting.
Because it was a confidential meeting at the national level, mobile phones were not allowed in the venue, so I didn't bring them in.
Don't worry, honey. I'm your husband, a fearless man. What could possibly go wrong? Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. Mooah.
Yi Chen kissed the phone, the sweetness and joy in his eyes could not be concealed. Qin Roshue felt extremely heavy after seeing this scene, but she still had some self-awareness of her own identity.
Brother Yi Chen, don't worry. I won't let you be responsible for me, and I won't bother you about this matter.
My love for you is my own business, and my willingness to pay for you is also my own business.
Qin Roshue watched Yi Chen get up and put on his clothes.
When she saw the majestic, her face couldn't help but blush.
Okay, I get it. Aren't you going to put on some clothes? Won't your butt get cold just sitting on the ground?
Yi Chen glanced at Qin Roshue, who was still pulling the quilt to wrap herself up, and thought that this girl was really stupid.
Yeah, well, I'll get dressed then.
When Qin Roshue heard Yi Chen teasing her like this, she couldn't help but blush, then stood up and quickly got dressed. When Qin Roshue saw a note fall out of Yi Chen's pocket, she quickly trotted over to chase him while she was halfway through putting on her clothes. Oops. Qin Roshue forgot the pain, but the tearing feeling still made her cry out. Yi Chen frowned and turned around to support the delicate body behind him, took the note in his hand and put it in his pocket.
Are you okay?
Yi Chen looked at Qin Roshue with her eyebrows slightly frowned, and saw her little hands covering her lower abdomen, and couldn't help sighing.
I'll ask Yi to pick you up later.
There's 300,000 yuan in this card, which can help you out temporarily. Also, from now on, we should not meet in private except for picking up the kids. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he took out a bank card and stuffed it into Qin Roshue's hand, then turned around and strode away. Qin Roshue looked at the card in her hand and cried silently. She felt extremely sad. It turned out that in Yi Chen's heart, she was just the same existence.
When Yi Chen returned home, Li Luoluo was already waiting for him at the door. Seeing her husband return safely, she ran over and threw herself into Yi Chen's arms. Honey, next time you have a meeting or something, you must tell me in advance.
I was really worried to death when you didn't answer my call.
Li Luoluo buried her head in Yi Chen's arms and frowned. Hey, honey, why do you smell like women's perfume?
It smells like violets.
I don't remember using this one. Yi Chen rubbed his temple and had to admit that women's intuition was sharp.
Maybe it was during the meeting. The lady sitting next to me was wearing this perfume. Yi Chen replied with a smile, his face not blushing and his heart not beating fast.
Li Luoluo shook her head and looked at Yi Chen's determined expression.
She knew that she shouldn't question him too much, as that would make her seem unreasonable.
Hubby, let's go in first. I've made you some tremella and lotus seed soup. Come and try my cooking.
Yeah, okay. Yi Chen answered, and then was led into the house by Li Luoluo's hand. When Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan saw that their father had returned, the two little ones who had been crying just now immediately rushed over, one on each side pulling Yi Chen's arms and shaking him. Dad, come and try Mama's cooking, it's really too bad.
Li Luoluo blushed uncontrollably after hearing what the two little guys said. Yi Chen showed his sincerity with practical actions. He drank up a whole pot of Lianer silver soup.
As long as it was made by his wife, it would taste good.
Chapter 124. A cigarette afterwards.
The Li family has been having a very troublesome day these past few days. Li Meilin has attempted suicide many times due to the collapse of her faith and the destruction of her worldview, but was intercepted by people sent by Li Yifan, who had been prepared for this. Li Yifan came to the attic where Li Meilin was imprisoned. All sharp objects had been packed away by the servants.
There were only necessities and windows that could never be opened from the inside. How long are you going to keep me imprisoned? You devil!
Li Meilin hid in the corner and shivered. In her opinion, Li Yifan was no longer the caring and warm brother he used to be, but a devil who would eat people without leaving any bones. Li Yifan jokingly observed the changing expression on Li Meilin's face, then fixed his eyes intently on her lower abdomen and spoke lazily. Silly sister, as long as you get pregnant with my cub and raise it safely and smoothly, I can consider giving you a chance to see the light again.
Li Meilin was disgusted by Li Yifan's words.
Thinking about what they had done, she developed a double resistance, both physical and psychological.
Why on earth? Even if we are not related by blood, you have watched me grow up. Don't you have any sympathy for me? Tears slid down Li Meilin's face. Even if she had a cat or a dog, she wouldn't be so indifferent after living with them for such a long time. Don't you understand yet?
My silly sister, it seems that you are really a spoiled canary, without any ability to think critically. Li Yifan walked to Li Meilin's side, forcibly pulled her chin up and made her look at him.
From the very beginning, I was just pretending. My love for you as a brother was all fake. If not, why do you hate me so much now?
Li Meilin had not eaten rice for 3 days because she was reluctant to eat. Therefore, she had no strength in her body. At this moment, she was more like a puppet at the mercy of others.
This is what they call the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred.
You are still too young and you still have a lot to learn.
Li Yifan laughed.
He looked at Li Meilin, who was torturing herself, and some dark part of his heart felt happy as if it was illuminated by the sun.
You're really too cruel. So your kindness in the beginning was all an act? You let me be willful and arrogant. Was it all a game you carefully designed?
Li Meilin frowned in pain. Actually, she had come to her senses after crying day and night for 3 days, but she still kept a pure fantasy somewhere in her heart.
Yes, Malian.
I am the one who caused your willful and selfish character. My goal is to train you into a useless person who knows nothing.
Ha ha ha. Even if you are under me every night, you still can't resist at all. This is the despair of being trapped in a swamp.
Li Yifan appreciated Li Meilin's pain as if he was appreciating a piece of art he had carefully crafted.
He buried the hatred from many years ago deep in his heart and let it ferment for many years.
Now was a good time to taste the delicacy. Li Meilian looked at the man in front of her who was infinitely magnified. Under his gentle appearance, he actually hid the heart of a poisonous scorpion.
But the truth is so cruel.
She had long been raised in luxury by Li Yifan and became a canary who only cared about pleasure and had no ambition to make progress.
She was as useless as can be. Puff!
Li Meilian spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed directly onto Li Yifan's hands and shirt collar. The blood bloomed like a poisonous datura flower, looking beautiful and dangerous.
Li Yifan usually loves cleanliness, and can be said to have a mild mysophobia.
But this time when he saw the blood on his hand, his first reaction was not to wipe it off with a tissue, but to lick it gently on his lips. The sweet and bloody taste spread on the tip of his tongue, and Li Yifan enjoyed a morbid sense of satisfaction. He looked at Li Meilin excitedly, watching her chest rise and fall.
You're angry but helpless, right? You feel like you're walking in a thirsty desert, lost and hopeless with no way out?
Li Yifan curled his lips and teased.
He felt how much fun it was to slowly torture a dying antelope. Devil! You are simply an irredeemable devil. Li Meilin felt utterly sick.
She had called this brother a devil for 20 years, and now thinking back on it, it seemed so funny and pathetic.
Yes, I didn't deny that I'm not a devil, so now that you've come to the 18th level of hell, just enjoy your time. Li Yifan laughed even more crazily.
He pulled Li Meilin's delicate body and slammed her hard towards the big bed. Li Meilian was already suffering from anemia due to not eating for several days, and the force with which she was thrown away was too great. When she hit the Simmons mattress, she felt dizzy and could no longer distinguish between reality and dreams. Just seeing a figure rising and falling, she felt pain, the double torture from body and soul, and she suppressed her tears. It was just that because she had not eaten and had little strength, Li Meilin's crying was very weak, and only the tear marks on her face showed that she was indeed crying.
What? Do you feel wronged? Don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You don't look like the eldest daughter of the Li family anymore.
You look just like those girls in the red light district. Li Yifan pinched the back of Li Meilian's neck with his hands and forced her to look at herself and him in the mirror. Li Meilian shook her head frantically, but her strength was minimal. She saw a shameful scene. She was naked, but he was almost fully clothed.
You are abominable. I will fight you. Li Meilin roared angrily and opened her mouth to bite Li Yifan.
Her only means of revenge now might be to rush around like a trapped little beast. Li Yifan did not dodge, but let Li Meilin bite his arm.
He liked SM very much, so this undoubtedly deepened his happiness. Why did you do this to me? I don't accept it. I don't accept it.
Li Meilian's teeth ached from biting her teeth, so she opened her mouth with tears streaming down her face, hugged her head madly, and buried her face deeply in the quilt.
Because your mother took away everything that belonged to my mother.
All the darkness in my childhood was caused by your mother, so why can't I pay off my mother's debt now? Li Yifan looked at Li Meilian, who was almost collapsed, loosened his evil big hand, then took out a cigar from his pocket and smoked it in big puffs.
After a cigarette, life becomes like a god. Li Yifan entered the sage state in the smoke, and he seemed to see his dead mother, waving and smiling at him. Chapter 125. Does it still hurt? Yi Chen has been staying up late these days to study the essence of Chinese medicine and acupuncture. He has almost cured Li Luolua's stomach disease, but it is still unknown whether the fetus in her belly will stay or die. Firstly, the fetus is only a little over a month old and the embryo has just begun to take shape, so its specific development is still unclear. Secondly, Yi Chen has not yet found a treatment method, and he is also worried about the impact of drugs on the abnormal development of the fetus. That day, Yi Chen was still sleeping soundly. Li Luoluo pushed Yi Chen with her hand and said coquettishly, "Hubby, hurry up and get up, or the sun will really burn your butt." Yi Chen was exhausted from staying up late for several days in a row, and complained with dark circles under his eyes. "Honey, can you please let me sleep a little longer? I'm really dying of sleepiness." After saying this, Yi Chen continued to sleep with the quilt in his arms. When Li Luoluo saw Yi Chen like this, she finally experienced the pleasure of revenge. Once upon a time, she was forced to accept the battle between heaven and man from Yi Chen.
She was exhausted and tired, but had to be pulled up to continue. Now it is time to let Yi Chen experience the bitterness and pain.
Hubby, you finally understand the sequelae of insomnia. You have to get up today no matter what. Have you forgotten that today is the day Hui invited our family to visit? Li Luoluo was right.
She had told Yi Chen about this a few days ago so that they could prepare for it. Today was a good day for the two families to get married, and they wanted to facilitate the marriage of two pairs of children.
Yi Chen's nose was pinched by Li Luoluo and he couldn't breathe.
When he tried to breathe through his mouth as a second choice, he found that his mouth was also blocked by something.
Yi Chen, who was almost dead, woke up helplessly. He endured the sleepiness and took a 10-ingredient tonic pill. Only then did he feel a little better.
When the family of four arrived at Lin Feng and Shi Linghui's home, they felt it was magnificent. Compared with it, their own villa was like an underground world, a paradise. This place is truly the Dragon Marshal's mansion, and is the residence of the most high-ranking generals in the entire Great Xia Kingdom.
Li Luoluo grabbed Shi Linghui's arm with envy and smiled.
I never thought that, Lin Feng, and you live in such a luxurious place. It's 100 times more luxurious than your previous residence.
Hey, don't mention it.
To tell you the truth, I'd rather live in my old home than here. Shi Linghui expressed her concerns with a resentful look on her face.
She pulled Li Luoluo aside to complain, so that Lin Feng would not hear what she said next, so as to avoid any further rift between the couple.
If Li Luoluo hadn't heard her best friend's complaints, she would not have believed that Shi Linghui had new troubles after becoming rich. It turned out that Lin Feng had regained his position as Dragon Marshal after the 3-year period had come. He felt very comfortable with the money and power he had regained. At the same time, Lin Feng was very dissatisfied with the Shi family who had bossed him around a few years ago. At this time, seeing that Lin Feng had risen to prominence and become a phoenix, his family members began to fawn on him and try to please him in every way. Lin Feng even let them all live in Long Shuai's mansion, just to slap them in the face and humiliate them in daily life. You should be considerate of your husband. Lin Feng has been subjected to so much cold stares and ridicule before. It is understandable that he wants to be proud of himself now.
Li Luoluo held Shi Linghui's hand, and the two best friends sat on the sofa and chatted. Don't mention it.
Logically, I should be considerate of him, but on one side is my family, and on the other side is my husband. I have to take care of both of them. Don't be fooled by the fawning faces of our family members who accepted Lin Feng's benefits.
In fact, I don't know how many bad things they said behind his back.
Shi Linghui pursed her lips, then looked out the window. Yi Chen was carrying a lot of things in, and said, Lolo, you guys can just come to my house to play.
Why do you bring so many things? Look, your husband is exhausted. The gift may be small, but the thought is great.
I know you have a good life now, but these things are local specialties given by my mother-in-law, so I brought some over for you to try. As Li Luoluo spoke, she opened her cell phone to show Shi Linghui the small clothes she had made by hand. One was a light blue sweater, and the other was purple. I tailored these 2 pieces of clothing according to the sizes of my godsons. You must try them on the children later. It took me more than 2 weeks to knit them. Shi Linghui was deeply moved after hearing this. She touched Li Luoluo's small hand with her hand. When she felt several calluses on the other's originally delicate palm, her eyes became even redder.
Lolo, I don't know how to thank you. As a godmother, you are even more considerate and attentive than me, the biological mother. Thank you on behalf of the 2 little brats. Stop talking nonsense.
As your godmother, it's only natural for me to do these things. You just got out of confinement and it's not appropriate for you to overwork, so I'll do these things.
If you say thank you again, I'll ignore you.
After saying this, Li Luoluo pouted and pretended to be angry. Shi Linghui smiled and tickled him, and the 2 best friends had a lot of fun.
When her fingers stroked Li Luoluo's flat and smooth belly, Shi Linghui covered her mouth in surprise. What's wrong, Hui?
You look so surprised.
We are so familiar with each other. Li Luoluo smiled and said that the 2 of them were indeed good friends and were very close.
When they were in school, they ate, slept and bathed together. So many of their friends joked that they were conjoined twins.
No way, Luoluo, if I remember correctly, you gave birth to Tuanchuan and Yuan by cesarean section. How come the scar on your belly has healed so well now? It's almost invisible. I would believe you if you said you were an unhappy girl.
Shi Linghui showed an envious look. What bothered her most now was the scar on her belly. She often felt inferior because of her imperfections. You know how proud I was when Lin Feng was alive and son-in-law, and how inferior I feel now. You don't know that men change drastically once they have money and power. In the past, Lin Feng didn't have so many beautiful women around him. Shi Linghui fell into melancholy and unknowingly realized that she seemed to be talking more and more off topic. She apologized awkwardly and lifted up the clothes above her belly. Look, Luo Luo, when I was giving birth, the fetus was not in the right position, so the incision for the cesarean section was cut off center, and I had to make another incision. Li Luo Luo looked at the shocking knife wound in front of her, and unconsciously touched it gently with her hand, and asked distressfully, Hui Hui, are you still in pain? Tomorrow is the 5th day of the Lunar New Year.
My friends, please cherish every moment. Chapter 126 I'm afraid of pain. Li Luo Luo looked at the shocking knife wound in front of her, and unconsciously touched it gently with her hand, and asked distressfully, Hui Hui, are you still in pain? Shi Linghui saw the genuine concern in her best friend's eyes, and she was very moved, because even her husband Lin Feng had never asked her this question. Perhaps only people who become mothers can truly empathize. It would be a lie to say that it didn't hurt. In fact, I felt excruciating pain in the first few days after the operation. I couldn't even get out of bed and walk. Shi Linghui held Li Luo Luo's hand, and her eyes became even redder. She recalled the time when she was young and ignorant and had conflicts with her mother. Now she really regretted it. By the way, Luo Luo, how did you recover so well from your wound? Do you have any tricks? I don't have any special tricks. You know I usually like to do yoga. After the confinement period, I forced myself to exercise, and then combined with essential oil massage to speed up the metabolism of the collective skin. When Shi Linghui heard Li Luo Luo say this, she was extremely disappointed. Luo Luo, you know me well. My body flexibility is not good. It is impossible for me to practice yoga. Oh, by the way, I remember that my husband seems to be researching a maternal and child product recently, which is aimed at pregnant women's stretch marks and surgical scars. I will ask him for you later. Li Luo Luo said that she remembered what Yi Chen said about a magical potion that had been developed in maternal and child products recently. Oh, about this, I remember Lin Feng also mentioned it, but it hasn't been fully developed yet. I don't know how Brother Yi is doing with his research recently. A glimmer of hope appeared in Shi Linghui's eyes. She was really looking forward to this potion being able to solve her urgent problem. At this time, the confinement nanny came in pushing a stroller. The two little ones were crying anxiously in the stroller. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan were jumping in following behind. It was obvious that they were very curious about the two little brothers. Ma'am, the children are hungry and need milk. The confinement nanny looked embarrassed as she said this, as all the breast milk in the milk bags had been used up. Shi Linghui showed an embarrassed look. Her body instinctively resisted the act of milking, but for the health of the children, she had to do it. Li Luo Luo took the initiative to make way and let the experienced confinement nanny express milk for Shi Linghui first. Although the confinement nanny was experienced, her actions were very rough. Mainly because the children were crying too loudly, she felt very anxious. Shi Linghui watched her breasts being treated roughly by the confinement nanny. She gritted her teeth and looked like she had lost all hope in life. She felt a little embarrassed to be so miserable in front of her friends. All right, Hui Hui, relax. If you're so emotional, it won't be easy for the confinement nanny to help you. Li Luo Luo acted like an experienced person. Yi Chen had helped her push her breasts many times before. Although she was only an entry-level expert at the moment, he was still able to give her guidance easily. Shi Linghui couldn't stop crying as she looked at her abused breasts. She felt that being a mother was a very hard job. In order to divert her best friend's attention, Li Luo Luo told her a lot of her ugly stories from that time. Then how did you deal with your breast engorgement? Hui Hui, you also know that my husband and I only met each other when the children were over 2 years old. Before Yi Chen helped me with breast acupuncture, I had been suffering from it. Li Luo Luo openly told her private secrets. After all, Shi Linghui was her best friend, and there was no need for them to hide anything between them. When Shi Linghui heard this, she was so excited that she pushed away the confinement nanny who was still working hard. It was really because the confinement nanny's technique was too rough, and Shi Linghui felt pain in her abdomen. Then can you let your husband? Can't. Before Shi Linghui could finish her words, Li Luo Luo refused in a righteous and stern manner. Even if they are best friends, they cannot share their husbands. Shi Linghui immediately knew that Li Luo Luo had misunderstood, and she muttered with a red face. Lolo, what are you thinking about? Listen to me and finish what I'm saying.
What I mean is that I want your husband to teach my husband how to push breasts and do acupuncture. After listening to Shi Linghui's explanation, Li Luoluo realized that she had misunderstood, and she apologized with a blushing face. Of course, that's fine, but Hui, you know that distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. The most urgent thing now is to let the children drink breast milk as soon as possible. Li Luoluo's words were based on the overall situation, so even if Shi Linghui was in pain and unwilling, she had to let the confinement nanny give her a massage first. On the other side, Lin Feng and Yi Chen were in distress and sorrow. After Lin Feng received a call from his wife, he looked at Yi Chen with a look of despair.
Brother Yi, we are brothers, so I am telling you, is this how you usually play with your sister-in-law?
You guys are really good at playing. As the Dragon Marshal, Lin Feng is very capable of leading troops in battle, but asking him to learn massage through acupuncture is really asking too much.
If you find it difficult to learn, why don't you let me help your wife with it?
Yi Chen was joking when Lin Feng punched him in the chest.
Get lost. I'll take care of my wife myself.
Lin Feng pretended to be angry after he finished speaking. He knew that Yi Chen said this on purpose to provoke him and was joking.
The massage technique is the simplest.
First, go from top to bottom, then from bottom to top, then make circles left and right, and finally hit the bullseye for a super SPA. Yi Chen used Lin Feng's breasts as teaching material, and just talked and demonstrated the actions to him. Lin Feng looked at his chest being pushed back and forth, looking confused.
Is this your massage technique? I already know it without being taught? Are you sure?
Yi Chen looked at Lin Feng leisurely.
Brother Yi, have you forgotten the few tea learning videos you sent me before? There shouldn't be too many massage tutorials like this in them. Yi Chen was so angry that he almost vomited blood and died. Okay, then you can follow the instructions in the video. Now I will teach you some simple acupuncture moves.
If you combine it with massage, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort.
Oh my god. Brother Yi, what are you planning to do?
When Lin Feng saw Yi Chen pulling out the needle and stabbing it into his chest, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and took a big step back.
I'll use you as an experiment to teach you. Otherwise, what can I do?
Yi Chen said this in a serious tone, not noticing that Lin Feng's face was almost deformed due to distortion.
I don't want to. I'm afraid of the pain. And isn't it weird for two men like us to do this?
Lin Feng questioned and backed away desperately.
Chapter 127 3 Men and a Show. Seeing Lin Feng's resistance, Yi Chen put away his acupuncture bag and said, "It doesn't matter. You can also let your adjutant be a mannequin."
Yi Chen's words gave Lin Feng a better choice. After all, this kind of thing can only be done by men, not women. But the body structure of men is somewhat different from that of women, right?
If you teach like this, will there be errors or something?
Lin Feng always felt that something was wrong, so he raised his doubts. Of course there will be errors, after all, the degree of breast fat is different, but it's okay to use a baby saying, after all, I'm just showing you which channel to pierce. Yi Chen smiled maliciously, then sent a message to his elder brother Su Ji. After all, that guy is now the big boss of the doll company and is doing very well. Not long after, Su Ji came over, and with him came a car full of little kids. While Lin Feng was full of admiration for Yi Chen, he looked at the car full of children with a little distress.
Brother Su, I am very grateful that you can send me some gifts, but there is no need to send so many at once, right? If others tell others about it, wouldn't it be too embarrassing for me, Long Shuai?
Su Ji was not angry at Lin Feng's words. Instead, he asked his men to unload the goods carefully and then explained patiently. Long Shuai, in fact, if you look at the same thing from different perspectives, it will have different meanings. Take this doll for example. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. I believe that many of your soldiers are alone, but normal people have desires.
Once these desires are not satisfied, it will cause social unrest. Even for soldiers who have wives, their wives can't satisfy them every day. After all, women only have those few days a month, you know. Su Ji's meaning was very clear. For the sake of social stability and harmonious married life, these little mulberry trees are good things that benefit all mankind. Yi Chen's head was buzzing with pain after hearing this. He pushed Su Ji away and said, "Da Ji, you are really good at fooling people now. If it weren't for my understanding of you over the years, I would have been fooled by you." Su Ji rubbed his head sheepishly and smiled. "Oh, didn't you learn this trick from Brother Yi? By the way, I'm getting married to Xiaoya next month, she's pregnant."
Yi Chen punched Su Ji and said with a smile, "You bastard, get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. I tell you, I treat Xiaoya as my sister, you can't let her down." Lin Feng watched the two people joking and hurriedly stopped them. "Brother Yi now has a nude model, come and teach me how to use acupuncture to increase milk production, this matter cannot be delayed." Su Ji immediately became excited when he heard this. He thought that his wife would also have to go through this cycle after giving birth, so he immediately agreed. "Such a good on-site teaching, of course you have to take me along. Everything is prepared, and nothing is prepared." So the awkward course began. Su Ji learned it quickly and well, but Lin Feng was not so lucky. Lin Feng was confused by Yi Chen's explanation of the acupoints on the breasts. He felt like he was about to become autistic. Yi Chen was also dry-mouthed while explaining. He did not expect that Lin Feng, who was as good as a god in leading troops, knew nothing about Chinese medicine, pharmacology and acupoints. "Lin Feng, your learning progress is really too slow. Take off your clothes." Yi Chen looked at Lin Feng's chest and said with gritted teeth. "What? Are you trying to use me as a model again?" Lin Feng had a sad face. He took a few steps back and looked at Yi Chen with horror. "I think the reason why you learn slowly and what you learn goes in one ear and out the other is because you have never experienced pain. I have to use a silver needle to wake up your sleeping soul." After saying this, Yi Chen gave Su Ji a look. The other party was indeed his good brother, and everything was said without words. Yi Chen and Su Ji worked together to tie up Lin Feng. Su Ji went even further by tying a particularly large bow around Lin Feng's waist. "No way, do you have to be so cruel? I'm really afraid of pain, I'm afraid." Lin Feng wailed with a sad face. His reputation as a great dragon commander was about to be destroyed. This was the scene he least wanted to see. As expected, when Yi Chen's needle pierced Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng wailed in pain. The sound was as brutal as a pig being slaughtered, and it was loud enough to be heard clearly 3 miles away. "You are a dragon marshal, but you can't even bear this little pain," Su Ji said with a gloating look. He covered his mouth and laughed. "If you're not afraid of pain, then come on." "Really?" Yi Chen spoke up for Lin Feng, and then looked seriously at Lin Feng, who had tears in his eyes. "Acupuncture doesn't hurt at all. Imagine it's like being bitten by a mosquito. It really doesn't hurt." Lin Feng nodded with tears in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't want to cry or scream, but he had been afraid of needles since he was very young, probably since his mother stuck an embroidery needle in his butt. "That's right, close your eyes first, and then imagine that you were bitten by a mosquito, that's it." Yi Chen was giving the patient acupuncture while guiding him patiently, and he didn't feel tired at all. Lin Feng closed his eyes as Yi Chen said, and then he really felt like he was bitten by a mosquito. "Oh my god. I never thought that this method you mentioned is so effective. It really feels like being bitten by a mosquito." Lin Feng was already fully into the state. He opened his eyes excitedly and looked at Yi Chen. "That's right. You see, the needles used for acupuncture are different from ordinary embroidery needles. Because acupuncture requires precision, the needles are relatively thinner, so that the acupuncture points can be pierced more accurately." Yi Chen explained patiently, but Lin Feng's next sentence was completely beyond his expectations. "Brother Yi, can you give me a few more injections? I feel like your needles are working." Lin Feng curled his lips in embarrassment. He didn't expect that he would go from being fearful at the beginning to actually enjoying it. Now not only Yi Chen was confused, even Su Ji gave a thumbs up and said, "So you are such a handsome dragon. I admire you so much. I admire you so much." Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Su Ji and said, "You little bastard, if it weren't for the fact that your brother is good brother, I would have been rude to you a long time ago. Raymond Lam is a quick-witted man, but he has no bad intentions at all." "Hey, don't say that, brother Lin. You don't know that all those video tutorials I gave you were given to me by this kid." Yi Chen smiled evilly and said, "According to this statement, Su Ji is Lin Feng's good teacher and helpful friend in study." Chapter 128. What? Green tea is coming. "Hey, don't say that, brother Lin. You don't know that all those video tutorials I gave you were given to me by this kid." Yi Chen smiled evilly and said, "According to this statement, Su Ji is Lin Feng's good teacher and helpful friend in study." Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Su Ji volunteered to open the door. When he saw that it was his sister-in-law Li Luoluo, he quickly pulled Yi Chen out. Yi Chen saw that it was his wife who came, and quickly closed the door behind him, almost blowing the door on the face of Su Ji, who was about to eavesdrop. The main thing is that Lin Feng in the room was shirtless, and it would be embarrassing if his wife saw him like that.
Husband, I want to ask you, have you developed the scar healing ointment you researched? Hui really needs it right now. Li Luoluo asked.
She just wanted to curiously see what the grown men in the room were doing, but Yi Chen pushed her little head ruthlessly. Of course, I haven't fully developed this ointment yet, but if my wife needs it urgently, I can consider giving you a sample to try first. Yi Chen looked at Li Luoluo's moist lips with ill intentions, unless my wife rewards me with a passionate kiss of love.
Oh no, I don't want to do that. This is not my home.
It would be bad if someone saw us.
Li Luoluo glared at Yi Chen coquettishly.
Marshal Long's mansion was heavily guarded, so soldiers on patrol could be seen everywhere. Yi Chen seemed to be driven by a desire for revenge.
He put his arm around Li Luoluo's slender waist and said with a smile, "What are you afraid of? You are my legally married wife. Isn't it natural for us to love each other?" Yi Chen went to kiss Li Luoluo, but the latter dodged him. "Oh, you are so bad. Wait a little longer. This is someone else's home after all." Li Luoluo took the ointment handed over by Yi Chen and said, then blushed and asked guiltily, "By the way, husband, do you still have the ointment that lightens the pigment?" "What do you mean by lightening the pigment? My wife's face is smooth, white, and has no pigmentation. Why do you want to lighten the pigment?"
Yi Chen really didn't know what Li Luoluo was talking about, but it seemed that she was too embarrassed to speak. Li Luoluo didn't know how to explain to Yi Chen, and was afraid that her inaccurate expression would hurt her best friend, so she just started to explain seriously.
"It's the kind of ointment that's used to treat nipple pigmentation caused by breastfeeding. Hurry up and give it to me." Li Luoluo looked at Yi Chen's burning gaze hitting her face, and she really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. "So this is the ointment's purpose. Why didn't you tell me earlier?"
Yi Chen said jokingly, then pretended to take it out from his pocket, but actually took out the exchanged ointment from the system and handed it to Li Luoluo.
Li Luoluo took the ointment and ran away like the wind.
She felt that she was being shy every time she talked about these topics. She and Yi Chen had obviously done everything they should and shouldn't have done, so why was she still shy until now? When Li Luoluo arrived at Shi Linghui's room, she used her hands to smooth her chest, which was heaving due to nervousness. This embarrassing situation happened to be seen by Shi Linghui, who couldn't help but make a joking comment.
"Luoluo, you are such a fool. You and brother Yi are considered an old married couple. Why are you still so reluctant to let go?" I don't know. When I saw his eyes, it was like a big bad wolf was about to eat a little white rabbit. I couldn't help but get nervous."
Li Luoluo was not afraid of being laughed at by Shi Linghui, so she simply chose to confess. Shi Linghui covered her mouth and laughed, then expressed her thoughts.
"I think it's because you and your husband don't interact enough.
For example, I take a bath with my husband every day, which can improve the relationship between husband and wife."
Li Luoluo looked at Shi Linghui in surprise.
She didn't expect that her best friend would be like this. She was extremely shocked. Shi Linghui felt embarrassed being stared at by Li Luoluo, so she said a few more words to help herself out.
"Lolo, don't think this is abnormal.
Think of it this way, young couples are companions in old age. When you get old, you two should take care of each other. Of course the body is beautiful when you are young, but when you get old, you will inevitably dislike each other, so I think it is necessary to get familiar with each other's body and skin in advance." Shi Linghui's analogy made Li Luoluo feel very funny, and she couldn't help laughing.
"Is there anyone who uses analogies like that? Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. Maybe every couple has a different way of getting along." After Li Luoluo finished speaking, he took out the scar lightening ointment and helped Shi Linghui apply it on her belly. Shi Linghui felt the effect of the ointment.
When it first touched her skin, she felt a burning sensation and almost cried out loud. But slowly, as the medicine took effect, she felt the cool minty feeling around her skin.
"Lolo, have you asked brother Yi if you need to use several bottles of the scar removal ointment in a row to fully take effect?" "Yeah, I'll ask for you next time. Mainly, this ointment is still under development, so I forgot to ask for you."
Li Luoluo gave Shi Linghui a massage, and then handed her another ointment in a light blue package.
"This ointment is used to reduce pigmentation.
You can use it yourself, or ask Lin Feng to apply it for you." After Li Luoluo finished speaking, she became absent-minded because she had just received harassing text messages from Ding Xiaoya.
"What's wrong, Luoluo? You look like you are worried. Why don't you tell me what's bothering you? Maybe I can help you solve your problem."
When Linghui saw Li Luoluo's beautiful face with a slight frown on her face, she knew that this matter must be complicated. Seeing her best friend asking questions eagerly, Li Luoluo couldn't help but tell her all her troubles. After hearing this, Linghui clenched her fist in indignation. How can this Ding Ziyaes be like this? He clearly knows that Yi Chen has married and has children, but he still pesters you too.
Isn't this just a ghost that won't go away?
Besides, Ding Xiaoya is going to hold her wedding with Suji next week. Suji was my husband's college roommate.
Li Luoluo felt a headache.
She had originally planned to have a happy dinner at her best friend's house today, but she didn't expect Ding Xiaoya to be so annoying.
What the hell? You mean to say that little slut Ding Xiaoya wants to follow Suji to my house?
I, Linghui, will be the first one to disagree. Linghui looked at the text message on Li Luoluo's phone, which was sent by Ding Xiaoya. The more she read, the more she felt sorry for her best friend.
Does your husband always think that Ding Xiaoya's behavior was unintentional? This is definitely a green tea bitch. Chapter 129. Green tea has many tricks and big misunderstandings.
Linghui looked at the text message on Li Luoluo's phone, which was sent by Ding Xiaoya. The more she read, the more she felt sorry for her best friend.
Does your husband always think that Ding Xiaoya's behavior was unintentional? This is definitely a green tea bitch.
Li Luoluo felt like she had found a soulmate who was hard to find. She hugged Linghui's waist to express her extreme approval, but in doing so she touched the other's wound.
It hurts, it hurts.
Linghui grimaced in pain, and after thinking it over, she patted her chest and assured Li Luoluo.
Lolo, believe me.
If Ding Xiaoya comes to me today, I will make her fall into an abyss from which there is no escape. The men on the other side were unaware of the upcoming war of the century. Yi Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his wrist, which was sore from the acupuncture.
Lin Feng, I really regret teaching you acupuncture.
At first, you were the one who cried and said you didn't want to learn it, but now you are the one who wants it even though you are pierced all over like a hedgehog.
I really admire you.
Lin Feng looked at his body, which had turned red due to the acupuncture, and then touched the back of his head embarrassedly.
Don't I know the fun of acupuncture?
Thank you, Brother Yi, for teaching me everything you know today.
I will repay you with a valerian in the future.
Stop it, stop it.
Stop blowing your trumpet.
After all, our two families are in-laws, so this is as it should be.
Yi Chen put away his acupuncture bag and said.
At this time, Suji received a call from his fiancée Ding Xiaoya, who said that he had left his quick-acting heart pills at home and asked him to send her the location and have them delivered immediately.
Yi Chen felt something was wrong but was too embarrassed to say it out loud.
Then he thought that Ding Xiaoya was about to marry someone else, so there was no need for her to cling to him until now. So he readily agreed.
Lin Feng was a rough man and didn't know the ins and outs of this place, so he readily agreed to Ding Xiaoya's arrival.
When Ding Xiaoya arrived, Li Luoluo held Yi Chen's arm tightly, as if she was afraid that he would be bewitched by a demon.
Ding Xiaoya was extremely jealous, but she remained calm on the surface.
The reason why she agreed to try dating Suji was because Suji was Yi Chen's buddy, so she could use this as an excuse to see Yi Chen. Of course, Ding Xiaoya only dared to bury this dark psychology deep in her heart. She was afraid that if she said it out loud, she would no longer be able to be friends with him.
Hi, Xiaoya, I heard that you are pregnant. Are you going to get married soon?
Li Luoluo chose to say hello actively, which made her look generous and decent.
Ding Xiaoya smiled calmly and elegantly on the surface, but deep down she felt more sad than happy.
If she hadn't been drunk that day and mistook Suji, who cared about her, for Yi Chen, she wouldn't have done such a ridiculous thing.
Yes, Da Ji and I are getting married next week. Miss Li and Brother Chen must come along then. Ding Xiaoya has an excellent psychological quality.
She endured the pain in her heart and said with a smile. Linghui, who was standing aside, couldn't help but speak up for her best friend. Some people are always greedy for what's in their bowl.
If it's obviously not yours, don't covet it.
Although Lin Feng didn't understand why his wife Linghui said that, he still helped her.
In fact, what Li Luoluo and Linghui said did not actually hurt Ding Xiaoya in the slightest.
Instead, it was the way Yi Chen didn't look at her from beginning to end that hurt her deeply.
When did her brother Yi Chen become so cold-blooded and heartless? I will definitely come.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to announce a good news to everyone.
I am pregnant again. I wonder if it is twins this time.
Li Luoluo's words were like a needle piercing Ding Xiaoya's heart. She began to lose her composure and her fingers trembled slightly. Su Ji, who was standing nearby, was the first to notice that something was wrong with Ding Xiaoya. He quickly supported Ding Xiaoya with concern.
Xiaoya, are you feeling unwell? Why don't we go home now? You're pregnant and you need to get more rest.
Su Ji's words were entirely out of love for Ding Xiaoya, but in Ding Xiaoya's view, they became an obstacle to the development of the relationship between her and Yi Chen. Shaking off Su Ji's support, Ding Xiaoya controlled her emotions and forced a smile.
Then congratulations, Miss Li. It looks like your child and my child are about the same age.
Seeing the two women talking to each other in front of him, Yi Chen felt that a battlefield without the smoke of gunpowder was really scary.
Well, today is my child's 100-day banquet. What are you all doing standing outside the door? Come in and have your meal. Lin Feng shouted.
Although he was not very clear about the relationship between Yi Chen and Ding Xiaoya, he always felt that it was not simple. Because since Ding Xiaoya came in, her eyes were basically fixed on Yi Chen, and she didn't even look at her fiancé Su Ji. Lin Feng yelled fuck in his heart. He was once taught a lesson by Yi Chen for having an affair outside, but he never expected that Yi Chen himself would become a thief and have an unusual relationship with his friend Ji's wife. The group gave Lin Feng enough face and went into the hall to have their meal with a smile on their faces. After all, Li Luoluo still has two little ones, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, to take care of.
Besides, Yi Chen is an adult now.
Even if she is Yi Chen's wife, it is not reasonable for her to cling to him anymore.
When Yi Chen went to the WC to relieve himself, Ding Xiaoya took the opportunity to follow him.
At this time, a dance performance was being performed in the hall, which was specially prepared for Long Shui by the adjutant. After Yi Chen finished relieving himself and came out of the WC, he bent over the sink to wash his hands. At this time, a pair of jade discs had been wrapped around his strong waist from behind.
Brother Chen, I have always loved you.
As long as you say one word, Su Ji, and I will break up immediately. Ding Xiaoya sobbed and said, her chest pressed hard against Yi Chen's back, soft and fluffy.
Yi Chen pulled one of Ding Xiaoya's hands away.
Knowing that she was still in the early stages of pregnancy, he did not dare to be rough.
Ding Xiaoya, wake up. You are already pregnant with Da Ji's child. Do you have the heart to cheat on him like this? Yi Chen roared in a low voice.
He didn't want this matter to be known by others. After all, it would be embarrassing for everyone if the matter became a big deal. Ding Xiaoya looked at Yi Chen with tears in her eyes. She pounded her belly excitedly, but Yi Chen pulled her hands back tightly.
Xiaoya, please stop being so willful, okay? You're going to be a mother soon, why are you still so childish? Yi Chen growled. He was really frightened by Ding Xiaoya's almost crazy actions.
At this time, Ding Xiaoya saw Li Luoluo walking towards her, and she took the opportunity to pretend that she sprained her ankle and cried out.
Yi Chen instinctively went to support her.
After all, Ding Xiaoya was a pregnant woman and needed special attention during the early stages of pregnancy. Ding Xiaoya seized the opportunity and kissed him, her breathing entangled with Yi Chen's.
Chapter 130 Misunderstanding, Escalation.
At this time, Ding Xiaoya saw Li Luoluo walking towards her, and she took the opportunity to pretend that she sprained her ankle and cried out.
Yi Chen instinctively went to support her.
After all, Ding Xiaoya was a pregnant woman and needed special attention during the early stages of pregnancy. Ding Xiaoya seized the opportunity and kissed him, her breathing entangled with Yi Chen's.
Li Luoluo looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment.
She only felt her heart pounding violently, the kind of pain that could not be expressed in words.
Boom!
A fist came straight at Yi Chen's mouth. Before he could react, he felt a surge of blood in his mouth.
This person was none other than Su Ji.
Su Ji's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Yi Chen and Ding Xiaoya painfully, with a bitter smile and self-mockery on the corners of his mouth.
Since you have already been like this, why are you still pretending in front of others that nothing has happened to you? Do you think it's fun to play tricks on us like this? Su Ji, are you crazy? Why did you hit Yi Chen?
Ding Xiaoya protected Yi Chen tightly and she would not allow Su Ji to hurt him in any way. This instinctive action of protecting his child hurt Su Ji badly. Firstly, he did not hit women, and secondly, Ding Xiaoya was still pregnant.
Ding Xiaoya, do you F-King think I'm a scapegoat?
The man you love so wholeheartedly has never even looked at you straight in the eye.
Don't you understand yet? Su Ji, shut up. Do you think I have ever loved you? The person I love has always been Yi Chen.
I have loved him for many years, and my love for him is engraved in my bones and blood.
I can't give him up. Ding Xiaoya retaliated against Su Ji's ridicule, crying with tears streaming down her face.
And the child in my belly, do you think it's yours?
In fact, the father of the child is Yichen.
Ding Xiaoya turned around and looked at Yichen affectionately with tearful eyes. After Yichen was shocked, he was confused, and then he shook his head in despair and annoyance.
He pushed away the almost crazy Ding Xiaoya and came to Li Luoluo. Wife, you must believe me. Ding Xiaoya and I definitely didn't do that, believe me. However, at this moment, Li Luoluo could no longer listen to Yi Chen's explanation.
She felt cold all over, as if she was in an ice cellar. After a painful and intense contraction, Li Luoluo curled up her body in agony. When Yi Chen saw that Li Luoluo was not in a good state, he immediately hugged her. He held her tightly in his arms and at the same time loudly scolded Ding Xiaoya and Su Ji, who were still arguing.
All right. That's enough. Get out of here.
Lin Feng and Shi Linghui also gathered around nervously.
Lin Feng even sent his adjutant to detain Ding Xiaoya and Su Ji first.
The scene was in chaos. At this time, Yi Chen felt lost, as if the relationship between him and Li Luoluo would be forever separated by an invisible high wall. Bright red blood flowed out from under Li Luoluo's skirt, like a blooming datura flower, bright and dangerous.
Shi Linghui screamed and pointed at the bottom of Li Luoluo's skirt.
When Yi Chen found out, he quickly gave Li Luoluo acupuncture and injected his internal qi into her. After a tense day, Li Luoluo woke up from her coma and learned the news of her miscarriage.
She was still unwilling to accept this reality. Yi Chen had been guarding the door.
In order to prevent Li Luoluo from getting too excited, Shi Linghui did not allow him to enter.
Looking at the pale-faced Li Luoluo, Shi Linghui, as her best friend, was anxious.
She knew that all her words would be pale and powerless at this moment.
Lolo, don't cry. You are still young. You will have plenty of opportunities to have children in the future.
Shi Linghui looked at Li Luoluo, who was crying silently, and comforted her anxiously.
This sentence actually touched Li Luoluo's sore spot.
Recalling the scene of Yi Chen and Ding Xiaoya hugging and kissing each other, she burst into tears sadly.
Lolo, you should choose to believe Yi Chen. He might be forced into this. You also know that Ding Xiaoya is a green tea bitch.
Shi Linghui noticed that her best friend was in a strange state and hurried to comfort her.
Li Luoluo's eyes were swollen from crying. She said in a hoarse voice, "Hui, please leave me alone for a while." After saying this, Li Luoluo covered her head with the quilt.
At this moment, she just wanted to isolate herself in a safe and enclosed space and lick her wounds like a wounded and helpless beast.
Flies don't bite seamless eggs. Li Luoluo has already sentenced Yi Chen to death in her heart. As a man, how could Yi Chen not refuse a woman's ambiguity, unless he wanted to do so himself? When Shi Linghui came out, Yi Chen, who was guarding the door, stepped forward anxiously and asked, "Is Luoluo willing to see me? I have a lot of things I want to explain to her."
Shi Linghui shook her head helplessly and said, "Lolo doesn't want to see anyone now, Yi Chen, you should go back. I'm here and I can take good care of her.
She needs some time to heal, give her some time."
Shi Linghui was afraid that Yi Chen would rush into the room impulsively, so she added another sentence.
However, Yi Chen was also in pain. He didn't do what he didn't do.
The feeling of being wronged was really unpleasant.
After all, Li Luoluo was unwilling to believe him, so she didn't even give him a chance to explain.
Thinking of this, Yi Chen walked back dejectedly.
He felt extremely painful.
Lin Feng, who was standing not far away, was also annoyed when he saw his friend like this. He pulled Yi Chen into the car and then drove aimlessly. The two brothers didn't speak along the way, just smoking in silence.
After a long time, Lin Feng broke the silence and asked, "What are you going to do with Ding Xiaoya and Su Ji? I still have them in custody. Let them go, they did nothing wrong."
Yi Chen smoked bitterly, then answered in an extremely cold tone. Lin Feng was extremely surprised.
"I, an outsider, can see that Ding Xiaoya wanted to seduce you on purpose. How could she not have done anything wrong? Yes, Ding Xiaoya did seduce me, but did I just give in? You can't judge me as wrong just because of that kiss? Is it my fault that she likes me?"
Yi Chen curled his lips in self-mockery, and then said, "In the end, she still doesn't believe it."
Li Luoluo doesn't want to believe me.
Lin Feng pouted and touched the back of his head, as if he had been enlightened.
"Brother Yi, what you said makes sense. It seems that my sister-in-law is too picky. You are not dating Ding Xiaoya, so why does she distrust you?"
Unable to get an answer from Yi Chen, Lin Feng muttered to himself.
Oh. I see.
It must be because you were so charming, brother Yi, that my sister-in-law is worried about you.
If I were a woman, I would probably fall in love with you too.